After Ye Feng's demise, he is reborn in the world of Naruto as Sasuke's twin brother, embarking on a quest to follow in the footsteps of the Sage of Six Paths. This journey leads him to a higher realm where the Sharingan and Ninjutsu encounter a different system of battle chi and magic. Thus the tale begins. 001. Rebirth in Naruto. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasuke, Ye Feng, stop playing and come eat. Mikoto Uchiha called out to the two children frolicking in the yard. The meal was prepared, and Itachi and Fugaku Uchiha had just returned home. Upon hearing their mother's call, Sasuke and Ye Feng hurried back to the dining area, with Sasuke leaping into Itachi's arms as soon as he sat down. Brother. The adorable little Sasuke sweetly cooed, seeking affection from Itachi. In stark contrast, Ye Feng, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke, sat quietly to the side, lost in thought that no one could decipher. It was peculiar for a 4-year-old to be so silent, causing concern for Mikoto and Fugaku, who worried that Ye Feng might be overly introverted. Come here, Ye Feng. Fugaku beckoned with open arms, patting his lap to invite Ye Feng to sit with him. While Sasuke clung to Itachi, Ye Feng appeared detached despite being twins. Their personalities were remarkably dissimilar. Okay, Ye Feng replied softly, settling onto Fugaku's lap. Here, have this chicken leg, Itachi offered, placing a piece into Ye Feng's bowl. Itachi often pondered why his younger brother displayed such indifference despite their identical appearance. Their temperaments diverged greatly. Thank you, Itachi, Ye Feng expressed simply, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes, hinting at a touch of gratitude, though he remained reticent. Itachi had long grown accustomed to Ye Feng's peculiarities. The child never referred to him as brother despite numerous attempts to teach him, and when pressed, he would simply fall silent, exhibiting a rather odd temperament. Brother, I want to play too. Sasuke whined to Itachi, feeling neglected as the family seemed to dote more on Ye Feng. Why did everyone pay more attention to Ye Feng when they looked so alike? After dinner, you must play hide and seek with me. Ye Feng never plays with me, it's so boring, Sasuke insisted, hoping Itachi would indulge him. Why Ye Feng? Would you like to join us? Itachi inquired, inviting him to partake in their fun. No, I'm full. He'll return to my room. Ye Feng declined Itachi's invitation, opting to retreat to his solitude. Humph, that boring guy, forget him. Let's go play, brother, Sasuke exclaimed, jumping onto Itachi's back. Fugaku, do you think Ye Feng is too reclusive? Mikoto expressed her concerns once Itachi and Sasuke had departed. Fugaku sighed, I cannot fathom this child. At such a tender age of 3 or 4, he bears such heavy thoughts. He withholds his feelings from us and lacks the childlike inclination to seek comfort from his parents. It seems he possesses no interest in anything. In his room, Ye Feng sat alone, staring at the ceiling. Lost in contemplation, he exhaled deeply, his expression resembling that of someone weathered by life, an odd sight for one so young. Within Ye Feng's heart lay a secret. He should not exist in this world. To put it more precisely, his soul did not belong here. Before his reincarnation into this realm, he lived on a place called Earth, where he was merely a high school student. The fateful incident occurred during his final year. Ye Feng had once enjoyed a complete family and loving parents, but tragically, in his senior year, they perished in a car accident, leaving him utterly alone in this world. The loss of his parents inflicted a profound emotional wound. As he gradually emerged from his sorrow, he faced a grim reality. Devoid of financial means, he could not pursue higher education. Realizing he lacked the resources to attend university, Ye Feng succumbed to despair. Diverting his focus away from studies, he retreated into the digital realm, seeking solace, and found himself captivated by Naruto, a series previously recommended by many classmates, yet he had never watched due to his academic commitments. Now, with no intention of attending university, his grades had become inconsequential. In the throes of existential emptiness, Ye Feng quickly became enamored with Naruto, perhaps because the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, had also lost his parents, or perhaps because he saw in Naruto a spirit of optimism and resilience. From Naruto's character, Ye Feng gleaned a life philosophy and an encouraging spirit, motivating him to rise anew. Though his academic journey had come to an end, he gradually began to emerge from his shell. However, just as he began to reclaim his life, fate dealt him another cruel blow. On a stormy day, amidst thunder and lightning, Ye Feng, oblivious to the danger, utilized various electrical appliances at home, unwittingly attracting a lightning strike that claimed his life. Strangely enough, Only those who have truly faced death comprehend what follows. That Ye Feng confirmed the existence of the soul at the moment of his demise. He became a spirit, drifting through the air, even witnessing his own tragic end. Having died, where should a soul go? Ye Feng was uncertain. Legend spoke of ascending to heaven or descending to the underworld. Yet after waiting in vain for the so-called messengers of death, Ye Feng wandered the earthly realm for 7 days before sensing a force in the sky drawing him away. During his 7-day sojourn, Ye Feng brazenly observed girls bathing and caught up with the latest installments of Naruto. When the pull finally arrived, he realized it was time to depart from this world. His only regret was that he would never witness the conclusion of Naruto. What fate awaited Naruto? What was Sasuke's future? How would Naruto rescue Sasuke from the clutches of darkness? Such questions filled him with anticipation, yet he had no opportunity to discover the answers. Perhaps, when the author of Naruto passed into the afterlife, he might inquire for the complete series. He wondered if his parents were also in heaven and whether he would reunite with them. If so, he would surely express his deep love for them. With a tinge of earthly regret, Ye Feng's essence gradually ascended to the heavens, traversing the atmosphere, gliding past the moon, Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, and other celestial bodies, venturing beyond the solar system into the unknown cosmos. That Ye Feng would never forget the moment his spirit departed from Earth. He beheld the planet from the vastness of space, glimpsing the moon and other celestial orbs. This brought him a small measure of satisfaction, as he had enjoyed a free tour of the cosmos. In the boundless void, Ye Feng lost track of time, for in the universe, there were no standards by which to measure it. He only knew he was heading toward an endless darkness, where the force that beckoned his soul offered no glimmer of starlight, resembling a black hole from which light could not escape. Thus, when one gazes into a black hole, nothing is visible. Wait, a black hole. As this thought crossed his mind, Ye Feng glanced in other directions, discovering 2 more areas devoid of starlight. Perhaps they too were black holes, the most enigmatic phenomena of the universe. While countless scientific theories attempted to explain black holes, who could truly know their nature? Who could ascertain what lies within a black hole, where even light cannot escape? Ye Feng's ethereal form soared with increasing velocity, and the longer he flew, the more he sensed the pull of the black hole intensifying. That it was not only Ye Feng's spirit being drawn in celestial bodies, such as drifting meteors and comets, were also ensnared. Suddenly, an enormous meteor, accompanied by a blinding radiance, streaked past at an unparalleled speed. Though it too was subject to the gravitational pull of the black hole, its trajectory indicated that it had not yet succumbed to its grasp. The meteor blazed with an intense light as it traversed the void, and Ye Feng's spirit was unable to evade it in an instant. He was propelled in another direction at a velocity beyond description, a collision that defied the limits of language. Could the ethereal form truly lose consciousness? This notion may seem amusing, yet Ye Feng personally experienced the disorienting process of his spirit slipping into oblivion. When he finally reopened his eyes, a gathering of individuals came into view, their voices a cacophony of chatter. What left a lasting impression on him was the couple who held him, as well as the familiar family emblem emblazoned on the clothing of those nearby, the emblem of the Uchiha clan, represented by a ping-pong paddle. 002 escaped from Konoha. This is the most outstanding newcomer, Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi, peering through the crystal ball of the 3rd Hokage, observed Sasuke's figure in the classroom. The allocation list had been finalized, and it was confirmed that Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Naruto would be in Kakashi's team, which elicited a sense of anticipation from him regarding Sasuke. Indeed, the 3rd Hokage acknowledged. What of the other child left behind by the Uchiha clan? Kakashi inquired. With a subtle gesture, the 3rd Hokage shifted the image in the crystal ball, revealing a boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke, sprawled in his yard, sound asleep, drooling profusely. I never would have imagined such a stark contrast between them. This Ye Feng has yet to even graduate. It seems the tragedy of the Uchiha clan has profoundly affected him. I've heard that he was quite attached to his mother, Mikoto, often needing her to hold him as he slept. Since that incident, he has scarcely spoken to anyone. As the others engaged in discussion, the 3rd Hokage remained silent, merely sighing. He had also glimpsed Ye Feng through the crystal ball. The last surviving brothers of the Uchiha clan had taken divergent paths, Sasuke, driven by ambition, while Ye Feng grew increasingly withdrawn, speaking less and less. He was often seen engaging in peculiar behaviors, at times childishly playing with insects or conversing with animals, while other times he would weep or giggle foolishly. Feeling the absence of prying eyes, Ye Feng, who had been drooling, rose from the ground. Perhaps due to his reincarnation, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to perception-based ninjutsu, always aware when someone was observing him, allowing him to react swiftly and remain unseen in his activities. Over the years, Ye Feng had immersed himself in training, skillfully concealing his true strength, to the point that even Sasuke remained unaware of his capabilities. He rarely conversed with others, appearing almost prophetic to those around him, possessing knowledge of many things. Coming from a more peaceful era, his mindset differed greatly from that of his peers. He felt at least a decade older than them in terms of emotional maturity, and conversing with these immature children seemed futile, far less rewarding than honing his ninjutsu skills. Having observed Itachi train, Ye Feng drew considerable inspiration from him. Coupled with his naturally matured disposition, he began diligently training in ninjutsu at the age of 4. In this war-torn world, strength was essential for self-preservation. Ye Feng had since attained the prowess of a nin, yet he did not consider himself a genius. Rather, he believed his mental maturity set him apart. From Rock Lee, he learned the value of diligence, and indeed, hard work had proven its worth. As he had now reached a level of strength comparable to that of Itachi at 12, Ye Feng had consistently endeavored to remain hidden from public view, feigning ignorance at home, minimizing interactions with Sasuke, thereby intensifying Sasuke's feelings of loneliness and hatred toward Itachi, further motivating his desire for strength. Ye Feng believed this was the path they were meant to tread and was not yet inclined to alter their course. Currently, Ye Feng's existence had minimal impact on the younger generation of Konoha, including his twin brother, Sasuke. Even with Ye Feng's presence at home, his act of feigning madness meant he seldom spoke to Sasuke, inadvertently deepening his brother's solitude and darkness. As time passed, the day of Kakashi's team undertaking their first official mission arrived, escorting a bridge expert to the Land of Waves. After Sasuke departed, Ye Feng began organizing his belongings. With Sasuke gone, Ye Feng had ample time to reach the venue for the second stage of the nin exams, the Forest of Death, for training. This secluded environment was ideal for his wilderness survival practice, particularly as he was entirely unacquainted with such knowledge, having lived in a modern society. This presented an excellent opportunity for both practical experience and preparation for the future, allowing him to digest the contents of the sealing book. Having foreseen the future, Ye Feng harbored an insatiable curiosity about the sealing techniques Naruto had once pilfered. Seizing an opportunity, he copied several ninjutsu techniques from the sealing book before Naruto's attempted theft. Perhaps due to the careful arrangements made by Mizuki, all traps guarding the sealing book had been disarmed, enabling Ye Feng to effortlessly retrieve it and transcribe its contents. It seemed Mizuki had intentionally facilitated Naruto's endeavor. Unbeknownst to anyone, Ye Feng stealthily entered the Forest of Death, which was set to remain safe for at least 20 days before the nin exams commenced in roughly a month. Let me immerse myself in training, he resolved. Days swiftly passed, and soon over half a month had elapsed. Konoha grew increasingly bustling as its inhabitants prepared for the nin exams, and Ye Feng returned from the Forest of Death. His 20 days of outdoor training had granted him invaluable experience, including methods for concealing himself and keenly observing details to avoid fundamental errors. This knowledge stemmed from an encounter he had while Kakashi was escorting the bridge expert, where he had spotted 2 mist village ninjas. Estimating the time, Sasuke should be returning soon. The nin exams were about to commence, and while Ye Feng was eager to witness the selection matches, he had no right to attend and thus remained at home. After the selection matches, Sasuke would likely be admitted to Konoha's medical facility. During this time, Ye Feng stayed indoors, hesitant to venture out, as Konoha was currently chaotic with numerous ninjas from other villages. Particularly concerning to Ye Feng was Orochimaru, with his current strength. He stood no chance against such a formidable foe, making it prudent to remain at home. Orochimaru was likely seeking a member of the Uchiha clan as his next vessel. Surely, he would not choose someone as weak and foolish as Ye Feng. Events unfolded as they were destined to, and I shall refrain from elaborating further, as those reading this are likely fans of Naruto, and excessive verbosity may invite criticism. Following the great battle in Konoha, the third Hokage passed away, leaving the village enveloped in sorrow. The war had wrought devastation, and many struggled to accept the sudden loss of loved ones, particularly the third Hokage's death, which signified the passing of the older generation. Though Li Feng had long anticipated this outcome, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. For the past few days, a heavy gloom had settled upon him, reminiscent of the night the Uchiha tragedy unfolded, the pain of Mikoto's death haunting him. Tsunade returned to assume the role of the fifth Hokage. Sasuke, spurred by Itachi's appearance and Naruto's display of power during the chaos, ultimately resolved to leave and seek Orochimaru's guidance. Following Sasuke's departure, Li Feng packed his belongings. It was time to venture outside. Having hidden from the eyes of others in Konoha, fearful of altering the established timeline, he felt stifled. For years, Li Feng had lived under oppressive conditions, devoid of friends and companionship, constantly wary of his surroundings. It would be better to explore the world beyond, as he was not alive merely to facilitate the existence of others. The world was vast, filled with unknowns. Perhaps stepping outside could lead him to forge friendships and discover the meaning of his existence. With resolve, he set forth, leaving this sorrowful place behind. Li Feng, equipped with a large backpack, walked toward the village's exit. As he approached the gate, he spotted Sakura, unconscious and lying on the ground, having been knocked out by Sasuke. Ye Feng gazed up at the moon, feeling a chill in the breeze that swept past him. He swiftly retrieved a garment to drape over Sakura, not wanting her to catch a cold. With a quick departure from Konoha, Ye Feng reflected on his more than a decade of residence there. Yet he felt no sense of belonging. The only person he held dear was his second mother, Uchiha Mikoto, who was no longer alive, leaving him with little to cherish in Konoha. "I am finally free," he exclaimed, his voice echoing through the night as he leaped through the air. This sentiment had been bottled up within him for years. Fortunately, the years of training had passed swiftly, but the solitude of having no one to converse with threatened to drive him mad. In the tranquil night, as he traversed the forest alone, a profound sense of loneliness enveloped him. It was genuine solitude. Before the Uchiha clan's annihilation, Ye Feng would often indulge in playful affection with Mikoto to receive her maternal warmth. However, after the clan's demise, he hardly spoke to anyone. Presently, Ye Feng was engulfed by the same loneliness that led to a haze of confusion. At times, he pondered the significance of his existence. In this world, so different from Earth, he felt bereft of purpose and belief. The early loss of his parents had a significant impact on him, shaping his views on life. Witnessing the Uchiha clan's slaughter further emphasized life's fragility. During his years in Konoha, where he lived an inhumane existence, he became entirely withdrawn, devoid of social interactions, leaving him feeling invisible and spiritually hollow. Having lived two lives, Ye Feng occasionally mused that the true terror of existence lay not in life and death, but in living without a sense of purpose, akin to a mere shell of a person. Perhaps traveling in this world would unveil his life's value, he contemplated. Under the moonlight, he journeyed onward, for ninjas often regarded traveling without transportation as a form of training to strengthen their legs. With no sense of direction, he simply followed one path, determined to leave Konoha behind. After 2 weeks, Ye Feng arrived at a town. During this time, he had been distancing himself from Konoha, aware that Sasuke had been branded a rogue ninja. Sharing a striking resemblance to Sasuke, he feared that if he remained within the land of fire, he might be mistaken for him and captured. Upon observing the town, Ye Feng noted its modest size, yet it bustled with activity, strategically located along a vital transportation route. With no particular destination in mind, he decided to rest in the town, having already crossed into the land of clouds. Why had it taken him so long to arrive? The previous direction he chose had led him to the land of sand. Confronted with the desolation of the sandy landscape and the oppressive heat, he had fled in terror. Realizing he was unaccustomed to such an environment, he vowed to return another time after finding a more suitable path. After a brief exploration, he decided to find a place to eat. Though he had consumed some dry rations in the morning, they were hardly satisfying, and as he was still growing, he could not afford to go hungry. Upon entering the town, he was pleasantly surprised to discover numerous eateries, including one that seemed particularly upscale. He also spotted the infamous red light district, favored by the lecherous Jiraiya. Observing the vibrant nightlife, with many alluring women beckoning customers, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, wondering if he might encounter the legendary Jiraiya. Yet, he reminded himself that he was still underage and should refrain from such places. Despite his youthful appearance, his mature mindset led him to contemplate relationships, much like a man in his 20s. The lack of experience left him intrigued, and he found himself lost in thought. Unintentionally colliding with another passerby, finding a place to dine was imperative. Ye Feng, although not wealthy, had managed to earn a bit of extra income during his travels. Curious about the source of this income, he could not carry much food with him, so he frequently ventured into towns to purchase supplies. However, he learned the hard way that displaying wealth could attract unwanted attention. Even with a modest amount of money, his youthful appearance made him a target for would-be robbers. Fortunately, the would-be robbers were inept. With a casual flick, he sent a few shurikens arcing through the air, embedding themselves in a nearby tree. Following that, he executed an exaggerated fire technique, scorching the ground before the thieves, who promptly surrendered all their valuables in fear. It seemed that they had never encountered such a formidable opponent before, having always relied on intimidation themselves. Had they known this seemingly frail boy was a skilled ninja, they would have thought twice before targeting him. After this encounter, Ye Feng became somewhat careless, inadvertently revealing his money to others. Knowing that those who attempted to rob him were often bullies preying on the weak, he felt little fear of encountering someone formidable, even if they were a ninja. He believed he could handle himself. With a large backpack slung over his shoulder, Ye Feng entered a sizable restaurant that appeared quite upscale. "Welcome, please." A delightful voice greeted him as a young woman, likely in her late teens, approached. Noticing Ye Feng's travel-worn appearance, she presumed he was a visitor seeking a meal. However, she wondered if a boy of his age could afford the prices here. Being rather kind-hearted, she led Ye Feng to a cozy corner and recommended some reasonably priced dishes, suitable for a young patron. Since he had never dined here before, he accepted her suggestions without hesitation. After ordering, he casually requested a small bottle of alcohol. Since the Uchiha clan's downfall, he had occasionally resorted to drinking to alleviate his melancholy. As long as he did not overindulge, it could invigorate his spirits and be beneficial for his health. Where did he acquire the alcohol? It had been a long-standing collection of the Uchiha family, untouched since their demise. "I'm sorry, but you are not of legal drinking age, and we cannot serve you alcohol," the young woman apologetically informed him. "Oh, that's all right. Please bring the food," Ye Feng replied, dismissing the matter, knowing he could always use a transformation technique to procure alcohol later. As she turned to leave, she couldn't help but ponder why this seemingly young boy exuded an air of maturity that felt incongruous for his age. Ye Feng, however, was oblivious to her thoughts. Years of indifference in Konoha had conditioned him to disregard others' perceptions and opinions. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, Ye Feng exited the restaurant, finding a discreet corner to employ a transformation technique, morphing into an adult to purchase a bottle of alcohol. He then sought out an inn to spend the night. "Let us rest for the night and depart in the morning. This will also afford me the opportunity to take a proper bath. It has been 2 days since I last washed, and the scent of masculinity clings to me quite strongly." After Ye Feng finished his bath, he intended to take a brief nap, but the sudden knock on the door disrupted his plans. Who could it be? Puzzled, Ye Feng approached the door to open it, only to find 4 familiar faces standing outside: Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Aburame Shino, and Haruno Sakura. 2 days prior, at the Hokage building in the village hidden in the leaves, Lady Tsunade, a nin presented a dossier to her, stating, "We have detected Sasuke's whereabouts through our intelligence network in the Land of Fire. Please review this information, Lady Tsunade." Upon reading the report, Tsunade's brow furrowed in concern. Hadn't Sasuke defected to Orochimaru? How could he be wandering alone? According to the intel, he was heading from the Land of Wind towards the Land of Lightning. What could he possibly be seeking there? Tsunade was perplexed. It was unsurprising that they were unaware, as Ye Feng had not been seen for many years, and people had grown accustomed to his absence. Regardless, a small team must be assembled immediately to retrieve Sasuke. "Please summon Nara Shikamaru," Tsunade instructed one of the ninjas. The report confirmed that Sasuke was alone, suggesting that they would not encounter significant resistance. Although the reason for his departure from Orochimaru remained unclear, it was imperative that he not fall into Orochimaru's grasp. "Have Kakashi come to see me upon his return," Tsunade added. From the previous encounter between Sasuke and Naruto, it was evident that Sasuke had acquired the Cursed Mark's power, nearly taking Naruto's life. Therefore, sending Kakashi would ensure a greater degree of caution. The intelligence network of Konoha had been monitoring Sasuke, or Ye Feng, for some time, opting to wait for Kakashi's return before taking action, as this would be more prudent. Back in the present, upon seeing the 4 individuals, Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering them, let alone being tracked. This lack of foresight could be attributed to his inexperience in concealing his whereabouts. He had devoted himself solely to the study of ninjutsu, often neglecting the foundational theories taught in the Ninja Academy, resulting in a deficiency in even the most basic knowledge. Shikamaru swiftly formed hand signs, initiating the shadow binding technique. Among them, Sakura exhibited the most emotion, her eyes reddening upon seeing Ye Feng. Shikamaru, however, remained composed, given Naruto's injuries. It was clear that Sasuke's heart had descended into darkness, capable of harming even his comrades. Thus, the immediate priority was to subdue Ye Feng. With further actions to be determined afterward, Sakura rushed forward and embraced Ye Feng, terrified that he might vanish once more. Simultaneously, Ino formed hand signs, directing her technique at Ye Feng, the mind-body switch technique. Shino unleashed a swarm of insects that darted toward Ye Feng, causing a shiver down his spine. Among the four, only Sakura deviated from the plan. Prior to their arrival, Shikamaru had devised several contingency strategies. The sudden assault caught Ye Feng off guard, and as he stood in shock, Shikamaru pondered whether this might be too easy. He had sensed something amiss. Why had Sasuke's initial reaction upon seeing them been astonishment rather than aggression? Just as they were about to succeed, Ye Feng snapped out of his stupor, fearing capture and the impending swarm of insects. He unleashed chakra from every pore in his body, spinning as he executed a technique derived from Niji's ultimate defense, the heavenly spin. This was neither a bloodline limit nor a secret technique, but rather a maneuver that leveraged the near 360-degree vision of the Byakugan. As a result of his training, Ye Feng found it relatively easy to replicate the heavenly spin. With a twist of his body, chakra surged forth, generating enough force to fling Sakura away. Due to his inexperience in controlling power during combat, she was propelled violently against the wall, causing her to crash down and cough up blood. She was injured. Shino's insects were repelled by the chakra Ye Feng had unleashed, none able to approach him. Ye Feng had no desire to harm them. His lack of practical experience had led to this unfortunate outcome. They had attacked him the moment they met, and he had no intention of being captured. Knowing that once they discovered he was not Sasuke, escaping would become increasingly difficult. Truly troublesome, Shikamaru muttered to himself, surprised that the Sharingan could replicate even Niji's heavenly spin. After gently removing Sakura from his grasp, Ye Feng quickly leaped backward, evading Shikamaru, Hinata, and Ino's techniques. As he jumped back, he grabbed his oversized backpack and charged towards the only window in the room. With a crash, Ye Feng broke through the window and scrambled onto the rooftop, hoping to make a swift escape. Sasuke, return with me. You deliberately revealed your whereabouts to us, didn't you? A masked man, revealing only one eye, stood in his path. This was the copy ninja, Kakashi. Ye Feng felt exasperated. When had he ever intentionally disclosed his location to them? At that moment, Shikamaru, Ino, and Shino pursued him outside, while Sakura lay incapacitated. The four surrounded Ye Feng, trapping him in conjunction with Kakashi. With Kakashi present, Shikamaru and the others refrained from attacking immediately, believing the chances of Ye Feng escaping Kakashi's grasp to be slim. Ye Feng reached into his oversized backpack, feeling dizzy. He lacked the habit of securing his tool pouch to his waist, making it cumbersome to retrieve items now. Kakashi, confident in his abilities, especially when it came to his students, was in no rush to subdue Ye Feng. While Ye Feng was not Kakashi's student, his resemblance to Sasuke, coupled with the rumors that Uchiha Ye Feng had been an imbecile for years, led to the assumption that the person before them was indeed that fool. Kakashi, for the moment, remained oblivious to the truth. Smoke bomb, Ye Feng shouted, throwing the object to the ground. Upon hearing the term smoke bomb, Shikamaru and the others instinctively focused their attention on Ye Feng, wary of his potential escape amidst the smoke. However, what Ye Feng had thrown was not a smoke bomb, but a flash bomb. In an instant, the unprepared group was blinded by a brilliant light, forcing them to squint. Kakashi, caught off guard by Ye Feng's cunning, was also affected. Having anticipated this, Ye Feng was unaffected by the flash and swiftly evaded their encirclement, fleeing into the distance. As he jumped away, Ye Feng lamented, "I didn't expect Kakashi to show up, deliberately revealing my whereabouts. When did I ever do that? This is a predicament. Kakashi has a ninja dog named Pakin, renowned for its tracking abilities. How can I evade them now?" After several seconds, Kakashi and his companions began to regain their vision, but by then, Ye Feng had vanished without a trace. I can't believe I was outsmarted by that little rascal. Yet, something feels off about this Sasuke, Kakashi muttered to himself. With a thud, Kakashi summoned Pakin. What brings you here this time? Pakin inquired, noticing Shikamaru and the others present. We are tracking Sasuke. He just slipped through my fingers. And now I need your assistance, Kakashi explained. What? Sasuke managed to escape from you? That is quite impressive. Parker sniffed the air, perplexed by the absence of Sasuke's scent. What? No trace of him. Kakashi, usually unflappable, displayed a hint of surprise. Come this way. This room was recently occupied by Sasuke, and it must bear his scent. Parker was led to the room previously inhabited by Leaf Maple, where he spent some time smelling around, ultimately shaking his head. There is no sign of Sasuke here. The scent left behind does not belong to him. Having previously tracked Sasuke, Parker recognized his unique aroma, and it was evident that the residue was not Sasuke's. What? Not Sasuke's scent. Whose could it be? Could he have altered his scent through some peculiar means? I'm not certain. While it may not be Sasuke's aroma, I can still trace the scent's owner, Parker replied. Very well, let us not tarry. We must depart immediately, Kakashi declared, and without delay, he, Parker, and Nara Shikamaru set off in pursuit of Leaf Maple. Despite her injuries, Sakura insisted on accompanying them. What's wrong? Parker abruptly halted outside the town. His expression contorted in distress as he sniffed the air in various directions. What is that odor? It's unbearable. Ino quickly covered her nose. Overwhelmed by a potent and acrid scent that permeated the air, Parker, repulsed by the stench, retreated several meters before apologizing to Kakashi. I'm sorry, but this odor is too pungent for me to endure. It seems Sasuke coated himself with a powder made from dogbane to evade my tracking, and he dispersed himself in numerous directions using shadow clones. I can no longer trace him. Kakashi remained silent, though he too detected the offensive aroma, albeit less acutely than Parker. Every creature has its own preference for scents, and dogs are no exception. The stench of dogbane is so unpleasant that even humans find it intolerable, let alone dogs, whose sense of smell is magnitude stronger. Furthermore, with Sasuke having escaped in multiple directions using shadow clones, pursuing him was rendered futile. Meanwhile, Leaf Maple was leaping away, unaware that the dogbane powder he had collected out of curiosity would prove useful today. This powder is not available on the market due to its irritating scent, affecting dogs significantly more than other beings. While using dogbane may disorient ninja dogs, humans can still follow their scent, which is why few would employ dogbane as a ninja tool. This odor is exceptionally irritating. I must find a place to wash it off, Leaf Maple mused, not daring to slow his pace, intent on escaping the area. He had spent the night awake, striving to distance himself from Kakashi and the others. How could they possibly track me? He thought, drawing on his experiences from his previous life to conclude that the Hidden Leaf Village possesses an extensive intelligence network. These networks are spread across various locales, and as he and Sasuke are twins with identical appearances, it was reasonable that he had not disguised himself during his time away. Determined to outsmart them, Leaf Maple decided that upon reaching the next town, he would acquire tools to learn how to disguise himself. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had ventured deeper into the land of lightning, where the mountains soared high, shrouded in mist, reminiscent of a cinematic fantasy. The dawn had broken, yet the sun's rays struggled to pierce through the thick fog and illuminate the ground. Leaf Maple discovered a small river and stripped down to bathe. Eager to wash away the scent of dogbane, he discarded his previous attire and retrieved a fresh set of clothing from his large backpack. Upon unveiling a new outfit, he noticed the Uchiha clan's emblem on the back and instinctively smacked his forehead. Heavens! I'm still wearing clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha symbol. It's no wonder I could be easily recognized. Is this a lapse in my experience? He pondered. No matter. I shall wear it for now and procure new garments in the town. Just as he was dressing, a leisurely voice echoed from a tree across the river. Startled, Leaf Maple turned to find Kabuto Yakushi, a figure of profound intellect, whose appearance was never a harbinger of good tidings. Leaf Maple's expression darkened. Despite Kabuto's gentle tone, he was acutely aware that dealing with such a cunning individual was fraught with peril. Confronted by Kabuto, who was deemed by Orochimaru to be on par with Kakashi in strength, Leaf Maple felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. His eyes shifted, transforming from black pupils to the three-tomo Sharingan. Perhaps due to his rebirth and the retention of memories from his past life, his mental acuity was significantly heightened. Leaf Maple's Sharingan appeared slightly larger than normal, and he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. 1, 2, 3, 4, Leaf Maple counted silently. Recognizing that 4 individuals concealed nearby formed a quintet with Kabuto, creating a menacing encirclement. "What do you intend to do?" Leaf Maple inquired. Though internally, he was astonished by how Kabuto had managed to track his movements without his realization. As Kabuto noted Leaf Maple's gaze shift towards the hidden individuals, he was taken aback. This Leaf Maple was no simpleton. His Sharingan had indeed detected the presence of the four others, confirming the power of the Uchiha clan's ocular abilities. "Nothing of consequence. I have merely come at Lord Orochimaru's behest to invite you to visit him. Your brother Sasuke is also there, and you may see him if you join us." "Not interested. You may leave," Leaf Maple coldly declined. Hastily finishing dressing and securing his ninja tools to his waist for easy access in case of an emergency. "That won't do. Lord Orochimaru has instructed me to bring you back, and failure to do so will result in punishment." "This also aligns with Sasuke's wishes," Kabuto replied, gesturing for the others to emerge. With a swift motion, four figures leapt from their concealed positions, surrounding Leaf Maple from the cardinal directions, while Kabuto remained nonchalantly on the sidelines, seemingly uninterested in engaging in physical confrontation. "Oh, it appears you wish to take a more forceful approach. Before we proceed, I have a question for you," Leaf Maple stated, locking eyes with Kabuto. "Ask away, Leaf Maple. I shall answer your inquiries truthfully. Since we are to accompany Lord Orochimaru, it is only right to be forthright with one another," Kabuto replied, his tone suggesting that capturing Leaf Maple had become an inevitability. "When did you first discover my whereabouts? And how did you track me?" Leaf Maple pressed. "We detected your movements upon your entry into the land of rice. Our intelligence network is well established there. We were preoccupied for a few days, which is why we have only now come to find you. In fact, we arrived last night, intending to assist you at a crucial moment. However, it seems you managed to handle them on your own and escaped. After that, we followed closely behind you." Upon hearing such words from Yakushi Kabuto, Ye Feng realized when he had been discovered by Orochimaru. The journey from Konoha to the Land of Clouds would inevitably pass through several smaller countries situated between the two major powers, with the Land of Rice being one of them. Reflecting on it, Ye Feng discerned two reasons for revealing his whereabouts. First, he was still wearing clothing adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem. Second, during his journey, he had unwittingly earned some extra money by intimidating those who attempted to rob him. Using the exceedingly ostentatious fire release, great fireball technique, which would have certainly made his movements known. "So, are you implying that you have been following me all along?" Ye Feng inquired. "Indeed, I understand that disturbing someone while they bathe is quite impolite, which is why I waited until you finished before approaching you," Yakushi Kabuto replied. "Now, I have another question. As soon as I leave the town, I could create several shadow clones, each fleeing in different directions. What evidence do you have to confirm which one of us is the real body?" Ye Feng intended to press for answers, eager to learn where he had erred so he could amend his ways in the future. Yakushi Kabuto, fully aware of Ye Feng's intentions, answered truthfully. "Although you have blended in among the shadow clones, it is impossible to discern your real body with the naked eye. However, among my companions, there exists a sensory-type ninja who detected that among the many clones, only one possessed a significantly higher chakra level. The others shared an equal amount, allowing us to swiftly ascertain which was the real body and which were merely clones." At that moment, Ye Feng finally comprehended how Yakushi Kabuto had been able to track him. He had not evenly distributed all his chakra among the shadow clones, as he was not in the midst of training but rather in flight, thus conserving a considerable amount of chakra and avoiding unnecessary waste. Ironically, this became the very key to revealing his whereabouts. Ye Feng cast a wary glance at the other four individuals, realizing that one of them was indeed a sensory-type ninja. The fact that he could sense Ye Feng without being detected himself implied that the technique he employed was not an ordinary sensory ninjutsu, but rather a special ability. With years of experience, Ye Feng was acutely aware of his sensitivity to sensory ninjutsu. If someone could perceive him without him noticing, it could only mean that the individual possessed a unique ability as a sensory ninja. Ye Feng was uncertain of the strength of the four individuals, but each of them bore a sharp gaze, fixed intently upon him. Daring to meet my gaze, very well. Well, I have answered your question. It is time for me to take my leave. Do not entertain thoughts of escaping. Each of these four possesses commendable strength, and if you were to be harmed, it would reflect poorly on me upon my return to Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto warned. I refuse. I do not share Sasuke's yearning for Orochimaru's power. And has Orochimaru not already taken Sasuke under his wing? When do I have to go there? Ye Feng retorted firmly. Such an arrangement would entail living in constant fear. I would much rather revel in my freedom outside. You are indeed remarkable. A clever individual feigning ignorance for so many years, deceiving not only everyone in Konoha, but even your own twin brother. It is no wonder Sasuke desires Orochimaru to retrieve you. Yakushi Kabuto remarked with a hint of jest. To be honest, Orochimaru is not the only one intrigued by you. I find myself quite fascinated as well. I would love the opportunity to conduct a thorough physical examination to better understand you. Though Yakushi Kabuto spoke in jest, Ye Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Conduct a physical examination? Surely, you mean to dissect me. It was entirely reasonable for Sasuke to be infuriated. As orphans of the Uchiha clan and twin brothers, Ye Feng had deceived him for so long. Are you attempting to drag me to Orochimaru for companionship? I will not comply. You should continue your path of vengeance and peace. Apologies, but I must take my leave. My brother has come to fetch me, Ye Feng stated, pointing in the direction behind Yakushi Kabuto. As Yakushi Kabuto instinctively turned to look, he was taken aback to see two figures perched upon a nearby tree. Clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, the attire of the Akatsuki. Those two figures were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. Well, Itachi, who would have thought that Orochimaru has set his sights on your other brother as well? Kisame remarked. Once I deal with this lot, I will confront Orochimaru, Itachi stated, devoid of any emotional inflection. The appearance of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki sent waves of tension through Yakushi Kabuto and his associates. Just the presence of Itachi, a figure more formidable than Orochimaru himself, combined with Kisame, could easily eliminate them all. Among the group, Yakushi Kabuto was the most shocked. He had known from his intelligence network that Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki were currently within the borders of the Land of Clouds. But he had not anticipated that they would happen upon Ye Feng. The unfolding events left Yakushi Kabuto momentarily bewildered. Taking advantage of the astonishment, Ye Feng made his move, reaching into his satchel to retrieve something. Among the four individuals, the shorter youth was the sensory-type ninja, although he had also noticed Itachi and Kisame. His sensory abilities indicated that there was no one behind Yakushi Kabuto. Realizing this fact, the slender young man called out to his companions. Upon hearing his warning, everyone, including Kabuto, redirected their focus to Ye Feng. The reason Yakushi Kabuto had fallen for the illusion was that he was aware of Itachi and Kisame's presence in the Land of Clouds, leading him to be momentarily entranced by the illusion of their appearance. Smoke bomb, Ye Feng shouted, tossing the object he had retrieved from his bag to the ground. A brilliant flash of light erupted as he executed the same escape technique he had previously used against Kakashi, having learned from past experience. Yakushi Kabuto and the others instinctively shielded their eyes to avoid direct exposure to the blinding light. Although the flash was dazzling, it lasted only for a brief moment. Once it subsided, they could pursue Ye Feng as he fled. However, they did not anticipate that Ye Feng would not escape in the same manner he had against Kakashi. Taking full advantage of their momentary distraction, he swiftly formed hand seals, producing 6 shadow clones, 5 of which charged towards Yakushi Kabuto and his companions, while one veered off into the distance. As the 5 shadow clones lunged at Yakushi Kabuto's group, Ye Feng rapidly executed a series of hand seals, channeling lightning and fire chakra into an energy sphere within his grasp. This energy sphere, crafted through the swirling technique reminiscent of the Rasengan, bore a shape akin to that of the Rasengan, radiating a brilliant white light. This was an unfinished technique, a nascent ninjutsu Ye Feng had devised by attempting to combine lightning and fire releases, which he had dubbed Aurora. Sharing a twin bond with Sasuke, Ye Feng possessed both fire and lightning attributes. Previously, he had envied Naruto's Rasengan and Sasuke's Chidori, however, as he lacked the wind affinity. Even if he understood the training process for the Rasengan, he could never wield it with the same potency as Naruto. His attempts would only yield a form devoid of true power, akin to Kakashi's version. Without guidance, all of Ye Feng's discoveries had been the result of his solitary explorations. Perhaps it was this very journey that provided him with a unique understanding of the transformation of chakra. In his quest to develop a unique ninjutsu, Leaf Maple tirelessly experimented and imitated the Chidori technique. Although the technique he produced bore semblance to its inspiration, its potency was significantly diminished, rendering it largely ineffective. In the original narrative, there were precedents for the fusion of 2 distinct chakra natures, such as Yamato's combination of earth, water, and wood styles, or the 5th Mizuki's water. fire, and boil techniques, as well as the third Tsuchikage's earth, wind, and dust styles. Even White's water, wind, and ice styles were mentioned, as Kakashi referenced during Naruto's training in wind techniques. Yet, the combination of fire and lightning styles had never been witnessed before. Leaf Maple traversed a path devoid of direction, reliant solely on his own exploration, with success remaining an uncertain prospect. After years of fruitless attempts, he had yet to successfully merge the lightning and fire styles into a new force. Reflecting on the astounding power generated when Sasuke and Naruto clashed with their respective signature moves, Chidori and Rasengan, he pondered that if fusion was unattainable, perhaps he could exploit their repulsion instead. Thus, he endeavored to harness the opposing forces to create a novel technique. After countless experiments, Leaf Maple finally developed a formidable ninjutsu, the lightning fire release, Aurora. The two disparate chakra natures were forcibly compressed together, and the violent energies of lightning and fire were suppressed within a sphere, rotating in a manner akin to the Rasengan. When the power within the lightning fire sphere erupted, the force was truly astonishing. On several occasions, Leaf Maple narrowly escaped death due to the overwhelming power of his own technique. In combat, the true potential of Aurora remained untested, yet Orochimaru's subordinates were all warriors seasoned in bloodshed, and slaughtering them seemed justified. Thus, Leaf Maple harbored no intentions of showing mercy. You possess a modicum of cleverness, but to think that such trivial wits could allow you to escape their grasp is rather naive. These four are the substitutes for the likes of Gitomaru, the sound ninja quartet that led Sasuke to Orochimaru, remarked Kabuto with a knowing smirk. To be a substitute for those four meant that these individuals had clawed their way from the depths of death. In terms of cunning and experience, they were unparalleled. Leaf Maple's cleverness was insignificant in their eyes. As Leaf Maple unleashed his shining sphere, they had already prepared in secret. Days prior, they had trained alongside Sasuke and gained some insight into the Sharingan, aware of its predictive capabilities. Thus, as Leaf Maple initiated his attack, they retreated to a safe distance while simultaneously launching a counterattack with their own ninjutsu. Two elements dilemma barrier. Before Leaf Maple could reach them, the diminutive sensing ninja commanded, and the other three executed synchronized hand seals, pressing their hands to the ground. With a thunderous sound, four walls of rocky gray rose from the earth, encircling Leaf Maple from all sides. In an instant, the walls summoned by the quartet coalesced, forming a sealed space, with all six versions of Leaf Maple, including his shadow clones, trapped within, with no chance of escape. Indeed, it is not so simple. Leaf Maple realized the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated their use of a barrier. However, he felt powerless, aware of his insufficient experience. Trapped in the completely sealed space, devoid of any light, Leaf Maple could only rely on the illumination of his Aurora technique. At this moment, all six versions of Leaf Maple ceased their movements. 1. The true Leaf Maple approached the barrier wall, while the other five clones drew near, raising their hands to enhance the light emitted by Aurora. As Leaf Maple reached the barrier wall and touched its surface, he felt a chilling sensation, as though it were damp with moisture. Through observation and contact, he deduced that the barrier was likely a fusion of water and earth styles, reinforced with abundant metallic components extracted from the earth. He wondered about its hardness. Casting a glance at one of his shadow clones, he retreated a short distance, and the clone understood his intent. The others followed suit, leaving one shadow clone behind. The remaining clone intensified the compression of Aurora and then thrust its hands against the barrier. Upon contact, Aurora erupted in a blinding radiance, illuminating the space as though a sun had been born within. The surface, spinning like the Rasengan, functioned as a destructive machine, rapidly dismantling the barrier wall. Aurora relied on the outer layer of rapidly rotating chakra to compress the two opposing energies. As this outer layer was progressively eroded, the suppressive force diminished, allowing the inner energy to explode forth. Kabuto heard the muffled explosion resonate from within the barrier, indicating Leaf Maple's attempt to breach it. "I wish we had a more powerful barrier," lamented the short youth. "Stop complaining. If we had a stronger barrier and harmed him, Lord Orochimaru would blame us." Another comrade replied, "Leaf Maple, I know you can hear me. Give up and return with us. You cannot escape. The air within is limited." Kabuto urged from outside the barrier. Inside, trapped Leaf Maple heard Kabuto's words, but he was focused on assessing the extent of the barrier's damage. His technique had created a 1-meter-deep dent in the barrier wall, yet it remained unbroken, showcasing its exceptional defensive capabilities. This barrier could even self-repair its damaged areas. Akin to the Earth Release, Earth Prison used by the rotund member of the Sound Quartet. Fortunately, this barrier did not absorb chakra like the aforementioned technique. Indeed, the incomplete technique lacks considerable power, Leaf Maple mused, resolving to amplify its strength. With lightning speed, he formed hand seals, channeling both lightning and fire chakra, then combining these two distinct natures for a powerful compression in his palm. The radiant lightning fire release, Aurora materialized within Leaf Maple's grasp. Let us charge for a minute this time, Leaf Maple declared, and the other clones joined in the effort to compress and gather energy for Aurora. Kabuto, observing from outside, uttered several remarks, but when no response came from within, they speculated about Leaf Maple's next move. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from within the barrier, far more intense than before, causing the entire barrier to tremble. What astonishing destructive force! He managed to damage half of the seal in one blow, exclaimed the short youth in astonishment, his body displaying the first stage of the curse mark. The other three followed suit. The sensing ninja, positioned closest to Leaf Maple's assault, was the first to activate his curse mark, fully aware that should Leaf Maple breach the barrier, he would be the first to face the consequences. Leaf Maple had deliberately chosen to strike at the position of the sensing ninja, guessing that, as a sensing-type ninja, his combat prowess was likely not formidable. The first Aurora could create a 3-meter-wide and 2-meter-deep breach in the barrier, but the quartet promptly intensified their efforts to repair it, managing to restore half of the gap within seconds. "I won't let you succeed," declared Leaf Maple, as his second clone raised a sphere of Aurora, the size of a blue ball, charging towards the partially restored breach. The thunderous rumble echoed as the four individuals outside felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, their hearts gripped by astonishment. They began to contemplate whether it was an overreaction to mobilize all four of them, alongside Yakushi Kabuto, to capture Ye Feng. After all, Ye Feng was, at best, merely on par with Sasuke. They could not fathom that a mere 13-year-old boy possessed such formidable power. Even if they aimed to bring Ye Feng back unscathed, it would prove exceedingly challenging. As Ye Feng unleashed his fourth Aurora, its might shattered the barrier, sending shockwaves through the area. Though the short young man managed to evade the impact of the barrier's destruction, he emerged with a face covered in dust. Utilizing the ninja art for Purple Flame's formation, they could hardly believe that a 13-year-old boy had breached their barrier. With a sense of indignation, they resorted to a more potent formation. This technique, which had previously been employed during Orochimaru's assault on the Hidden Leaf, was known for its devastating power. A mere brush against the barrier could result in incineration. This barrier poses a dilemma, Ye Feng mused. I have stated before, how could someone favored by Lord Orochimaru be deemed inept? You should take this matter seriously. Should you falter, Lord Orochimaru would certainly be displeased. Yakushi Kabuto, who had concealed himself within the Hidden Leaf for so long, understood well the significance of remaining unseen. He recognized that Ye Feng's mentality was far from ordinary. Perhaps he and Ye Feng were of a similar ilk. As excitement surged within him, Kabuto began to anticipate the days ahead spent alongside Ye Feng and Sasuke. Upon hearing Kabuto's warning about Orochimaru's wrath, the expressions of the four men darkened. They dreaded the thought of Orochimaru deeming them ineffectual, which could lead to them becoming test subjects. All right, we understand. Mukin, it's your turn. We must subdue him swiftly, the short young man directed the taller individual. Very well, Mukin replied, preparing to initiate their rapid capture of Ye Feng. At that moment, the sensing-type short young man suddenly shouted, "Be careful! Enemies are approaching!" From all directions, several kunai tied with explosive tags flew towards them, forcing the quartet to abandon the barrier and leap aside to evade the onslaught. From the shadows, a few figures emerged, pursuing the four-man team. Ye Feng focused his gaze, recognizing that the newcomers were Kakashi, Nara Shikamu, Yamanaka Ino, and Aburame Shino. Seeing these familiar figures stirred unexpected emotions within Ye Feng, who, to be honest, would have preferred being taken back to the Hidden Leaf rather than captured by Orochimaru. My apologies for the late arrival, Kakashi said, a hint of regret in his tone. How did you find me? Ye Feng inquired, astonished. Doesn't Parker fear the dogbane? You have my insects on you, Shino replied matter-of-factly. Impossible. I distinctly remember none of the insects could approach me. I repelled them all, Ye Feng asserted. While none could get close, a few managed to land in your backpack when you repelled them, allowing us to track you, Shino explained. Ah, I see. It appears there are many unforeseen variables beyond my control, Ye Feng acknowledged. As they spoke, Kakashi observed Ye Feng intently, sensing an enigmatic depth to him. Firstly, he noted that Sasuke did not utilize shadow clones, and with Sasuke's chakra level, he couldn't afford to waste it like Naruto with the Nine Tails. Preserving chakra would enable him to maintain a better state when confronting adversaries. Currently, it seemed that Ye Feng operated differently. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, who remained preoccupied with breaking the barrier, he had already exhausted for shadow clones, leaving only 2 remaining, alongside his own form. In his hands, he maintained a blue, fire-infused sphere of ninjutsu, yet his primary concern lay with Yakushi Kabuto and his companions. Ye Feng recalled that during the Chunin exams, Orochimaru had personally assessed Kabuto's strength, equating it to Kakashi's. Given the presence of the other 4, whose combat abilities remained unknown, Kakashi and his team could not afford to underestimate them. In contrast to the threat posed by Kabuto's group, Kakashi found himself intrigued by the ninjutsu in Ye Feng's grasp. The black sphere, compressed between red and purple chakra, contained the elemental properties of both lightning and fire. The ability to wield 2 chakra types simultaneously suggested that Ye Feng's prowess was formidable. As Ye Feng engaged in casual conversation with Kakashi and the others, Kabuto felt a twinge of being overlooked, despite not participating directly in the battle. Ye Feng-kun, Kakashi-senpai has journeyed far to find you. Do you intend to be taken back to the Hidden Leaf, or will you accompany us back, alongside Sasuke and Lord Orochimaru? Being captured by them could lead to your imprisonment, Kabuto attempted to persuade. What? He is Ye Feng? Shikamaru, Ino, and Shino expressed varying degrees of astonishment upon hearing Kabuto's words. In particular, Ino struggled to reconcile the person before her with the foolish boy they had long forgotten. How is this possible? Ino scrutinized Ye Feng, unable to connect the dots between the inept child and the individual standing before her, for his eyes radiated clarity. Utterly unlike the past. Indeed, Kakashi maintained a facade of calm, though internally, he was engulfed in tumultuous thoughts. From the moment he laid eyes on Ye Feng, he sensed something amiss. When Parker mentioned that their target lacked Sasuke's scent, Kakashi initially suspected that Sasuke had employed some unique method to alter his aroma. As they pursued Ye Feng, Kakashi's mind replayed the events, leading him to an unsettling conclusion. The individual they tracked bore little resemblance to the Sasuke he knew. This person exhibited a cunning edge. Typically, those who displayed cleverness were often labeled as sly. Kakashi pondered the possibility that the person they were pursuing might not be Sasuke. Yet he never entertained the notion that it could be Uchiha Ye Feng, the once inept child left behind after the Uchiha clan's downfall. Kabuto's earlier revelation had illuminated Ye Feng's true identity, leaving Kakashi astounded. The individual before him bore no semblance to a foolish child. Those clear, intelligent eyes betrayed a keen intellect. A child who had learned to conceal himself from the world since the age of 7 possessed a level of maturity unparalleled by others. Who, then, was he truly? Suddenly, an absurd question emerged in Kakashi's mind. Though he recognized Ye Feng as the Uchiha heir who had lived in obscurity, the fact that he had managed to remain undetected for so long and evolved into a capable ninja without guidance hinted at the emergence of yet another prodigy from the Uchiha clan. If this were the case, he could not allow Ye Feng to fall into Orochimaru's hands. Yakushi Kabuto, I acknowledge your intelligence and commend your strength. A person whom Orochimaru regards as possessing abilities on par with Kakashi is not to be underestimated. However, capturing me will not be an easy feat, and I have no intention of going to Orochimaru. If I wished to accompany Sasuke, I would have done so when he departed. Do not attempt to persuade me. Your words will not sway me. Ye Feng cautioned Kabuto, making it clear that he was no fool. Indeed, you are quite astute. I suspect you may have eavesdropped on my conversation with Lord Orochimaru. As you seem to be well informed, Kabuto mused, a hint of admiration creeping into his tone. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you, and as I anticipated, you are unlikely to follow us willingly. Thus, I am eager to see if I can bring you back by force. As Yakushi Kabuto spoke, he retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready to strike at any moment. Faced with the approaching Kakashi, Yakushi Kabuto dared not be complacent. The reputation of the copy ninja and his Sharingan was well earned. Coupled with the enigmatic Ye Feng, Kabuto suddenly felt an unsettling premonition that this mission might end in failure. From their earlier conversation, It was evident that Li Feng had eavesdropped on his discussion with Orochimaru, a realization that filled Kabuto with dread. For even the legendary Sannin had not detected his presence. The stealth exhibited by Li Feng was indeed formidable. Kakashi, who had been evaluated by Orochimaru as a peer in strength, was now challenged by Li Feng's presence. "Aren't you eager to engage him?" Li Feng inquired, turning to Kakashi. "You need not voice it. I shall confront him regardless." "I cannot idly stand by while you are taken," Kakashi replied, revealing his concealed Sharingan. He then addressed Kabuto. "Last time you escaped. This time I shall ensure you receive a proper lesson, you mischievous child." A smirk graced Kabuto's lips. "Well, you must be capable of doing so." In truth, Li Feng longed to observe the battle between Kakashi and Kabuto closely, hoping to glean insights from their confrontation. Yet, the current scenario did not afford him such an opportunity. Goodness, their combined strength is astounding, Li Feng thought, gazing incredulously at the Sound Ninja Quartet. Despite being outnumbered 3-4, Li Feng considered that with Shikamaru's intellect and the support of Ino and Choji, they should be able to hold their ground. However, the reality was starkly different, as the trio found themselves overwhelmed and scattered. Initially, the teamwork between Shikamaru and Ino appeared weak, lacking the necessary offensive capabilities. In contrast, the coordination of the four Sound Ninja was seamless, suggesting they had fought together for years, resulting in an extraordinarily high level of synergy. The diminutive sensor-type youth, Yuji, took charge of the battlefield, offering support and issuing commands with concise vocal cues. The tall figure, Mizuki, specialized in disruption, employing unique soundwave attacks. His bone-like flute emitted omnipresent sonic waves that inflicted severe auditory distress upon their foes, inducing nausea and disorientation. The strikingly pale youth, Kyumi, who bore an ominous glint in his eyes, displayed a strong ranged attack that resembled the abilities of the spider summoning Gaki, hinting at a familial connection. Lastly, the robust Shurji excelled in earth-style techniques, predominantly of a defensive nature. The imbalance of 3 against 4 was already precarious. And now the formidable combination of their opponents rendered Shikamaru and his allies unable to approach, forcing them to retreat. Shikamaru's shadow-binding technique required proximity, and he was injured before he could devise a countermeasure. Ino's new transformation technique lacked offensive power. In a long-range scenario, she found it nearly impossible to land a hit. Although Shino fared slightly better, remaining uninjured, he too was at a loss, as his insects were effectively countered by their adversaries. Reluctantly, Li Feng decided to intervene. He could not allow the future heroes of Konoha to perish on his account. With a sense of regret, he took action, activating his Sharingan. Li Feng's eyes transformed into the state of 3 Tomo. Which strategy would be most suitable? He pondered, recalling past musings on fighting multiple opponents. Although he had never tested these ideas, the present moment presented an opportunity to do so. "Be cautious. Li Feng is making a move," Yuji warned his comrades. But before he could elaborate, he sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from Li Feng. "Impossible. His chakra has increased tenfold," Yuji exclaimed in disbelief. The other 3, though less perceptive than Yuji, also felt the intense fluctuations of chakra radiating from Li Feng, whose attire billowed as if caught in a tempest. Even Kakashi and Kabuto, engaged in their own clash, paused to observe Li Feng, astonishment evident in Kakashi's gaze, while Kabuto's eyes burned with fervor. The shadow clone that Li Feng had previously created dissipated with a loud pop, and he swiftly performed hand seals to create 4 new shadow clones, distributing his chakra evenly among them. The Sound Ninja Quartet witnessed 2 of Li Feng's clones dart forward with an ethereal speed, dragging Shikamaru and Ino out of the fray. He then addressed Shino. "Shino, take a moment to rest. It is now my time to shine." Such familiarity in addressing him by name was typically reserved for close companions. Although Shino and Li Feng were not particularly close, the words evoked an uncanny sense of camaraderie in Shino, almost as if they were old friends. Pondering this strange feeling, Shino retreated to join Shikamaru and Ino, unable to comprehend why he felt such unwavering trust toward Li Feng, whose words seemed imbued with an inexplicable charm. Ino, wide-eyed and speechless, experienced a momentary lapse in thought. Previously, she and Sakura had agreed that upon growing up, Sakura would marry Sasuke while Ino would wed Li Feng. Yet, since Li Feng had begun to feign ignorance, Ino had redirected her affections toward Sasuke. Now, the individual once deemed simple-minded suddenly displayed such extraordinary prowess. exuding an unnameable confidence that sent Ino's heart racing. "Buy me some time," Ye Feng instructed, standing at the edge of the battlefield, his hands rapidly forming intricate seals as the four clones charged toward their targets. The speed he exhibited placed considerable pressure on his opponents as they prepared to face him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the quartet understood that if they did not unleash their full potential, they would suffer a crushing defeat. This Ye Feng was far beyond Sasuke. Even the second cursed seal state of Sasuke could not compare. Mizuki's flute transformed, producing a piercing sound that concentrated chakra into a devastating sonic assault aimed at the five Ye Fengs, an intensity that was unbearable, akin to the screech of glass. The omnipresent sound waves assaulted Ye Feng's ears, disrupting his balance and inducing a sense of nausea, accompanied by slight hallucinations. This cannot continue, Ye Feng thought, activating his Sharingan as the tomo spun rapidly. The illusion, terrifying space, was unleashed. Although Ye Feng's Sharingan had yet to evolve into the Manjikyu state, his soul and mental strength, far superior to the average individual, allowed his illusions to immerse the target in a minute of experience, equivalent to a full 60 seconds in reality. Of course, this did not compare to the likes of Tsukuyomi, yet it was undeniably more potent than standard Jinjutsu, providing a heightened sense of realism for the victim. Yuji uttered a single syllable, a signal learned from their sparring with Sasuke, warning his comrades not to gaze into Ye Feng's eyes, for he intended to cast an illusion with his Sharingan. However, he was a tad late in his reminder. Ye Feng's mastery of the Sharingan techniques far surpassed that of Sasuke, both in maturity and swiftness. Judging Ye Feng by Sasuke's standards proved futile. Mu Ji and Jing Wei had already fallen victim. Yu Ji, being particularly sensitive to fluctuations in chakra, could sense the slightest movement of Ye Feng's Sharingan. The Earth-style adept, Shiji, wary from previous sparring sessions with Sasuke where he had suffered under the Sharingan's illusions, refrained from meeting Ye Feng's gaze directly, thus narrowly escaping the fate of being ensnared by Jinjutsu. Under the tutelage of countless esteemed authors, Ye Feng learned to always keep a reserve, even concealing half of his chakra within his body, securely sealed within his heart and head. This strategy was inspired by Aunt Tsunade. Although Ye Feng lacked her ability to create forbidden techniques for regeneration, his knowledge of medical ninjutsu was merely superficial. This tactic was employed to obscure his true strength, preventing others from discerning his chakra reserves, thereby evading detection by sensory-type ninjas. Given the current circumstances, the four-man team, empowered by their curse-marked state, would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge, especially considering their coordination. Without genuine skill, they would be difficult to defeat. Shiji shouted a warning, prompting Shiji to act. Years of collaboration allowed Shiji to instinctively know his role upon hearing Yuji's call. He promptly executed a defensive jutsu, Earth-style, Iron Wall. A soil barrier, shimmering with a metallic sheen, rose from the ground, positioning itself between Ye Feng and the four, not only obstructing Ye Feng's path, but also shielding against the gaze of the Sharingan. Following Shiji's Earth-style maneuver, Yuji swiftly retreated with the two incapacitated individuals, while Shiji placed his palms on their backs, dispelling the Jinjutsu. The two returned to reality, their breaths heavy as the disorientation of the illusion lingered. They had endured what felt like minutes of mental torment. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Feng had chosen a more time-consuming approach, circumventing the wall rather than demolishing it. Yuji shouted another sound. Upon hearing this, Shiji instinctively acted, biting his finger to perform a summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a giant tusked elephant, as massive as a small mountain, emerged. Shiji and the other three leaped onto the back of the colossal creature, which trumpeted loudly at Shiji's command and charged toward Ye Feng's shadow clones. On the other side of the wall, Ye Feng completed his 16th hand seal, standing motionless with palms pressed together. The appearance of the giant tusked elephant did not deter the four Ye Fengs. Its immense size rendered it sluggish. However, Ye Feng, possessing the Sharingan, easily evaded the creature's tusks, ascending its body toward the sound ninjas. Mu Ji, having clawed his way back from the brink of death, displayed remarkable willpower. Recovering rapidly from Ye Feng's Jinjutsu, he bit his finger to initiate a summoning of his own. Amidst a cloud of smoke, he conjured a horde of small creatures, each resembling a seahorse, no taller than a human's waist. If not for their actual wings, Ye Feng might have mistaken them for real seahorses. As they appeared, Mu Ji blew into a bone flute, prompting the seahorse creatures to inflate their bodies. while Ye Feng pondered the purpose of these seahorses. The tone of Muji's flute sharpened, and the creatures unleashed a barrage of sonic waves from their elongated mouths. These waves not only wreaked havoc, but also distorted the air in the vicinity, creating a thick, turbulent atmosphere. The four shadow clones of Ye Feng found themselves evading the sonic onslaught, unable to close in on their opponents. The relentless sound waves functioned akin to an ultrasonic weapon, leaving Ye Feng's clones in disarray. As both sides reached an impasse, Ye Feng's real body seemed prepared. He opened his mouth, releasing a series of luminous orbs, each resembling a ping-pong ball in size. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13, 31, 32, 33. The radiant spheres floated around Ye Feng, creating an ethereal spectacle. Sensing the timing was right, the shadow clones briefly conferred. Two would distract while the other two approached their targets. Currently, only Shi and Mu Ji took action, while Yu Ji remained vigilant. As a sensory ninja, he had no need for others to locate Ye Feng's clones. He simply pointed, directing Mu Ji to unleash a concentrated barrage of sonic waves at that position, forcing the clones to retreat. Regrettably, their speed made it impossible to inflict damage. Among them, only the combat-savvy Jing Wei remained poised, his arrows at the ready, prepared to strike if an opportunity to eliminate the shadow clones arose. However, the elusive clones remained too swift. What if Ye Feng forewent the shadow clones and attacked directly with his true self? Was it possible that the Uchiha clan produced such formidable beings? How could he surpass Sasuke by such a margin? How could they approach the four without being detected? Suddenly, Jing Wei, observing from the back of the giant tusked elephant, spotted Ye Feng's true form and the multitude of luminous orbs surrounding him, numbering perhaps in the hundreds. With his exclamation, the others turned to look, and Yu Ji, utilizing his sensory abilities, sensed the jutsu emanating from Ye Feng's position, taken aback by its potency. Now was the moment. In an instant, one of Ye Feng's shadow clones leaped from its concealed position, charging directly at the sound ninja quartet atop the giant tusked elephant. Was this a feint or a genuine attack? Yet, they had no time to ponder, with the clone barreling toward them. They had to shoot to prevent it from closing in. Muji commanded the seahorse creatures to focus their sonic beams on the incoming clone. The clone exhibited no intention of evasion, instead forming hand seals and emanating a blinding light, as radiant as the sun itself. Those who gazed upon the clone were momentarily blinded by the brilliance. The clone successfully fulfilled its purpose, and as the jutsu activated, it was pierced by Mu Ji's sonic waves, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. A sense of dread washed over Yu Ji as he sensed the chaotic flow of chakra among his companions, realizing they had fallen prey to Jinjutsu. How curious. They had not even met Ye Feng's gaze. Ye Feng had long understood the shortcomings of the Sharingan, as evidenced in the storyline where Itachi captured Naruto. Guy had mastered the technique of avoiding direct eye contact with the Sharingan. To compensate for this flaw, Ye Feng tirelessly sought a way to execute Jinjutsu through his limbs as well. As they struggled to comprehend the illusions, Ye Feng's three shadow clones approached them with lightning speed. Although Yu Ji wished to alert his companions, it was too late. Ye Feng's velocity was overwhelming, and with their sight obscured, even if Yu Ji could sense the presence of the three clones, there was little he could do to alter their fate. Thunder Fist. The three shadow clones of Ye Feng concentrated their lightning chakra into their fists, which emitted a purple-blue glow, greeting their foes with fervor. Each punch delivered by Ye Feng's clones was ferocious, infused with electricity that penetrated their bodies, paralyzing their nerves and rendering them immobile. Surrounding Ye Feng, the number of luminous orbs had swelled to nearly 200, and at that moment, these orbs began to quiver as if attempting to break free from his control. With a slight loosening of his will, all 200 orbs surged towards the quartet of sound ninjas. Although the sound ninjas were ensnared in an illusion and unable to see, they sensed the chaotic energy of the multitude of orbs racing towards them, especially for Yu Ji, whose special perception ability alerted him to the volatile chakra contained within the orbs. If they were struck by such a swarm, survival seemed improbable. In this dire moment, the four of them exerted all their efforts to escape Ye Feng's entanglement and evade the incoming orbs. The first to resist was Jing Wei. Having already enveloped himself in a layer of spider silk gold for protection, the impact of Ye Feng's thunder fist had minimal effect on him. The spider silk gold secreted from his pores could withstand even Niji's gentle fist, rendering Ye Feng's electrical paralysis ineffective. Concentrating the silk on his fingertips to form sharp spikes, Jing Wei retaliated, viciously clawing at Ye Feng's shadow clones. Engaged in their fierce assault, the clones were caught off guard by Jing Wei's sudden counterattack, and the lethal claws pierced their vital points, causing all three clones to dissipate into a cloud of smoke. Simultaneously, Shiji discreetly commanded the giant elephant beneath them to charge forward. Observing the Sound Ninja's plight, Ye Feng smiled softly. Their attempts to evade were far from simple. He need not exert much effort to control the 200 orbs. The thunder fist he had struck them with had filled their bodies with negative charges. The luminous orbs he released were drawn to the negative charges, automatically pursuing them until they made contact. As they moved, the orbs adjusted their trajectories accordingly, causing the expressions of the Sound Ninjas to shift in alarm. Mookie, shoot down all the orbs. Yuji sensed the orbs contained two distinctly unstable types of chakra. A mere touch could trigger an explosion, prompting him to urgently advise Mookie to act. His sound wave attack would serve as an ideal catalyst, triggering a chain reaction that could obliterate the surrounding orbs, provided the blast radius did not reach them. Freed from Ye Feng's shadow clones, Mookie, a ranged attacker, finally had the liberty to unleash his abilities. To confront the situation at hand, he directed the seahorse creatures to assault the orbs with sound wave beams. While he could not knock down every orb, breaking a few would likely incite a large explosion. However, Ye Feng quickly discerned their intentions. With a swift motion of his hands, the orbs targeted by Mookie shifted positions, evading the attack. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yuji contemplated several strategies and ultimately determined that using a sound roar would be feasible. Unlike the sound wave beam, which concentrated high-frequency sound into a linear form, the sound roar emitted a wide-angle blast. The intensity should suffice to trigger the orbs before they approached. Heeding Yuji's warning, Mookie inhaled deeply and formed hand signs with remarkable speed, then opened his mouth wide as an extremely high-frequency sound erupted from him. Roar. The powerful sound waves radiated outward, causing the orbs to explode when they neared the Sound Ninjas, initially at 5 meters. Yuji underestimated the orbs' resilience, allowing them to endure the intense sound waves and draw closer, within 15 meters. The ensuing cacophony of explosions illuminated the area where the Sound Ninjas stood, creating blinding light that was impossible to gaze upon. The intense heat emanated from the blast could be felt even by Shikamaru and the others, hundreds of meters away, as they sensed a rise in temperature. Amidst the brilliance, the sounds of crackling thunder echoed ominously. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, the sight of the explosions revealed a gaping chasm 20 meters wide and 5 meters deep, surrounded by charred earth and rocks. The devastation extended to fallen trees. Some split in two and others scorched black, as if struck by lightning. Ye Feng himself was taken aback, astonished by the overwhelming power of his technique. He had never anticipated that such a compressed amalgamation of lightning and fire chakra could yield such formidable might. This marked the first time he had compressed both elemental chakra to such an extent, a risky endeavor that could potentially harm himself if not executed with precision. To compress the opposing energies together produced tremendous force. The greater the pressure, the more potent the subsequent explosion. Wind and water styles were known as crystal release, while earth and water were termed wood release, and water and fire were classified as boiling release. Fire and earth together formed melting release. Therefore, Ye Feng resolved to name his unique technique explosive release, even if he had yet to discover a true method of combining the two elemental transformations. Nevertheless, employing their repulsive capabilities in conjunction could be considered a form of fusion. Shikamaru and others were left in awe at the sheer power of Ye Feng's technique, their expressions a vivid tableau of astonishment. Ino appeared utterly captivated. The scene then shifted back to Kakashi and Kabuto, who needed only a brief description, as not to overshadow the main narrative. Kabuto's approach was relatively straightforward. His medical ninjutsu primarily targeted the human body, meaning as long as he did not make contact, there would be little to fear. However, as the battle progressed, he resorted to employing toxins and other strategies, especially when facing the renowned Kakashi, as leaving any openings could prove detrimental. When Ye Feng unleashed his 200 orbs, both Kakashi and Kabuto were momentarily distracted, astonished by Ye Feng's prowess. Amidst the explosion that engulfed the Sound Ninjas, both of them halted their engagements, realizing they had underestimated Ye Feng's capabilities. Seizing the moment of distraction, Kabuto slipped away while Kakashi remained transfixed by the spectacle. As the enigmatic figures of Itachi and Zetsu emerged, I anticipated the beginning yet failed to predict the conclusion. Kakashi suddenly uttered a profound observation, reflecting on the concealed strength of an individual who had remained hidden from the eyes of Konoha for years. Pondering the genius behind such a fade, what thoughts occupied his mind? It was rumored that Itachi was in the land of clouds. Was he seeking vengeance against him? Kakashi pondered with a sense of foreboding. A prodigious avenger. If his heart were to be twisted by hatred, could he become a second Itachi? It appeared that Orochimaru also had his sights set on you. You should return to Konoha with us, Kakashi urged, approaching Leaf Maple. Leaf Maple regarded Kakashi warily, having retracted his Sharingan to signify his intention not to engage. Nevertheless, he instinctively maintained a distance, his eyes remaining unchanged from their normal state. I will not return with you. I have no desire to linger in such a place. Although Konoha is pleasant, it is no longer my home. And what brings you to the land of clouds? Are you, like Sasuke, seeking revenge on Uchiha Itachi? Kakashi inquired, aware that the Akatsuki's movements were being monitored and that Itachi was also in the land of clouds. Huh, he is in the land of clouds? Leaf Maple queried, unaware of Itachi's presence there. Kakashi scrutinized Leaf Maple closely, discerning that his expression was genuine, not feigned. If you are not here to confront Itachi, then for what purpose? For nothing in particular. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Leaf Maple replied, turning away. Wait, Orochimaru is also searching for you. Leaving like this could be perilous. You should return to Konoha with me. It is the only way to ensure your safety. Not a chance, Leaf Maple retorted curtly, then leaped to retrieve his backpack. Shikamaru shouted, and Kakashi, acting swiftly, made a move to apprehend Leaf Maple, revealing his concealed Sharingan. He resolved to forcibly bring Leaf Maple back. Upon hearing Kakashi's shout, Shikamaru and Ino sprang into action, though Ino was slightly delayed. Leaf Maple swiftly formed hand seals, his speed so rapid that it appeared as but a blur. With a quick turn, he executed his jutsu. I can't see anything, Ino cried, as in her vision. Leaf Maple's form became blindingly radiant, emitting a powerful light that rendered her unable to see. Jinjutsu, Kakashi realizing that they had fallen victim to Leaf Maple's illusion. However, he was taken aback by his inability to dispel or counter it in such a short span of time. It seemed that the powers of the Uchiha clan surpassed his own. Leaf Maple's Jinjutsu, powered by his extraordinary ocular prowess, was beyond Kakashi's capability to break. Thus, Leaf Maple departed unscathed, the illusion set to dissolve after 5 minutes. After Leaf Maple's departure, a large carnivorous plant emerged in the distance. Not just any plant, but one belonging to one of the Akatsuki members, Setsu. He gazed in the direction Leaf Maple had gone, remarking, "Ah, how interesting. I merely wished to see what Orochimaru had sent Kabuto here for, but I stumbled upon something far more intriguing. Surely, he would find this matter of great interest. Wouldn't he?" "Indeed," replied the white half of Zetsu, while the black half merely responded with indifference. Zetsu then gradually receded back into the earth and vanished. 5 minutes later, Kakashi and the others regained their vision. "Shall we pursue him?" Shikamaru asked. Kakashi shook his head. "No more pursuit. With our current team, it is impossible to recapture Leaf Maple. Let us find a place to rest before we return to Konoha." After speaking, fatigue washed over Kakashi's face. In those 5 minutes, he had exerted himself to the utmost, but failed to escape Leaf Maple's illusion. Was it because he was of the Uchiha clan that there was such a disparity in power? Kakashi mused, recognizing that Leaf Maple's Jinjutsu was far more formidable than Itachi's standard illusions. As Leaf Maple leaped through the air, he contemplated, what is Itachi doing in the land of clouds? Unfortunately, the original narrative did not convey what the Akatsuki had been up to these past 3 years. Otherwise, I would not have traveled toward the land of clouds. Where should I go now? Perhaps I shall simply wander within the land of clouds. After all, Itachi must be executing a mission for the Akatsuki, and in such a vast nation, our paths may not cross. 3 days later, within one of the 13 cities of the land of clouds, in an inn, Uchiha Itachi met with Uchiha Madara. "I have retrieved the items," Itachi stated, producing an item wrapped in a peculiar fabric from his robes. Though its contents remained a mystery, it resembled a book from the outside. Uchiha Madara accepted the item and unwrapped the fabric, revealing a slab made of an unknown material, its surface etched with strange patterns. "Ah, this is genuine. With these 3 items, we should soon locate the legacy left by the Sage of 6 Paths," Madara mused, stroking the iron slab. Itachi, having seen the slab numerous times on his journey back, did not linger on it, as he could not decipher its contents. "By the way, There is something quite intriguing I believe you would like to know. It concerns your other brother, Leaf Maple, Madara suddenly remarked, as he caressed the enigmatic slab. What news? Itachi asked, a glimmer of unusual interest flashing in his eyes. He had always found Leaf Maple somewhat peculiar, and after the Uchiha clan's massacre, he had heard whispers that Leaf Maple had succumbed to the trauma and become daft, leading him to lose track of his brother. Now, Madara was about to divulge information about Leaf Maple, which felt rather extraordinary. That Leaf Maple is a genius on par with you. He is also in the Land of Clouds. 3 days prior, he was pursued by Orochimaru's men. Omitting a lengthy passage, their encounter was thoroughly documented. Would you care to seek out Zetsu for further information? I shall seek him, but I forbid you from laying any schemes upon him, Itachi declared resolutely. He understood that Leaf Maple's displayed strength would undoubtedly pique Madara's interest, and should he desire to recruit Leaf Maple, then his brother would be in peril. No way. That simply could not happen. Itachi could not allow Madara to taint Leaf Maple. Do not be so quick to dismiss. A talent like his deserves to be guided into the Akatsuki to protect the bloodline of our Uchiha clan. A genius like him must be safeguarded. Do you not agree? Madara argued. Spare me your rhetoric. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions, Itachi replied, turning to exit. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to see this peculiar brother of his. In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, Tsunade-sama, trouble has arisen. We have received intelligence that Orochimaru is personally heading to the Land of Clouds. A member of the Umbu burst into Tsunade's office with urgency. What? Orochimaru is taking matters into his own hands? Quickly, summon Kakashi, Asuma, and Hinata. I have an urgent mission to assign to them. The Umbu member hurried off to gather the others, and after his departure, Tsunade muttered in exasperation, Damn it, if only I had sufficient manpower. I would not have to rely on the Hyuga clan. This is such a hassle. At the border of the Land of Clouds, Sasuke, you must be eager to reunite with your brother, Orochimaru said with a hint of amusement in his tone, observing Sasuke's expression, which was not one of joy at the prospect of a brotherly reunion, but rather one of resentment and fury. Sasuke remained silent, quickening his pace, seething with anger. How dare this man deceive him for so many years, possessing strength greater than his own? What was he doing in the Land of Clouds? Did he intend to kill Itachi? He must do it himself. He would never allow that bastard to claim him. Orochimaru-sama, the last incident will certainly make him wary. It may prove challenging to locate him in the Land of Clouds, Kabuto remarked to Orochimaru, having been summoned without respite. He was still unfamiliar with the few individuals Orochimaru had brought along. Given the current circumstances, tracking down Leaf Maple would be quite difficult unless he made some foolish mistake and revealed his whereabouts again. Do not worry. This time, I have brought along a tracking expert, Orochimaru replied, glancing at the 5 individuals accompanying them, one of whom was a newly recruited specialist in tracking. In the wilderness, Uchiha Itachi encountered Zetsu, from whom he witnessed the entire sequence of events involving Ye Feng. In the original text, Zetsu possesses the ability to record, though it remains uncertain whether this is akin to a video recorder, as the text does not clarify this. Do you know where Ye Feng is now? Itachi inquired. As one of the Akatsuki members, Zetsu has exceptional reconnaissance skills. Moreover, Itachi had another motive for his question. He is currently in a village 30 miles outside of Zifeng City, Zetsu replied. Indeed, having Zetsu track Ye Feng confirmed that Uchiha Madara harbored intentions towards him. Itachi resolved to seek out Ye Feng, while Madara was preoccupied with his research on the 3 items. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, it was imperative that he meet with him. With a swift movement, Itachi vanished into the forest. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, a gathering of prominent figures convened. Tsunade, Kakashi, Asuma, Hinata Hizashi, the elder Yin, teacher Koharu, and Danzo from the Root organization. The atmosphere was lively, yet Tsunade's irritation was palpable at the unexpected presence of Yin, Koharu, and Danzo. What brings you 3 here? She inquired tersely. Our concern lies with the 2 orphans of the Uchiha clan, especially since Sasuke has already fallen into Orochimaru's hands. We wish to prevent another prodigy from meeting the same fate, Yin explained. But why is Danzo here? He oversees Root and has no authority to interfere with the Hokage's duties. Lady Tsunade, the individual you borrowed from the Hyuga clan, is a member of Root. A subordinate of Danzo, Hizashi revealed, shocking Tsunade. Initially, she had intended to request Hizashi's assistance. Was there someone else from the Hyuga clan capable of undertaking this mission? And within Root at that? Due to pressing matters, I cannot step away, but there is another suitable candidate from the Hyuga clan, Hinata Shika, who is currently with Root. Hisashi explained, casting a neutral glance at Danzo and teacher Koharu. Hinata Shika? Are you certain he is fit for this task? Tsunade asked, not very familiar with the name. Though she had heard whispers of a genius from the Hyuga clan. However, he had suffered a breakdown during the Chunin exams at the age of 11, the specifics of which remained unclear, save for his unstable mental state. Root has already rehabilitated him, Hisashi responded. Though whether he had been stripped of emotions like others in Root was uncertain. The task of bringing Ye Feng back to Konoha was finally assigned to Kakashi, Asuma, and Hinata Shika. Had it not been for the shortage of personnel, Tsunade would never have consented to involve a member of Root. Yet, circumstances left her with no choice. Before their departure, Tsunade specifically cautioned Kakashi and Asuma to remain vigilant regarding Hinata Shika, sensing an undercurrent of conspiracy. Once the team was finalized, Kakashi and Asuma set off to gather their belongings and convene at the Konoha gates. Upon arrival, they encountered Hinata Shika, a man with short white hair, approximately 27 years of age. Identifying him was simple, as all members of the Hyuga clan possessed the Byakugan. Hello, you must be Hinata Shika, Kakashi said, hesitating to recognize him. He had seen Shika as a child, but the transformation was stark. His hair had changed from black to white. Yes, Shika replied expressionlessly, offering no further acknowledgement. He exuded an icy demeanor. After posing a few more questions, Kakashi and Asuma discovered that Shika was taciturn, speaking only when absolutely necessary. An unsettling chill emanating from him. Let us depart. In an instant, the three vanished from the Konoha gates. Ye Feng City, named for its towering mountains, is a town within the land of clouds that is economically lagging. However, Ye Feng's choice to reside here was deliberate. He surmised that both the world-renowned terrorist organization Akatsuki and Orochimaru would likely establish their information networks in more prosperous cities. Given the vast expanse of the land of clouds, their intelligence operations could not possibly permeate every corner, making such underdeveloped areas less probable for surveillance. Ye Feng settled in a village, residing with a farmer who lived with her granddaughter, as her husband had passed away and her son and daughter-in-law had gone to the city for commerce. Upon his arrival, the kind-hearted grandmother approached him, inquiring if he was a lost child. Ye Feng fabricated a story about searching for his parents, having become lost in the process. Typically, such benevolent figures would extend a helping hand, allowing Ye Feng to stay in her home while she sought news of his parents. The grandmother's kindness embarrassed Ye Feng. He had to concoct a plausible backstory. After a couple of days, he found the environment agreeable. By day, he trained in the high mountains and forests, returning home for meals. Naturally, he would not impose without reciprocation. He planned to reside there for an unspecified period, leaving adequate compensation for the grandmother before departing. After the grandmother awoke, Ye Feng ventured out, burdened with heavy weights, an item he had purloined from Rock Lee, confident that he could procure another if necessary. Such excessive weight served to enhance his physical strength. Previously, when Kakashi had pursued him, he had removed the weights to bathe, inadvertently facilitating his escape. During his confrontation with the Sound Four, he had demonstrated extraordinary speed, rivaling that of Lee when he opened the third gate. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Ye Feng summoned 10 clones simultaneously, the maximum he could manage. If any one of them faltered, he would be overwhelmed by fatigue upon their dissolution. Through the experience of using shadow clones for training, Ye Feng realized this method was not universally applicable. While it was swift, it also bore significant risks. Shadow Clone Jutsu is classified as a forbidden technique because improper use could endanger one's life. When employing shadow clones, each clone has a designated safety threshold. Should a clone sustain damage beyond this threshold, it will automatically dissipate, ensuring that the harm does not revert to the original. This explains the phenomenon observed with Naruto, where his clones vanish in a puff of smoke upon taking damage. What happens when the safety threshold is low? Referring to Volume 1, page 77 of Naruto. During his battle with Kakashi, Naruto utilized shadow clones to attack Kakashi, only to have Kakashi evade using the body replacement technique. Foolishly, Naruto thought Kakashi had transformed into himself, resulting in a chaotic clash between his clones and original. Since the inflicted damage remained within the clone's tolerable limits, they did not dissipate until the end, causing all accumulated injuries to revert to Naruto, leaving him severely wounded. During his training, Ye Feng aimed to employ a low safety threshold to achieve optimal results. As for the level of risk, He had already calibrated it through ongoing experimentation to suit his capabilities. As Ye Feng was engrossed in his training, a familiar voice jolted him from his concentration. "My dear brother, you have truly surprised me." Turning to his side, Ye Feng beheld two figures clad in Akatsuki's swirling cloud attire, one being Ju and the other Itachi Uchiha. During his training, Ye Feng had a fundamental course that involved exhausting his physical stamina. Engaging in intense exercise allowed him to rapidly deplete his energy, which, with the aid of medicinal substances, enabled his body to recover swiftly. Through relentless extreme training methods, Ye Feng's physique was continuously enhanced, and his chakra reserves gradually expanded. Well-versed in the narrative, Ye Feng understood that practicing with shadow clones was akin to activating a double experience mode in a game. Hence, after secretly mastering the shadow clone technique at the Uchiha household, he endeavored to employ this method for training. However, he soon discovered that maintaining shadow clones required a substantial amount of chakra, something that was unattainable for those with insufficient reserves. Even a master like Kakashi had never utilized this technique. In pursuit of expediting his training, Ye Feng sought ways to increase his chakra capacity, delving into numerous medical texts and exploring various physical training methodologies. Ultimately, he concluded that combining extreme refinement techniques with medicinal recovery was a viable approach. Before turning 8, Ye Feng's training revolved entirely around enhancing his physical capabilities and expanding his chakra reserves. Training was akin to rowing against the current. Without progress, one regressed. Over time, Ye Feng's daily commitment to extreme training became a habit. He felt restless without it. Today, he adhered to the internationally recognized method of stamina depletion training. But just as he was nearing the conclusion, Itachi unexpectedly appeared. Upon noticing Itachi, a flurry of thoughts raced through Ye Feng's mind. What was Itachi doing here? Was it a chance encounter or a deliberate visit? How had he discovered Ye Feng's whereabouts? If others were aware of his movements, did that imply that Konoha and Orochimaru were also informed? Glancing at the several panting shadow clones beside him, he worried about what might happen if Itachi treated him as he did Sasuke, subjecting him to a brutal ideological and physical re-education. The current safety protocols for the shadow clones were at the most basic level. Any harm inflicted upon them would equate to injury to his true self. Ye Feng had no desire to be senselessly battered by Itachi, enduring months of recovery in a hospital bed. However, he was reluctant to dissolve all his clones at once, as doing so would unleash a wave of fatigue upon his real body, potentially leading to serious discomfort, or worse. He needed to devise a plan. Poor Itachi, do you think I am unaware that Ju is tailing me? I merely did not anticipate your swift arrival. Contemplating, Ye Feng formulated a strategy, simultaneously signaling one of his shadow clones to dispel itself. With a soft poof, one of the clones understood the implication and dispelled the technique. In that moment, Ye Feng's true body was overwhelmed by an intense wave of fatigue, compelling him to almost sit down. "Oh, you know I have been tracking you?" Ju exclaimed, taken aback by Ye Feng's words. Of course, Ye Feng was unaware of when Ju had begun following him. He was merely speculating that if Konoha and Orochimaru were aware of his movements, it would be reasonable for Akatsuki to know as well. Given Uchiha Madara's character, it was plausible he would keep an eye on him, perhaps hoping to preserve a pair of good eyes for himself. Ye Feng's assumptions diverged from reality. Ju and Itachi had discovered him while tracking Yakushi Kabuto. "You knew I would come?" Itachi suddenly felt perplexed by Ye Feng, who was not like the simple Sasuke. Ye Feng had always been exceptional. At times, Itachi found it hard to grasp what he was thinking, especially on the day of the Uchiha massacre, when Ye Feng returned to witness the scene without a trace of the expected childlike emotion. That day, Ye Feng simply held his mother Mikoto's lifeless body, weeping quietly, showing no reaction even when subjected to the Tsukuyomi that forced him to relive the massacre. "Yes, I also know your intentions are not to kill me. However, I advise against employing the same tactics you used with Sasuke. Talk of vengeance and hatred is futile with me. I am not that foolish child." As Ye Feng recovered from his overwhelming fatigue, he uttered words that left Itachi in shock. A few simple sentences from Ye Feng caused Itachi to gasp, particularly due to the implication in Ye Feng's tone that he might possess some knowledge. "Oh, this boy seems to know something," Ju remarked, astonished. "What do you know? Has someone told you something?" Itachi's expression grew icy, and if those old geezers from Konoha had betrayed their promise by revealing anything to Ye Feng, he would not hesitate to take action. After a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds, Itachi remained quiet, his gaze fixated on Ye Feng, awaiting a response. From Itachi's eyes, Ye Feng sensed a flicker of anger. No one informed me. I know these matters through my own understanding. Believe it or not, Ye Feng's earlier silence had been intentional, a tactic to buy time. Now that he felt he had acclimated to the fatigue, he subtly signaled another shadow clone to dispel itself. With another poof, yet another clone dissipated into mist. Itachi and Ju observed Ye Feng's actions, both seasoned veterans who would not fail to recognize the schemes he was concocting. You may rest for now. I have no intention of attacking you. Although Itachi realized that Ye Feng's previous statements were mere stalling tactics, he gleaned that Ye Feng might indeed know something significant. 15 minutes later, Ye Feng had finally dispelled all his shadow clones. Knowing that Itachi did not intend to strike, he felt at ease and sat on the ground to recuperate. It was unwise to lie down quickly when utterly exhausted, as it could adversely affect the body. There was little to worry about. After all, Itachi was a good brother who had shouldered much for his sibling, displaying deep care. However, Ye Feng's calm demeanor made Itachi feel somewhat uncomfortable. He had always played the role of a villain, prepared to become someone his brother would despise. Yet, their recent conversation revealed that his brother held no hatred towards him. Rather, his gaze was imbued with something else entirely. To hasten his recovery, Ye Feng retrieved a vial from his waist pouch, consuming a pill. This medicine was gentle in nature. Taking it allowed him to achieve the restorative effects of 8 hours of sleep in merely 2. However, it was crucial not to overindulge. Only 2 pills could be taken in a day, and after a week of continuous use, a week-long cessation was necessary. After another 15 minutes of silence between Itachi and Ju, the atmosphere grew peculiar, as Itachi remained lost in thought. Feeling slightly rejuvenated, Ye Feng contemplated speaking but found himself at a loss for words, reminiscent of their childhood when he and Itachi had spoken little. Sensing the awkwardness, Ye Feng ultimately decided to break the silence with a trivial remark. The weather is quite pleasant today, isn't it? Itachi's reaction was subdued. His gaze shifted towards Ye Feng, as if he had suddenly come to a realization, his eyes hardening with newfound determination. Suddenly, his eyes transformed, activating the Manjiki Sharingan. Caught off guard, Ye Feng had not anticipated Itachi's abrupt activation of the advanced Manjiki Sharingan, with no prior warning. To evade being ensnared in Itachi's Jinjutsu, he promptly activated his own Sharingan. However, Ye Feng found himself unable to resist, as in that fleeting moment, he realized he was enveloped by a sky filled with gray clouds, in a desolate land where not a single blade of grass could thrive. It was evident that he had fallen victim to Itachi's Tsukuyomi. In this realm of illusion, Itachi appeared like a specter. Well, now our conversation can proceed without interruption, were the first words he uttered. I see you are wary of Ju, am I correct? Ye Feng understood why Itachi had resorted to the Tsukuyomi. Who exactly are you? Itachi coldly inquired, his second question reflecting his perception that Ye Feng possessed an inscrutable depth far beyond that of an ordinary adolescent. A child who had endured the devastation of familial annihilation and witnessed his brother slay his parents should harbor a profound hatred akin to Sasuke's. Yet in Ye Feng's gaze, there was no trace of animosity, only an overwhelming sense of pity. From Ye Feng's early years, Itachi had sensed the peculiar nature of Ye Feng's gaze, though he had been unable to decipher its meaning at the time. Just moments ago, a sudden epiphany struck Itachi. He grasped the essence of Ye Feng's gaze, particularly the first words Ye Feng had spoken upon seeing him. Poor Itachi. Ye Feng had once admired Itachi for his love for his brother, willing to bear the burden of his clan's destruction for the sake of Sasuke's safety. However, upon his rebirth in the Uchiha clan, Ye Feng now perceived a deep, resonant sorrow emanating from Itachi. You wish to know who I am? Ye Feng countered, reframing Itachi's inquiry. Itachi fell silent. Ye Feng, much like in their childhood, was either reticent or spoke in ways that left him speechless. Approaching Itachi, whom he had not seen in years, Ye Feng felt unbound in the world of the Tsukuyomi. He placed his hand over Itachi's left chest, the location of his heart, and asked, after all these years, does it still ache? Do you still mourn for your past actions? This gesture evoked memories within Itachi, reminiscent of a time when he had recently joined the Umbu. On a day when he was troubled by clan matters, young Ye Feng had approached him, inquiring about his unhappiness and offering an ear. Itachi should have confided in his younger brother, but could he truly articulate those burdens? Even if he did, would Ye Feng comprehend? Ultimately, he refrained from sharing his inner turmoil. Seeing Itachi's reluctance to speak, Ye Feng pressed his small hand against Itachi's left chest and offered, "If you do not wish to voice your troubles, you can transmit all your sorrow, your worries, and your unhappiness through this hand to my heart. With someone to share your burdens, you might find solace." Ye Feng had acted out of a desire to alter the tragic fate of their parents. Yet he ultimately could not change that grim reality. Years of brotherhood, during which Itachi had been a commendable elder brother, had forged genuine feelings within Ye Feng. It was disingenuous to claim he felt no affection for someone who had cared for him for so long. Now, encountering Itachi once more, Ye Feng felt an urge to draw closer to him, regardless of Itachi's transgressions, for he had always harbored love for his two younger brothers. In pursuit of peace and for the sake of his beloved brother, he willingly embraced the mantle of a sinner, a traitor, and walked the path of demise, burying his honor under the weight of infamy and replacing love with the bitterness of betrayal. Even so, Itachi smiled in the depths of his heart, entrusting the name Uchiha to his brother, paving the way for him to ultimately slay him and ascend as a hero of Konoha. Such a brother, who bore all suffering. Should he not savor a moment of brotherhood before his demise? According to the original narrative, Itachi would perish at Sasuke's hand 3 years hence. Why not cherish their bond while he still lived? In his previous life, Ye Feng's admiration for Itachi stemmed from having grown up in a single-parent household. After witnessing Naruto, he yearned for an elder brother like Itachi, one who would protect his younger sibling. At this moment, Ye Feng resolved to approach Itachi, so when he fell silent, he continued, "Do you know why I have never called you brother? Because I knew from the very beginning that one day, you would kill my beloved mother. Do you know why I have come to the land of clouds? Because I wished to see you one last time before your death. Do you know the nature of my Sharingan? My Sharingan allows me to perceive destiny. Though it may not apply to everyone, it is particularly relevant to you. Do not be perplexed, for my ability to see fate does not require the activation of the Sharingan. Thus, from a very young age, I was aware that you would annihilate our clan, flee from Konoha, join Akatsuki, and ultimately die at Sasuke's hand. To ensure Itachi could accept his knowledge of the future, Ye Feng resolved to weave a narrative to gain Itachi's trust. After speaking, he paused momentarily, noting Itachi's continued silence, before proceeding, "I am the 6th person, aside from Uchiha Madara, Danzo, Kakashi, Asuma, and the 3rd Hokage, who knows the true circumstances." When Ye Feng mentioned his ability to see destiny, Itachi remained skeptical. Yet he was moved when Ye Feng referenced Uchiha Madara, as he had been contemplating who among Konoha's elite might have divulged such information to Ye Feng. Ultimately, he concluded that none of them would ever reveal such secrets. Upon hearing Ye Feng mention Madara's name, Itachi's belief began to solidify. Few individuals were aware that Uchiha Madara still lived. Without a means of obtaining such knowledge, Ye Feng could not possibly have learned of Madara's existence. The only plausible explanation was that Ye Feng truly possessed the ability to perceive destiny. "Since when did you begin to see my fate?" Itachi inquired. "Longer than you can imagine," Ye Feng replied enigmatically. "What else do you know?" Itachi pressed. "Your health is poor, and you have been relying on medication to sustain yourself," Ye Feng stated. Sighing heavily, Itachi lamented, "Does Sasuke not know of your abilities?" "No, for all this time, no one has known of my powers. Now, aside from you, there is not a soul who is aware." In the meantime, Kakashi and Asuma, along with their team, arrived in the land of clouds within 2 days. Yet, they found themselves troubled over how to locate Ye Feng. Regrettably, the insects that Shino had in his bag have perished. I suspect he has also swapped out the contents of his backpack. Otherwise, it would not be so difficult to find him, Kakashi lamented. A genius from the Uchiha clan. Possessing such strength at just 13, no wonder the higher-ups in Konoha regard him with such importance. If we allow him to remain in exile, he might, like Itachi, become a member of a terrorist organization and turn against Konoha. That would be far more terrifying, Asuma remarked. If he were to fall into Orochimaru's clutches. It would be even worse, Kakashi added. Given what you've said, the last time you found him was likely due to his inexperience, which led to him revealing his whereabouts. This time, he will certainly exercise greater caution. How shall we find him? Asuma queried. Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding. We may not be able to locate him directly, but if we can trace Orochimaru's movements, we must ensure he does not come into contact with Ye Feng. We can seek assistance from the hidden cloud village. With their help, it should be easier to track down Orochimaru. Throughout their conversation, Hinata Shizuka remained silent, appearing as motionless as a statue, never once initiating dialogue. After the release of the moon's deception, Itachi and Leaf Maple exhibited a newfound closeness. Through their interactions in the realm of the moon's deception, Itachi realized that many of his secrets could not be concealed from Leaf Maple, prompting him to engage openly. The role of the bad brother was no longer sustainable in Leaf Maple's presence. Leaf Maple, why do you wish to conceal yourself? Why did you betray Konoha and escape on your own? Itachi inquired after they had evaded absolute confrontation. There's nothing to it. I simply do not want others to know my affairs, particularly the higher-ups in Konoha. As for why I chose to defect, do you believe I could still wish to remain in Konoha after learning of those matters? Leaf Maple explained, though this was not his true intent. It was a plausible deception for Itachi. As a member of the Uchiha clan, upon discovering the annihilation of his family by Konoha, it was impossible for him to harbor any goodwill towards those responsible. Rest assured, I bear no hatred towards Konoha, nor do I seek revenge, he added, aware of Itachi's pacifist nature. Itachi smiled faintly. It seems your ability to perceive fate has seen right through me. For the first time, Itachi, who had long hidden his true self deep within, revealed his authentic self before Leaf Maple. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief. Free from familial honor and burdensome missions, enveloped instead by the warmth of brotherhood. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, albeit with Leaf Maple now grown and no longer the silent boy he once was. What brings you to the land of clouds? Leaf Maple asked Itachi. Does your ability to see through fate not reveal my purpose for being here? Itachi retorted. Given that the original narrative did not elaborate on the events of the past 3 years, Leaf Maple could only respond. It's not surprising that I am unaware. My ability does not grant me complete insight into your destiny. Sometimes, I merely glimpse fragmented images. And your reasons for coming to the land of clouds remain beyond my grasp. We have come here seeking the legacy left by the Sage of Six Paths, Itachi stated. The legacy of the Sage of Six Paths? That individual has been deceased for so long, yet there remains a legacy? Leaf Maple questioned, intrigued. Many regarded the Sage of Six Paths as a mere myth, unaware that he was, in fact, a historical figure. The Uchiha clan is a descendant of the sage, possessing an ancient stone tablet passed down through generations, now concealed beneath Konoha, inscribed with secrets known only to those with the ocular power to decipher it. The content becomes increasingly elaborate with the evolution from the Sharingan to the Mangekyou Sharingan and the Rinnegan, chronicling much of their clan's hidden history, including the secrets of their perfected form. The secret of the perfected form? Is this the treasure left by the Sage of Six Paths? Leaf Maple recalled hearing Uchiha Madara mention it in his past life, though he never encountered the chapter detailing the perfected form due to Madara's early demise. No, the treasure left by the sage does not refer to that. It pertains to the secret of the sage's ascension to divinity. To my knowledge, 3 key items are said to unveil this treasure: the Six Paths Record and the Yin and Yang Stones. The Six Paths Record, the Yin and Yang Stones. Leaf Maple, despite his extensive knowledge of the Naruto lore, had never come across the term Yin and Yang Stones. He had heard of the Six Paths Record, but only as part of the sage's mythos. Indeed, the Six Paths Record is a genuine account penned by one of the sage's followers, chronicling the sage's life story. This record was long kept secret in the land of clouds until I recently acquired it, Itachi explained. What does the authentic Six Paths Record reveal about the deeds of this legendary figure? Leaf Maple inquired, eager to learn more about the sage's past. This takes us back to a time long ago, to the era of the Sage of Six Paths. It was a chaotic age, plagued by rampant beasts and ceaseless warfare, with the populace suffering greatly. As Itachi recounted the past, Orochimaru's group made their move, having entered the land of clouds, yet they did not immediately seek Leaf Maple. Instead, they sought something else. Within the secret hideout where Orochimaru resided, Kabuto was busy concocting a special potion when the 5 individuals he had recently summoned returned from the outside. Where's Lord Orochimaru? One named Zeo Shun inquired, a master tracker newly recruited by Orochimaru. He is currently training with Sasuke. Did you obtain the items you were sent for? Kabuto asked. We did, Zeo Shun replied, raising a package in hand and then opening it to reveal a small glass container containing a rare insect. Is this the tracking insect, the micro-fragrance bug? Kabuto questioned, having never encountered such a rare creature. Yes, Zeo Shun affirmed. Good, I have retrieved Leaf Maple's clothing, but it carries the scent of dogbane. Is this useful? Kabuto asked, having collected the garment discarded during their skirmish. It will suffice, provided it undergoes minor processing, Zhao Shun assured him. Very well, I will prepare it for you shortly. Lord Orochimaru places great importance on Leaf Maple, so do not disappoint him. In this tumultuous era, the Sage of Six Paths, as a monk, sought to save humanity by searching for the path of power, establishing the chakra and ninjutsu systems, becoming the progenitor of all ninjutsu. However, a lesser-known segment of his tale reveals that the sage once died and was resurrected, gaining immense power, which he used to seal away the beasts that wreaked havoc upon humanity. The sage is revered not solely for his strength, but for the vast contributions he made to this world. The Sage of Six Paths died and was resurrected? Leaf Maple expressed his astonishment. Indeed, this is the crux of the matter. The record states that during a beast's assault on a human city, the sage sacrificed himself to buy time for the fleeing populace, ultimately perishing in battle against the beast. His followers buried him, and 7 years later, the Sage of Six Paths inexplicably revived, emerging from his grave with unparalleled strength, sealing the calamity-spawning beasts and restoring peace to the land. Resurrected after 7 years? What transpired that bestowed such power upon the sage? Leaf Maple probed. That remains a mystery. All we know is that before his death, the sage concealed something, Itachi replied. What is that something? May I join you in seeking the item hidden by the Sage of Six Paths? Leaf Maple expressed his desire. He had long felt lost, especially after the death of his second mother, Uchiha Mikoto. Unsure of his purpose in life, he found death unfrightening. The true terror lay in living without purpose. Growing weary of a mundane existence, Leaf Maple resolved to seek endeavors to discover meaning in his life. That is an affair belonging to the Akatsuki. You need not involve yourself. Moreover, being with me is perilous, Itachi firmly declined. I am quite bored and at a loss for what to do. I have finally stumbled upon something intriguing. Can't you allow me to accompany you? I promise to be obedient, Leaf Maple pleaded. That is not permissible, Itachi responded decisively. Very well, if you refuse, I shall seek out Uchiha Madara. Though he may not be virtuous, at least he will take me in search of the Sage of Six Paths treasure, Leaf Maple retorted. Itachi's heart bore a bitter smile. Was this truly obedience? The question was straightforward. Would you accompany me, or shall I seek out that old coot, Uchiha Madara? Leaf Feng pressed Itachi for an answer, presenting it as a choice. Yet it was an implicit coercion compelling Itachi to acquiesce. After a moment of silence, Itachi ultimately decided to agree to Leaf Feng's request, allowing him to remain by his side. Otherwise, this mischievous spirit might genuinely seek out Madara, which would be troublesome. Very well, I consent. Having finally earned Itachi's trust, and considering the presence of a certain entity nearby, unsure if it was observing them, Leaf Feng wished to remain undetected. Thus, he feigned childish innocence, as no one would be wary of a child, making it easier to approach his intended targets. Now reconciled with Itachi, Leaf Feng sought engaging endeavors, thus deciding against prolonging his stay with the old woman. He instructed Itachi to visit the elderly lady's home, explaining that this was his brother who had come to seek him, and that they would return together. Before departing, Leaf Feng discreetly left a sum of money in the old woman's room, not excessively, but sufficient, as he had pilfered it from other robbers on the way. It should cover her living expenses for at least 3 months, a token of gratitude for her kindness. With his large backpack slung over his shoulder, Leaf Feng followed Itachi back to the city of Tunyun, engaging in conversation about the treasure of the Sage of Six Paths, revealing his keen interest in it. What is the Inyang Stone Tablet? Leaf Feng inquired. We are still uncertain. The origins of the Inyang Stone Tablet remain a mystery. It shows no signs of wear and bears peculiar engravings. These 2 tablets are crucial items chronicled in the records of the Jia clan, though their specific functions elude me. Itachi replied. Upon returning to the outskirts of Tunyun, Ju suddenly informed Itachi, Madara wishes to see you. Itachi glanced at Leaf Feng before responding to Ju, I understand. Leaf Feng noted that the dialogue between Ju and Itachi was always succinct. After exchanging a meaningful glance with Leaf Feng, Ju vanished into the ground. Itachi led Leaf Feng to a moderately fine inn, instructing him, stay here, I will return shortly. I should accompany you. Perhaps that old coot, Uchiha Madara, would like to meet me as well? Leaf Feng suggested. Itachi's intent was to prevent Leaf Feng from encountering Madara, so he naturally resisted. However, Leaf Feng then articulated a point that seemed quite reasonable. Rest assured, even if he interacts with me, it cannot possibly sway me, for I possess considerable knowledge, including the intricacies of Madara's mind. Li Feng spoke with an ease that exuded confidence, instilling a sense of illusion in Itachi, making him believe that Li Feng could not be influenced by Madara. In that moment, Itachi perceived that the Li Feng before him was not merely a 13-year-old boy, but rather an enigmatic sage. Could anything truly elude his keen perception? The two arrived at a rather ordinary inn within Tunyun, where Madara awaited them in one of the rooms. Li Feng, observing the unremarkable establishment, incredulously asked, "Why would you meet in a place like this? Shouldn't an organization of your caliber convene in a hidden sanctum?" Itachi remained silent, fixing Li Feng with a stare for a couple of seconds before retorting, "You ought to watch fewer films." Li Feng scratched his head, muttering to himself, "I haven't seen any films from this world, you know." As they entered a room, Li Feng was surprised to find not the masked figure clad in Akatsuki attire, but a middle-aged man with graying hair and a somewhat frail physique. You are Uchiha Madara? You don't resemble him at all. How could you be like this? Your appearance lacks any of the Uchiha family's traits." This was Li Feng's immediate reaction upon seeing the man, recalling the dashing depiction of Madara in the anime. Was this the chasm between reality and fantasy? The middle-aged man, upon hearing Li Feng's words, curiously asked, "Have you seen me before?" His inquiry effectively affirmed his identity as Uchiha Madara, and he glanced at Itachi, seeking confirmation on whether Itachi had divulged everything to Li Feng. Sort of. Li Feng replied somewhat ambiguously, for he had never encountered Madara in person, having only seen him in animated form. Itachi, having heard this, naturally assumed Li Feng had gleaned knowledge of Madara through the lens of fate. "Oh, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you, young man of the Uchiha clan," Madara remarked. Observing Li Feng. Earlier, Ju had recorded images of Li Feng, who appeared to be an exceptionally astute genius akin to Kabuto. Yet here, he displayed a childlike demeanor. Quite the cunning one, indeed. "Why do you appear this way?" Li Feng inquired. "Answering you poses no issue. For someone like me, revealing my true form in public is inconvenient, hence I resorted to a transformation technique." With a sudden poof, Madara dispelled his transformation, revealing his true visage. "Oh, I see." Li Feng was not a prodigy by any means. Rather, he was simply more mature than his peers. Unbeknownst to him that Madara had discerned these subtleties, Li Feng continued to feign innocence, adopting a look of epiphany. Gazing at Li Feng, Madara felt an odd sensation. From the boy's eyes, he sensed a deeper understanding, a comprehension that transcended superficial knowledge. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it was astonishing that this young boy exhibited no signs of surprise upon realizing the existence of a being as ancient as himself. Madara recalled the incident when Li Feng had clashed with the Sound Four, finding the 13-year-old boy quite remarkable. To wield both chakra nature transformation and form transformation simultaneously was an impressive feat at his age. Considering Li Feng's proficiency, he was already approaching the level of a seasoned shinobi. Few could master both transformations, and those who could amplify their jutsu's potency and versatility. Moreover, Li Feng's astonishing hand-sealing speed, though not yet on par with Itachi, had already surpassed Itachi's abilities at 13. Presently, Li Feng appeared to have attained the rank of AJ Nin. His ninjutsu was equally fascinating, while the lightning and fire nature transformations had yet to fully merge. His previous applications were formidable. This boy was indeed a genius. If Li Feng were aware of the esteemed Uchiha Madara's internal appraisal, he would find it utterly ludicrous. Genius? He was no such thing. He merely understood things a decade earlier and worked 10 years harder than his peers. In all honesty, Li Feng was not a prodigy. All of his achievements were the fruits of his relentless effort and diligence. Since the age of 1, Li Feng had often observed Itachi and his adoptive father, Uchiha Fugaku, practice. By 2, he had learned the majority of the characters and could read independently. By 3, he had perused numerous texts on ninjutsu, laying a solid foundation for his future. At 4, he began covertly training, and by 9, he could barely manage to practice alongside shadow clones, whose doubling effect allowed him to train as if he had practiced for 15 years by the age of 13. If, after such years of toil, he had not achieved any results, he might as well have ended his own life. As Uchiha Madara scrutinized Li Feng, the latter held his gaze unwaveringly, displaying no sign of retreat. "Well, let's get to the point. Itachi, can you guess why I sought you out?" Uchiha Madara inquired, turning to face Itachi. Itachi remained silent. "I figured as much. You are rather dull. In the past 2 days, I have deciphered the latest intelligence from the records, and I may require your personal involvement." Madara spoke directly in front of Li Feng, ignoring his presence. Without waiting for Itachi's response, he continued, "Based on my analysis, the contents of this record are incomplete. You must personally interrogate that individual. He should possess quite a few leads." "Very well, I shall depart tomorrow morning," Itachi replied, gesturing for Li Feng to follow him as they left. As they passed Madara, Li Feng whispered, "What you've shown me is not the true face of reality." Madara paused, slightly taken aback. Li Feng had seen an earlier version of Madara, but 3 years later, after Itachi's demise and his encounter with Sasuke, Madara's hairstyle had changed. What was his true appearance? Li Feng was uncertain, but he suspected that Madara would not reveal it now. Li Feng accompanied Itachi back to a more luxurious inn. After bathing, he sought out Itachi in his room to engage in conversation. "What does the Yin-Yang stone tablet look like? Can you show it to me?" Li Feng inquired, his curiosity akin to that of a child. "It is not with me. It is with Uchiha Madara," Itachi responded. "What does the Yin-Yang stone tablet look like?" Li Feng pressed further, intrigued by the 2 tablets that have been passed down since the era of Sage of Six Paths, rumored to be in impeccable condition. Upon hearing Li Feng's question, Itachi fixed his gaze on him, activating his Sharingan, casting a Genjutsu. Under the influence of Itachi's illusion, Li Feng suddenly beheld the 2 stone tablets. Itachi had conjured an image of the Yin-Yang stone tablets for him. As Li Feng beheld their appearance, he was momentarily entranced. The tablets revealed mysterious patterns, not formed by nature, with each intertwining line evoking a unique sensation. The patterns resembled abstract art, morphing into various objects from different perspectives. Moreover, these lines seemed to possess an enchanting allure, compelling one to explore their mysteries. Li Feng felt akin to an engineer captivated by a sophisticated instrument, fixated on understanding its intricacies. "What do these resemble? They remind me of something, but what?" Li Feng pondered, unable to pinpoint what the tablets recalled to him. Noticing Li Feng's distraction, Itachi snapped his fingers, and the illusion dissipated. "What happened just now?" Itachi inquired. "Nothing much. I just felt those 2 tablets resembled something. But I can't recall what," Li Feng replied. "If I have the chance to see the real tablets, perhaps it will jog my memory." Itachi smiled lightly, interpreting it as Li Feng's desire to see the tablets. "All right, let's rest early tonight. We must depart for the land of water at dawn," Itachi instructed. "The land of water? Is the person you need to interrogate there?" Li Feng asked. "Indeed. We relocated him to a secret stronghold in the land of water 6 months ago. He is a significant figure from the land of lightning, the head of an ancient noble clan. If not properly concealed, it could severely impact our plans," Itachi explained. "The head of an ancient noble clan?" Li Feng echoed. "Correct. This clan's lineage traces back to the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Their ancestor was a follower of the sage, acquiring extraordinary powers and developing a prestigious family that wielded substantial influence in the land of lightning," Itachi elaborated. "Oh, I now see the Sage of Six Paths was formidable. Even a descendant of a follower possesses such prowess. Why does our Uchiha clan seem so inferior?" Li Feng mused. "Because in the land of fire, in Konoha, the Senju clan exists," Itachi clarified. "Where did you find the Yin-Yang stone tablets? Why have I never heard of them before?" Li Feng queried. "Does your fate's Sharingan not reveal anything about the Yin-Yang stone tablets?" Itachi asked, implying that Li Feng's fate vision had not discerned the tablet's existence. "Not at all. The fate's eye is not omnipotent. It cannot perceive every detail, such as when you go to the restroom or sleep," Li Feng replied. "The Yin-Yang stone tablets were discovered in the land of water," Itachi stated. "The land of water? Did you find them?" Li Feng inquired. "Not I. It was Uchiha Madara," Itachi answered, then continued. "Do you know why the land of water has been in a state of constant warfare?" "No. Is it because of the Yin-Yang stone tablets?" Li Feng surmised. "Indeed, a significant part of the conflict stems from them. This leads us back to the Sage of Six Paths. After he subdued the tailed beasts that plagued humanity, he began promoting the ninja religion, steering the world towards peace. However, before his ideal could be fully realized, his end approached. Thus, he decided to entrust the power and will of the ninja religion to his 2 children, the elder brother. All right, I know some of this. The elder brother is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, born with the sage's eye. The younger brother, the ancestor of the Senju clan, possessed a body destined to inherit the sage's power. The younger brother was deemed the successor, leading the elder brother to feel resentment, which escalated into the enmity between our clans. I am aware of all this. Please get to the point, Li Feng interrupted impatiently. As he was already familiar with this history, Itachi glanced at Li Feng expressionlessly before continuing. The Yin-Yang Stone tablets are the tokens entrusted by the Sage of Six Paths to his successors and have been preserved within the Senju clan. Then how did the Yin-Yang Stone tablets end up in the Land of Water? Li Feng questioned. I do not know the details. I only know that the Yin Stone tablet was stolen and brought to the Land of Water for reasons unknown. While the Yang Stone tablet was taken by Uchiha Madara from the Senju clan, Itachi replied. Then both tablets are currently with Uchiha Madara, correct? When can you help me acquire them for a look? Li Feng asked. Enough. You must have exhausted much energy during today's training. Now it is time to retire for the night. We must make an early start for the Land of Water tomorrow, Itachi stated, signaling the end of their conversation and urging Li Feng to rest. With no further words exchanged, the following day, they prepared their belongings and set off for the Land of Water. 3 days later, they arrived at the secret stronghold in the Land of Water. Upon arrival, Li Feng encountered the hostage kidnapped by Akatsuki, a man in his 30s, exuding an air of sophistication, appearing to be quite intelligent. However, Li Feng was not particularly fond of such individuals, especially those like Kabuto, who were rather unsettling. The hostage seemed to be faring well, having been well-fed and not shackled in chains, merely confined within the secret stronghold. You must be aware of why I have come to question you, Itachi addressed the man. However, the man remained silent, unwilling to speak. When it came to extracting information, Itachi was adept. Once his Manjiki Sharingan was unleashed, even the most stubborn would ultimately divulge their secrets, though the process was not brief. Li Feng had little interest in how Itachi employed Jinjutsu to extract information, choosing instead to wander around the secret stronghold. The stronghold was an underground palace, featuring numerous well-ventilated rooms, making the subterranean environment feel less stifling, reminiscent of Orochimaru's secret lair. Before long, Itachi emerged to find Li Feng. Did you obtain the information? Li Feng inquired. Yes, Itachi affirmed. Now, let us depart from here and return to the Land of Clouds, Itachi remarked, appearing somewhat pressed for time. Very well. Though Leaf Maple was curious about the intelligence he sought, he felt there would be ample opportunity to inquire during their journey, so he refrained from rushing. Just as the pair ventured 10 miles from their concealed stronghold, they encountered 9 ninjas who obstructed their path. Their forehead protectors revealed them as shinobi from the village of Cloud. Without uttering a word, they launched an immediate assault. As a member of the Akatsuki, Itachi understood precisely why these individuals sought him. He had captured a significant figure from the Land of Clouds, and it was only natural for them to send a search party. However, he was taken aback by how long it took them to trace his whereabouts. Hurry, I will handle this, Itachi instructed, activating his Sharingan in an instant. Understood. Upon hearing Itachi's command, Leaf Maple promptly fled. He held no concern for Itachi's safety. With the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, even if he could not defeat them, escape would pose no challenge. Given his lack of combat experience, it was prudent for him to retreat. I will wait for you at our usual spot, Leaf Maple declared before evading the encirclement of the Cloud Shinobi. The ninjas, dismissive of the 13-year-old Leaf Maple, focused solely on Itachi, thus refraining from pursuit. Leaf Maple was confident that Itachi would be fine. The wielder of the Susanoo was not easily vanquished. Very well, I shall return to the Land of Clouds and await his arrival, Leaf Maple mused. Yet, fate had other plans, and an unforeseen encounter awaited him. As Leaf Maple traversed another 10 miles, he found himself in a grove where 9 individuals awaited him. Among them were several familiar faces: Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, Sasuke, and a young girl who appeared to be Karen, a censor-type ninja. The remaining 5 were unfamiliar to him. Uchiha Leaf Maple, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Orochimaru rasped, his voice tinged with his characteristic inflection. Sasuke regarded Leaf Maple with an icy stare, his eyes betraying a tumult of emotions. Karen curiously assessed Leaf Maple, her gaze flitting between him and Sasuke, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his brother. It appears we meet again, Leaf Maple-kun, Kabuto greeted with a smirk, believing that he and Leaf Maple belonged to the same ilk, and thus warranted a modicum of civility. Leaf Maple let out a resigned sigh, and turned to Kabuto. How is it that I find you once more? How did you manage to track me down this time? At the site of our initial encounter, we discovered an article of clothing you had discarded. Furthermore, Lord Orochimaru enlisted the expertise of a master tracker who possesses the ability to trace scents over great distances. This tracker utilized the scent from your garment to follow your trail, and we have been tracking you to the land of water. We located you 2 days ago. However, we refrained from revealing ourselves due to your association with Uchiha Itachi. Coincidentally, we learned that the Cloud Ninjas were searching for Itachi, and thus we decided to provide them with some information. The ensuing events, as you are aware, unfolded accordingly. Kabuto divulged every detail without hesitation. Fool. At that moment, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and swiftly formed hand seals. Concentrating a significant amount of chakra in his right palm, he employed both form and nature transformation techniques. A brilliant flash erupted alongside the cacophony of chirping birds as Sasuke unleashed a formidable Chidori, charging furiously at Leaf Maple. The preceding content has been slightly modified, consolidating the original Chapter 14 into Chapter 13. The ensuing narrative promises to be even more exhilarating, or so I believe. Chapter 015, Execution. Uchiha Sasuke, heralded as a prodigious youth, had vowed to avenge his clan since the massacre. For years, he labored diligently, emerging as the most accomplished among his peers. This conviction persisted until the Ch-Nin exams, where the extraordinary prowess exhibited by Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, Gaara, and Naruto compelled Sasuke to confront the reality of his own inadequacies. During Orochimaru's assault alongside the Sand Shinobi, witnessing Naruto's overwhelming strength deepened Sasuke's sense of frustration. Although reluctant to admit it, he recognized that he was falling behind. This realization was exacerbated when Itachi resurfaced to capture Naruto. In his quest for power, Sasuke aligned himself with Orochimaru, convinced that any price was worth paying to eliminate Itachi. From a young age, Sasuke had perceived Leaf Maple as superior. He had always harbored a fascination for ninjutsu, voraciously consuming any literature related to it. Sasuke once believed that Leaf Maple held the potential to surpass Itachi, viewing him as the most plausible avenger. However, following the Uchiha massacre, Leaf Maple had become somewhat dazed, leaving Sasuke to shoulder the burden of vengeance alone. After joining Orochimaru, Sasuke received shocking news. Leaf Maple had also departed from Konoha, possessing formidable strength. Upon learning this, Orochimaru sought to capture Leaf Maple, and Sasuke had no objections. He too wished to reunite with his long-hidden brother. However, to his astonishment, Kabuto, accompanied by the Sound Four, failed to retrieve Leaf Maple, who effortlessly defeated them. Sasuke had previously battled the Sound Four. Even in his cursed seal state, he could not overpower them. Their combined strength exceeded that of individual skill. The ease with which Leaf Maple dispatched them signified a level of power that Sasuke could not accept. Despite years of diligent training at the Ninja Academy, he found himself unable to surpass his seemingly oblivious twin brother. The accolades of Konoha's rising stars, the most distinguished graduates, and the most capable genin all paled in comparison to Leaf Maple's prowess. Years of effort were rendered futile, and Sasuke's frustration grew. He could not fathom why Leaf Maple concealed his strength, forcing him to endure alone. He was particularly incensed by Leaf Maple's apparent closeness to Itachi after arriving in the Land of Clouds. This final revelation incited Sasuke's rage. Why? Why do you possess greater power than I yet do not seek to kill Itachi and avenge our family? Thus, upon encountering the genuine Leaf Maple for the first time, a tempest of resentment, anger from deception, and myriad negative emotions erupted within him. Do you intend to kill me? Alas, you are still insufficiently strong. Leaf Maple, unaware of the extent of Sasuke's power, felt disappointment upon witnessing his speed. To encourage Sasuke's growth, Leaf Maple resolved to provide him a challenge. Although Sasuke had unleashed his Chidori and activated his Sharingan, Leaf Maple refrained from using his own Sharingan, merely evading with a speed marginally superior to Sasuke's, opting not to retaliate. Despite Sasuke's ability to predict his opponent's movements with the Sharingan, he could not match Leaf Maple's speed, falling short each time. This Leaf Maple is quite intriguing, Orochimaru remarked to Kabuto. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, both aware that Leaf Maple was intentionally toying with Sasuke. Karen observed the uncanny chase between the two brothers, pondering the peculiar nature of their relationship. As twins, they seemed to embody the archetype of sworn enemies, clashing upon their first encounter. Even their chakra natures appeared to be in stark opposition. Sasuke's chakra exuded a dark, frigid essence, while Ye Feng's was akin to the searing heat of fire. Having gathered sufficient understanding, Ye Feng resolved to conclude the futile chase. Seizing an opportunity, he accelerated, evading Sasuke's Chidori just as he closed the distance. grasping Sasuke's forearm with an iron grip and pulling him sideways. Sasuke felt as though Ye Feng's hand possessed boundless strength. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. With a powerful tug, Ye Feng sent Sasuke's Chidori crashing into the ground, sending debris flying and creating a crater where it struck. Ye Feng's strength was undeniable, and Sasuke begrudgingly acknowledged this fact. You are still too weak. Do you know why? Because you lack effort and motivation, Ye Feng stated coldly, devoid of emotion. As he spoke to Sasuke in a manner reminiscent of Itachi, Sasuke's fury ignited further, unwittingly redirecting his hatred for Itachi toward Ye Feng. What right do you have to judge me? What have you done over the years? Why haven't you killed that scoundrel Itachi? Have you forgotten how he murdered our parents? Sasuke shouted in rage, simultaneously entering the cursed seal state, dark markings sprawling across his body. In that moment, he was solely focused on delivering a severe lesson to the doppelganger before him, eager to inflict punishment. Sasuke was now truly furious. Ye Feng activated his Sharingan, unwilling to waste time with Sasuke here. Let us not forget that the true antagonist was Orochimaru, and Ye Feng had no desire to be captured by him. I intend to leave this place. Do not impede me, or I shall make you suffer greatly. Ye Feng warned Sasuke for the final time, regardless of whether he heeded the warning. Should Sasuke persist, Ye Feng would be compelled to respond with true severity. Orochimaru's direct involvement indicated his unwavering intent to capture Ye Feng, and Ye Feng was reluctant to expend excessive chakra on Sasuke, risking being caught by Orochimaru. Haha. I would find it quite amusing if you were captured by Orochimaru to keep me company, Sasuke replied, consumed by rage. Indeed, if he were captured, it would be quite entertaining. He was confident he would surpass him. Ignoring all caution, Sasuke intensified the power of his cursed seal, ascending into the second cursed seal state. A Sasuke with dark purple skin and a pair of grotesque wings sprouting from his back emerged, appearing more formidable and robust, with longer hair. Sasuke charged at Ye Feng, raising his fist to strike Ye Feng's face, utilizing taijutsu with the simple aim of achieving the visceral satisfaction of landing blows to vent his fury. This child is progressing remarkably fast, Orochimaru noted with a hint of admiration. The intense training over the past 10 days had elevated Sasuke's strength by over 20%, an astonishing pace, clearly influenced by Ye Feng's presence. Ye Feng quickly formed hand seals. Though his speed did not match Itachi's elusive swiftness, his hands moved like a blur. To an untrained eye, the seals he formed were indecipherable. Upon completing the seals, Ye Feng began to retreat, distancing himself from Sasuke, while his abdomen visibly expanded, as if he had suddenly become a woman in the late stages of pregnancy. He then expelled a multitude of small orbs resembling marbles from his mouth, markedly different from the luminescent spheres he had previously produced. The prior orbs had been dazzling, while these were semi-transparent, significantly smaller, and emitted a more subdued glow. Ye Feng unleashed over 50 of these orbs, instructing them to orbit around him, akin to planets revolving around the sun, following a defined trajectory. Explosive release, annihilation. Although he had utilized a ninjutsu, Ye Feng was not in haste to engage Sasuke in combat. He continuously evaded while contemplating the essence of being a ninja. Unlike Naruto's reckless approach, he needed to strategize, especially when facing Orochimaru. To enhance his chances of escape, Ye Feng understood the necessity of remaining calm, preserving his options, and concealing his true capabilities, reserving his trump card for dire situations. Firstly, I possess an advantage. Orochimaru is unfamiliar with me. What intelligence could he glean from our previous encounter? Let me reflect. 1. My exhibited speed during my battle against the Sound 4. 2. My usage of explosive release, which demonstrated significant lethality. 3. My showcase techniques predominantly favored long-range attacks, leading them to believe I am primarily a ranged fighter. Upon analyzing these points, Ye Feng realized the extent of the information he had inadvertently divulged. As Ye Feng's orbs whirled rapidly around him, Sasuke hesitated to approach recklessly. Thus, he too formed a seal, unleashing the fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing inferno erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling toward Ye Feng with intense heat. Rotating shield. As he retreated to dodge, Ye Feng silently recited, positioning his palm against the oncoming fireball, while simultaneously commanding the 50 orbs to align in a flat formation, rotating around the central orb at high speed. As they spun, a wondrous force field emerged between the orbs, obstructing the flame's advance, leaving only the heat generated by the fire to permeate through the orb-formed barrier. Just as the two ninjutsu clashed, Ye Feng suddenly sensed something amiss. Oh no, the internal structure of the orbs is destabilizing. Originally, explosive release was derived from the transformation of lightning and fire. The chakra of both elements needed to maintain a specific ratio for stability. However, the intense heat from Sasuke's fire release had compromised the orb's integrity, rendering them volatile. Ye Feng swiftly retreated a considerable distance, and then, like a chain reaction, one orb detonated after another, unleashing a torrent of lightning that shot outward. Sasuke, caught within mere meters of the explosion, was unable to evade the electric surge. In practical application, explosive release, as Ye Feng had termed it, represented a new method of harnessing power. His annihilation comprised 3 layers of attack: explosive force, intense heat, and electrical discharge. While the overall offensive capability of annihilation may not rival Aurora, its biological impact was markedly pronounced. The injuries inflicted, explosive, thermal, and electrical, each manifested distinct effects. Turning his gaze to Sasuke, who was in the second cursed seal state, Ye Feng noted that the scattered lightning had not severely harmed him. This was due to Ye Feng's deliberate choice to minimize the technique's potency from the outset, and because not all of the electrical energy had concentrated upon Sasuke. Most had dispersed widely. Ye Feng, with limited experience, realized for the first time that his explosive release bore such shortcomings when confronting an opponent of similar constitution. It was evident that he had yet to fully merge the 2 elemental transformations, resulting in this predicament. I must devise a solution to this issue for the future. Recognizing the limited efficacy of his explosive release against Sasuke, who shared his elemental affinity, Ye Feng resolved not to squander more time and chakra on this confrontation. He decided to conclude matters swiftly with his next move. Without further ado, Ye Feng executed a body flicker technique, appearing before Sasuke before he could even comprehend the shift. For many years, Ye Feng has been delving into the elusive abilities of Uchiha Madara, pondering whether they stem from the Sharingan or from that enigmatic mask. Consequently, he has persistently trained the Sharingan to break through spatial dimensions. However, lacking a proficient mentor and with scarce literature on the subject, he has made little progress. Ultimately, Ye Feng has had to revert to mastering the instantaneous technique of high-speed movement, achieving a velocity that renders him nearly invisible. Sasuke was utterly astonished, for in his cursed state with the Sharingan activated, he could only perceive Ye Feng as a mere phantom, unable to discern his movements. When Ye Feng appeared before him, Sasuke noticed him closing his right eye and gazing with only his left, which exhibited astonishing changes that Sasuke found hard to believe. Apart from Sasuke, only Karin was aware of the transformation in Ye Feng's left eye. She sensed a remarkable chakra fluctuation emanating from that eye, which vanished in an instant. What had he done? Had he activated some ocular technique with the Sharingan? No one knew. All that Karin could see was Sasuke collapsing in a moment, his body reverting from the cursed state to normalcy. Observing the brief clash between the two, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor. Ye Feng must have unleashed an ocular technique that surpassed the ordinary Sharingan, instantly subduing Sasuke. This indicated that his ocular prowess was at least 3 times stronger than Sasuke's. Alternatively, it was possible that he had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Orochimaru possessed some intelligence regarding the Mangekyou Sharingan. He found it hard to believe that Ye Feng, with minimal combat experience and having trained alone, could have awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan at the tender age of 13. Yet, in this world, nothing is absolute. What if it were true? Could I still capture him alive? Ye Feng's physique was stronger and more alluring than Sasuke's, weighing the 2 possibilities. Orochimaru decided it would be prudent to verify immediately. Karin, what is the situation? Orochimaru inquired. Why yes, Lord Orochimaru. It seems Sasuke has fallen into a slumber, and Ye Feng has expended a significant portion of his chakra, Karin replied. Karin, you are quite the obedient child, Orochimaru praised. You 4, go entertain him. He commanded the 4 individuals behind him. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, responded the strongest among them. Can we kill him? One seemingly gloomy figure asked. Absolutely not. If he dies, I will certainly kill you. Orochimaru shook his head in disapproval, observing the 4 individuals summoned by Orochimaru. Ye Feng understood that Orochimaru intended for them to wear him down before capturing him. Ye Feng remained silent, retrieving a military ration pill from his pouch and consuming it to replenish some of his depleted chakra. The earlier technique had taken a considerable toll, and he still struggled to control it effectively. It is noteworthy that Ye Feng had subdued Sasuke without causing any mental harm, a feat that was exponentially challenging. He produced a scroll, unbinding the weights strapped to his legs, sealing the heavy objects, stolen from Rock Lee, within it for future use. "Oh, you are truly fascinating," Orochimaru remarked, taken aback by Ye Feng's possession of weights. From the manner in which he removed them, it was evident they were substantial. He could only wonder at their true weight. No wonder he felt that Ye Feng's speed had yet to reach its limits. "Now, you may begin," Orochimaru instructed the four individuals once Ye Feng had tidied up, thinking to himself that soon, Ye Feng's body would be his. These four were Orochimaru's experimental subjects, the earliest and closest to the prototype Jago. They possessed immense strength, but alongside their cursed seal powers, they shared a violent impulse akin to Jago's. Without someone capable of subduing them nearby, chaos would surely ensue. "Oh, how I long to kill," bellowed the gloomy figure, transforming into a grotesque creature as he activated his cursed state. The other three followed suit, and Orochimaru refrained from intervening, believing they would not be able to harm Ye Feng. He could see this from Ye Feng's calm demeanor. Ye Feng stretched his neck. Realizing it was time to loosen up and warm up, he would avoid using explosive techniques to conserve chakra, as employing two nature transformations simultaneously consumed significantly more chakra than relying on a single one. A little should suffice. He would first probe their abilities before delivering a decisive blow. Ye Feng understood that prolonging the encounter would only disadvantage him. So he employed the Sharingan to seek out their weaknesses, intending to strike them down with a fierce move, preferably utilizing taijutsu. He recalled that taijutsu had little effect on Orochimaru. Even Tsunade's formidable strength had failed to inflict significant harm upon him. Thus, he decided to no longer conceal his mastery of taijutsu and to utilize it to its fullest potential. Let the escape operation commence. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away within the Land of Water, a special Jonin dispatched by the Cloud Village was communicating with Kakashi and his team, having confirmed a piece of intelligence from Orochimaru's faction. The Cloud Village and Kakashi's team had reached an accord to assist in locating Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, on the very day following their agreement, Orochimaru sent word revealing the whereabouts of one of the Akatsuki members, Uchiha Itachi, who was en route to the Land of Water, likely headed toward their secret confinement. In a bid to rescue this important figure, the Cloud dispatched over a dozen Jonin for the operation. One team was tasked with the rescue, while three others aimed to intercept or eliminate Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru's actions were indeed cunning. They had nearly lost track of him several times. However, his target was likely Ye Feng, and following Itachi was the key, Asuma had said. Regardless, our pursuit of Orochimaru is right. We must not allow him to capture Ye Feng. We need to accelerate our efforts, Kakashi asserted, quickening his pace. Uchiha Ye Feng, having reached such heights through his own intellect without a teacher's guidance, had been deemed a prodigious genius by Kakashi and the others. A genius possessing Uchiha lineage, immense potential, and, consequently, a significant threat. Of course, it was only the higher-ups in Konoha who felt this threat. Returning to Ye Feng's side, facing four ravenous experimental subjects, he activated his Sharingan, observing the quartet with acute scrutiny. The moment they initiated their cursed seals, their chakra levels surged tenfold, and their chakra nature shifted, exuding an aura of darkness and coldness. Exerting the observational prowess of his Sharingan, Ye Feng meticulously analyzed the four individuals, determined to dispatch them with minimal effort. Shuriken. At 30% strength. With a swift motion, he launched 4 shurikens at them before they could react, their trajectory tracing elegant arcs, moving with such speed that they appeared as mere flashes of light, reaching their targets in an instant, both in power and velocity. Among the 4, the taller and gloomier experimental subject did not flinch, opting to absorb the impact with his body, while the other 2 evaded. The shurikens, akin to 4-pointed darts, exhibited variable properties, capable of striking in straight lines or arcs toward their targets. Ultimately, only 2 of the shurikens struck true. The 2 who braced themselves remained unscathed, suggesting that the cursed state had fortified their skin to a degree, rendering them resistant to physical attacks. The other 2, likely fearing injury, had chosen to evade. This was the first piece of intelligence Ye Feng gathered. He underestimated us, believing that such trivial things could harm us, the tall experiment body said to the shadowy one. To further validate this, Ye Feng pulled out 6 shurikens from his waist pouch. With an 80% force, the shurikens, commonly seen as tools that can serve as both darts and small blades, were launched. They pierced through the air with remarkable penetration. The two experiment bodies remained steadfast, not flinching or dodging, while the other two evaded. Even the shurikens with 80% force merely left slight indentations on their skin, confirming their formidable defense. "We cannot allow him to act alone. Let us go," shouted the shadowy experiment body, preparing to engage. Hearing this, the others joined in, transforming their hands into various weapon shapes, resembling swords and axes. Like wild barbarians, they charged at Ye Feng. In an instant, Ye Feng executed a swift body flicker technique, evading their onslaught. After shedding his weights, his speed surpassed that of before. Faced with the ferocious attacks of the four experiment bodies in the cursed mark state too, Ye Feng weaved through their relentless strikes with astonishing speed. The tall man and the shadowy man preferred close combat, employing an array of unpredictable attack methods, akin to the style of Zone Wu, constantly altering their offensive forms with their cursed marks. The other two possessed a well-rounded capability, adept in ranged attacks, close-quarter combat, physical skills, and ninjutsu. Indeed, these two close-range attackers mirrored Zone Wu's fighting style, wild, brutal, straightforward, and devoid of any flair. The ground shook with a deafening roar as the shadowy man and the tall man transformed their arms into colossal fists, relentlessly pursuing Ye Feng. Utilizing his exceptional speed, Ye Feng dodged their strikes, which crashed into the ground, raising clouds of dust and creating pockmarked terrain. The water-style expert, fixated on Ye Feng, awaited the opportune moment to unleash a high-damage ninjutsu, determined to defeat him. Since Yakushi Kabuto had informed them of Ye Feng's combat prowess, the four eagerly anticipated this confrontation. A powerful water arrow shot forth from the water-style experiment body, its destructive force evident as it sliced through trees and cleaved the ground. A terrifying display of power in pursuit of Ye Feng. Ye Feng narrowly evaded once more, slightly startled by the near miss of the attack. The four experiment bodies, enhanced by their cursed marks, had escalated their strength to the level of elite J-Nin. Oh, how intriguing. He can sustain himself against four opponents for so long, thought Orochimaru, astonished by Ye Feng's unexpected prowess. He never imagined that the diminutive 13-year-old Ye Feng could possess such abilities, moving with a speed comparable to Itachi. I must acquire the power of the Uchiha clan. Despite the ferocity of their attacks, Ye Feng, utilizing his rapid, elusive movements akin to Itachi's, coupled with the predictive capabilities of his Sharingan, deftly evaded their onslaught while simultaneously counterattacking. With 70% of his strength, he delivered a series of powerful punches. The first two struck the shadowy man and the tall man, while the third and fourth landed on the other two experiment bodies. However, the damage inflicted was significantly less than Ye Feng had anticipated, leaving him somewhat disheartened. The realization that his 70% force punches could not injure them raised questions about their physical resilience. Orochimaru truly is a mad scientist with promising potential, Ye Feng mused, having gleaned insights into the 4S endurance through observation and testing. However, if this continued, without Orochimaru intervening, he would be consumed by these four foes, exhausting his chakra and rendering escape impossible. Contemplating his options, Ye Feng concluded that it was time to reveal his trump card, as taijutsu alone would not suffice against Orochimaru. With a powerful shout, albeit still retaining the voice of a child, he unleashed a surge of chakra that commanded attention. Let us see the fruits of my labor. Open the first gate, the initial gate. Open the second gate, the rest gate. Open the third gate, the life gate. Upon opening the third gate, Ye Feng's once fair skin turned crimson, visible veins bulging as the chakra surged within him, causing his clothes to flutter violently. Fascinating. This individual is not only adept at ninjutsu, but also exhibits considerable skill in taijutsu, observed Yakushi Kabuto, recognizing the necessity of a certain physical condition to unlock the 8 gates. Upon unlocking the 4th gate, Ye Feng refrained from opening the 5th gate. Although he faced 4 elite J-Nin level opponents, their lack of coordination compelled him to assess that the 4th gate was sufficient. Further opening the 5th gate would only burden his body unnecessarily. With the 4th gate activated, Ye Feng stood as if amidst a tempest, his attire snapping in the gale created by his unleashed chakra. He moved with a newfound velocity, where he previously darted silently. Now he surged forth like a tempest. His residual figure lingered at the starting point, while his actual form advanced several meters ahead, stirring up clouds of dust and shattering the ground beneath him. Without any suspense, the tall man felt a fleeting blur before losing sight of Ye Feng. As he sensed a gust behind him, Ye Feng had already appeared at his back. Raising his fist for a strike. Lightning release. Lightning fist. Form 3. Violent thunder strike. As Ye Feng advanced, he simultaneously combined nature transformation and form alteration. A violet-blue lightning flickering at his fist. This lightning multiplied, doubling and quadrupling, until it enveloped his entire arm. Though this process may seem lengthy in description, in reality, it occurred in an instant, as Ye Feng had mastered this chakra manipulation to the point of effortless execution. From the moment Ye Feng's lightning fist emerged, Xiang Lin was captivated, sensing the lightning vibrating at an extraordinarily high frequency, whirling in dual patterns. Such a technique, when unleashed, could penetrate like a drill and slice like a saw, truly formidable. The Form 3 of the lightning fist, violent thunder strike, represented Ye Feng's most lethal manifestation. Inspired by the 4th Hokage's battle against the Eight Tails, wherein lightning chakra was infused into a pencil, creating a devastatingly powerful oscillation. How swift! He can achieve such a combination of nature transformation and form alteration in an instant. Sasuke's brother is truly remarkable, Xiang Lin mused, regrettably lacking the time to alert the attacking experiment bodies. Observing Ye Feng's lightning technique, both Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto's expressions grew notably serious. Realizing they had underestimated him previously, with a swift motion, Ye Feng unleashed the lightning fist, tenfold strike. This technique allowed him to deliver 10 punches at extreme speed within a single second at the same location. Ye Feng materialized behind the tall man, his fist striking like lightning, each blow landing precisely where it would impact the man's heart. According to Ye Feng's calculations, the experimental subjects with thick skin and flesh demonstrated an astonishing level of defensive capability under the enhancement of the second state of the curse mark. Although it was possible to break through their defenses without resorting to 10 consecutive punches, such an approach would consume a considerable amount of time. And the opponents were not inanimate objects that would simply stand still and take the blows without evading or counterattacking. With Orochimaru looming in the background, Ye Feng dared not take any chances and could not afford to toy with the 4 experimental subjects. To achieve maximum efficiency, he needed to exert himself fully and eliminate them within the shortest time possible. To breach this absolute defense in such a limited time frame, all attacks had to be concentrated on a single point to achieve optimal results. Thus, Ye Feng did not hesitate to expend a significant amount of chakra, unleashing a relentless barrage of 10 powerful thunderous punches directed at the heart within a single second. When he delivered the 8th punch, it pierced through the body of the towering man, shattering his heart and resulting in his immediate demise. As the onlookers were left in a state of shock, Ye Feng did not pause, continuing his onslaught against the other 3 experimental subjects. By the time Orochimaru sought to intervene, it was too late. He had already been drawn away by Ye Feng over a considerable distance. The speed at which Ye Feng moved rendered Xiang Lin unable to keep up. All she could perceive was a whirlwind, with the dust stirred up marking the path of his passage. In merely 4 seconds, Ye Feng had dispatched all 4 adversaries, achieving peak efficiency while conserving a significant amount of chakra. When he finally halted, he felt every muscle in his body ache from the tremendous exertion. The strain was overwhelming, particularly in his hands, which bore the brunt of delivering rapid, heavy blows. It seemed that he had overexerted himself, causing him to lean against a nearby tree for support. Well then, Ye Feng, will you voluntarily return with me, or shall I take you by force? Orochimaru inquired, approaching Ye Feng step by step, visibly displeased by the loss of his 4 experimental subjects. Confronted by one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Ye Feng felt an oppressive aura with each step Orochimaru took, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Without dwelling on his predicament, he swiftly retrieved 3 pills, red, white, and blue, from his pouch, forming hand seals with remarkable speed. With the seal lifted, the half of his chakra that had been sealed away was released instantly. The 3 pills he had just ingested were specifically formulated to restore his physical condition. Although Ye Feng was not an expert in medical ninjutsu, he possessed a certain level of proficiency. The pills contained a wealth of proteins, minerals, and vitamins, complemented by various supplementary agents. After hastily performing several hand seals, he activated a medical ninjutsu focused on healing his limbs. With the aid of his chakra, he revitalized his cells. Although he could not compare to the likes of Kabuto, he managed to achieve a notable degree of recovery, mitigating the severe side effects of his earlier exertion. In a fleeting moment, Ye Feng regained a semblance of strength, now at approximately half of his usual capacity. Observing Ye Feng's rapid recovery, Orochimaru was increasingly astonished. Despite being twin brothers, Ye Feng surpassed Sasuke by a significant margin, exuding an aura reminiscent of Itachi. If he wished to seize Ye Feng's body, he would need to act before Ye Feng truly grew powerful. As the effects of Ye Feng's medical ninjutsu diminished, Kabuto too was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ye Feng would possess such skills. In his mind, he regarded Ye Feng as a prodigy. At just 13 years old, not only excelling in offensive ninjutsu, but also demonstrating considerable aptitude in medical techniques. In truth, Ye Feng's expertise in medical ninjutsu was modest. He was particularly adept at bodily restoration. His rigorous physical training had imposed immense burdens on his body, and failure to address these issues could lead to internal injuries. However, nearly a decade of experience had rendered him quite proficient in the art of bodily repair. Standing upright, Ye Feng smiled and asked Orochimaru, "Do you truly believe you can capture me?" This smile was filled with confidence. He had yet to reveal his trump card and harbored doubts about Orochimaru's ability to ensnare him. Yet, he pondered whether revealing this secret would be wise. Gazing into Ye Feng's Sharingan, doubt crept into Orochimaru's mind. Ye Feng appeared exceedingly self-assured. Could it be that he genuinely could not capture him? Although Orochimaru was also skilled in medical ninjutsu, his pursuit of the rebirth technique had ensured he was no less competent in that realm. Witnessing Ye Feng's use of medical ninjutsu, he had formed a similar assessment as Kabuto. Ye Feng was indeed a remarkable individual. Yet, Orochimaru reasoned, even if Ye Feng had regained over half of his power, it should still be improbable for him to escape from his grasp. Where did this confidence stem from? As doubt clouded his thoughts, he felt a measure of confusion. From the original narrative, Ye Feng understood that physical techniques would prove ineffective against Orochimaru, a creature of monstrous resilience. Thus, the only means to contend with him lay within ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Currently, he could employ lightning, fire, and explosion techniques. But which would be most effective against him? He recalled that in 3 years' time, during a battle with Naruto, who displayed 4 tails of the 9 tails, Orochimaru had managed to recover from grievous wounds. However, such recovery undoubtedly required chakra. With a solid understanding of medical ninjutsu, Ye Feng was certain of this. If he could deplete Orochimaru's chakra, perhaps he could force him to retreat, yet he questioned whether he was truly capable of matching his strength. As Ye Feng contemplated, Orochimaru closed the distance, leaving little room for further reflection. Do you not already possess Sasuke? Why do you still seek me? A single rebirth can only claim one body at a time. Ye Feng suddenly queried Orochimaru, aiming to stall for time. This would grant him an opportunity to recover further while also allowing for strategic analysis. Initially, he had refrained from fleeing due to the presence of Orochimaru's considerable entourage, which made escape seem unlikely. Now, with Sasuke subdued and 4 subjects eliminated, only Orochimaru, Kabuto, Xianglin, and a newcomer named Zhao Shun remained. Ye Feng had no knowledge of Zhao Shun, nor any insight into his abilities. He had merely observed from a distance, not yet having engaged in combat, and thus posed no immediate threat. For the time being, Ye Feng categorized him and Xianglin as non-combatants. As for Kabuto, Ye Feng was acutely aware of his formidable medical ninjutsu and the capability of his chakra scalpel to sever muscles with ease. Consequently, he had resolved early on to maintain a safe distance from Kabuto, for the risk of inadvertently being incapacitated would render any chance of escape futile. Finally, there is Orochimaru, a formidable figure of shadow-level prowess. Given the current circumstances, it appears prudent to contemplate an escape, for it would be exceedingly difficult to prevail in combat. Wait, it seems I have overlooked something. Indeed, that minuscule insect he wields, the microscent bug. As long as that creature exists, even if I manage to flee, he will inevitably track me down. Thus, I must devise a means to neutralize that bug as well. Upon hearing Ye Feng's inquiry, Orochimaru paused his advance and replied, initially, it was Sasuke who requested this of me, but I must confess, I have grown intrigued by you as well. At a mere 13 years of age, with only basic training from the Ninja Academy, you possess such remarkable prowess. I find myself quite curious. Capturing you would yield little benefit, given your rapid growth. Are you not concerned I might become a second Itachi? Once my strength surpasses yours, do you not fear I would eliminate you? Furthermore, if you take me back, are you not worried I might persuade Sasuke to abandon you? I possess the capability to grant him formidable power. Ye Feng sought to dissuade Orochimaru from his pursuit. Indeed, with the strength Ye Feng has displayed at such a tender age, having created his own ninjutsu, his future potential remains immeasurable. He is undoubtedly a prodigious talent, able to provide Sasuke with the means to defeat Itachi. Are you truly unconcerned about Sasuke's well-being with me? Orochimaru retorted. I have no interest in that fool. What transpires between you two is of no consequence to me. Power comes at a price, and if he ultimately loses his body to you, it is merely a testament to his weakness. Had I truly been worried, I would have intervened when he sought to leave Konoha to join you. As Ye Feng spoke of Sasuke, he deliberately displayed disdain, exuding an air of arrogance. Initially, Orochimaru had perceived Ye Feng as merely clever. But this remark prompted him to recall Itachi, an unparalleled genius who annihilated his own family and clan to test his own limits. Orochimaru could not fathom Itachi's motivations. Whenever he struggled to understand Itachi's actions, he comforted himself with the notion that perhaps the true thoughts of geniuses are beyond our comprehension. Clearly, Ye Feng belongs to that same echelon of talent. In Orochimaru's eyes, their thoughts are so unique that they seem indifferent to the lives of their own kin, exhibiting a chilling level of ruthlessness that is utterly unfathomable. Then why did you hold back against Sasuke earlier? Orochimaru persisted, unwilling to relent. I simply did not wish to kill him with my own hands, Ye Feng replied. Reborn in this realm, he had often envisioned himself battling notable figures from the world of Naruto during his training. He had contemplated strategies to overcome the strong with the weak. Understanding that strength does not solely define overall capability, wisdom holds equal weight, as represented by Shikamaru. At this moment, Ye Feng was meticulously calculating the likelihood of escaping Orochimaru's grasp. To heighten his chances, he resolved to employ psychological tactics against him. Let me issue a final warning. You will never capture me. Regardless of the jutsu you employ, it will hold no significance in the presence of the Uchiha's Sharingan. With this declaration, Ye Feng adopted a demeanor reminiscent of Itachi, cold and formidable, leveraging a statement that had once struck a profound blow to Orochimaru. Yet, beneath this facade, Ye Feng was tense, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He was gambling on whether his words would instill fear or ignite fury within Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression shifted subtly. This was indeed a sore point for him, and it was precisely this reason that drove him to seek greater strength. Even contemplating the acquisition of Sasuke's body to inherit the Uchiha's power through reincarnation. However, Orochimaru was no fool. He would not be easily deceived by mere words. Observing Ye Feng's earlier display, he discerned that Ye Feng had already expended significant chakra. The technique used to subdue Sasuke and eliminate 4 test subjects was a considerable drain. Particularly, the physical technique, while not excessively taxing on its own, had been executed 31 times in succession, resulting in substantial depletion. Karen, how much chakra remains within Ye Feng? Orochimaru inquired without turning his head. Reporting to Lord Orochimaru, following his use of medical ninjutsu, he has less than 40% of his chakra remaining, Karen responded. Orochimaru chuckled at this information, amused by Ye Feng's audacity to boast and intimidate him in such a weakened state. With less than 40% chakra, what hope did he have of slipping through Orochimaru's fingers? Ye Feng inwardly cursed himself for neglecting to account for Karen's perceptive abilities. Nevertheless, it was commendable that he had managed to overlook only her, given his limited combat experience. This was merely his second encounter, though his bluster had been uncovered. Ye Feng still harbored a trump card yet to be revealed, and thus he remained unperturbed by Orochimaru's realization. Additionally, he possessed a stolen elixir, though the outcome of its use remained uncertain. Do you truly believe I cannot defeat you with less than 40% of my chakra? Ye Feng countered, his tone laden with challenge. This retort sparked a flicker of doubt within Orochimaru. How could Ye Feng maintain such composure? After posing this question, Ye Feng paid no heed to Orochimaru's reaction. He needed to take tangible action to influence Orochimaru's psyche. Closing his eyes for a breath, he opened them once more, revealing a transformation from the 3-tomo Sharingan to a Manjiki Sharingan reminiscent of Itachi's. Upon witnessing the change in Ye Feng's eyes, Orochimaru was struck with astonishment. He had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Ye Feng's gaze shifted to Karen and Asuma. In that brief moment, the Manjiki Sharingan appeared to whirl. Karen, Asuma, do not look into his eyes, Kabuto urgently warned them. Alas, it was too late. With a sound akin to a sharp intake of breath, both Karen and Asuma collapsed. their expressions blank as if they had suffered a profound mental blow. Ye Feng fought against the urge to breathe heavily. He could not allow Orochimaru to discern his true condition. He needed to keep Orochimaru unaware that casting the illusion on Karen and Asuma had consumed nearly 30% of his chakra. Realizing the risk Karen posed in sensing his internal changes and potentially revealing his true state to Orochimaru, Ye Feng concluded that he must subdue her if he wished to maintain the illusion of strength. As for Asuma, though he was uncertain of his name or abilities, it was best to immobilize him as well. Ye Feng had not anticipated how easily Asuma would succumb to the illusion. Was his strength truly lacking? After subduing Karen and Asuma, Ye Feng's focus returned to Orochimaru, locking eyes with him. However, Orochimaru's gaze seemed to avoid direct contact, fixating instead on Ye Feng's face. Below the eyes, it appeared that he had devised a similar strategy to that of Guy, attempting to counter the Sharingan's influence. Orochimaru was not foolish enough to believe he could look directly into the eyes of a Mangekyou Sharingan, having already experienced the Uchiha clan's might firsthand when confronting Itachi. Ye Feng, even though you currently possess the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, with your present chakra levels, you should be incapable of executing techniques such as Amaterasu or Tsukuyami. Although Orochimaru felt a moment of alarm upon witnessing Ye Feng activate his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he quickly regained his composure. A moment's reflection revealed that Ye Feng was nearing his limits. His remaining chakra was scant, and even the activation of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan posed little threat. Ye Feng chose to disregard Orochimaru's words, retrieving several pills from his pouch to consume. Ye Feng, you ought to be aware that while military rations can replenish a certain amount of chakra, repeated consumption diminishes their efficacy, potentially rendering them ineffective. Cease your futile resistance and accompany us back, Kabuto urged, attempting to dissuade Ye Feng from further defiance. Who says I am consuming military rations? Ye Feng responded after swallowing the pills. He had taken potent restorative medicine in preparation for the upcoming confrontation, as he possessed more formidable remedies than mere military rations. The restorative pills were merely intended to mitigate the side effects of the stronger medicine. Now, I need to buy a little time for the restorative effects to take hold. Ye Feng calculated, realizing it was time to engage Orochimaru. I have no intention of being taken back. As one of the legendary three ninjas, you hardly present a compelling reason for me to comply. Ye Feng feigned compliance, echoing Kabuto's sentiments. Oh, what would grant you the incentive to follow? Orochimaru inquired, intrigued by Ye Feng's implications. Sasuke follows you because you can make him stronger, giving him hope for vengeance. What value do you hold for me? If you can prove your superiority and demonstrate greater assistance to me, perhaps I might consider following you. Recognizing that Orochimaru was stepping into the trap he had set, Ye Feng pressed on. All it takes is proving you are stronger, and you would follow me? Orochimaru asked. Given Ye Feng's current disadvantage, submission seemed plausible. Well, that depends on whether you truly possess the talent you are reputed to have, Ye Feng replied, clearly indicating that he sought Orochimaru's genuine submission through strength. Are you not afraid I would use you as a vessel for my reincarnation? Orochimaru, taken aback by Ye Feng's abrupt shift, appeared flustered. If I were you, I certainly wouldn't choose me as your vessel. You lack the capability, Ye Feng declared with a facade of arrogance. Very well, prepare to accompany me back, Orochimaru stated, now resolved to employ force to compel Ye Feng's submission. Kabuto approached to inspect the conditions of Karen, Sasuke, and Suigetsu. He observed that while the three exhibited no physical injuries, their mental state was severely compromised. Sasuke had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Karen and Suigetsu lay on the ground, rolling their eyes. Karen was exceedingly fatigued, her eyelids heavy, on the verge of slumber, yearning to convey a vital message to Orochimaru that they had all fallen victim to an illusion. Unfortunately, despite her desperate struggles, she could not inform Orochimaru or the others, as Ye Feng had subjected her to an extreme ocular illusion to prevent her from breaking free, rendering her incapable of recovering for 2 or 3 days. Ye Feng's remaining chakra was limited, yet he could still afford to stall for a bit longer. His immediate goal was to buy time for his body to recuperate before consuming the potent medicine. With matters having reached this point, Orochimaru had resolved to utilize force to make Ye Feng yield. I am about to make my move, Orochimaru announced before engaging. The Earth Seal of Majin Liu has found an inheritor, Orochimaru thought gleefully, perceiving Ye Feng's mention of value as a potential leverage point. By identifying Ye Feng's needs and providing them, he could persuade him to remain by his side. Little did Orochimaru realize that a 13-year-old boy could possess such intricate thoughts and an understanding of his nature. Ye Feng was not of this world, harboring his own worldview that Orochimaru could not easily influence. Despite Orochimaru's expertise in manipulation, he could not foresee the complexities of Ye Feng's character. With a serpent-like elongation, Orochimaru extended his neck toward Ye Feng, aiming to bite him as he had done with Sasuke, intending to leave a curse mark as a form of intimate branding. Naturally, Ye Feng sought to evade Orochimaru's fervent advance, unwilling to accept such a forceful imprint, and thus leapt away. Although the body flicker technique was swift, it consumed chakra, and in his current state, Ye Feng could not afford to expend it recklessly. "Oh, are you rejecting my goodwill?" Orochimaru remarked as Ye Feng dodged, retracting his serpentine neck and pursuing Ye Feng instead. Ye Feng maneuvered left and right, his speed half compared to before. However, the predictive capabilities of his Sharingan allowed him to narrowly evade Orochimaru's advances. After careful consideration, Ye Feng resolved to expend all remaining chakra on a single technique that would buy him sufficient time. Explosive release, annihilation. As he evaded, Ye Feng swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply as his abdomen swelled, then exhaling energy orbs as if spitting watermelon seeds. Upon release, the orbs were directed toward Orochimaru, and while maintaining control, Ye Feng continued to expel them, having produced nearly 300 orbs without any intention of ceasing. Though the destructive power of these orbs was not as formidable as the previous attack against the Sound Four, their sheer numbers offered a significant advantage. The explosive range of each orb was limited, yet their cumulative impact should not be underestimated. Of course, controlling such a multitude of orbs demanded a high level of skill from Ye Feng. Utilizing a body flicker technique, he distanced himself from Orochimaru by several dozen meters. Orochimaru, momentarily besieged by the energy orbs, could not pursue. He had learned from Kabuto that Ye Feng possessed a technique capable of combining lightning release and fire release, resulting in astonishing power. With over 400 energy orbs now stationed between him and Orochimaru, Ye Feng felt a measure of relief. He had been quite tense under Orochimaru's relentless pursuit. "Let me witness the brilliance of this genius," Orochimaru mused inwardly, eager to test the remarkable nature of Ye Feng's technique. Therefore, he summoned a multitude of snakes, opening his gaping maw to unleash them in a dark, overwhelming wave, seeking to outnumber Ye Feng's orbs. As Ye Feng observed the mass of hissing snakes approaching, he felt a chill run down his spine. In terms of sheer numbers, Orochimaru's serpents were indeed more formidable. After all, he possessed greater resources. Kabuto, speechless, noted how everyone had taken to spewing forth their abilities of late. Explode, like fireworks blooming in the night sky. 1,000 annihilations. Ye Feng pressed down with his right hand, concentrating entirely, commanding nearly 200 orbs to align in rows of 25, resembling blades poised to strike at the serpentine. Although the technique bore the name 1,000 annihilations, Ye Feng was not yet capable of controlling such a multitude of orbs, nor did he possess the chakra to generate them in such quantities. As the orbs sliced through the serpents, under Ye Feng's command, their latent power began to unfurl. Encasing the orbs was a layer of chakra, spiraling rapidly like a raisin gan, used to compress two distinct forms of chakra. When Ye Feng willed the orbs to unleash their force, he would need to release this binding layer through sheer intent. Under Ye Feng's control, as the bindings were unraveled, the rotational force generated by the ultimate transformation of form did not dissipate chaotically into the air. Instead, guided by Ye Feng, it acted like a kitchen exhaust fan, drawing air backward and creating a suction that pulled everything before it towards the luminous orbs. Simultaneously, a thrust was produced, accelerating the speed of the orbs of light. When approximately 200 of these orbs penetrated the dense mass of serpents, they were instantly engulfed by the swarm, followed by a cacophony akin to firecrackers, dense and disorderly, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. The explosive force, combined with the power of lightning and searing flames, unleashed a triad of devastation upon the serpents, each orb inflicting damage across a 1-meter diameter. The might of Ye Feng's maneuver encompassed an area of 200 square meters, decimating over 80% of the previously menacing serpent horde, leaving the remaining serpents in frantic flight. However, Ye Feng suddenly realized that he had lost track of Orochimaru. Alarmed, he activated his Sharingan to its fullest observational capacity. There, Ye Feng was taken aback to discover that Orochimaru had, unbeknownst to him, closed the distance to within 15 meters behind him. As Ye Feng sensed Orochimaru's approach, the latter was swiftly advancing towards him. It must have been during my engagement with the serpents that he utilized body flicker technique to position himself behind me, Ye Feng analyzed coolly. In a flash, Ye Feng summoned the nearest orbs of light, commanding them to whirl rapidly around him, forming a protective sphere. Concurrently, he dispatched dozens of other orbs towards the approaching Orochimaru. Seeking to catch Orochimaru off guard, Ye Feng unleashed the orb's power midway through their flight. Under his guidance, the outer force of each orb transformed seamlessly into thrust and suction, rapidly closing the distance between them and Orochimaru. As the explosive force was released, Orochimaru found himself precisely within the lethal radius. The ensuing explosion resonated in a singular, synchronized blast, with all the attacking orbs detonating simultaneously. Amid the explosion, Ye Feng, with the clarity of his Sharingan, observed Orochimaru being struck directly by the orbs, disintegrating into fragments. Yet, no joy surged within him. The ease with which Orochimaru was dispatched suggested he would not be a mere nuisance to Akatsuki. Indeed, following the explosion, all that remained was a ground littered with earth, devoid of Orochimaru's remains, not even a shard in sight. Ye Feng had distinctly seen Orochimaru being hit, leaving only one explanation. What he had destroyed was merely Orochimaru's clone. Ye Feng recalled that during the Nin exams, Orochimaru had indeed employed Earth clones. So, where was the true Orochimaru hiding? Ye Feng quickly scanned his surroundings, including the sky, but found nothing. The last possible location was beneath the ground. As this realization struck him, Ye Feng leapt away from his position just in time. A sharp sword erupted from the earth beneath his feet. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have been pierced through the feet, and had circumstances been slightly worse, he might have faced a far more perilous fate. The sword that had emerged from the ground was none other than Orochimaru's Kusanagi, a legendary sword capable of transforming and extending endlessly, relentlessly pursuing. With Orochimaru controlling it from below, its speed only increased, threatening to impale Ye Feng. In that moment, Ye Feng made a decisive choice. Utilizing the scant chakra he had left to perform the shadow clone technique, he employed his clone to hurl himself in another direction. This strategy mirrored one used by Naruto. With a resounding thud, the shadow clone exerted all its strength to propel Ye Feng's true form away, vanishing as its chakra was exhausted. Thanks to the clone's full support, Ye Feng was launched over 50 meters away, evading the Kusanagi's lethal pursuit. Still shaken, Ye Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Confronting Orochimaru was no trivial matter. An injury was a constant threat. As Orochimaru emerged from the earth, the Kusanagi's sword extended from his mouth, retracting and elongating. Earlier, Orochimaru had shown little concern for injuring Ye Feng, knowing that with Kabuto around, any wounds would not be a significant issue. Thus he held no reservations. At this juncture, there was no time to delay. Ye Feng had no choice but to consume a potent medicine to regain his strength. He retrieved a small glass container from his pouch, containing pills of blue, yellow, and red hues, and swallowed the blue pill. Could it be a secret medicine of the Akimichi clan? Orochimaru's expression shifted, his serpent-like eyes narrowing involuntarily. Having spent much of his life in Konoha, he was well acquainted with its secrets, and he had certainly encountered the Akimichi clan's secret medicine before. This was troubling. After being afflicted by Ye Feng's ocular technique, Sasuke found his spirit forcibly suppressed, confined within a realm of memories, where scenes from before the Uchiha massacre replayed before him. There were moments of joy intertwined with sorrow, each vignette tugging painfully at Sasuke's heart. As he reminisced about his childhood, he inevitably progressed to the memories of the Uchiha massacre, the stark contrast of joy and grief striking his soul. When all memories resurfaced, Sasuke's imprisoned psyche found itself in absolute darkness, an endless void akin to drifting through an infinite cosmos, devoid of any sense of direction. Regardless of his attempts to escape in any direction, he found himself utterly incapable of control. In this dark expanse, Sasuke was unaware of the events unfolding outside, yet he could ponder freely. He continually contemplated one pressing question. Why was Ye Feng's Sharingan capable of exerting such comprehensive suppression over him? Could it be that Ye Feng had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan? Why did the Sharingan he displayed differ entirely from Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan? Even the sensations felt were dissimilar. Ye Feng, what path is your Sharingan taking towards its evolution? In a location over 10 kilometers away, a battle raged on. Hinata Shika's voice, cold and detached. Noted the chakra fluctuations detectable even from such a distance with his Byakugan. How many are there? Kakashi inquired, astonished internally at the capabilities of his Byakugan to sense chakra from over 10 kilometers away. 5. We should hasten to investigate. It may very well be Orochimaru and his cohort, Asuma suggested. Indeed, Kakashi affirmed, quickening his pace. Upon witnessing Ye Feng consume the blue pill, Orochimaru's heart sank. With sufficient chakra, Ye Feng could unleash the full might of the Manjiki Sharingan. Although it remained unclear whether he had activated Amaterasu or Tsukuyami, the mere potential was enough to instill dread in Orochimaru. As Ye Feng ingested the blue pill, a surge of formidable energy erupted from within him. He felt as though he had consumed a potent stimulant, exceeding even the effects of military rations fivefold. The moment the blue pill dissolved in his stomach, he sensed a wave of heat coursing through him, the medicinal power absorbed by his kidneys and propelled towards his heart, ultimately circulating through his bloodstream to invigorate his brain and limbs. What a potent medicine! This entire process transpired within a mere 2 seconds. Truly the hallmark of the Akimichi clan's secret. In that instant, Ye Feng finally comprehended why members of the Akimichi clan often appeared more robust. The immense strain imposed by such potent medicine necessitated the combustion of fat to offset the energy demands, explaining why Akimichi Choji slimmed down after consuming the red pill while simultaneously becoming stronger. Upon the infusion of medicinal potency throughout his being, Ye Feng sensed a geometric escalation of both physical and spiritual energies within him. To maximize this energy, he promptly commenced the fusion of these two forces to generate chakra. The latent potential within his body surged to the fore in a remarkably brief span, and Ye Feng recognized that such effects would not endure for long. Thus, swift resolution was imperative. The eruption of physical energy compelled him to vocalize in response, as chakra rapidly formed in his abdomen, its volume astonishingly vast. At this juncture, Ye Feng was grateful for his prior studies in medical ninjutsu, as he possessed a certain understanding of human anatomy. Under his meticulous control, he managed to regulate the medicinal surge to 50%, thereby prolonging its efficacy. He was acutely aware of the precise amount of chakra he required. Any excess would be superfluous. Fueled by the medicinal vigor, Ye Feng's limbs became robust and powerful, transforming his previously somewhat frail appearance into one of newfound strength. However, the strain of overexertion weighed heavily upon his body, and after 2 episodes of such strain, the consequences grew dire. Although the medicinal pill provided immense energy, the burden of accommodating this foreign force was considerable. Despite his outwardly formidable appearance, Ye Feng felt a piercing pain emanating from his limbs, akin to a multitude of fine needles pricking his muscles. He comprehended that his body was teetering on the precipice of its limits. In his haste to eliminate 4 experimental subjects, he had employed the 8 gates formation, and now, having consumed the secret medicine of the Akimichi clan, he would require at least 2 weeks of recuperation post-battle to regain normal mobility. Should he be compelled to ingest the yellow pill, a minimum of 2 months in bed would be necessary for recovery. After all, his physique could not rival that of the Akimichi clan's larger members, who possessed ample fat to incinerate. Surrounding Ye Feng were still over 100 light orbs, yet he no longer needed to rely on them. The explosive light orbs he had created possessed limited lethality, serving merely to buy him time, and such delay was now unnecessary. Concurrently, Orochimaru devised a countermeasure against Ye Feng's explosive light orbs, as the Kusanagi sword elongated and aimed directly at Ye Feng's core. Although the light orbs would detonate, the Kusanagi sword was not a living entity, thus impervious to being damaged by such explosions. As Ye Feng observed the Kusanagi sword extending toward him under Orochimaru's control, he deftly gestured with both hands, dividing the light orbs into 4 groups, each targeting Orochimaru from distinct angles. With the predictive abilities afforded by his Sharingan, Ye Feng discerned the trajectory of the Kusanagi sword and its potential to alter course, and thus he harbored no fear of harm. Instead of defending, he chose to counterattack, forcing Orochimaru to adopt a defensive stance. As they moved and engaged in ranged assaults, Ye Feng manipulated the light orbs while Orochimaru wielded the Kusanagi sword, probing for an opening without committing to a full offensive. Orochimaru was aware of the temporal limitations of the Akimichi clan's secret medicine and remained wary of Ye Feng's Sharingan. He pondered why Ye Feng had yet to unleash the Uchiha clan's most formidable ocular techniques, resorting instead to ninjutsu and taijutsu. This lingering doubt had prevented Orochimaru from fully engaging. Meanwhile, Ye Feng felt a growing urgency. With each passing second, he sensed the diminishing effects of the medicinal pill. He calculated that his body was nearing its breaking point. Should he consume the second yellow pill, he would undoubtedly find himself incapacitated once the effects faded, leaving him vulnerable to capture by Orochimaru and Kabuto, who still possessed mobility. Defeating both Orochimaru and Kabuto before the effects of the medicinal pill completely waned was his only recourse. What abilities could he wield to achieve such a feat? Ye Feng contemplated, recognizing that he had no choice but to resort to his trump card. For some time, Ye Feng had been acutely aware of his advantages. Possessing the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, he understood the exceptional potential of his Sharingan. Yet for many years, he had devoted himself to honing other ninjutsu. Mindful of the Sharingan's propensity to induce blindness with excessive use, unless one, like Madara, could seize another's eyes to attain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The act of claiming another's eyes was abhorrent to Ye Feng, as the Uchiha clan was nearly extinct, with only a few survivors remaining, rendering such endeavors futile. He had but a single pair of eyes and had no intention of taking another's. Ye Feng had always cherished his Sharingan, which fueled his determination to enhance his prowess in other areas of ninjutsu and taijutsu, ensuring he did not excessively rely on his ocular abilities. Now, having exhausted his ninjutsu and taijutsu options, Ye Feng resolved to unveil his hidden card. Fortunately, he had previously ensnared them in his genjutsu unbeknownst to them, ensuring they would not perceive the true nature of his Sharingan. Thus, when he activated his trump card, he would not need to concern himself with potential leaks or the disdain of Uchiha Madara. The Sharingan that Orochimaru had glimpsed was merely an illusion cast by Ye Feng. Now, he was prepared to genuinely employ his ace. What remarkable capabilities did his Sharingan truly possess? Ye Feng concentrated his chakra, and the power of his eyes surged exponentially, akin to a supercar reaching its peak velocity and racing toward the finish line. An obstacle had long impeded the evolution of his Sharingan, akin to a circular racetrack constraining him to a limited space. To transcend to a new realm and acquire greater power, he must break through the barriers that constrained him. The surge of ocular power was intended to shatter these limitations, elevating his Sharingan to an entirely new dimension. As Ye Feng's ocular power reached his three-tomo Sharingan underwent a transformation, though it did not manifest as dramatically as the transition to the Manjiki Sharingan. Rather, an additional tomo emerged within his eye. The four-tomo Sharingan activated successfully. Since Orochimaru, Kabuto, and others had fallen prey to Ye Feng's visual genjutsu, they remained oblivious to the changes within his Sharingan, perceiving it still as Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan. The visual genjutsu Ye Feng employed ensured they could not discern the true form of his eyes, only witnessing the guise of Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, a subtle illusion that would not arouse their suspicion. Ye Feng's Sharingan was unique, perhaps due to his origins from another world, or perhaps because he bore the memories of a past life. It was also possible that Ye Feng's very existence had birthed an unforeseen anomaly. He lacked clarity regarding the trajectory of his Sharingan's development, yet he sensed a vague connection to the legendary Ten Tails. The form of his Sharingan had never appeared in the original narrative, but he could draw from his previous encounters with the Naruto storyline to speculate on certain aspects. Firstly, in episode 409 of the original series, during the long-awaited reunion between Sasuke and Naruto after 2.5 years, Sasuke witnessed the Nine Tails within Naruto, referring to it as a fearsome Sharingan, a cursed bloodline limit imbued with sinister power. If even the Nine Tails regarded it with trepidation, what hidden might could the Uchiha bloodline possess? Secondly, in episode 462, it was mentioned that the Uchiha clan's ancestor, the Sage of Six Paths, had once been the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, suggesting that the Sharingan was a result of the sage's transformation influenced by the Ten Tails. The eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths was born with the eye of a sage, distinct from the Rinnegan. While the Rinnegan features concentric circles, the sage's eye resembles a spiral. As the lineage progressed to the Uchiha clan, it mutated into the Sharingan. Initially, the first two pieces of information were insufficient to establish a connection between the Sharingan and the Ten Tails. However, as Ye Feng recalled chapter 467 of Naruto, which referenced the Ten Tails, he remembered the depiction of its eye adorned with 9 tomo and 3 circles characteristic of the Rinnegan, suggesting an overlap between the two. Thus, It was concluded that the Sharingan might be a hereditary mutation influenced by the 10 tails, derived from the Sage of Six Paths' unique physiology. Was it merely the Tomo Sharingan? Could there be further enhancements or hidden abilities? Li Feng was uncertain, for he had only awakened the 4 Tomo Sharingan, and the one certainty he held was the need to keep it a secret, should others discover it. Figures like Uchiha Madara or Danzo might covet this one-of-a-kind eye and attempt to seize it. Why had he not utilized the Uchiha clan's signature ocular techniques after awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan? Orochimaru found himself perplexed. In the past, during his time in Konoha, he had undertaken missions alongside members of the Uchiha clan and was well aware of the formidable power that the Sharingan bestowed. Possessing such a powerful weapon, yet refraining from using it raised questions in Orochimaru's mind. Perhaps the weapon was too potent to waste on lesser adversaries, or perhaps he was simply unable to employ it. Orochimaru dismissed the first possibility, as he could not fathom being considered weak in Li Feng's eyes. Another matter puzzled him. Earlier, Li Feng had employed an ocular technique on Karin and Asahi, possibly one of the 2 major techniques of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Tsukuyomi. If he possessed the capability to use Tsukuyomi, why had he not directed it at Orochimaru or Kabuto, but only at Karin and Asahi? Logically, he should have prioritized dealing with the more threatening opponents. Was it a matter of insufficient chakra? Given Li Feng's earlier state, that was a possibility. Did Tsukuyomi consume chakra in accordance with the user's skill level? Orochimaru could not be certain, as his understanding of the Mangekyou Sharingan was limited. After Li Feng ingested a secret medicine from the Akimichi clan, Orochimaru revised his prior assumptions. Li Feng now possessed ample chakra, yet still refrained from employing Tsukuyomi or Amaterasu, opting instead for weaker attacks. Although Li Feng's light orbs, combined with the Sharingan, consistently struck Orochimaru, the damage inflicted was minimal, and Orochimaru had various means to counter them. After much speculation, Orochimaru was left with one possibility. Li Feng could not utilize the techniques. If he could use them against Karin and Asahi, why not now? Even if Orochimaru did not gaze into Li Feng's eyes, he could still invoke Amaterasu. Karin and Asahi were not particularly strong. Ordinary Jinjutsu could affect them. Perhaps Li Feng was using a less potent Jinjutsu, but the power derived from the Mangekyou Sharingan would certainly surpass that of the regular Sharingan. If this hypothesis held true, it would indicate that Li Feng had yet to master Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. With this realization, Orochimaru felt his conjectures nearing the truth, and it was time to test his theory. Upon activating his 4 Tomo Sharingan, Li Feng initially intended to ensnare Orochimaru in a Jinjutsu, curious about the damage inflicted by his ocular techniques in this heightened state. However, Orochimaru refrained from looking into Li Feng's eyes, much like Guy, relying solely on observation of Li Feng's movements. Kabuto, not needing to engage in combat, found it easy to avoid looking into Li Feng's eyes. Having learned from his past encounters with Itachi while assisting Sasuke, Orochimaru had adapted to fighting against the Sharingan without directly meeting its gaze, which did not hinder his abilities. Presently, Li Feng experienced a headache, pondering how to employ his ocular techniques against Orochimaru, who continued to avert his gaze. It was well known that Taijutsu and Ninjutsu inflicted little damage on Orochimaru, leading Li Feng to place his hopes on the power of the Sharingan. Should he resort to a direct confrontation, akin to Itachi's battle with Kakashi 3 years later, where he could forcibly engage Orochimaru? Li Feng contemplated this as a potential strategy. Just as he resolved to approach Orochimaru, the latter advanced towards him. Orochimaru summoned several enormous snakes, each measuring over 100 meters in length with girths surpassing that of large water barrels. The arrival of these serpents caused numerous trees in the surrounding area to topple, as the trees of the land of water were considerably smaller than those of the land of fire. With their tongues flicking and eyes fixed on Li Feng, the serpents hissed ominously. Li Feng, upon witnessing Orochimaru's summoned snakes, had an epiphany. Orochimaru and the snakes would create a diversion, buying him time. With his light orbs exhausted and lacking the strength to employ more formidable techniques, Orochimaru believed that engaging in close proximity would be advantageous for him. Aware of Orochimaru's intentions, Li Feng thought, "How fortuitous that you have approached me. I shall play along." Orochimaru elongated his body, moving with serpentine grace, his speed not particularly fast, yet remarkably agile. Especially with the cover of the summoned snakes, Li Feng continuously hurled shurikens and kunai enhanced with high-frequency, vibrating lightning chakra, amplifying their lethality and penetration power. Even with the foresight granted by the Sharingan, Ye Feng found it challenging to strike Orochimaru, either evading with his serpentine movements or being shielded by the massive snakes. All of Ye Feng's projectiles missed their mark. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that it was all part of the plan. In the past, Ye Feng had felt confident in his shuriken jutsu, yet now he realized that hitting a target was not guaranteed. Through their respective efforts, Orochimaru had closed the distance to within 5 meters of Ye Feng. During Ye Feng's earlier confrontation with Orochimaru's 4 experiments, he had showcased formidable taijutsu. But Orochimaru discerned that Ye Feng had little practical combat experience, relying primarily on speed to secure victory through surprise. Had those experiments been more vigilant, Ye Feng would not have achieved such swift kills. Despite the potency of his taijutsu, avoiding being struck was key. Ye Feng aimed to deliver an unexpected surprise to Orochimaru. Yet he remained unaware that Orochimaru had recognized his inexperience in close combat. As Orochimaru approached, Ye Feng threw a punch aimed at his face, fully aware that it would likely have little effect, as even Tsunade's monstrous strength could not harm him. Ye Feng was not foolish enough to believe that his punch would yield any results. In response to Ye Feng's blow, Orochimaru twisted his body at an astonishing angle, evading the strike, then coiling around Ye Feng's arm, simultaneously manifesting 5 or 6 smaller snakes, each as thick as Ye Feng's arm, which swiftly ensnared Ye Feng's limbs, immobilizing him. Orochimaru's main body slithered up to Ye Feng's neck, mouth agape, ready to deliver a cursed seal. Moments ago, Orochimaru deliberately summoned several large serpents, using a serpentine technique to approach Ye Feng. During this advance, Orochimaru sought to gauge whether Ye Feng would employ a powerful ocular technique such as Amaterasu. Given the nature of Amaterasu's assault, Orochimaru realized he could not evade it. As he neared Ye Feng, it became apparent to him that Ye Feng was incapable of utilizing Amaterasu, having once been part of the Akatsuki and having executed missions alongside Itachi. Orochimaru recognized that if Ye Feng possessed the ability to wield Amaterasu, this would have been an opportune moment. Yet, Ye Feng remained oblivious, missing this prime opportunity. What could be the nature of his eyes? Could it be that they had only recently awakened, and he had yet to master the power akin to Amaterasu? Ye Feng's experience in close combat was indeed insufficient. His cleverness could only yield unexpected results under surprising circumstances, much like his previous triumph over the Sound Four. Now facing Orochimaru, a seasoned adversary, such tactics proved ineffective. Initially intending to turn the tables on Orochimaru, Ye Feng found his movements constrained, an unforeseen predicament. How could he have anticipated that Orochimaru would employ the serpent binding technique at such a moment? After all, he was not a genuine genius, merely a reincarnated soul with a broader understanding than others. Even with some knowledge of Orochimaru from the original storyline, engaging in battle was an entirely different matter, making it impossible to foresee every scenario. Ye Feng had no interest in being cursed by Orochimaru. Such borrowed power would only erode his body over time. Mimic, imitation of Chidori flow, imitation of return to heaven. Ye Feng's body erupted with the power of thunder. Under the influence of the secret medicine from the Akimichi clan, an immense chakra surged forth from every pore, erupting like a volcanic explosion. The released chakra formed a formidable energy stream, momentarily halting Orochimaru's advance for a brief zero. For seconds, just as he was about to sink his fangs into Ye Feng's neck. Although this pause was fleeting, it was ample time for Ye Feng. Immediately, the high-frequency vibrations of lightning chakra enveloped Ye Feng entirely, dispersing Orochimaru's serpent-binding technique. The surface of Orochimaru's body was scorched black by the lightning. With a swift spin, Ye Feng executed the imitation of return to heaven, sending Orochimaru flying. At that moment, Ye Feng's sole intention was to rid himself of Orochimaru. All thoughts of cunning strategies or luring him in for an ocular technique faded from his mind. Ye Feng had no desire to be entangled with Orochimaru, nor did he wish to adopt a cursed mark. He firmly believed that only what he cultivated himself was truly his. Orochimaru, now cast aside, found his serpentine form blackened. As he was thrown back, he retracted his elongated body into human form. Originally, Ye Feng's imitation of Chidori flow wouldn't possess such magnitude. However, in the heat of the moment, he could not focus on suppressing the effects of the secret medicine. Consequently, the potency of the medicine surged from 50 to 100%, causing Ye Feng's chakra to swell dramatically. This sudden increase was more than his body could fully withstand, compelling him to expend energy to alleviate the burden. Disaster. That technique spiraled out of control. After casting Orochimaru aside, Ye Feng sensed a shift within his Sharingan. Under normal circumstances, controlling that technique posed no challenge. However, just before Orochimaru closed in, Ye Feng had prepared the ocular technique, concealing it to await the perfect moment, a chance to meet Orochimaru's gaze. Yet, in a moment of peril, he failed to restrain the effects of the secret medicine, leading to an explosive release of chakra that doubled in an instant. At this juncture, Ye Feng's not fully mastered four-tomo Sharingan exhibited erratic behavior, likely influenced by the surge of power within. The Sharingan began to autonomously absorb excess chakra, the four-tomo spinning within his pupils at unprecedented speed. Almost there, just ahead. The confrontation was between Uchiha Ye Feng and Orochimaru. Hinata Shika had already activated his Byakugan to observe the unfolding scene from a kilometer away, analyzing Ye Feng's capabilities as they approached within half a kilometer. "What is the situation?" Kakashi inquired, lacking the observational acuity of the Byakugan to ascertain the events transpiring. Nevertheless, half a kilometer was not overly distant, and the relatively small trees of the Land of Water allowed them to catch glimpses of the commotion. Hearing the sounds of explosions, Kakashi grew increasingly anxious, aware that his opponent was Orochimaru. He doubted his ability to contend with such a formidable foe. Could Ye Feng truly stand against Orochimaru? Had he reached such a level of strength? As they drew nearer to their destination, Kakashi's concern deepened regarding Ye Feng's potential fate at the hands of Orochimaru, prompting the group to quicken their pace. Upon closing in to within 500 meters of Ye Feng, they spotted several colossal serpents summoned by Orochimaru. When they were just 100 meters away, Kakashi and the others witnessed a peculiar phenomenon. A sharp pain pierced Ye Feng's eyes, a sensation he was not unfamiliar with, having previously tested the limits of his Sharingan. The primary reason for such tests was to prevent overexertion of his eyes. However, he had not anticipated that during those trials, his eyes would transcend the ordinary Sharingan, awakening to the four-tomo state. Ye Feng was acutely aware of when his Sharingan approached its critical limit. Yet this time, the ocular technique had been scarcely employed. Why had he reached his limit so swiftly? Was it due to the current abnormal circumstances? The uncontrollable absorption of chakra by the Sharingan was a novel experience for Ye Feng. Nevertheless, the gravity of the situation left little room for contemplation. As the erratic four-tomo Sharingan exhibited new behavior, the piercing pain in his eyes intensified, and although Ye Feng attempted to close them, he found it impossible. The four-tomo Sharingan seemed to resist his control, compelling him to shield his eyes with his hands in an effort to avoid visual stimuli. It was as if the four-tomo Sharingan had developed a will of its own. Upon sensing Ye Feng's attempts at restraint, the rate of chakra absorption surged exponentially, as if seeking to drain him entirely. "This is dire. If this continues, my chakra will be depleted, and I may perish." Ye Feng understood the gravity of the situation. He could not remain passive and needed to take action swiftly. The four-tomo Sharingan's loss of control had exceeded his expectations, and in mere seconds, 70% of his chakra had been siphoned away, while the effects of the secret medicine began to wane. What should I do? Ye Feng felt the tension mounting within him, uncertain of how to proceed. Shielding his eyes proved futile, and the pain only clouded his thoughts. 2 seconds elapsed, and despite his best efforts to control and suppress the situation, he could only marginally slow the rate of chakra depletion. Now, 90% of his chakra had been extracted, leaving only a fraction replenished by the final effects of the secret medicine. Orochimaru remained unaware of Ye Feng's predicament, sensing something amiss with his eyes. The earlier injury, not severe, had been swiftly suppressed as he sought to restore his form. Unsure whether this was some trick of Ye Feng's, a man known for his cunning, Orochimaru hesitated for a few moments, curious to see what Ye Feng was plotting. Just as Orochimaru prepared to act, he noticed 4 figures approaching: Kakashi, Hinata Shika, Asuma, and a cloud ninja, now appearing just 100 meters away. Upon their recent arrival, Kakashi and his companions discovered Orochimaru in a tense standoff with Ye Feng. They were about to intervene and join forces against Orochimaru when strange phenomena began to manifest around them. "Lord Orochimaru, look at the sky!" exclaimed Kabuto, who had been quietly observing, seemingly disregarding Kakashi and the others to draw Orochimaru's attention to the heavens. Given that the Land of Water is a small island nation surrounded by the sea, it is rich in humidity. The moisture evaporates into the atmosphere, forming clouds. Especially during the rainy season when the cloud cover tends to be low, even on days without rainfall. However, Kabuto noticed that the clouds above them had inexplicably risen, creating a stark contrast with the lower clouds in other areas. Upon hearing this revelation, Kakashi and his companions directed their gaze upwards. Yet, among the four, only Hinata Shika remained focused on the ground, for his Byakugan had unveiled more than what met the eye. Renowned for its perceptive capabilities, the Byakugan allowed members of the Hyuga clan to sense anomalies with remarkable acuity. Within his black and white vision, Hinata Shika discerned peculiarities that had never been witnessed before in this vicinity. Expanding his Byakugan's range, he ultimately realized that a radius of 1 mile surrounding Ye Feng was filled with unusual phenomena. However, he could not identify the nature of these anomalies. His vision merely revealed numerous dark lines within his sight. What could these enigmatic dark lines signify? Hinata Shika directed his gaze towards Ye Feng, fully aware that the unfolding events were instigated by him. The closer he approached Ye Feng, the more the dark lines multiplied, while the areas farther away exhibited a diminishing presence of these ominous markers. After prompting Orochimaru to observe the heavens, Yakushi Kabuto redirected his focus to Ye Feng, noting that the peculiar occurrences seemed to have commenced following Ye Feng's unusual behavior. Unable to discern anything amiss with Ye Feng himself, he expanded his attention to the surrounding environment, searching for anomalies in the shifts of the atmosphere. With a discerning eye, Yakushi Kabuto soon detected an abnormality in the flow of the air. The winds from all directions appeared to converge towards this particular locale. This phenomenon was unearthed through his astute observations of the surrounding trees, whose branches seemed to bow in reverence towards Ye Feng, as if engaged in a ritual of homage. It is noteworthy that not all branches were swaying in unison towards the same direction. As an exceptional ninja, Kabuto recognized that the usual swaying of branches could serve as a rudimentary wind vane, allowing him to estimate the wind's direction and strength based on their oscillation and bend. However, he discovered that in this area, the winds did not blow uniformly towards a singular direction. Rather, the air currents appeared to be drawn together by an unseen force, converging in this spot. Typically, sea breezes flow in a consistent direction, and even when changing course, such a rapid transformation is improbable. The air in this vicinity resembled a funnel brimming with water, flowing towards an opening at its apex. The noticeable airflow generated by this movement was what people could feel as the wind, which in turn prompted the trees to bow towards Ye Feng. Upon reflecting on the clouds that loomed high above, Kabuto realized that this area resembled an upward-facing funnel, with air currents from all directions converging towards the center before surging skyward. Could it be that all of this was incited by Ye Feng? At this moment, gazing at Ye Feng, who was covering his eyes, Yakushi Kabuto's heart was filled with astonishment. Could it be that he was unleashing some form of ocular technique, one that could provoke such an extraordinary phenomenon? The descriptions of the pharmacist Do, Orochimaru, Kakashi, and Hinata Shikahiko may be somewhat lengthy, yet in reality, they transpired within mere seconds. During this brief interval, the phenomenon instigated by leaf maple caused the surrounding winds to gradually intensify, causing the garments of those present to flutter. At this moment, leaf maple, who had been exerting utmost restraint, could no longer suppress the peculiarities of his four-tomo Sharingan. With 99% of his chakra being siphoned away, the pain in his eyes reached its zenith. Although he could not see anything, leaf maple sensed the abnormal fluctuations in his surroundings. Covering his eyes proved futile, so he resolved to release his hands to better observe the situation around him. As soon as he let go, the agony in his eyes rendered clarity elusive. At this juncture, he found himself unable to close his eyes for respite or relief. Straining to survey his environment, he was astounded to discover that he was amidst the awakening of a formidable ability, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan's most potent ocular technique, Susanoo. The ninja engaged in battle with Itachi was obliterated. Itachi's Susanoo possessed two formidable abilities, the Totsuka Blade, capable of sealing all, and the Yata Mirror, which could reflect any attack, rendering Itachi nearly invincible, albeit at a tremendous cost to his physical well-being. Initially, Itachi had not intended to unleash this technique so soon. However, upon sensing Leaf Maple's halt 5 kilometers away, he seized the opportunity while Leaf Maple was unaware and slumber. Itachi cast a jutsu upon Leaf Maple, allowing him to ascertain the latter's location as long as he remained within a 10-kilometer radius. With Leaf Maple pausing at such a proximity, it was improbable that he would await Itachi's arrival, suggesting that some new development had occurred on Leaf Maple's end. Hence, Itachi was compelled to resort to his ultimate move. As Itachi dealt with the group of cloud ninjas and prepared to advance toward Leaf Maple, he noticed alterations in the sky. The nearby low-hanging clouds began drifting in the direction of Leaf Maple, with the air itself flowing towards him, manifesting as a gust of wind. What could be happening? This unusual celestial phenomenon. Has something transpired over there? A sense of foreboding arose within Itachi's heart. Such an extraordinary phenomenon could not possibly occur in the land of water without a significant catalyst. This urgency compelled Itachi to hasten towards the source without even taking a moment to rest. Leaf Maple opened his eyes, barely able to perceive any images. What he beheld was a fracture, akin to viewing the world through a pair of shattered spectacles. This is bad, Leaf Maple thought anxiously. He had already depleted much of his chakra, and at this moment, the four-tomo Sharingan was voraciously drawing upon what little remained. He could feel his vitality beginning to wane. If he failed to provide it with sufficient chakra, it would drain him entirely. Having discerned that this abnormal celestial phenomenon was instigated by Leaf Maple, Kakashi redirected his focus back to him. The perceptive powers of the Sharingan were now fully engaged. Kakashi observed that all of Leaf Maple's chakra was now concentrated in the Sharingan, and he noted that Leaf Maple appeared significantly thinner than before. Impossible. How could all his chakra be focused solely on the Sharingan? And what is that? Is there truly a form of the Sharingan that resembles this? Kakashi gazed at Leaf Feng in disbelief, for within the bloodshot depths of Leaf Feng's eyes, he discerned that his Sharingan possessed an astonishing four-tomo. Hinata Shika had been closely observing Leaf Feng, and his Byakugan revealed the terrifyingly high density of chakra converging within Leaf Feng's Sharingan. In his monochromatic vision, he could perceive that Leaf Feng's other chakra pathways were nearly devoid of energy, while those eyes, pulsating with an extraordinary concentration of chakra, resembled two brilliantly radiant miniature suns. In this dire moment, Leaf Feng bore the piercing agony in his eyes and retrieved a secret medicine from the Akimichi clan, swallowing the second yellow pill. This pill's potency surpassed that of the Farron pill, more intense and formidable. Although consuming it now might confine him to a sickbed for months, refraining from its use would lead to his immediate demise. As the yellow pill's medicinal energy coursed into Leaf Feng's body, it swiftly circulated throughout him, revitalizing his chakra pathways once more. With chakra restored, the seemingly insatiable four-tomo Sharingan ceased its drain on Leaf Feng's life force and instead began to absorb chakra. With his condition temporarily alleviated, Leaf Feng finally noticed the presence of 4 additional individuals at the scene. Struggling to turn his gaze, he discovered it was Kakashi and the others. As Ye Feng cast his gaze upon Kakashi, an unusual sensation enveloped Kakashi. He sensed the air currents around him growing chaotic, the very space he inhabited twisting in response. In the black and white realm of Hinata Shika, it became apparent that after consuming a pill, Ye Feng generated an immense chakra within his body, while his eyes incessantly drew in chakra, their radiance intensifying. A troubling development unfolded. Hinata Shika observed that the erratically appearing black lines around them began to thicken under the influence of Ye Feng's focused gaze. "We must leave at once, Lord Orochimaru," urged Yashidu, who had been vigilantly monitoring the changes in their surroundings. Lacking the perceptive abilities of the Byakugan or Sharingan, he could only gather intelligence from the environment. He noted that within mere seconds, the once elevated clouds above began to descend ominously, and the unusual air currents shifted from ascending to converging upon Ye Feng's vicinity. As he alerted Orochimaru, Yashidu swiftly scooped up Sasuke and Karen, leaping away. The area surrounding Ye Feng had become perilous, and he could no longer afford to consider that troublesome figure from earlier. In an instant, the air currents intensified several-fold, lifting fallen leaves and dust from the ground and directing them toward Ye Feng. Where were these currents heading? Yashidu pondered but could not ascertain. "We must depart quickly," he urged. Almost simultaneously, Hinata Shika and Kakashi shouted warnings to their companions, leaping away. Both had keenly discerned that the leaves blown toward Ye Feng were torn apart and vanished upon nearing him. Hinata Shika's Byakugan observed with acute clarity, revealing that the lifted leaves and dust were being drawn into the thickening black lines. "What formidable power!" Orochimaru exclaimed as he fled. marveling at the extraordinary abilities displayed by Ye Feng, far surpassing his expectations. This astonishing capability prompted even the often calm Orochimaru to express his admiration amidst the imminent danger. "What on earth is happening?" inquired a Cloud Ninja as he leapt away from the area. It seems that Ye Feng is employing a space-time ninjutsu, one that appears to have spiraled out of control, tearing apart the fabric of this space. Hinata Ashika finally comprehended the nature of the black lines he had observed in the black and white realm. They were rifts in space. As Kakashi and the others leaped 2,000 meters away from that area, visible black fissures began to manifest around Ye Feng. Kakashi, struck with profound astonishment, marveled at the potential of the Sharingan to possess such a form capable of rending space. Could my Sharingan also achieve such capabilities? He mused. Let us retreat. Orochimaru instructed Yashidu, recognizing that Ye Feng's exhibited powers, coupled with Kakashi and the others' arrival, extinguished his ambition to capture Ye Feng. He glanced at Sasuke, carried on Yashidu's shoulder, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Ye Feng might indeed be too formidable. Orochimaru felt uncertain about being able to control him 3 years hence, thus placing his hopes on Sasuke, who might one day surpass his two brothers. At this moment, Ye Feng grasped the unfolding situation. Although his vision was obscured, he sensed the anomalies around him, recognizing that wherever his focus landed, space would distort, subsequently tearing open fissures. He realized that his Sharingan was awakening a new ability, one that could potentially rival Kakashi's Kimui, though that was a matter for the future. For now, he found himself in peril. Without needing to see, Ye Feng understood that the rifts in the surrounding space were expanding, and their pulling force was increasing. Once they reached a certain intensity, he feared he might be drawn in as well. His chakra, firmly anchored by the 4-tomo Sharingan, could not be diverted for any other purpose. His body found it nearly impossible to move, rendering escape hopeless. Moreover, no matter where he fled, the influence of his Sharingan would create space rifts, rendering it no different from remaining in place. How ironic, Ye Feng reflected. To awaken a new ability only to be undone by its uncontrollable nature, perhaps an unprecedented event in the Uchiha clan's history. He contemplated that wherever his gaze fell, the fissures would inevitably widen. Wait, I almost forgot. These rifts were formed under the influence of my Sharingan. Despite the current chaos, he believed there was still a chance for salvation. With great effort, he lifted his head skyward. If this power could be controlled like Kimui, perhaps he could redirect it into the air. Indeed, as he directed his vision toward the heavens, Ye Feng felt the surrounding rifts cease their expansion and begin to contract. His gaze, unfocused and pained, revealed little, yet any elevation or lowering produced no significant difference. With a sudden thud, he collapsed onto the ground, weary from standing. The chakra produced by the yellow medicinal secret of the Akimichi clan had been nearly depleted, and the 4-tomo Sharingan seemed insatiable. How long would it continue to absorb? With the area now devoid of life, Ye Feng felt an unexpected sense of relief rather than concern over the uncontrollable nature of his Sharingan. Finally, as it absorbed over 85% of his chakra, a critical threshold was reached, signaling an impending explosion. As this eruption loomed, the pain in his eyes escalated from a sharp sting to an excruciating agony, his vision turning crimson as tears of blood streamed down his cheeks, a testament to the strain on his eyes. In the end, when he felt an overwhelming force stored within his eyes burst forth, a wave of relaxation washed over him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, oblivious to the effects of the technique he had unleashed into the sky. What transpired there? Itachi, who was en route, observed Ye Feng's direction, where an enormous black hole had manifested in the sky. This colossal void, lasting mere seconds, consumed the surrounding clouds and unleashed a tempest, with winds reaching force 8, snapping trees in their wake. Above them, the sky bore the scars of a great rupture, revealing the stars beyond, a sight unprecedented during the rainy season in the land of water. Kakashi and the others, witnessing this phenomenon, were astounded by the terrifying capabilities of Ye Feng's Sharingan. Byakugan. Hinata Ashika activated his Byakugan to scrutinize the situation surrounding Ye Feng. To his surprise, the once gentle slope had transformed into a pockmarked landscape, with deep craters scattered about, yet the patch where Ye Feng lay remained untouched. That area is secure. We can proceed to retrieve him, Hinata Ashika reported to Kakashi. Kakashi, braving the fierce winds, lifted Ye Feng and declared, we must leave swiftly. A certain individual approaches from 4 kilometers away, Uchiha Itachi. Upon discerning the incoming figure, Hinata Shika promptly alerted, "It is Uchiha Itachi. We must hasten our departure. Let us make our exit. The mission is complete, and we shall return to Konohagakure," Kakashi affirmed, carrying Ye Feng as they ventured toward the Land of Fire, with Asuma and the others following closely behind. The mission of Yunin has concluded, and he bids farewell to them, setting off to another location to reunite with his companions. As Itachi travels an additional kilometer, he discovers that Ye Feng is exhibiting new developments. Ye Feng's position is beginning to shift. Where might he be headed? Is he unscathed? Itachi follows the sensing trail, but after the recent intense battle, his body is burdened, and he suddenly begins to cough violently. Once the fit subsides, Itachi realizes he needs to rest before continuing the pursuit, so he seeks a nearby hiding spot to recuperate before resuming his search for Ye Feng. "You seem rather disheveled." A familiar voice calls out. Itachi turns to see Kisame's presence, accompanied by Zetsu, who at this moment is only half white, the white Zetsu. "I rushed over as soon as I received news of the Yunin's assault on you. How are you faring?" Kisame inquires. "Cough, please, help me. Cough. Check on my brother." Itachi struggles to articulate, feeling a sense of unease from the recent anomaly he witnessed. Until he can ascertain Ye Feng's safety, he cannot find peace. "Rest assured, the Akatsuki has just issued a command for me to recruit your brother into our ranks. During my journey here, Black has already detected his whereabouts. Your brother is currently unconscious, taken by a ninja from Konoha, but he is not in immediate danger. I will accompany Kisame shortly to find him." The half-white Zetsu assures Itachi. Upon hearing this, Itachi feels a slight relief. He coughs once more and laboriously retrieves a vial of medicine from his pouch, raising it to drink. "We shall depart now and return shortly with him," Kisame informs before turning to leave with Zetsu in pursuit of Kakashi and those who have Ye Feng. When Ye Feng awakens, he finds himself in a wooden cabin, lying on a bed. In his dazed state, it seems he hears 2 individuals conversing nearby. "You have awakened?" Itachi's voice resonates from beside the bed. Struggling to lift his head, Ye Feng sees Itachi and Uncle Kisame seated beside him, having ceased their discussion upon his awakening. A ray of sunset filters through the window, illuminating Ye Feng's eyes. The light is not overly harsh, yet it proves unbearable for Ye Feng, who gently shifts his head, feeling lingering pain throughout his body, rendered weak. "Be cautious." Itachi assists Ye Feng in adjusting his pillow to a more comfortable position. "How long have I been unconscious?" Ye Feng inquires. "You have been in a coma for 7 days, Itachi replies. Awakening with a gnawing hunger, Ye Feng realizes he has not eaten during his unconsciousness, leaving his stomach empty. "I am somewhat hungry," he states, expressing his need. "I will fetch you something to eat immediately," Itachi responds, his tone somewhat detached, yet Ye Feng senses the underlying concern. Ye Feng discreetly assesses his condition, still feeling quite feeble, with persistent pain accompanying any movement. The secret medicine from the Akimichi clan indeed possesses potent effects, placing a significant strain on his body. Enduring the hunger, Ye Feng waits for approximately half an hour before Itachi returns with food, some thin porridge suitable for Ye Feng's current state, as he requires easily digestible sustenance. As Ye Feng is unable to move, Itachi feeds him. "I never would have guessed you were such a good brother. I cannot fathom why. Despite both being your brothers, your treatment of them differs so greatly," Kisame remarks, referring to Itachi's demeanor towards Ye Feng and Sasuke. Itachi remains silent, continuing to feed Ye Feng without responding. Familiar with Itachi's cold nature, Kisame refrains from pressing further, understanding that any words Itachi wishes to share will eventually be conveyed in his own time. "I will go fetch Yukizumi to have a look," Kisame states as he excuses himself. After about an hour, Kisame returns with an individual who appears to be in his 20s, resembling a doctor, equipped with a typical ninja tool pouch and carrying a large basket on his back. Through Kisame's introduction, Ye Feng learns that this individual, Yukizumi, is an exceptional medical ninja. Yukizumi's purpose is to examine Ye Feng's condition. In the following days, due to Ye Feng's limited mobility, Itachi continues to feed him 3 meals a day, with occasional assistance from Kisame. By the 4th day after awakening, Ye Feng is able to eat independently. What remarkable recuperative abilities! Even after sustaining significant injuries, recovery occurs swiftly, Kisame exclaims in astonishment. Over these days, Kisame has taken on a role akin to an idle observer, remaining with Itachi. Having previously trained with extreme methods, Ye Feng's body has developed an extraordinary resilience. Coupled with the efficacy of the medicine provided by Yukizumi, by today, Ye Feng's chakra has begun to recover to 20%, allowing him to mobilize some chakra to aid his healing. On the 10th day, although Ye Feng remains confined to his bed, his condition has significantly improved. That evening, Ye Feng leans against the headboard, gazing out at the sunset. Itachi has stepped out for an errand, and Kisame, who had left days prior, unexpectedly returns bearing food, including Ye Feng's favorite fruit wine and chicken. Here, for you, Kisame hands the items to Ye Feng. Is this your artwork? Kisame notices several drawings on the table and approaches to examine them. One depicts Uchiha Mikoto, while another illustrates a middle-aged couple with a youth of about 17 or 18, suggesting an intimate family scene. Your artistry is exquisite, Kisame sincerely praises Ye Feng, acknowledging the remarkable skill displayed in the drawings that resemble photographs. After 10 days of interaction, Ye Feng discovers that Uncle Kisame possesses a certain charm, at least towards friends. This is a drawing I completed yesterday. The family depicted is my parents from my past life, and the youth is my former self, Ye Feng reflects. He learned to draw upon awakening his Sharingan, realizing that with training, he could utilize its abilities to observe and replicate intricate details, rendering them onto paper. The Sharingan allows him to imprint all he observes deeply within his mind, enabling him to project these memories onto a blank canvas through imagination, thus recreating vivid images with remarkable accuracy. After years of practice, Ye Feng's hand-drawn works have achieved a level of realism akin to photographic representation. Your work is splendid. Is this your mother? Kisame inquires, picking up the drawing of Uchiha Mikoto, noting the resemblance to Itachi. Indeed, Ye Feng nods. And who is depicted in this piece? Kisame asks, lifting the family portrait. A person I have met, Ye Feng replies, unable to elaborate further as it remains his secret. Your talent is impressive. Would you be willing to create a drawing for me? Kisame requests. Of course, Ye Feng responds readily, finding it a simple task to fulfill. Ye Feng takes the brush and paper, gazing intently at Kisame, his eyes naturally shifting into the three-tomo Sharingan state, imprinting Kisame's likeness deeply in his mind before projecting the image onto the paper, transforming it into elegant lines and colors. Observing Ye Feng's focused demeanor as he diligently sketches, Kisame is filled with wonder at the capabilities of the Sharingan, which allows him to capture a scene with a mere glance, explaining the stunning realism of his artwork. Ye Feng completed his drawing of Kisame in merely half an hour, executing each stroke with unwavering precision, leaving no need for revision. Kisame was astonished by Ye Feng's remarkable artistic prowess. Witnessing Kisame's delight in his artwork, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of validation for his skills, which naturally brought him joy. After a brief conversation with Ye Feng, Kisame departed the room to take a shower and rest. Upon his return, he appeared weary, suggesting he had traversed considerable distances. Once Kisame left, Ye Feng, feeling a sense of leisure, began to refine his Sharingan. Following his self-induced rampage, Ye Feng experienced a significant enhancement in his ocular prowess. He sensed subtle changes in his eyes. Previously, he had been unable to experiment due to his physical condition, but today he felt well enough to familiarize himself with his newly evolved Sharingan. Activating the Sharingan, Ye Feng's eyes transformed into the one-tomo form, rather than the three-tomo variant. Since the incident involving the uncontrollable four-tomo Sharingan, Ye Feng had delved deeper into understanding its capabilities. Now he activated the basic form of the Sharingan, the one-tomo variant. Ye Feng had never utilized the one-tomo form before. His first awakening had been the three-tomo Sharingan. Unlike Sasuke, who activated his bloodline limit in moments of peril, Ye Feng naturally transitioned to the three-tomo Sharingan upon reaching a certain level of power. Following the chaos of the four-tomo Sharingan, he initially felt trepidation towards that form, but he later recognized that this experience had significantly contributed to his growth and comprehension of the Sharingan. Previously, Ye Feng had been unable to separate the powers of the tomo. Upon activation, all three would manifest simultaneously. However, after this experience, he discovered he could now manipulate the tomo abilities with freedom. The one-tomo Sharingan, characterized by its insight, represented the most fundamental and elementary capacity of perception. To deepen his understanding, Ye Feng focused on the back of his hand, stretching his palm to about 70 centimeters from his eyes. He could distinctly see the hair and pores, The clarity of his vision enhanced to twice its usual acuity. Gazing out the window, illuminated by moonlight, he could discern objects at a distance 25 times greater than normal. As two mosquitoes flitted by, he observed their movements, which appeared to have slowed to half their usual speed. Activating this Tomo ability, Ye Feng soon realized that the initial one Tomo Sharingan offered merely basic insight. His vision was slightly superior to that of an ordinary eye, providing a broader and more detailed perspective. However, beyond this, no deeper abilities were revealed. As his ocular power intensified, the second Tomo emerged. With its appearance, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming urge to record every image he encountered, a sensation cultivated through years of artistic practice. Whenever he prepared to draw, he would utilize the Sharingan's insight and replication capabilities to imprint vivid images in his mind. With the first Tomo, he merely experienced observational clarity. Upon the emergence of the second, he gained the capacity for replication. Ye Feng recognized that the second Tomo represented the primary replication ability. Upon reaching the dual Tomo stage, he conducted further tests, discovering that utilizing both Tomo simultaneously was not merely a combination of insight and replication. The replication capability was fundamentally rooted in the insight Tomo, and its emergence further enhanced the insight's effectiveness, increasing clarity to 5 times that of ordinary vision, distance perception to 35 times, and observation speed to double the norm. After experimenting for a while, Ye Feng felt he had acquired a sufficient understanding of the dual Tomo Sharingan and proceeded to enhance his ocular power to activate the 3 Tomo Sharingan. This form, the one he was most familiar with, was analyzed through his past experiences. The third Tomo was associated with Ninjutsu, augmenting the insight Tomo's capabilities and allowing him to perceive chakra through color, as well as predict the actions of others. It also enabled him to discern the chakra within others' bodies. The Ninjutsu Tomo not only enhanced the insight Tomo, but also amplified the replication capabilities, allowing him to not only mimic forms, but also replicate techniques. Ninjutsu activated through chakra. What enhancements the fourth Tomo might bring to the Sharingan remained a mystery to Ye Feng. Unfortunately, he lacked the sufficient chakra needed to activate it. However, he could vaguely speculate that its abilities might pertain to spatial manipulation. Throughout history, Ye Feng's emergence had seemingly not altered the original timeline significantly. Did this suggest something profound? Meanwhile, reflecting on Orochimaru's situation, since being rescued by Kabuto, Sasuke had been sleeping merely 6 hours a night, dedicating the remainder of his time to relentless training, becoming increasingly withdrawn, fixated solely on power. Observing Kakashi's contemplation after witnessing Ye Feng's Sharingan spiral out of control, he pondered how to further develop his own ocular abilities. With formidable opponents emerging, he recognized that stagnation would inevitably compromise his ability to protect his comrades. 10 kilometers outside the village, atop the highest peak, Kakashi refrained from rigorous training. Instead, he sat quietly, gazing skyward with his Sharingan, as if attempting to pierce the heavens with his sight. On the 21st day after Ye Feng's awakening, his body had recovered to 60%, allowing him to walk. On a bright morning, Ye Feng stepped outside his humble abode, having not basked in the sun for many days. The cabin was nestled within a farm, surrounded by several similar-sized structures, likely built for the harvest season to guard the crops. In front of the cabin, a vast vineyard sprawled, covering at least 10 acres, vibrant with life, though regrettably, it was not the season for grape harvesting. Otherwise, Ye Feng would have relished the opportunity to pluck and taste the fruit. Calculating the time, Ye Feng noted that the sun had just begun to rise, likely around 7 in the morning. Generally, Shizune would arrive with food around 8. It was not uncommon for Itachi and Kisame to be away for days at a time, perhaps attending to matters within the Akatsuki. As Ye Feng awaited their return, the sun climbed higher, and by nearly 11 o'clock, he began to wonder why Shizune had not yet arrived, feeling the pangs of hunger. Eventually, around 1 o'clock, he finally spotted Shizune approaching. Though she was not alone, Itachi had accompanied her back. "Apologies for your hunger. Today, due to your brother's abrupt intervention." He was silenced by a mere glance from Itachi. Snow concealed a thought, quickly diverting the topic. "You must be famished. Delectable food is on the way." As he spoke, he raised the items in his hand. Leaf Maple chose to disregard Snow's earlier remarks, his gaze fixated on the items. "What about the medicinal wine you promised me?" he inquired. "Ah," Snow exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "I completely forgot. With today's multitude of events, I neglected to bring the wine. Honestly, you little drunkard." Surely a day without it won't be the end of you. He then retreated indoors with the items. Leaf Maple felt a twinge of disappointment. The medicinal wine, while not particularly palatable, was beneficial for his recovery. Thus, he consumed a small cup daily, supplemented by his own medical ninjutsu to hasten his healing process. Confined here for over 20 days due to his physical condition, he was nearing the brink of restlessness. He followed Snow inside, driven by genuine hunger, consuming his meal with remarkable speed. We have decoded the secrets of the yin and yang stone slabs, Itachi informed Leaf Maple, knowing of his keen interest in the Sage of the Six Paths treasure, and thus promptly shared any developments with him. How was it deciphered? Leaf Maple asked curiously, despite not having the opportunity to see the true yin and yang slabs. He sensed the concealed mysteries within them and yearned to learn how to unravel the information inscribed upon them. Based on the intelligence obtained previously, we successfully unraveled the content recorded by the Sage of the Six Paths and, following its guidance, accessed hidden information on the yin and yang slabs, Itachi elaborated. Really? Does this mean we can go treasure hunting? Leaf Maple inquired excitedly. Not quite yet. This is merely the beginning. The activated yin and yang slabs have provided us with a map indicating 5 locations scattered across the 5 great nations. These sites are part of a colossal sealing technique, guarding the entrance to the treasure. Scattered across the 5 great nations, Leaf Maple exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The decrypted information indicates that these seals were personally inscribed by the Sage of the Six Paths. If we shatter all 5 seals, we can uncover the entrance to the treasure. As the progenitor of ninjas, the Sage of the Six Paths' power surpasses our understanding. Only he could have laid such an extensive sealing technique, Itachi explained. Our organization has issued orders for everyone to depart tomorrow to break the seals. What a pity. I am still not fully recovered. Otherwise, I could accompany you, Leaf Maple lamented. Do not feel regretful. The process of deciphering the seals will require considerable time to cross-reference the map. The terrain has changed since then, and factoring in the search time, it will take at least another month. By then, you should be recovered enough to join in the quest for the legendary Sage of the Six Paths treasure. Leaf Maple nodded, realizing he needed to exert more effort. The next day, Itachi set off early. On the 37th day, Leaf Maple had restored 90% of his health. The farm was an excellent place for recuperation, vibrant, and filled with fresh air. Snow brought food daily, alleviating any concerns Leaf Maple had. 5 days prior, he had gradually resumed his previous training regimen. 3 days ago, he engaged in moderate exercise. 2 days ago, he began intense physical training. Today, he continued to push his limits. With weights tied to his feet akin to those used by Rock Lee, Leaf Maple executed rapid movements, occasionally striking with his fists and feet. Each blow resonated with a whoosh, stirring the surrounding grapevines. After a long exhale, Leaf Maple felt that his stamina had improved significantly. After a series of strenuous exercises, he had reached his previous limits, working continuously for 4 hours without pause or rest. Under normal circumstances, he would have been breathless. Yet today he found his breathing steady despite the fatigue. This is a promising sign. Truly, you are a prodigy, your potential surpassing even that of Itachi Uchiha. A stranger's voice echoed from behind Leaf Maple. Startled, he realized the individual was less than 10 meters away, able to approach undetected. If their intentions were malevolent, he might have already met his end. Clearly, his vigilance had waned during his recovery. Who goes there? Leaf Maple turned to confront the source of the voice, only to find a youth with facial piercings and eyes resembling tree rings. Oh, is that you, Pain? Pain of the Six Paths? Leaf Maple remarked, unconsciously uttering the name. The figure before him was not Pain's true form, but rather a body adept in summoning techniques. Oh, you know of me? Has Itachi mentioned me? Pain asked, slightly surprised. What brings you here? Leaf Maple countered, avoiding the question. I am here to invite you to join our Akatsuki organization, Pain stated bluntly, without any preamble. Why invite me to Akatsuki? Do you assume I would automatically agree? Leaf Maple retorted. Prior to Pain's arrival, he had met with Uchiha Madara. Why must you recruit him into the organization? His abilities, while formidable, are not yet sufficient for Akatsuki, Pain had previously stated. Itachi's opinion is irrelevant. Leaf Maple's potential is greater than his. Allowing him to join Akatsuki would provide him with valuable experience and accelerate his growth, Madara had replied. Even if he is from your clan, how can you be certain he would be willing to join? Pain had questioned. I know he is highly interested in the Sage of the Six Paths legacy. If that is not enough, You may employ previous methods to persuade him, Madara suggested. Very well. I wish to see this individual you are so determined to recruit. I will personally handle this matter, Pain declared. Returning to the present. Leaf Maple stood before the vineyard's cottage, conversing with Pain. Join our organization, and you will be entitled to share in the legacy left by the Sage of the Six Paths, Pain asserted directly. Why not have Itachi approach me? I might have agreed more readily, Leaf Maple teased. Though initially startled by Pain's sudden appearance, he felt no anxiety upon recognizing him. Pain replied honestly. Itachi's presence was deemed unnecessary. All right, I will join. However, my current strength is not robust, so I will not comply fully with your directives. If the organization's tasks exceed my capabilities or if I choose to decline, I reserve the right to refuse. The organization cannot compel me, and should I wish to leave Akatsuki in the future, my freedom must remain unimpeded, Leaf Maple proposed, setting forth an audacious request. Agreed, Pain acquiesced. As his primary goal was to have Leaf Maple join Akatsuki, fulfilling Madara's entrusted task. I did not expect you to agree so swiftly, Leaf Maple admitted, surprised. Well then, when the time comes to unlock the seals, we will return to seek out the relics left by the Sage of the Six Paths. Pain concluded before turning to leave, leaving Leaf Maple in a state of astonished contemplation. The entire situation seemed to transpire rather abruptly, transforming at a pace that left Ye Feng somewhat bewildered. Initially, he sought merely to find excuses to decline Pain's unreasonable demands, yet to his astonishment, he acquiesced to such an illogical request. In the ensuing days, whenever Xuezong brought provisions, Ye Feng would inquire about any news regarding Itachi, to which Xuezong invariably replied in the negative. However, on the 44th day, Xuezong returned with a significant piece of information. The royal tomb of the Land of Clouds had been destroyed. As Xuezong was not affiliated with any organization, he lacked access to privileged intelligence and could only glean insights from common gossip. Yet these snippets were sufficient for Ye Feng to ascertain the unfolding events. Every couple of days, news trickled in. By the 45th day, rumors spread that the royal tomb of the Land of Fire had also met a similar fate. By the 47th day, reports indicated that unrest had arisen in the Land of Water's Mist Village, with over a dozen mist ninjas defecting, causing considerable destruction. On the 49th day, ninjas from the Land of Sand and the Land of Earth clashed with the Akatsuki organization within their territories. By the 50th day, the masked Uchiha Madara appeared before him, proclaiming, "The seal has been lifted. Let us embark together to uncover the legacy left by the Sage of Six Paths." The prospect of the sage's inheritance captivated Ye Feng's imagination. After all, what treasures might the progenitor of ninjas have bequeathed before his demise? The original narrative had left such inquiries unaddressed, intensifying Ye Feng's curiosity. Ever since he learned that the Yin-Yang stone tablet had been deciphered, he had longed to explore the sage's treasure, diligently working to restore his strength in anticipation of this moment. "Treasure, here I come," he thought. "Prepare what you need. We may encounter perilous challenges. Are you not afraid?" Madara inquired. "Fear not. It is but a matter of life and death," Ye Feng replied, packing his belongings. His nonchalance towards mortality piqued Madara's curiosity. At that moment, even the seasoned Uchiha Madara found Ye Feng perplexing. In the Land of Clouds, within the Cloud Ninja Village, there existed a cadre of elder statesmen, individuals who had retreated from the limelight, yet bore the scars of the Second Shinobi World War. Each had once been a formidable presence in their own right, akin to figures like Danzo from Konoha or Chiyo from the Sand. Today, a faction of these venerable figures convened secretly in a concealed chamber, deliberating matters unbeknownst to the outside world. This chamber, nestled within an opulent estate in the Cloud Ninja Village, boasted a garden, rock formations, and hot springs, all meticulously arranged, exuding elegance and depth. The decor suggested that its inhabitants hailed from a prestigious lineage. Seated were several elderly individuals, all appearing to be over 60, for men and one woman, each bearing the marks of time upon their countenance. Yet today, they exhibited vitality akin to youth, their eyes glinting with a spark that resembled hope emerging from despair. Quietly, they awaited someone, each demonstrating remarkable patience as they sat in contemplative silence, the table adorned with refreshments to pass the time. After approximately 15 minutes, two individuals entered the chamber, an elderly man with a white beard, clad in resplendent attire, followed by a middle-aged man with profound eyes, the recently rescued head of the influential Liu Yu clan, Liu Chenwu. The white-bearded elder took the seat of honor facing the entrance, while Lu Yuchenwu occupied the first position to his left. Father, it is highly likely that the Akatsuki organization has deciphered the Inyang stone tablet, and their actions across the 5 great nations are likely aimed at dismantling the 5 elemental seals that guard the entrance to the treasure. The passage may already be open, Lu Yuchenwu reported. The elder, Ye Feng, who had retired from public affairs a decade prior, sighed in response. I never anticipated that the secret our Lu Yu family has safeguarded for generations would ultimately be unraveled by the Akatsuki. Father, what exactly did the Sage of 6 Paths seal away? Lu Yuchenwu inquired. I know not. Our ancestors were also in the dark. They merely speculated that it pertained to the secret of the sage's resurrection and the immense power he acquired thereafter. The clues are concealed within the records. However, our clan has remained disconnected from the Inyang tablet and thus unable to unveil its mysteries. There is a stipulation in our ancestral teachings. When the world descends into chaos once more, the contents of the records should be entrusted to the descendants. To unlock the Inyang tablet and save this world, Ye Feng elucidated. It was unexpected that the Sage of 6 Paths had planned for his descendants even in death. Perhaps due to the involvement of Itachi within the organization, the Uchiha clan were indeed descendants of the sage. However, the ancestral feud between the Uchiha and Senju clans had prevented the convergence of their lineage, and now that the tablet was in the hands of the Akatsuki, coupled with Itachi's lineage, it was only natural that the secrets would be revealed. Nonetheless, this may work to our advantage. Should they unveil the secrets of the tablet, they will seek the means to attain the sage's formidable power. We need only follow the Akatsuki, and we shall discover the location of the passage, ultimately gaining access to unparalleled strength to revitalize our Lu Yu clan, Ye Feng expressed with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was gathering his belongings, contemplating a bottle of wine on the table. Having grown accustomed to drinking, he pondered whether to take it with him. I am embarking on a treasure hunt. Past experiences suggest this journey will be thrilling and fraught with danger. Perhaps bringing alcohol is unwise, he mused. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take the bottle, yielding to temptation. Are you truly prepared? Madara asked as Ye Feng emerged. I am ready, Ye Feng affirmed, vigorously shaking his large backpack. Are you certain you wish to carry so much? Madara remarked, noting the weight of the pack. Absolutely. I recall that every treasure trove is riddled with traps. If I become ensnared, having extra tools and provisions will be prudent, Ye Feng asserted. Upon hearing this, Madara employed his enigmatic abilities, and together they traversed space. Ye Feng felt the scenery distort around him, and when his vision cleared, he found himself amidst a vast forest, where 4 figures awaited: Itachi, Bai, Pain, and Konan. To his surprise, the Pain present was his original body. Madara produced a peculiar stone tablet, which Ye Feng recognized as the combination of the Yin and Yang tablets, now marked by a needle pointing in a specific direction. Let us embark on a quest to seek the power that the Sage of 6 Paths has proclaimed can save the world. Upon concluding his statement, Uchiha Madara took the lead and leapt forth in that direction. Why haven't we arrived yet? Ye Feng inquired. As they had been traversing for over 10 minutes, and he had anticipated entering directly. Do not rush, it should be in this vicinity. We must search slowly, replied Uchiha Madara. The search was their responsibility, and Ye Feng, lacking any knowledge of the matter, refrained from observing his surroundings. Boredom prompted him to ask Itachi, what exactly did the Sage of 6 Paths leave behind that is referred to as the power to save the world? Itachi explained, the sage may have foreseen significant turmoil in the future, thus he left behind a contingency. When the world descends into unending chaos once more, the Zaji entrusted to the descendants of the sage, namely the Senju of the forest or the Uchiha clan, will be activated. However, the world has witnessed 2 major upheavals, and the Liyue clan of the Cloud Country has yet to reveal the Zaji, indicating their intent to keep that secret for themselves. Based on the information deciphered from the stone tablet, what the Sage of 6 Paths left behind is likely the secret of his resurrection, through which he attained godlike power and became the progenitor of the ninja world. After following Uchiha Madara for nearly half an hour, they finally arrived at a lake where he halted. Have we found it? Ye Feng asked eagerly, the prolonged wait having frayed his nerves. Not yet, Uchiha Madara responded, much to Ye Feng's disappointment. However, it is certain that it is within this area, most likely beneath the lake, Madara declared. He had circled the Great Lake, and the pointer consistently indicated the lake's position. Yet, with such a vast body of water, where could the entrance possibly be hidden? The surface of the lake revealed nothing. Could it be at the bottom? Ye Feng gazed at the expansive lake, incredulous. You must be joking. Do you realize how immense this lake is? Please don't tell me we have to dive to search. That is unnecessary. The pointer will only direct us to the entrance. So I can further narrow the search area, Uchiha Madara assured him. Ye Feng retrieved a bottle of wine and a roast chicken from his backpack, offering them to his companions. But Ju, Itachi, Shaonan, and Pain all declined. Thus, Ye Feng indulged in the wine and chicken alone. Uchiha Madara proceeded to measure the lake, while the others watched. Aware that this was a legacy from the legendary progenitor of ninjas, rumored to possess supreme power capable of quelling chaos. 40 minutes passed, and Madara returned. I have confirmed the location, he announced, prompting everyone to accompany him. The six, all skilled in ninjutsu, possessed the ability to walk on water, and they soon reached the spot indicated by Uchiha Madara. Upon arrival, he circled the 50-meter radius of the water surface with a compass-like stone tablet, which pointed resolutely to this location. Is it beneath the water? Ye Feng queried, only to realize the absurdity of his question. Was it not evident that it could not be on the visible surface? Let us dive and see, Itachi suggested. You all go ahead. I will remain above. Call me if you find anything, Uchiha Madara replied. The four submerged into the water, leaving Ye Feng and Pain on the surface. The latter unable to dive due to physical constraints, while Ye Feng wished to keep his clothes dry and was disinclined to search blindly, especially since he had not yet learned to swim in this life. They surfaced periodically to breathe, and yet, after 2 hours, they had found no entrance. How could we not locate it? Uchiha Madara pondered as they resurfaced. Could it be underground beneath the lake? Ye Feng mused. In a moment of idle curiosity, Ye Feng made a new observation when Uchiha Madara, no longer focused on the stone tablet, held it carelessly upright, causing the pointer to shift direction towards the sky. I suspect the entrance may not be at the lake's bottom, but rather above us, Ye Feng asserted. Why do you say that? Shaonan asked, puzzled. Ye Feng approached, took the stone tablet from Madara's hands, and held it upright. Now everyone could see that the pointer, which had only rotated horizontally, was now directing skyward. The Akatsuki organization had been stirring significant events across the 5 great nations. The royal tombs in the fire and cloud countries were destroyed. The mist village in the water country erupted in chaos, and the ninjas of the rock and sand countries clashed with the Akatsuki while guarding specific locations. Such upheaval inevitably drew the attention of many, and the world was vaguely aware of the Akatsuki's intentions, including the Liyue clan. In that era, the Sage of 6 Paths had 5 followers, and according to the Zaji records, they were likely entrusted by the sage to establish nations at the locations of these 5 seals. This served the dual purpose of protecting the seals and allowing the war-torn world to enter an era of respite. At that time, there were hundreds of nations across the continent, embroiled in conflict, far more chaotic than any historical period. Although the Sage of 6 Paths emerged with immense power to temporarily suppress those nations, it was not a sustainable solution. He understood that upon his passing, the nations he had kept in check would revert to chaos. Thus, alongside identifying his successor, he orchestrated the clandestine establishment of the 5 great nations by his 5 followers. As followers of the sage, they possessed immense prestige, and with the sage's influence propelling them, the 5 followers became rallying figures, drawing many war-weary civilians and small nations to their cause, leading to the emergence of the 5 great nations. Throughout the annals of history, many truths have been obscured, much like the truth of the Sage of 6 Paths and his monumental achievements, which would gradually fade into myth over time. No one can withstand the tide of history. And now, the bloodlines of the 5 great followers have dwindled amidst the waves of dynastic change, leaving only the Liyue clan of the Cloud Country. The current Liyue clan seeks to acquire the power left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths to revitalize their lineage and reclaim their status as the ruling family of the Cloud Country. With all their strength mobilized, the Liyue clan is diligently tracking the movements of the Akatsuki members. Since obtaining the stone tablet and Zaji, they have been meticulously planning and now possess substantial intelligence on most of the Akatsuki's members. Report to the clan leader. We have located the Akatsuki member Kisame Hashigaki currently operating in the Fire Country, and Sorcery is active in the Water Country. Here is the detailed intelligence for your review, Liyue Chenwu reported, his brow furrowed as he reviewed the information submitted from various locations. Two of their main forces had already departed for the water and fire countries to follow those two individuals. However, as of now, he had yet to uncover Itachi Uchiha's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the fire country, Kisame Hashigaki meandered leisurely, feigning a search for something. Heh, they finally found me. Alas, it is a pity that I cannot join Itachi and the others in their quest for that treasure. I am sure they are having quite the adventure. He mused to himself. Uchiha Madara and the others ultimately realized that the entrance was not at the lake's bottom, but rather in the heavens above. Gazing at the clouds, Uchiha Madara seemed determined to penetrate the very layers of the sky. Nagato, we must ascend to the heavens, he declared, as he manipulated the space in front of his mask, summoning a body from his dimension. This was a clone of Pain, proficient in summoning techniques. When this body appeared here, Paisai quickly established a connection with it, forming a swift seal. With a loud thud, a giant bird-like creature was summoned. Ye Feng and his companions leaped onto the back of the colossal avian, which flapped its massive wings, stirring up a tempest that lifted them into the sky. As they ascended, two water serpents emerged from the lake's vegetation, swiftly making their way to the shore. 5 kilometers from the lake, along the path Ye Feng and his party had traversed, several figures appeared, two of whom were familiar faces, Yao Shidu and Orochimaru. Orochimaru was seen continuously flicking his tongue at a large pile of snakes on the ground, which hissed back, seemingly engaged in a conversation with him. 12 kilometers away from Orochimaru, several other well-known figures emerged: Kakashi, Asuma, Hinata Shika, and Jiraiya. Orochimaru seemed to be searching for something. Hinata Shika reported the information he had gathered. Although they had come to investigate Uchiha Itachi, who had destroyed the Imperial Tomb, they had yet to locate him, since they had discovered Orochimaru's whereabouts. Should they not observe what he was up to? Jiraiya replied affirmatively. High above in the sky, riding the giant bird, Ye Feng gazed down as the objects below grew increasingly smaller. After they penetrated the cloud layer, everything below vanished from view. Following the direction indicated by the yin-yang stone slab, they soon found a cloud formation of moderate size. It seems this is the place, Uchiha Madara remarked. Then let us venture inside, Paisai suggested, directing the great bird into the cloud mass. Orochimaru cautiously trailed behind, aware of his unique abilities that rendered him difficult to detect. He maintained a safe distance, using snakes to track them. After departing from the Akatsuki organization, there was a reason he had not been eliminated. Hiss! The two serpents that had swum from the lake finally reached him, flicking their tongues as if communicating something. Oh, they've taken to the skies? Orochimaru exclaimed, hastily advancing, followed by the others who mirrored his movements. Orochimaru estimated that the serpents had taken over 15 minutes to cover the 5 kilometers, since Setsu was also following. If they did not hasten, they risked losing their trail. Hinata Shika, 5 kilometers behind Orochimaru, made a new discovery. They suddenly accelerated. We must catch up, Jiraiya urged. Kakashi and the others, like phantoms, darted through the air, maintaining a 5-kilometer distance from Orochimaru. They have ascended into the sky, Hinata Shika noted. Then let us quicken our pace to pursue them, Jiraiya instructed. The four swiftly reached the lake's vicinity, while Hinata Shika gazed skyward. They have vanished, he reported. Where did they go? Kakashi inquired. I do not know. They flew straight up and have reached at least 20 kilometers above ground, Hinata Shika replied. But Jiraiya-sensei, how can we pursue them if we cannot fly? Kakashi expressed his frustration. I have a summoning beast that can fly, Hinata Shika declared. 1 minute later, the 4 men were seated atop a great eagle, soaring into the heavens. I say, is this bird not a tad small? Kakashi remarked, shifting uncomfortably. The 4 men sat closely together on Hinata Shika's summoning beast, feeling rather cramped, an awkward intimacy, as they were all men. This is an eagle, not merely a bird. Hinata Shika corrected Kakashi's terminology. It is clearly a bird, so small. Kakashi retorted, visibly displeased with the summoning beast. In the realm of the exotic island, far above the surface at an altitude of 30 kilometers, they continued to ascend as the pointer on the stone slab persistently directed upward. Ye Feng estimated that they had reached the stratosphere, wondering why they had not yet arrived. The summoning beast spiraled upward, and it too began to feel uneasy. As they had surpassed typical altitudes, they continued to rise, confronting thick layers of cloud. With a sudden burst, though silent, as they broke through the dense clouds, Ye Feng felt a sensation akin to surfacing from the depths of the ocean. The clouds they disturbed billowed upward in response. Having crossed through the cloud layer, The intense sunlight momentarily blinded them. After a few seconds, they gradually adjusted to the brightness. Look! Ye Feng was the first to notice a vast expanse of gray above the clouds, starkly contrasting with the blue sky, a striking sight. Uchiha Madara glanced at the stone slab in his hand, noting that the pointer was directed towards that gray expanse. That is the destination. Let us proceed, he ordered. Indeed. Pain's other body affirmed, guiding the summoning beast towards the gray area. They plunged directly into the gray space. Upon entering this realm, Ye Feng was suddenly engulfed by a disorienting sensation, as though time and space had become chaotic, with a profound loss of direction. Everything felt amiss. The disarray was uncomfortable and unsettling, prompting Ye Feng to focus intently on finding a reference point to ascertain whether he was floating aimlessly. In that moment, Ye Feng perceived the world around him twisting, reminiscent of being transported by Uchiha Madara. When he regained his bearings, he found himself grounded on a sandy beach. The return to gravitational pull instilled a sense of safety in Ye Feng, yet he lacked the leisure to savor it, as he needed to ascertain his current location. Where is everyone? He wondered, scanning his surroundings to find himself utterly alone. Uchiha Madara, Zetsu, Pain, and the others had vanished. Something was amiss. The sun was setting. Ye Feng noted that the sun was positioned at an angle of approximately 20 degrees above the sea, indicating it was around 6 o'clock in the evening. He distinctly recalled that they had been around 3 o'clock earlier. How could 3 hours have elapsed so suddenly? Could it be that they had traversed to another part of the world? Ye Feng pondered the distance they would need to cover to account for such a time difference. He was unaware of the true size of the world in the Naruto universe, but if it were to be measured against Earth's dimensions, the time difference between Beijing and Melbourne is merely 2 hours, while the Solomon Islands would yield a 3-hour difference. If that were the case, they must have crossed at least halfway around the globe. Ye Feng surveyed the endless expanse of beach, lamenting the absence of a summoning beast, particularly one capable of flight, which would have allowed him to ascend and survey whether he was on an island or mainland. This is troublesome, Ye Feng thought. Redirecting his gaze inland, he beheld towering trees, their names unknown to him, each standing at least 20 meters high. The beach bore no signs of human passage, and the inland appeared overgrown and desolate, devoid of any visible paths. Ye Feng shook his heavy backpack, relieved to find it stocked with supplies. Otherwise, he would have faced significant difficulties. He hastened inland, determined to climb to the treetops for a better view of his surroundings, as the lofty trees obstructed his sight. As Ye Feng leaped to the treetop, he realized the truth of the saying, a tree is taller than another tree. For the trees grew increasingly taller as he ventured inland. With determination, Ye Feng decided to leap forward once more. After advancing over 100 meters into the interior, he finally found a tree that afforded him a broader view. Standing atop this tree, he was momentarily stunned. Although he was elevated, the distant landscape was shrouded in thick mist, obscuring whether he stood on an isolated island or the mainland. He surmised that Uchiha Madara and his companions would also be nearby, for he possessed a stone tablet, making it advantageous to be with him in the search for treasure. How could he locate them? After contemplating Uchiha Madara and Itachi, Ye Feng resolved to call out loudly from the treetop, hoping to ascertain their proximity. He exerted himself to project his voice, which would reverberate across a 5-kilometer radius, albeit limited to the height of the treetop. If they were within the forest, the sound would travel much less. His resounding call startled numerous creatures in the vicinity, sending them into a frenzy. Birds took flight in alarm, revealing the presence of other wild beasts within the peculiar forest, beasts unknown to him. Following Ye Feng's shout, several strange cries echoed through the woods, sounds he had never encountered before. These calls seemed to belong to different creatures, their voices rising and falling with palpable anger, as if expressing their displeasure at Ye Feng's interruption or perhaps feeling their dignity had been affronted. Soon, he noticed more animals fleeing in panic, and trees in the distance began to topple, as if a colossal beast were charging toward him. Ye Feng cursed his misfortune, realizing his shout had provoked the local wildlife. The area where trees had fallen indicated that a giant beast was approaching, and he could already discern its footsteps reverberating through the ground. Moreover, in the 2 directions closer to him, he noticed unknown beasts drawing near, as the birds that had not been startled by his call took to the air in fright. Sharing the same instinct for danger, Ye Feng activated his Sharingan, acutely aware of the unknown threats surrounding him. The towering trees obscured his view of the beasts lurking below. Yet their astonishing speed was unmistakable. Cursing his luck, he lamented that while he had failed to summon his allies, he had inadvertently attracted these mysterious monsters. Currently, he had identified 3 of them, but the true number of hidden dangers in the forest remained unknown. From the behavior of these creatures, it was evident that they transcended mere beasts. Ye Feng could not afford to remain vulnerable. He swiftly decided to employ the shadow clone technique, creating 3 clones. Each clone would approach a different unknown beast to gauge their nature. With a resounding bang, the 3 clones sprang into action toward the beasts while Ye Feng remained in place. After a brief interval, he received alarming information from one of the clones that had returned to him, causing his expression to darken. The creature closest to him was insubstantial, like smoke or mist, moving with ghostly speed. Wherever it passed, only bones remained of the animals it encountered. In a mere instant, Ye Feng's clone was obliterated. Acting swiftly, Ye Feng chose to evade this dreadful creature, fleeing in the opposite direction. Bang! Another clone was destroyed. Upon receiving the second clone's return information, his face turned pale. That clone had only caught a glimpse of the creature before its demise. It resembled a sea cucumber and possessed chameleon-like abilities, extending numerous tentacles from its body. Any further details about its peculiar powers were lost, as the clone met an untimely end. Ye Feng's only thought was to escape. He must not allow these monsters to ensnare him. As he raced back to the beach, he suddenly heard a tremendous roar. The ground trembled beneath him from a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers. He received a message from his remaining clone, revealing that the third creature resembled a gorilla, exuding terrifying strength. The earlier explosion of sound had resulted from the creature's casual swipe, which had dispatched Ye Feng's clone with ease. Based on the information relayed by the clone, he estimated the force of that gorilla's strike to be akin to Naruto unleashing the power of 4 tails. Ye Feng dared not linger, sprinting desperately along the shoreline. After all, while he was not afraid of death, he had no desire to meet his end in such a manner. After Ye Feng's departure, several origami cranes soared through the sky above the forest. These were the cranes of Shaonan. Elsewhere, Shaonan was with pain, their original forms concealed underground. Having created a basement with earth release, Shaonan sent her cranes to search for companions. It appeared that Ye Feng had just arrived, but had inadvertently provoked the local beasts. My cranes only witnessed the destruction of Ye Feng's shadow clones. They did not locate his true form, Shaonan remarked. We arrived at different times. I was half an hour earlier than you. The beasts outside are likely remnants from the Sage of Six Paths era, and due to their overwhelming numbers, I had no choice but to avoid confrontation. Especially that gorilla. I had a brief encounter with it, and it was incredibly strong, possibly the legendary beast closest in power to a tailed beast, known as the Ape Kong. I wonder if there are even stronger beasts on this island. You should continue searching for the whereabouts of the others, Pain advised. In myth, it was recorded that there existed a beast rivaling the tailed beasts in strength. This was the Ape Kong. Indeed, Shaonan acknowledged. Noting that after the gorilla had dispatched Ye Feng's clone with a single strike, it seemed to believe it had killed him. Roaring triumphantly, while the other 2 strange beasts appeared to respect its power, retreating silently, without challenging it. As Shaonan's origami cranes flew quietly in search of their companions, other figures emerged within the forest. One crane fluttered over a patch of grass, below which a figure lay concealed, fearful of being discovered. Once the crane had passed, the hidden figure exhaled a sigh of relief, revealing himself to be Kabuto Yakushi. He had become separated from Orochimaru upon his arrival, and at that moment, only one companion remained with him, who had been killed by an unknown creature. Kabuto recalled that while conversing with his companion, a mist-like entity had descended from above, enveloping his friend. In a mere 5 seconds, the companion had transformed into a pile of bones. The skeletal remained standing for a few moments as if in disbelief of their own demise. The misty entity had then attempted to consume him, but fortunately, Ye Feng's loud call had drawn its attention, allowing Kabuto to survive. Faced with such an unknown creature, even the astute Kabuto found himself at a loss. In that moment, he sensed an instinctual fear of death. This terrifying being, akin to smoke and mist, could instantaneously devour a person's entire muscle tissue. Despite Kabuto's extensive knowledge of biology, he could not identify the creature. All he understood was that it was perilous and should not be provoked. He needed to establish contact with Orochimaru, who was likely far away. In a location even farther from Pain and the others, Madara and Zetsu were together. The trees in their vicinity were not as towering as those in the area where the maple trees flourished. Here, the foliage was predominantly stout, while the trees on the other side resembled tall, slender figures. In contrast, the trees surrounding them appeared as short, rotund beings. The trunks were generally as thick as a water barrel, with the largest requiring the embrace of 5 individuals to encircle fully. The tallest trees reached approximately 10 meters, and each possessed an expansive canopy, adorned with peculiar blossoms that seemed to breathe, gradually releasing a misty vapor that enveloped the area in a shroud of fog. Are there any traces of them? Uchiha Obito inquired. No, I arrived 10 minutes prior and have been searching for any signs of others. Thus far, aside from you, I have detected no one, White Zetsu replied. The sky is darkening, Obito remarked as he glanced upward. Then we must hasten to locate them. I have discovered numerous anomalies in this area, with many formidable beasts lurking nearby, alongside some creatures I have never encountered before, which even instill fear in me. White Zetsu admitted, a rarity for him. Oh, creatures that even you fear? How extraordinary, Obito responded with a hint of malicious delight. These entities resemble fog, smoke, and wind, easily detecting the presence of my clones. If I am not vigilant, they could easily consume them. They are gluttonous and exceedingly powerful, Black Zetsu explained, typically taciturn and irritable. Upon hearing this, Obito felt compelled to take heed. His brief time here left him less informed than Zetsu, an expert in intelligence gathering. If he deemed this place dangerous, it was certain that numerous unknown perils existed. The relics of the Sage of Six Paths were likely hidden here. Otherwise, such powerful beasts would not inhabit this locale. Meanwhile, Leaf Maple had sprinted along the beach for 5 or 6 kilometers as dusk began to settle. The cacophony of insects in the woods heightened his apprehension. He paused by the shoreline to recuperate, retrieving provisions from his backpack to regain his strength. How can I call for help in such a situation? Why are there so many formidable monsters here? That creature resembling a sea cucumber, but possessing the abilities of a chameleon. What could it be? And what about that entity akin to smoke or fog? Reflecting on his 2 clones being vanquished under a singular assault, he pondered the destruction wrought by the gorilla-like being. Why does such a diminutive area harbor so many powerful beasts? Leaf Maple recalled films he had seen, acknowledging that while they may not depict reality, they often contained reasonable concepts. For instance, the legendary Qin Emperor's tomb, designed with numerous traps to safeguard the Emperor's eternal slumber and treasures from intruders. Could the beasts here also be mechanisms left by the Sage of Six Paths? In such an expansive area, where could he conceal his treasures? If he intended to bequeath formidable power to future generations, he would not hide it too well. Otherwise, how could anyone hope to save the world? As he munched on his provisions, he contemplated everything about this place. He had come seeking the secrets of the Sage of Six Paths and could not afford to forget his purpose out of fear. He recalled how they had entered this entrance, situated miles above the ground, only to be transported to this location, separated in the process. What was the sage's intention in doing so? Was it to prevent invasion by powerful forces? The area was rife with perilous beasts, making it challenging to navigate. Unlike the traps of the Qin Emperor's tomb, where the creator's intentions could be easily guessed, why can't I fathom the Sage of Six Paths' motives? Without understanding his thoughts, I cannot employ perspective shifting or reverse reasoning to seek the treasure. Perspective shifting and reverse reasoning meant that Leaf Maple could consider the problem from the sage's viewpoint, speculating why he set things up in such a manner to devise a solution. I can't seem to grasp it, he muttered, tugging at his hair in frustration. Never mind. The immediate priority is to find the others. Strength lies in numbers, and with more minds, we can strategize better. After finishing his meal, he gazed into the darkened woods, deliberating. Ultimately, he decided against entering, as the unknown dangers within were too great, especially at night when visibility was poor. Instead, he would rest in place, awaiting the dawn. Meanwhile, Zetsu cautiously evaded the ethereal beings resembling fog and wind, continuously expanding his reconnaissance range until he discovered Nan's origami crane. I will proceed to make contact, he announced. Ah, good to hear, Obito replied. These trees seem to have ceased emitting their mist-like gaseous substance, White Zetsu noted as the sun dipped below the horizon, causing the peculiar flowers to withdraw, no longer releasing vapor. After a brief interval, Obito reunited with Pain and the others within the underground chamber constructed by Pain's earth technique. Have you found Itachi and Leaf Maple? Obito queried. Not yet, Pain responded. Then let Nan continue the search. There are numerous factors outside that are disadvantageous to me. So I will remain here to rest, Obito decided, assigning the search task to Nan. Zetsu's rare display of concern did not go unnoticed by Obito, who did not press him further. The presence of many peculiar beasts rendered this place perilous. I suspect that the majority of the beasts from the Sage's era were discarded here. I have encountered the legendary demon ape and the insatiable Taotai, known for devouring everything. Pain revealed. Oh, the demon ape? Taotai? Obito exclaimed, surprised. He had only recently arrived and was still unfamiliar with the situation. Yet he had not anticipated the appearance of such mythical creatures. It seemed that Nagato was particularly invested in the Sage of Six Paths, likely due to his own connection with the Rinnegan. Taodai? Zetsu echoed, taken aback. The name immediately conjured images of the fog-like entity, known to sweep through, leaving only bones in its wake. As the night progressed, Leaf Maple estimated it to be around 7 o'clock, though darkness had fully enveloped the area. The sounds of insects filled the air while the waves crashed upon the shore. The evening breeze was brisk. Yet Leaf Maple's constitution would prevent him from easily succumbing to the chill. He found a dry patch of ground, erected a defensive reconnaissance barrier, and sprinkled some insect-repelling powder around. He then retrieved a scroll from his pack, uttering a release command. With a flourish of his hands, he broke the seal, unveiling a sleeping bag, a travel essential he had always carried. By establishing a defensive reconnaissance barrier, he ensured that any entity breaching its confines would alert him immediately, providing an extra layer of safety. Regrettably, Leaf Maple found himself sleeping on the beach, while Nan's origami crane searched in vain, oblivious to his presence by the shoreline. As midnight approached, around 1 or 2 o'clock, a crescent moon ascended the horizon, casting its gentle glow upon the earth. The previously fog-enshrouded area began to clear, revealing 2 towering peaks illuminated by the moonlight. Within the woods lay a vast expanse devoid of any vegetation, stretching 100 meters in every direction. In a mere wave of his hand, the demon ape created a vast pit stretching 100 meters. As the moonlight began to emerge, a figure materialized seemingly out of thin air, none other than the long-absent Itachi Uchiha. Upon his arrival, Itachi glanced around in bewilderment, questioning the whereabouts of his companions. Where was Ye Feng? As the moonlight grew ever brighter, he noticed a resplendent full moon ascending in the sky. Itachi then took a closer look and discerned the peculiarities of his surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching at an alarming speed, a presence that concealed no trace of chakra. Racing towards him, activating his Sharingan, Itachi spotted a white-haired man with Byakugan closing in rapidly. Byakugan? Was that a member of the Hyuga clan? What was a Hyuga doing here? Numerous thoughts flashed through Itachi's mind, but he set aside his curiosity and prepared for battle, swiftly drawing a shuriken and launching it with great force. The newcomer, upon noticing the shuriken hurtling towards him, executed a technique known as Kaiten, spinning at high velocity to envelop himself in a protective sphere of chakra. Itachi found it strange that this man would expend such a considerable amount of chakra before the shuriken even reached him. At that moment, Itachi's Sharingan detected something peculiar. The Byakugan wielder appeared to be pursued by an indistinct entity that resembled mist or smoke. The approaching individual was Shika Hyuga, who had been on the scene for over half an hour, situated at the juncture of towering trees and the expansive forest, merely 7 kilometers away from Itachi. Alone in an unfamiliar territory, Shika, like the others, was desperately searching for his comrades. Despite the darkness enveloping the night, his Byakugan allowed him to see clearly as he scanned his surroundings. During his search, Shika noticed some peculiar wisps around him that resembled smoke. Utilizing the visual prowess of his Byakugan, he discovered that these wisps emanated a significant amount of chakra. Intrigued, he moved closer, and within mere tens of meters, he observed that the mist-like substance was composed of countless minuscule insects, each the size of a pinhead. These elongated creatures, with their bodies predominantly taken up by large heads and razor-sharp teeth, flapped their wings incessantly to remain airborne. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Shika would have never believed such small creatures could possess such intricate anatomical structures, defying all logic. What struck Shika most was the sheer size of their mouths and the sharpness of their teeth. He could only imagine the force they could exert upon biting through something. The revelation that these diminutive insects could produce chakra surpassed Shika's wildest fantasies. He pondered the chaos that would ensue if the insect masters of the Yamanaka clan were to discover them. Curiously, these insects appeared to be sleeping. Their eyes closed, yet their wings continuously fluttering to keep them aloft. Just how many of them could there be to form such a cloud-like mass? Gazing at the swarm, which occupied approximately a cubic meter of space, Sheikah could scarcely fathom the scale of it. As Sheikah contemplated this, the chakra emanating from the swarm rippled, akin to a pebble thrown into still water, causing a disturbance. Observing closely, Sheikah noticed the insects awakening, their eyes now fixated on him with an ominous glare. Alarmed, he turned to flee, never expecting the sensitivity of these tiny creatures would allow them to perceive his Byakugant's scrutiny. To his astonishment, the insect's speed was astonishingly rapid. As he darted away, having leaped several hundred meters, the swarm that had initially been 30 to 40 meters behind him was already upon him. In a desperate bid for survival, Sheikah unleashed his chakra through all his pores, aware that being overrun by this swarm of thousands would spell his doom. Although Kaiten offered formidable defense, its impact on the minuscule insects was negligible, as their lightweight bodies were easily swept aside, yet quickly regained their pursuit. In a last-ditch effort to evade the dreadful horde, Sheikah employed the shadow clone technique, creating 2 clones to absorb the onslaught, thus buying him precious time to escape. Little did he know, this nightmare was only just beginning. After fleeing a mere 500 meters, both clones were swiftly dispatched. In the face of this seemingly endless swarm, the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan was rendered utterly ineffective. Such tiny creatures were impervious to strikes aimed at their chakra points. Even if he could strike them, the sheer volume of the swarm was insurmountable. The worst part was that these insects could siphon chakra, as Sheikah's clones attempted to fend off the swarm with Kaiten. The released chakra was greedily consumed by the insects. With their newfound energy, the swarm's speed increased dramatically. Had Sheikah realized the true terror of these creatures, he would have never dared to investigate them. Seizing an opportunity to distance himself from the swarm, Sheikah strained his Byakugan to search for an escape route. There, he spotted a vast clearing, seemingly the result of some destructive force. However, time was of the essence, and he had to look further for a means of escape. Eureka! A beach lay ahead. He could plunge into the ocean. Though the insects could fly, he surmised they could not submerge. With a plan forming, Sheikah darted towards the coastline. Along the way, he resorted to using his less familiar fire techniques to deter the relentless swarm, unaware that these terrifying insects were known as Tatsu. To his astonishment, Sheikah discovered that the swarm showed no fear of his fire techniques, even consuming a significant portion of his flames. The heat appeared to have no effect on them, serving merely to disperse them temporarily. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the previously empty clearing, Itachi Uchiha. Recognizing him from his studies, Sheikah felt a surge of hope. As he approached the clearing at breakneck speed, Itachi, who was surveying the area, also caught sight of Sheikah. Thus unfolded the ensuing confrontation. In response to Itachi's shuriken, Sheikah instinctively activated Kaiten, as the Tatsu were closing in behind him. Utilizing the defensive technique, he repelled the swarm, narrowly avoiding the shuriken before retaliating with a fire technique to push back the Tatsu, though the flames proved largely ineffective. As the chase continued, Sheikah found himself forced to employ 2 techniques to fend off the relentless swarm, bolstered by the chakra he had unwittingly provided them. The escalating speed of these creatures, fueled by his own energy, left him feeling overwhelmed. A spark of inspiration struck him. He could lead the swarm to distract Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha is a notorious fugitive from Konoha. Hinata Sheikah, though not part of the pursuit team for rogue ninjas, sees an opportunity to deal with Itachi and certainly will not let it slip by. Even if he cannot capture him, he will at least cause him considerable trouble. With this thought in mind, Hinata Sheikah swiftly approaches Itachi, intending to execute the gentle fist technique to seal off Itachi's chakra pathways, rendering him unable to perform jutsu, and then throw him into the swarm of insects behind him. However, this well-calculated plan does not guarantee success in reality. As Hinata Sheikah draws near, he realizes that Itachi is not a pushover. Itachi is far from ignorant of the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. In fact, he has battled them numerous times and knows all too well that maintaining distance is crucial. Before Hinata Sheikah can close in, Itachi unleashes the fire release, great fireball technique, sending a blazing attack toward him. Seizing the moment, Hinata Sheikah does not evade. Instead, he releases a minimal amount of chakra to shield himself from the flames, passing through the fireball unscathed. Although he has protected himself from direct burns, the intense heat of the Uchiha's fire technique causes smoke to rise from his skin. charring his clothes. Yet, he remains indifferent, having noticed that many of the insects following him have been affected by Itachi's fireball, with some now turning their attention toward him. Without hesitation, Hinata Shika dashes toward the sea, with part of the voracious swarm trailing after him, while another part lunges at Itachi. In this domain, the swarm reigns supreme, devouring any creature that dares to provoke them, except for a few formidable beasts they cannot conquer. Initially, Itachi pays little mind to the cloud-like mass pursuing Hinata Shika. Although his Sharingan lacks the insight of the Byakugan, he soon becomes aware of the insects that remain unharmed beneath the scorching fireball. What are these? Itachi is taken aback, astonished that such small creatures could withstand his fire technique without injury. He knows nothing of these remarkably swift insects, but his instincts tell him they pose a significant threat, especially given Hinata Shika's desperate escape. Confident in his abilities, Itachi does not intend to flee, yet he will not foolishly allow these insects to close in. Their astonishing speed suggests they could indeed be a dangerous species. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he executes a rapid movement, but the already satiated insects display remarkable energy, swiftly pursuing him. Itachi is astonished that his body flicker technique has been matched. Such a swarm is truly terrifying. Unbeknownst to him, his fireball has nourished these creatures, enabling them to accelerate by consuming the chakra they just ingested. As the insects close in, they open their jaws, ready to bite Itachi. Susanoo. Feeling an unprecedented sense of danger, Itachi's instincts, which have saved him from death multiple times, compel him to activate his strongest defense, Susanoo. He had not anticipated the might of this swarm. No wonder Hinata Shika had fled so swiftly. Relieved to see the swarm held at bay by Susanoo, Itachi is momentarily grateful, realizing that his earlier underestimation could have cost him his life. Just as relief washes over him, an unexpected turn of events arises. The insects outside Susanoo begin to gnaw at its form, as if it were a metal corroded by acid, rapidly disintegrating from the outside in. This is not true dissolution, but rather the voracious insects consuming it, their small bodies functioning like a bottomless pit, capable of devouring all in existence. Through the enhanced perception provided by his Manjiki Sharingan, Itachi is horrified to discover that although the insects maintain their size, the chakra within them is increasing exponentially, their density alarmingly high. What manner of insect is this, so fearsome? Amaterasu. Without hesitation, Itachi calls forth the black flames capable of incinerating all. Amaterasu, a powerful jutsu executed through the Manjiki Sharingan, engulfs its target in black flames that can burn for 7 days and nights, only extinguished by sealing techniques. These flames, originating from the sun's core, are named Amaterasu, for they can consume all in their path. Under Itachi's control, clusters of black flames materialize, hurtling toward the swarm of voracious insects. What fate awaits the swarm against these flames, said to incinerate everything? The insects stand no chance against the black flames. Itachi observes as the flames reduce the swarm to nothingness, yet the process takes longer than it would for other objects, an astonishing revelation. Just before they are consumed, he hears the swarm emit a shrill cry, a death wail resonating through the air, their collective sound echoing over vast distances. 600 meters, 400 meters, 250 meters, Hinata Shika counts in his mind, feeling frustrated that he is so close to the sea, yet the swarm relentlessly pursues him. His chakra is nearly depleted, and just then, he hears that piercing sound. To his astonishment, the swarm suddenly ceases its chase, turning back, leaving him alone at the water's edge, hesitating on the brink of escape. The moment that shrill cry pierces the air, the previously tranquil forest erupts into chaos. All dormant animals awaken and flee. Birds soar into the sky, while startled reptiles dash from the woods, leaping into the sea as if fleeing from an impending catastrophe. 023 mutant parasite within the underground chamber constructed by Pain using Earth release, the group rests. Suddenly, tremors resonate from the outside, felt by all in the not-so-deep underground. What is happening? Zetsu. Uchiha Obito inquires, knowing Zetsu possesses the keenest reconnaissance capabilities. Wait a moment. Let me take a look, Zetsu responds, dispatching a clone for reconnaissance. In an instant, he returns with news. All the animals outside have gone into a frenzy. What is going on? Pain asks. Just a moment. Let me observe more closely. Zetsu replies. After more than 30 seconds, he informs them. Itachi has emerged, but he is in serious trouble. surrounded by a multitude of voracious insects. Approximately 6 kilometers away at the 6 o'clock position. As soon as Zetsu finishes speaking, Uchiha Obito vanishes in a flash. Itachi never anticipated that after incinerating that swarm, he would face such a dire predicament. Following the screams of the insects, within mere minutes, dozens of swarms surge toward him, even with Susanoo and Amaterasu. He finds it impossible to fend off the assault from all directions. The sheer volume of these voracious creatures would overwhelm Susanoo in mere seconds, and Amaterasu cannot extinguish them all. As Uchiha Itachi found himself cornered, Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared by his side. The space around them distorted, and the two vanished amidst the encirclement of the ravenous beasts. The creatures let out furious shrieks, scattering in all directions, vowing to track down their nemesis. In their wrath, these fiends would consume all living beings in sight, spelling doom for any creature still lurking in the woods. Hinata Shika, possessing the Byakugan, noticed a horde of these beasts and swiftly leapt into the sea to hide. In the forest, a creature resembling a sea cucumber, possessing chameleon-like abilities, darted about rapidly. Faced with the frenzied horde, it wisely chose to evade, planning to retreat to the ocean and wait for the chaos to subside before returning to the island. What? You spotted a member of the Hyuga clan here? Itachi conversed briefly with Madara, who expressed astonishment at Shika's presence. To elude prying eyes, Madara had instructed Pain to assign a task to the other Akatsuki members, diverting attention from themselves while he proceeded with caution. He remained vigilant, confident that even the Byakugan of the Leaf's Hinata clan could not surpass his own surveillance abilities. How could anyone from Konoha possibly track them down? Madara would never have guessed that the one who had evaded his surveillance was not from Konoha, but rather Orochimaru. Shika had merely stumbled upon Orochimaru's trail and followed it. The horde of ravenous beasts, now enraged, did not discern individuals by their appearance as humans do. Instead, they identified beings through their racial characteristics. Thus, the first to suffer their wrath was Shika, who was closest at hand. Zetsu, investigate further and ascertain how many from Konoha have arrived, Madara commanded. Understood, Zetsu replied, using his abilities to scout ahead. He soon reported, I have located a figure to the 7 o'clock position, approximately 9 kilometers away. Zetsu quickly relayed his findings, prompting Madara to act again. He flickered and traversed space, teleporting away. Outside, Ye Feng was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a massive horde of beasts, enveloping him like a fog. Just as he pondered his next move, another strange creature he had previously encountered, resembling a sea cucumber, emerged near the beach. Upon sighting this entity, the horde immediately lunged at it, momentarily alleviating Ye Feng's peril. Although the beasts had diverted their attention, he knew that once the sea cucumber was dealt with, he would still be in danger. Glancing around, he had a sudden inspiration and decided to leap into the sea. Just as Ye Feng was about to dive into the water, Madara appeared out of thin air, grasped him, and swiftly transported him to the underground chamber constructed by Pain. All members had finally gathered together. After a brief exchange, Ye Feng learned that Pain had arrived first, followed by Konan, then himself, Zetsu, Madara, and Itachi, who was the last to appear. To Ye Feng's surprise, other individuals were present, including Shika. Before he could fully absorb this revelation, Zetsu had a new discovery. I have identified 2 peaks, approximately 25 kilometers to the west. This could very well be our destination, he announced. I only just noticed that the pointer on the stone slab is now indicating that direction, Madara remarked, glancing at the slab in his hand, which had inexplicably adjusted its orientation. When Madara first arrived, he had observed the slab's pointer behaving erratically and had disregarded it, not anticipating that it would provide new guidance. What about the people from Konoha? Pain inquired. Leave them for now. Our priority is to locate the Sage of Six Paths artifacts, Madara replied. With that, the space around them twisted, and they found themselves 25 kilometers away in an instant. Above, the moon shone brightly, illuminating 2 towering peaks that left Ye Feng in awe. Remarkably, these mountains floated in the air. They had been teleported to the base of the peaks. Gazing up at their towering forms, feeling a palpable weight above them. Such power must exist to suspend these mountains in the sky. Before Ye Feng could fully comprehend this phenomenon, the stone slab in Madara's hand began to transform, emanating a radiant white light. It levitated, and beams of light descended from the peaks above, striking the slab, which fragmented into smaller stones before reassembling into the shape of a long rod. This rod then plunged into the ground, disappearing entirely. As it embedded itself, a column of white light ascended, connecting the ground to the floating peaks. With a diameter of about 2 meters, Madara exchanged a glance with Zetsu, then declared, "Let us proceed." He stepped into the light column first, transforming into a beam of light that shot upward towards the peaks. The others followed suit, each becoming a streak of light as they surged into the heights above. As Ye Feng and the others entered the light column, 4 figures emerged from the distant woods: Orochimaru, Kabuto, and 2 of Orochimaru's subordinates. "Lord Orochimaru, where are they headed?" Kabuto inquired, uncertain of Akatsuki's true intentions. Orochimaru, having previously infiltrated the organization, had gained some insight into their activities and began to piece together their motives, suspecting they were not only collecting tailed beasts but also pursuing something else. "Indeed," Orochimaru murmured, suddenly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground, appearing quite weakened. "Lord Orochimaru, are you all right?" Kabuto asked, assisting him as he probed Orochimaru's chakra with his own. "I never anticipated that creature would force me to this state. Regrettably, I still could not capture it," Orochimaru lamented, recalling the sea cucumber-like entity with a sense of loss. The encounter between Orochimaru and the creature had not escalated into a monumental clash, but had instead devolved into a battle for bodily control. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, the sea cucumber had latched onto him, and it was only when countless tentacles emerged from its body to invade his that he realized the threat. Despite the creature's formidable nature, it could not seize control of Orochimaru's body. After all, this was his domain, and he had long since mastered it. Nevertheless, the sea cucumber was impressive. Even though it could not dominate Orochimaru, it managed to remain hidden within him, leaving Orochimaru drained and unable to recover for weeks. What then was the true nature of this sea cucumber? For now, that remained a mystery as we shift our focus back to its struggle against the ravenous horde. This sea cucumber had been in the area for quite some time, and the only entities it feared were the demon ape and the swarm of ravenous beasts. It had battled the horde for an extended period, and its survival thus far attested to its prowess. Shortly after encountering Orochimaru, the horde had gone berserk. The sea cucumber wisely chose to retreat to the ocean. However, its actions were slightly delayed. The enraged beasts, unable to find their foe, would indiscriminately devour any creature in sight. Now, upon encountering the sea cucumber, an entity that had long been a thorn in their side, it redirected its fury from Itachi towards the sea cucumber. Now, the sea cucumber finds itself encircled by a relentless swarm of gluttonous creatures. In a desperate attempt to escape, it buries itself in the sand. But can it truly evade the insatiable horde this way? Of course not. The ravenous swarm will pursue it relentlessly, unceasingly devouring its flesh. After burying itself in the sand, the sea cucumber resolutely abandons its external form, utilizing its essence to swiftly burrow through the sand and make its escape into the ocean. The moment it reaches the safety of the sea, its true form emerges under the moonlight, a grotesque mass the size of a marble, adorned with countless fine tendrils that undulate through the water. This aberrant parasitic creature, a mutant born from a deformed host, cannot survive alone. Its sole purpose is to plunder what belongs to others, forever in search of its next host. As it swims through the water, it suddenly detects its prey, a highly sentient being, akin to its previous victim. Silently, it approaches, latching onto the unsuspecting target's neck, extending its thread-like appendages into the pores of the skin. This individual, hidden beneath the waves, is Hinata Shizuka, blissfully unaware that he has become another's quarry. As the tendrils penetrate his body, they secrete a tranquilizing agent, ensuring that he feels no pain. The tendrils delve deeper, connecting to his nervous system, preparing to embed itself within the host. Just as it is about to breach the skin, it senses a surge of warmth within itself. The heat causes its form to quiver slightly, a manifestation of excitement, for it realizes that it is on the brink of evolution. Although its previous invasion had failed, it had absorbed some essence from that body, an instinctual drive to assimilate higher life forms to facilitate its own advancement. The towering peaks resembling sharp spires hover approximately 50 to 60 meters above the ground, creating a luminous column that can be seen for several kilometers. For kilometers away, 2 figures race towards the light with astonishing speed. What is Orochimaru up to? Where exactly is this place? Hinata Shizuka's whereabouts remain a mystery. The 2 figures are Kakashi and Jiraiya, their teleportation points close together in the vicinity of the forest, albeit arriving at different times. Let us head over there. He could be nearby, Jiraiya suggests. Under the bright moon, the two peaks remain steadfastly suspended in the sky, as if they had always belonged there. As the mutant parasite attempts to seize Hinata Shizuka's body, it undergoes a transformation. In this moment, it is filled with exhilaration after years on this island. It has never encountered such a sophisticated organism. While this body may not rival that of a mythical beast, the parasite understands that it has little chance of claiming the body of such a creature. Acknowledging this reality, it realizes that the sudden appearance of a being resembling a mythical creature is a rare opportunity. Although the parasite has yet to fully invade Hinata Shizuka's body, it has connected to his nervous system, granting it control. Now, the mutant parasite embarks on a methodical conquest over Shizuka, and by the time he becomes aware of it, it will be too late. Though Shizuka's consciousness remains intact, he discovers he can no longer command his own body. The parasite's original form lingers outside Shizuka's neck, visibly evolving at an astonishing rate. When the mutant parasite finally seizes control of the entire nervous system, it is overwhelmed with excitement. It moves Shizuka's limbs, reveling in the sensations this new body affords, its eyes darting about in wonder. In this moment, Hinata Shizuka feels as though his soul has been imprisoned, unable to speak or move. Only his thoughts remain free to ponder. His eyes can perceive the world, but their direction is dictated by the parasite's control. As the parasite familiarizes itself with Shizuka's body, it discovers the uniqueness of his eyes, which possess the ability to see great distances. This revelation fills the parasite with both astonishment and joy. While employing Shizuka's Byakugan to observe the frenzied gluttons, the parasite also notes unusual activity around the distant peaks. Having seen those floating summits countless times under the moonlight, the parasite recalls its previous attempt to commandeer a flying bird, hoping to ascend and investigate, only to find that it could not reach them, as if the peaks were mere illusions. Now, with a beam of light connecting the peaks to the ground, the parasite becomes intrigued and desires to explore further. Controlling Hinata Shizuka's body, it navigates along the shoreline, intent on circumventing the gluttonous horde from another direction. In its fascination with the peaks, the parasite temporarily forgets its ongoing evolution. Its original form, once the size of a marble, has now swollen to the size of a fist, resembling a grotesque growth on Shizuka's neck. Upon entering the light beam, Ye Feng experiences a sudden flash of brilliance. An intense light envelopes him, rendering him momentarily blinded and dizzy. He senses an unusual chakra subtly influencing him, prompting an alarmed realization. This is a Jinjutsu. Sharingan. Jinjutsu rebound. Ye Feng reacts instantaneously, but alas, his efforts prove futile as he loses control over his consciousness, slipping into a semi-conscious state. In this daze, Ye Feng seems to dream a dream that stretches over what feels like a millennium. In this dream, he observes himself from a third-person perspective, witnessing the unfolding of a life marked by ambition and the intricacies of human nature. At first, he dreams of being a profoundly impoverished individual, enduring relentless suffering. This experience cultivates a desire for a better future. As the dream progresses, he envisions a transformative opportunity arising amidst a corrupt state, where the downtrodden seek to overthrow the old regime, and he emerges as one of the leaders of this reform. As a prominent figure in the rebellion, he finds himself embroiled in a struggle for power with fellow leaders after the old regime's fall. Ye Feng becomes consumed by ambition, forsaking his humanity as he reignites the flames of war, plunging countless innocents into turmoil. In his quest for supremacy, he betrays mentors, sells out friends, and resorts to any means necessary to seize control. Ultimately, he achieves his goal, becoming the sole emperor, untouchable and feared, silencing all dissent with ruthless retribution. In this dream, he wields the power of life and death over others, reveling in his wealth and dominion. As the dream nears its conclusion, Ye Feng's third-person perspective shifts to that of his first-person view, merging his identity with that of his dream self. Although he had fulfilled his ambitions, he found no joy in it. As he reflected on the numerous mistakes he had made, Ye Feng felt a profound sense of regret. In the end, he chose a wise individual to inherit his throne and sought to atone for the wrongs he had inflicted upon others. Subsequently, he departed from this world in solitude. Upon dreaming of his own demise, Ye Feng awoke with tears of remorse glistening in his eyes, standing bewildered on an empty platform. Though he had regained consciousness, His mind lingered on the dream he had just experienced. After standing in contemplation for over 10 minutes, Ye Feng finally regained his bearings. As he glanced around, he discovered he was atop a lofty peak, where he could clearly see the expanse below. It turned out that he was on a solitary island in the midst of the ocean, with an endless sea stretching far into the horizon. What was that dream? Was it an illusion I just experienced? Why did that illusion lead me to such a dream? Ye Feng pondered, gazing at the point where the sky met the sea, feeling utterly lost. Unfortunately, there was no one present to provide him with answers. Turning around, he noticed an ancient temple standing atop the peak, cloaked in moss from years of neglect. The architectural style of this temple differed markedly from those found in the world of ninjas, resembling more closely the ancient Greek temples of Earth. This revelation momentarily lifted his earlier gloom, compelling him to step inside the temple to explore further. Was this not a remnant of the Sage of Six Paths? How could such a building exist here? Ye Feng was acutely aware that no temple of this style had ever existed in the entire realm of ninjas. How had it suddenly appeared? As he entered the temple, he observed that it was relatively small, approximately 100 square meters in size, with minimal furnishings, only a stone altar and a stone box atop it. Driven by curiosity, Ye Feng sought to uncover the secrets left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. Within the temple, he noted unfamiliar totems etched onto the walls, resembling abstract art rather than animals or humans. After contemplating these symbols for an extended period without discernment, he decided to abandon his efforts, recognizing their inscrutability. The stone altar drew his attention, and curiosity compelled him to approach the stone box to see what it held. He exerted force with both hands to lift the lid, but it remained sealed. Frustrated, he realized it was completely airtight, with no visible opening. He lifted it to assess its weight. Had it not been relatively light, he might have doubted it was anything more than a stone resembling a box. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth from the box, accompanied by a booming voice. To arrive here signifies you have passed the test. Come, accept your mission. The voice was deep, powerful, and magnetic. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng immediately inquired, "Who are you? What test have I passed? Are you the Sage of Six Paths?" Contemplating this possibility, he awaited a response. But the voice seemed devoid of consciousness, akin to a pre-recorded message. After a brief pause, it continued, "I am the Sage of Six Paths. By the time you discover this, I cannot fathom how many years have passed." Indeed, it was the Sage of Six Paths. Ye Feng thought to himself, "I surmise that your arrival here indicates significant changes have transpired in the world outside. Otherwise, you would not have reached this temple or opened this stone box." The voice continued, "If you are my descendant, do not blame me for the many trials I established to prevent the ambitious from seizing such power. The final test evaluates whether the one who enters has a compassionate heart and is not blinded by power. Should an individual fail the test, they will be transported to another peak, never to access this place." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng began to grasp the nature of the test. It dawned on him that he was the only one who had reached this place. Others must be on another peak. Here, I must clarify that what I leave you is not immense power, but rather the means to obtain it. I, too, acquired power in this manner. As he spoke, a radiant light re-emerged before the altar, revealing an object, a small stone, akin in size to a playing card, adorned with patterns reminiscent of the yin-yang stone. In my past, I battled a formidable beast and ultimately fell in defeat. Yet, at the moment of my demise, my soul traversed to another world. In that realm, powerful creatures rivaling tailed beasts exist, and the inhabitants wield unfathomable strength. My own power was derived from that world. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng realized that the Sage of Six Paths, like him, was a soul who had transcended worlds. No wonder the temple's design was so unique. And now, I shall send you to that world for your training. This token contains a spatial transfer array that I have prepared. Take it and safeguard it. Once you attain power akin to mine, you will possess the ability to reverse this spatial transfer array and return to this world. You have half an hour to prepare. After that, I shall activate the spatial transfer array to send you to that realm." With that, the voice fell silent, leaving only the radiant light emanating from the stone box. Ye Feng marveled at the Sage of Six Paths' thoughtfulness, allowing him half an hour to prepare. Yet, this very allowance left him feeling somewhat restless and uncertain of what to do. The prospect of exploring another world was unexpected and overwhelming. After standing in contemplation for a while, Ye Feng resolved to embrace this opportunity, curious to witness the world that had birthed the Sage of Six Paths. Having lived in the world of ninjas for several years, he had maintained a low profile to avoid impacting the lives of those he cherished. Yet, such a life felt confining. Perhaps in the new world described by the sage, he might discover the life he truly desired. With this realization, Ye Feng turned to his large backpack, examining its contents. It contained several scrolls, some food, a half-finished bottle of wine, and a pouch filled with spare ninja tools. Would this equipment be sufficient for the new world? He wished he had brought more supplies. After inspecting his belongings, Ye Feng noted that only a few minutes had passed. With half an hour equating to 30 minutes, he still had over 40 minutes to wait. In his boredom, he picked up the token, a peculiar stone with strange patterns. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that one side bore intricate designs, while the reverse featured an emblem resembling a plant leaf. The design depicted a branch with two symmetrically placed leaves, one vibrant green, the other blood red. What could this emblem signify? As Ye Feng pondered in curiosity, a platform at the entrance of the temple illuminated with a cerulean glow, revealing a silhouette, none other than Hinata Sheikah, controlled by the mutated parasite. The parasite, having long familiarized itself with everything on this island over the years, maneuvered silently through Sheikah's body, utilizing her Byakugan's expansive vision to evade all dangers as it approached the nearby mountain peak. Upon reaching the luminous column, the parasite, noticing the absence of other life forms, surged confidently into the light, eager to unravel the mysteries of the enigmatic mountain. In its excitement and curiosity, it failed to notice that its own form had swelled to the size of a volleyball, while Sheikah's body appeared to have withered slightly. Once enveloped by the light, the illusionary test posed no challenge for the parasite, as it harbored no human-like ambitions or desires. The concept of power struggles was utterly foreign to it. Its sole previous aspiration had been to seize the body of the demon ape. Thus, it was ultimately transported to the same temple as Ye Feng. Ye Feng, taken aback by Sheikah's sudden appearance, wondered if he too was merely an unambitious individual passing the test. Though intrigued, he refrained from questioning her, remaining vigilant in case she attempted to seize him and return him to Konoha. However, he observed that there seemed to be no path back. Looking around, he saw no routes or signs of teleportation, leading him to believe he had little to fear from her intentions. Even if she were to attempt to capture him, he could simply delay until Sage of Six Paths activated the teleportation array, enabling his passage to another world. Yet, this raised the question, would she also be transported to that other realm? Having just arrived, the mutated parasite gazed curiously at the temple, its mind recalling the figure of Ye Feng, the very same individual it had swiftly dispatched in the woods, who had once boasted loudly. As one of the three great beasts of this land, the parasite had little tolerance for others' defiance, save for the likes of the glutton and the demon ape. It now harbored a desire to consume Ye Feng. It vividly remembered its first attempt to devour him, which had resulted in nothing but vapor. This time, it would not allow him to escape. The parasite was known for its grudges. At this moment, it sensed a new change within its own being, filling it with excitement. It had unexpectedly absorbed a serpent-like creature, triggering an unprecedented evolution. The parasite sensed that its form was on the brink of a significant transformation. Its body began to pulsate rhythmically, akin to a beating heart. This transformation also affected Sheikah's body, as the parasite drew upon her life essence. "Are you all right? You don't look well," Ye Feng inquired, noticing Sheikah's unusual demeanor, while simultaneously remaining cautious of her strange presence. The parasite remained silent, unable to speak, and recognized Ye Feng's wariness. It stationed itself at the entrance, determined to block any escape routes. Ye Feng found it peculiar that she stood there, neither attacking nor speaking. He was puzzled by her intentions, but felt little fear of her blocking the exit. In approximately 40 minutes, the Sage of Six Paths would activate the teleportation array, transporting him to another world. However, he wondered whether the array would only transport the bearer of the token or if all beings within the area would be affected. Due to the critical stage of its evolution, the parasite refrained from attacking, biding its time for the right moment. Each evolution bestowed upon it new abilities or enhanced instincts. Once its transformation was complete, it would regain confidence in its speed and strength, ready to overpower and consume the being before it. Thus, they remained locked in a standoff, both awaiting the opportune moment. After some time, Ye Feng assessed that it was nearly time, yet he sensed something amiss with Sheikah, something concealed at the nape of her neck. Was it a secret weapon? He speculated, having observed her for so long. What Ye Feng glimpsed was the parasite's form, which, after a period of transformation, showed no signs of completion. Instead, its evolution intensified. The parasite had initially believed its evolution would conclude swiftly, but to conserve the body's energy. It had suppressed its instinct to extract more life essence. However, as time dragged on, it felt an increasing hunger, realizing it needed to consume living beings to achieve its evolution. Originally, it had planned to devour Ye Feng, but that now seemed unfeasible. After much contemplation, it resolved to consume Sheikah's body, believing that once evolved, its power would surpass its previous state, enabling it to subsequently seize Ye Feng's form. With its decision made, it sprang into action, instinctively evolving and voraciously consuming Sheikah. Its body, once the size of a volleyball, expanded to envelop her entirely. Countless tendrils emerged, wrapping around Sheikah while simultaneously encasing itself in a fleshy cocoon, sealing the temple's entrance. Confronted by this sudden change, Ye Feng was momentarily stunned. Was this figure before him akin to Orochimaru, a being transforming into a monster? Resolving to act first, he prepared to employ his ninjutsu against her. Just then, a voice echoed from within the stone box, announcing that preparations were complete. Do not move. The teleportation begins now. As the voice faded, radiant light shot forth from the stone box towards the token on Ye Feng's person, igniting it in a blinding glow that illuminated the entire temple. In the next instant, the temple was devoid of all presence, including the mutated parasite, now resembling a cocoon. The luminous energy traversed the void, propelling itself into the distance, with Ye Feng entangled within the glowing stream alongside the massive cocoon. Despite being on the cusp of evolution, the parasite was relentless in its pursuit of Ye Feng's body, extending its many tendrils to envelop him within its cocoon, invading his nervous system. As the teleportation array activated, it encompassed all living entities within the temple's confines. Ye Feng and the parasite were drawn together, their proximity intensified, as the parasite seized the opportunity to ensnare Ye Feng within its outer layer. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Ye Feng found himself ensnared, realizing too late the peril he faced, as he was tightly bound. The parasite, entwining itself with him, plunged its tendrils into Ye Feng's nervous system, preemptively claiming control over his body, intending to fully dominate him upon completing its evolution. The preceding events transpired during the activation of the teleportation array. Once the array was fully operational, the individual enveloped in luminous energy and the aberrant creature became completely immobilized. This was a protective mechanism inherent to the array. No matter how far across the void and time they traversed, time within the luminous energy remained static. Within this ethereal light, Ye Feng and his companions were oblivious to the duration of their journey, as it merely felt like a fleeting moment to them. Ye Feng was already ensconced in this radiant embrace when the light pierced the void, transporting all life forms within the temple's vicinity. He, along with the mutated parasite, found themselves ensconced in this luminous shroud, their proximity alarmingly close, pressed tightly together. The aberrant parasite seized this opportunity, extending numerous tendrils to ensnare Ye Feng within its cocoon. Ye Feng was utterly horrified by this sudden turn of events. By the time he realized his peril, he was already bound tightly. The mutated entity, binding itself to Ye Feng, used its tendrils to infiltrate his nervous system, preemptively usurping control of his body, intending to fully dominate him upon its complete evolution. As the teleportation array initiated, the luminous energy enveloped both Ye Feng and the aberrant creature, rendering them immobile. This protective feature of the array ensured that, regardless of the distance traversed through the void, time remained suspended within the light. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng and the others, they were unaware of how long the journey would last. As to them, it merely spanned a few breaths. The luminous light, slicing through the void, ultimately descended upon a realm teeming with life, landing atop a vast ruin that spanned over a kilometer. This site, now a relic of the past, was littered with crumbling structures, eroded by the relentless passage of time. The original architecture had long since been obscured. Most remnants were reduced to decayed walls and crumbled columns, with the once paved ground now littered with debris and overgrown with weeds, while towering trees had taken root in some areas, indicating that this place had been forsaken for centuries. At the moment the flesh cocoon was placed upon the ground, time resumed its flow, and the struggle between Ye Feng and the aberrant creature reignited. Ye Feng yearned to move, but to his dismay, he discovered he lacked even the ability to control his limbs. The harder he tried to struggle, the more despair gripped him. Reflecting upon prior events and drawing on countless sci-fi narratives from his past life, Ye Feng surmised that the aberrant creature harbored intentions for his body. Yet, in his current state, he was powerless to act. The mutated parasite felt fortunate to have seized control of Ye Feng's body first. However, due to the haste of its actions, it could not fully dominate him. Unable to manipulate Ye Feng's body as it did with others, what it could manage was to intercept the neural commands from Ye Feng's brain to his body. Continuously intercepting these commands proved to be a considerable burden for the evolving parasite, prompting it to employ some subterfuge to induce a temporary state of slumber in Ye Feng's mind. In his stupor, Ye Feng dreamt vividly of transforming into a being that had undergone Orochimaru's reincarnation ritual. However, somehow, he found himself within his consciousness as a small snake, measuring only a few meters but slender as a piece of rope. This little serpent eagerly coiled around him, attempting to swallow him whole. Naturally, Ye Feng resisted fiercely, grappling with the snake. He realized his punches were ineffective against the creature, while it steadily consumed him. In a fit of desperation, he resolved to fight back with ferocity, mirroring the legendary Guijing from the Legend of the Condor Heroes, and bit back at the serpent. Ultimately, he devoured the snake piece by piece, only to glance at himself in horror, realizing he had been reduced to nothing but a head. In another instance, a beam of light traversed an unknown expanse of void, ultimately breaking through the fabric of space, arriving in a realm abundant with life. This ray of light descended upon a vast ruin, which spanned over a kilometer and was filled with ancient structures, long eroded by time. The original forms of these buildings were now unrecognizable, reduced to decaying remnants, and the once stone-paved ground was now a patchwork of dilapidation, overrun with weeds and towering trees, indicating that this place had languished in neglect for centuries. Upon the arrival of the flesh cocoon, which had stood in the ruins for a day and a night, no creatures had yet discovered it. One fateful morning, a famished creature, a small wolf, appeared with unsteady steps. In this vast forest, myriad creatures thrived, yet this young wolf found no sanctuary. Its parents had fallen prey to a more formidable beast shortly after its birth. Although it had narrowly escaped death, it lacked the survival instincts innate to its kind and had endured starvation. Aimlessly wandering, it yearned to find remnants of another animal left by a predator, hoping to sustain itself until it encountered its kin. As it roamed, it stumbled upon something that captured its attention, the enormous flesh cocoon, an enticing sight that only it could appreciate. It gulped nervously and scanned the surroundings, pondering why such a substantial morsel remained untouched by other creatures. It cautiously circled the area, ensuring that no other carnivorous beasts were lurking before daring to approach. Since the moment its parents were devoured, this unfortunate child had been beset by fright. Past experiences taught it the necessity of utmost vigilance. As it drew near to the enormous flesh cocoon, it encountered a disheartening revelation. The exterior was coated in a dry, bark-like substance, entirely inedible, which left it feeling quite dejected. However, once the gloom passed, it resolved to find a way to access the flesh within, for it possessed at least a fragment of knowledge. All animals are encased in skin, some supple, others tough, but only the flesh inside is truly delectable. Thus, it approached and began to gnaw at the cocoon. Yet, the outer layer proved remarkably difficult to penetrate. The little wolf exerted all its strength, and at last, managed to breach a small portion. Just then, it was startled by a new development emanating from within the cocoon. Its keen ears detected the sound of a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thud, thud, thump, thud, thud. The rhythm resonated with alarming urgency, as if two hearts were beating in unison. It vaguely recalled that this sound resembled the times in its youth when it would hide in its parents' embrace, listening to the simultaneous thrum of two hearts. Yet, there was a stark contrast. The heartbeat of its parents had instilled a sense of comfort and safety, while the sound reverberating from the giant cocoon instilled a profound sense of dread, akin to facing a ferocious beast. No, it was even more terrifying. Each heartbeat felt like a heavy blow to its own heart. It could not fathom the source of this instinctual pressure. Yet it understood that whatever resided within the cocoon was not something it could confront. The little wolf's ears drooped in fright. an instinctive response to muffle the terrifying sound of its own heartbeat. Yet, it was in vain. The sound remained menacing. No, it was frightful for the wolf. Presently, the little wolf appeared pitiful, reluctant to part with the flesh cocoon encasing it, yet fearful of the entity within. Coupled with days of hunger, its body was weak, and in its fear, its forelegs trembled to the point of immobility. Thus, it found itself caught in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat. As uncertainty clouded its mind, the cocoon began to stir. Suddenly, something from within tore through, and a boy of approximately 16 emerged. With dark hair, striking features, and standing about 177 centimeters tall, he possessed a well-built physique, though his clothes were tattered and filthy. The boy opened his eyes in confusion, his pupils shimmering with an unusual hue. He gazed upward at the sky and then downward at the ground. Upon noticing the cocoon behind him, a flicker of recognition sparked within him, only to be swiftly overtaken by a sharp pain that surged through his mind. Clutching his head, he let out a long howl as fragmented memories flooded his consciousness. Who am I? The name Ye Feng flickered through his mind, accompanied by shifting images of familiar yet indistinct pupils. As the agony subsided, clarity returned to his bewildered gaze. So, my name is Ye Feng, but where is this place? What are those shifting pupils? After standing in a daze for a moment, the fragmented memories offered no further insight. Perhaps it was instinct, but he relinquished his pursuit of understanding. Ye Feng glanced down at his own body, feeling uncomfortable in the ragged remnants of fabric clinging to him. Resolutely, he tore off the rags, revealing a tall and robust physique adorned with skin that shimmered like silver. Having resolved this pressing issue, Ye Feng's attention turned to the little wolf before him, which stood trembling with its ears lowered and eyes wide with terror. Its forelegs quivered inexplicably. Observing the pitiful creature, Ye Feng felt a surge of compassion. An inexplicable urge to reach out and touch the wolf welled up within him, driven purely by instinct. As he extended his hand gently towards the little wolf, it recoiled in greater fear, realizing that this being was the source of the dual heartbeats it sensed. Ye Feng tilted his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the wolf's reaction. The more terrified and pitiful the wolf appeared, the stronger Ye Feng's desire to touch it became. His gaze, tender and affectionate, locked onto the wolf's frightened eyes. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Perhaps in this moment, Ye Feng, devoid of any spoken language, conveyed his emotions through his gaze. The little wolf, sensing the warmth and affection emanating from Ye Feng's eyes, gradually found its fear diminishing. Ye Feng's hand brushed lightly against the wolf's fur, which was slightly dusty and littered with leaves, yet he was unbothered. This gentle touch filled Ye Feng's spirit with a new sensation, enriching his previously blank existence with a profound experience that alleviated the loneliness he had felt. In truth, Ye Feng had been awake for over 6 hours, yet in his ignorance, he remained confined within the cocoon, believing that the world was limited to the small space around him, where he could only touch the unresponsive, lifeless walls of the cocoon. Initially, Ye Feng found the walls of the cocoon novel and intriguing, exploring them like a curious child. However, as time passed, a tinge of boredom began to surface. At that moment, he sensed an unusual commotion from outside the cocoon. Uncertain of its nature, he welcomed this fresh sensation, reveling in the vibrations emanating from beyond the cocoon. He smiled, perhaps not fully grasping the meaning of his smile, yet feeling a sense of joy as his curiosity was momentarily satisfied. When the little wolf punctured the cocoon, Ye Feng glimpsed the light from the outside world. This did not imply that the cocoon was entirely sealed. Rather, light permeated through, illuminating the interior without forming distinct rays. The light streaming in and the disturbance caused by the little wolf piqued Ye Feng's curiosity about the outside world, prompting him to tear through the cocoon himself. Sensing the kindness emanating from Ye Feng, the little wolf's fear dissipated. In Ye Feng's gaze, it recognized the affection typically reserved for its parents, and unconsciously, it grew closer to him. Yet soon, it felt exasperation as Ye Feng, after petting its head, moved to its back, waist, ears, and paws. His curiosity seemingly insatiable while the poor little wolf endured his relentless exploration. Fortunately, Ye Feng's interests soon shifted. He became fascinated by everything around him, delighting in observing and touching various objects, relishing the tangible sensations they provided. Cradling the little wolf, Ye Feng marveled at the trees, grass, and insects. Seemingly tireless in his exploration. Unbeknownst to him, He wandered further and further. While absorbed in his observations, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to find a golden leopard perched on a nearby tree, fixating on him. Upon seeing the creature, Ye Feng noted its resemblance to the little wolf, as both stood on two legs and possessed tails. However, the leopard's fur was short and golden, adorned with numerous black spots. Mistakenly believing the little wolf and the golden leopard to be of the same kind, he set the little wolf down, encouraging it to approach its counterpart. As the little wolf approached the leopard, Ye Feng glanced back to discover he was devoid of a tail, realizing he was not of their kind. But where's my kind? Although Ye Feng had lost all memory, resembling a newborn, his physique was fully developed, and his mind mature enough to ponder questions. The little wolf, upon encountering the golden leopard, did not share Ye Feng's belief in kinship. It recognized the difference and instinctively sought refuge behind Ye Feng's legs. The golden leopard, possessing no ill intent, was nevertheless cautious, having sensed the wild heartbeat emanating from Ye Feng that signaled danger. Now observing Ye Feng, the leopard was merely wary, as he had encroached upon its hunting territory. An instinct drove it to maintain a safe distance. Ye Feng studied the leopard for a while before being captivated by a beautiful butterfly, chasing after it. The little wolf, glancing back at the leopard, felt a tremor of apprehension and hurried to follow Ye Feng, believing that staying close to him would offer greater safety. The relic is surrounded by a vast forest, untouched by human presence for centuries, and devoid of hunters, rendering it a veritable paradise for the flourishing and reproduction of wildlife. The naive Ye Feng, wandering through this realm dominated by beasts, unwittingly stumbles into the territory of a pride of ferocious lions, disturbing a group that is in the midst of their feast. At the onset of humanity, one is inherently benevolent. This phrase encapsulates Ye Feng's current state. He harbors no concept or intention of harming any living creature. However, he never anticipated that his tender heart, recently liberated from the confines of a cocoon, would witness a scene that would profoundly impact his psyche. As Ye Feng ascends a small hill, an ideal vantage point, he finds himself gazing down at the lions engaged in their predatory activities. This pride consists of 9 lions, 3 males and 6 females. The prowess of a single male lion dictates the number of females that accompany it. The lions stealthily approach a group of herbivores, forming a surrounding encirclement. Initially, Ye Feng is captivated by the thrill of the chase and chuckles in delight. Yet, upon witnessing the brutal demise of the captured herbivores and hearing their pitiful cries, his laughter dissipates. The mournful sounds of the dying animals resonate within Ye Feng, leaving him shaken. Yet, he remains perplexed as to why these feral lions would take the lives of such innocent creatures and consume their flesh with abandon. Ye Feng's presence catches the attention of the lions. Although he exhibits no sign of hostility, they regard him with a cautious vigilance. Their behavior intrigues Ye Feng, who remains to observe their feasting, pondering the significance of their actions. Oblivious to the implications of consuming flesh, Ye Feng has not eaten since awakening. He continues to watch from atop the hill, while the lions, having noticed him from their elevated position, remain on high alert. Were any other creature to dare observe them from such a vantage point, the lions would likely retaliate with lethal force. However, they, akin to leopards, detect the powerful rhythm of Ye Feng's heartbeat, which instills a sense of intimidation, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. Once the lions depart, a small wolf pup, having trailed behind Ye Feng, gazes longingly at the remnants of the lion's sumptuous feast, already drooling at the sight. Yet, its diminutive size renders it too timid to approach. With the lions gone, the wolf pup excitedly scurries over, thrilled to find leftover morsels. Though they may be remnants, they still appear relatively fresh. It revels in this unexpected bounty, relishing the long-awaited meal while feeling fortunate to have followed the right companions. Ye Feng, intrigued by the wolf pup's actions, observes its gleeful consumption of the bloody raw meat, igniting a curious impulse within him to partake as well. What he exhibits now is an inherent capacity for learning through imitation. Unable to comprehend the act of eating, he merely mimics out of curiosity. Thus, he bends down like the wolf pup and the lions, lowering himself to the ground, eager to take a bite. However, as he descends, a strong metallic scent fills the air, unpleasant to his senses. Yet, witnessing the wolf pup and lions savoring their meal so enthusiastically, Ye Feng reluctantly takes a tentative bite. It is repugnant and utterly revolting. Ye Feng took a bite and quickly spat it out. He simply could not stomach the taste of it. In the end, he stood a little further away, observing the little wolf devour the food with gusto. His mind filled with questions about how the creature could enjoy such fare so thoroughly. Although the remaining meat is scarce, it is sufficient for the small wolf, akin to the size of a cat. After enduring days of hunger, the little wild wolf can finally indulge in a hearty meal. Having recently encountered 8 frenzied lions, Ye Feng subjectively believes that all creatures must have their kin. Yet, he wonders, where are his kind? Is every creature born into this world destined to experience such solitude? A question arose within Ye Feng's heart, prompting him to seek answers and to find his kindred. Throughout that day, the physically extraordinary Ye Feng traversed a radius of 10 miles, encountering a myriad of creatures, from herbivorous grazers to carnivorous predators. During his explorations, Ye Feng stumbled upon a peculiar observation. Every creature consumed sustenance through its mouth, whether they grazed on grass, feasted on leaves, or indulged in fruits. Why, he pondered. Did each of these beings require nourishment? If every living being must consume sustenance, what should it partake in? Time silently slips away unnoticed. The sun has unknowingly descended to the horizon, and the veil of night is about to descend. Leaf Maple gazes curiously at the final rays of the setting sun that cast their glow upon the earth. He is filled with wonder about the world around him, possessing an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Yet, as a solitary figure, he has no one to guide him and must rely solely on his own understanding. As darkness envelopes the sky, the forest becomes so obscured that one could scarcely see their hand in front of their face. In this inky blackness, Leaf Maple encounters another quandary. He recalls that every creature returns to a certain place at sunset, as if each being possesses an inherent knowledge of their purpose, except for him, who remains in uncertainty. The temperature drops noticeably in the evening, and clad in nothing but a pair of undergarments, Leaf Maple feels the chill of the night wind, prompting him to clutch the small wolf in his arms for warmth. This homeless little creature follows Leaf Maple, believing that its chances of survival are better in his company. After all, it enjoyed a hearty meal by his side during the day, a testament to their bond. In the pitch-black forest, Leaf Maple strains to perceive his surroundings. At that moment, his body seems to respond to his true desires, and his once dark pupils transform into a luminous white, with veins around his eyes swelling prominently. This transformation enhances his vision by at least tenfold, illuminating the previously opaque darkness into clarity, expanding his field of view to an astonishing 360 degrees. With this newfound ability to see in the dark, he can navigate the shadowy forest without fear of losing his way. Yet, as all creatures retreat to their nests with the fall of night, he is left to ponder, where, indeed, is his own sanctuary? Ye Feng found himself in a state of confusion, uncertain of where to return. The flesh cocoon was the only place he felt familiar with, so he made his way back to it. Embracing the little wild wolf, he nestled within the cocoon. Although a tier had been made in the large cocoon by Ye Feng, it still provided shelter from the wind and rain. The night passed in silence. On the following day, amidst a desolate forest, a strikingly handsome young man clad only in a pair of underpants traversed the woods accompanied by a small wild wolf. This duo was none other than Ye Feng and his companion. With the newfound ability of his white eyes, Ye Feng could now effortlessly shift his gaze into this enhanced state, allowing him to see vast distances and uncover intriguing sights, propelling him further along his journey. Presently, the manifestation of his white eyes revealed a captivating scene. Just a mile away, several towering gorillas, each over 2 meters tall, surrounded a smaller, fiery red-furred monkey engaged in some curious activity. Ye Feng struggled to comprehend their behavior as they propped another creature upon a stick, suspended between 2 tree branches. The diminutive red-furred monkey directed a colorful substance toward the creature. In truth, this action involved the red-furred monkey expelling flames from its mouth to roast the suspended animal, a phenomenon Ye Feng had never witnessed and thus found perplexing. Intrigued, he resolved to approach and investigate further. 5 massive gorillas were currently exhibiting a sense of exhilaration, relishing the honor of dining alongside their king, the red-haired gorilla. Such a privilege was reserved solely for leaders of their kind. The 5 giants drooled at the sight of a roasted deer being prepared by their king, who was renowned within the tribe as the finest of eaters, capable of utilizing his magical energy to cook meat. At that moment, their keen senses detected a powerful heartbeat resonating through the air. Thump, thump, thud, thud. Its rhythmic sound struck their ears like a muffled drumbeat, relentlessly pounding against their hearts. This sensation of pressure was only ever felt when their king was enraged. Who dared to intrude upon their territory? Did this newcomer not realize it was within the domain of their king? Could it be that the intruder was also a beast of royal caliber? In the desolate wilderness, creatures were classified into several tiers. The lowest were ordinary beasts, while above them were magical beasts, typically endowed with formidable magical abilities. These beings could wield unique powers, some of which were innate, while others were a result of evolution or mutation. The red-haired gorilla king before them was a product of such mutation. Though his physique was not as robust as the other giants, he possessed the rare ability to control fire, a power that enabled him to defend his kin from threats, thus earning their respect as their sovereign. This custom of venerating magical beasts as kings was commonplace among gregarious species, as aligning with a powerful creature ensured the avoidance of death. The 5 colossal gorillas turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, where they beheld a figure slightly taller than their king accompanied by a small wolf. They were taken aback, emboldened by the presence of their king, and dared to issue a threatening roar at Ye Feng. Their collective shout was indeed formidable. Ye Feng, startled by the simultaneous outcry, had merely approached out of curiosity, not anticipating such a vocal reception. The little wolf, frightened by the display, retreated a good 20 meters. Observing Ye Feng's appearance, the red-haired gorilla king sensed the intensity of his heartbeat and responded with a loud roar, seeking to assert dominance. Typically, when magical beasts encountered potential threats, they would first gauge the strength of their opponents before engaging in battle. This was the law of nature, where power dictated the discourse. The gorilla king was accustomed to combat, and his instinct was to roar upon meeting an adversary, attempting to intimidate them. Despite his relatively smaller stature, his voice was powerful enough to instill fear in the uninitiated Ye Feng. However, as Ye Feng contemplated retreating, a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, causing him to salivate uncontrollably. He had never anticipated such an alluring scent, and even with the magical beast's roar, he found himself reluctant to depart. This was hardly surprising, as Ye Feng, in his current state, was unaware of fear. The loudness was merely an unexpected shock to his system. If the gorilla king roared a few more times, Ye Feng would likely grow accustomed to it. Realizing that his roar had failed to frighten Ye Feng away, the gorilla king understood that power needed to be demonstrated. With eyes wide and fierce, he fixed his gaze upon Ye Feng. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and as their gazes locked, Ye Feng sensed the hostility emanating from the king. In that moment, he began to comprehend the emotional weight behind the gorilla king's roar. Ye Feng's infantile thoughts mirrored a reflective surface, and the king's aggressive howls ignited an indescribable anger within him, though he did not fully grasp the reason for his reaction. In response, Ye Feng imitated the gorilla king, matching his intensity with an even greater display of force. Noticing that intimidation alone would not suffice, the gorilla king opened his mouth to unleash his magical energy. Ye Feng, puzzled by the king's actions, witnessed the flow of magical energy within him, revealing a vivid red hue swirling about. This energy coalesced in front of the king's mouth, forming a geometric shape visible only to Ye Feng's unique vision. To the other gorillas, it appeared merely as a glowing mass of red energy, radiating heat that made them instinctively retreat several meters. The gorillas believed Ye Feng to be foolhardy, daring to challenge their king, and anticipated that the king would unleash his fire magic to incinerate him. Through his unique perception, Ye Feng observed the magical energy taking shape as intricate patterns began to emerge within the spherical form. Once fully formed, the fiery orb, the size of a fist, blazed with intense flames, its heat palpable, prompting the 5 gorillas to instinctively distance themselves from their king. Though the process of forming the magical fireball seemed prolonged, it took merely a fraction of a second. As the orb materialized, the gorilla king directed it towards Ye Feng with a mere thought. In his current state of confusion, Ye Feng was not oblivious to the imminent threat. He recognized the scorching temperature of the fireball and instinctively dodged it just before impact, propelled by his body's innate reflexes. Landing several dozen meters away, Ye Feng's speed was astonishing. Although he had lost his memory, his physical prowess remained intact. The gorilla king, taken aback by Ye Feng's swift movements, realized that his own survival depended on speed and magic attacks. Yet, he now found Ye Feng's velocity to surpass his own. Nevertheless, the king remained unfazed, for he had faced numerous magical beasts throughout his life. Mere speed would not guarantee victory. as his magical abilities were formidable. The fireball, although initially evaded by Ye Feng, remained under the king's control. With a flick of his will, the king redirected the fireball, sending it careening towards Ye Feng with increased velocity. Despite his amnesia, Ye Feng possessed the primal instinct to retaliate against threats. Faced with the king's ranged assault, he resolved to engage in close combat, believing that proximity would grant him an advantage. Ye Feng lunged towards the gorilla king, seeking to close the distance. However, the king, not being a brute force giant, deftly evaded Ye Feng's advances while maintaining control over the fireball. Thus, a thrilling chase ensued through the forest, with the two beings darting swiftly, pursued by a searing fireball. The gorilla king was astonished to find Ye Feng's speed slightly superior, nearly catching him on several occasions, while the fireball consistently missed its target. Eventually, the magical energy sustaining the fireball waned, causing it to dissipate into the air, compelling the king to summon his powers once more. As the chase continued, the gorilla king began to tire, ultimately succumbing to Ye Feng's relentless pursuit. In a moment of desperation, he uttered a cry for mercy. Hearing the king's pitiful pleas softened Ye Feng's heart. After all, in his current mindset, he harbored no thoughts of violence, but rather a fascination for the king's roasted meat. In the harsh reality of the natural world, the principle of survival of the fittest prevailed. Despite the gorilla king's esteemed position within his tribe, he accepted the reality of his inferiority in strength. Observing Ye Feng's interest in his roasted meat, the gorilla king willingly presented the delicious offering he had prepared. Receiving the roasted meat offered by the king of monkeys, Ye Feng inhaled deeply, captivated by the enticing aroma that seemed to beckon him to take a bite. Succumbing to his primal instincts, he devoured the piece of meat. From that moment on, Ye Feng learned the art of dispelling hunger and mastering the nuances of survival. A year and 2 months later, a wild man clad in animal hides, with long, unkempt hair, wandered through the forest, accompanied by a gray-furred wolf. This wild man was none other than Ye Feng, and the wolf trailing behind him was the very one he had rescued a year prior, now having grown considerably. Ye Feng had transformed from the naive fool he had been a year ago. Now, he thrived in the forest, having acquired the skills necessary for survival. He was headed to enjoy a lunch prepared for him by the red-haired king of monkeys. Approaching a grand tree that served as his abode, Ye Feng found a spacious nest woven from vines, a gift from the king of monkeys who sought to please him. Throughout the past year, Ye Feng's formidable prowess had won the king's allegiance, making him a devoted follower. Ye Feng had vanquished numerous magical beasts, establishing himself as the ruler of this territory. The king of the forest. As he strode into his nest, the red-haired king of monkeys and several other monkeys were diligently preparing his meal. The king roasted the animals he had hunted, while the others gathered fruits from the forest, setting them out in front of Ye Feng. The sound of a rapid heartbeat echoed as the king sensed the arrival of the forest sovereign. Ye Feng lifted the wolf that accompanied him and leaped into the tree, where the monkeys and the king awaited him. Once settled, he unceremoniously seized the roasted meat and fruits, indulging with gusto. The wolf, too, was occupied, enjoying its own piece of roasted meat, having grown accustomed to the flavor after transitioning from raw to cooked. The king of monkeys joined Ye Feng in this feast, for he, too, was a king and thus entitled to dine alongside the king of the forest. Just as they were savoring their meal, a chorus of howls erupted from outside the forest. Ye Feng sprang to his feet, gazing into the distance. Activating his Byakugan, Ye Feng's pupils turned white, with veins protruding around his eyes, a manifestation of his ocular insight. Over the past year, he had mastered various animal languages. While the calls of beasts lacked the complexity of human speech, they could convey considerable meaning through simple sounds and eye contact. The cacophony outside included wolf howls, bird calls, and lion roars, all signaling the same urgent message. Intruders had breached Ye Feng's territory, responding with several beastly howls that reverberated for 10 kilometers. He summoned his subordinates, 6 or 7 magical beasts, each a king of their respective species. However, due to his inability to employ the jutsu associated with his Byakugan, he could only perceive a distance of 1 kilometer. It was evident that the disturbance was far from his location, and Ye Feng was unwilling to allow anyone to disrupt his lunch, opting instead to send his subordinates to investigate. The magical beasts responded to his call with their own howls, indicating they had received his command. Ye Feng continued to relish his meal, yet the distant howls soon interrupted his enjoyment. It was evident that the magical beasts were facing a situation beyond their capacity to handle. In light of this, Ye Feng could no longer indulge in his meal and swiftly propelled himself toward the source of the commotion. Both he and the King of Monkeys were swift, transforming into mere shadows as they raced through the forest. Approximately 6 kilometers from Ye Feng's location, his 7 magical beasts were engaged in a confrontation with a group of humans. Among Ye Feng's magical beasts were a formidable golden lion king, 2 silver wolves adept in metallic magic, a bull king wielding earthen powers, a water python, and a chameleon lizard skilled in wood magic. Opposing them were 2 humans and 2 magical beasts. The uneven ground bore witness to a recent skirmish. Damn it! If it weren't for these ignorant creatures blocking our way, we would have captured that tiger-faced spider by now, exclaimed a relatively young man, around 25 years old. His appearance was unremarkable, neither a striking hero nor a particularly unattractive face, blending seamlessly into the crowd. However, the magical beast beside him was anything but ordinary. It resembled a wolf, yet was adorned with striking blue fur, towering over him even while crouched. This was a mutated magical beast, the blue blood wolf, rumored to possess mastery over ice and water magic, known for its formidable strength. Forget it. My father should be arriving soon. The tiger-faced spider is injured and cannot have gone far. Once he arrives, this pack of magical beasts will be no match for us, the older brother, slightly more handsome and around 30, interjected. With a well-groomed mustache, he exuded a certain charm, likely captivating many women. Beside him stood a lively, charmingly attractive multi-horned deer, unmistakably a magical beast skilled in magic. Brother, it's strange. While it's not surprising for the Lion King and Silver Wolves to collaborate, why is the Bull Beast aligning with them? Such an alliance seems improbable, given that herbivores are typically prey for carnivorous beasts. How could they possibly unite? The younger brother pondered. I do not know. This area has been untouched for centuries. I cannot fathom what changes have occurred to facilitate such an alliance. The territorial instincts of magical beasts are particularly strong. They would not permit intruders. Yet, they have barely entered this territory and have already been met with resistance from the magical beasts here, who have banded together against them. It is truly perplexing. The older brother mused, shaking his head. Ah, father has arrived. The blue blood wolf's ears perked up, revealing a look of disdain. The younger brother recognized the sign immediately. With a thunderous roar, a colossal figure emerged from the distance, rapidly approaching. Within moments, a massive golden saber-toothed tiger stood before the 2 brothers, its size comparable to that of 2 tanks stacked atop one another. The tiger's golden fur glistened with an air of nobility, and its long fangs resembled those of the ancient divine beast, the saber-toothed white tiger. Perched upon its back was a man in his 40s, ruggedly built, embodying a fierce demeanor that made it hard to believe he was their father. Upon arrival, the golden saber-toothed tiger cast a haughty glance at the 6 magical beasts, exuding an overwhelming sense of superiority. Faced with the tiger's intimidating gaze, the magical beasts felt a chill run down their spines. The tiger's arrogance was justified, for its immense stature and strength suggested that even without magical powers, it would be a formidable adversary. This creature must have lived for centuries, nearing the status of a mythical beast, they thought. Generally, a qualified magical beast that lives for around 500 years has the opportunity to advance into a higher existence, which the world refers to as a demon beast. The middle-aged man glanced around at the 6 magical beasts before him and turned to his eldest son, Ye, asking, "What happened? Where is the tiger-faced spider? If you let it escape, Lon Air will surely be furious with you." Ye, the eldest son, forced a smile, recalling his father's beloved Lon Air, and felt a slight headache. After all, he had confidently promised her before setting out that he would definitely bring back a tiger-faced spider. Ye succinctly explained the situation to his father, who reproached him. "Look, if you can't even handle these little creatures, how can you expect to lead our Wenxin family? It is said that beast tamers rely on the strength of their magical pets. I offered you a golden-haired tiger, yet you insisted on pursuing a multi-horned deer. Look at the results now. You can't even deal with a few small magical beasts." Ye chuckled awkwardly, but refrained from responding. The Wenxin family is one of the prominent beast-taming families in the Tiannan Empire, residing in the western province of Bondexing. The middle-aged man, named Wenxin Changtian, is a member of the Wenxin family, accompanied by his 2 sons, his elder son, Wenxin Gua, and his younger son, Wenxin Jing. The Wenxin family lives on the outskirts of the southern region of the Tiannan Empire, near the mountain city of Sunrise. Although beast tamers typically prefer to dwell close to nature for easier taming and capturing of magical beasts, it is curious why a member of the Wenxin family would reside so far from their family's influence. This journey is intended to assist his young daughter, Wenxin Lan, in capturing a tiger-faced spider. Speaking of Wenxin Lan, Wenxin Changtian is at a loss, though she is quite adorable in appearance. Her personality is anything but charming. She is a veritable little witch. While being a beast tamer is commendable, she has a penchant for creatures like snakes, insects, and rodents, delighting in tormenting others. He fears that such a disposition might deter potential suitors in the future. Roaring, the golden-haired saber-toothed tiger directed its voice toward the magical beasts, shaking the three men standing beside it to their core. Ah, Tiger Uncle is always like this, yelling without regard for others' feelings. Wenxin Jing grumbled, recalling how, as a child, he had been left in the care of the golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger by his thoughtless father. The tiger had a unique method with children. It would roar until they stopped crying, leaving little Wenxin Jing too frightened to weep. Let us disperse these magical beasts and chase after the tiger-faced spider. If it escapes, you too will be in trouble, Wenxin Changtian declared, quickly interrupting Wenxin Jing as he began to reminisce about their past. That was years ago. There's no need to dwell on it. You're worse than your mother. Fine. Wenxin Jing conceded, eager to avoid further torment from his little sister, and prepared to join in driving off the magical beasts. Though they had the capability to eliminate these creatures, as beast tamers, they held a certain fondness for them. Their livelihood depends on magical beasts, and it is uncommon for a beast tamer to resort to killing them. Such behavior would be looked down upon by their peers. Previously, he and his brother had aimed to lightly injure the magical beasts to drive them away, but they had clearly underestimated them. Now that their father and the golden-haired saber-toothed tiger had arrived, it would be much easier to disperse the creatures without inflicting serious harm. As the three men and their beasts prepared to take action, the six magical beasts realized they were outmatched and began to howl in unison, a cacophony of wolf howls, lion roars, and bull bellowing. Father, they are calling for help. Could there be more formidable magical beasts lurking here? Wenxin speculated. As beast tamers, they were well aware of the creature's instincts, and the howls were indeed calls for assistance. Could it be that a more powerful beast ruled over this territory? If that were the case, it would explain why these magical beasts banded together to defend their territory. Enough chatter. We must disperse these beasts before their king arrives, Wenxin Changtian urged, slapping the back of the tiger to signal it was time for action. Wenxin Gua and Wenxin Jing understood that any beast capable of leading the six magical creatures would likely possess the strength of A. Even if it were not, it might be comparable to the golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger. If their king appeared, entering their territory would surely provoke conflict, and they wished to avoid such a scenario. Just then, a chorus of howls erupted from the distance, answering the six beasts, a total of 7 different howls. Father, what kind of magical beast can imitate the howls of 6 different creatures? Wenxin Jing's expression shifted, recognizing that while there were 7 distinct sounds, 6 of them originated from the same beast, with the remaining howl resembling that of an ape. Let us not dwell on that. We must injure these 6 beasts first. Although we do not wish to harm them, it appears unavoidable. If we injure them now, we can prevent a more intense battle later, Wenxin Changtian decisively instructed his sons. The 3 men and their beasts leapt into action, coordinating their magical skills and techniques, resulting in a dazzling display of light. The 6 magical beasts, realizing the threat before them, swiftly retreated to avoid confrontation and to await their king. As Ye Feng darted through the trees, they blurred past him in a rapid procession, accompanied by the Fire Ape King, whose howls echoed as warnings to any approaching foes. Father, what should we do now? Wenxin Jing inquired. Let us wait. Once their king arrives, I will have Tiger Uncle challenge it. If the king agrees, we can avoid harming those magical beasts, Wenxin Changtian replied, patting the tiger's back. What do you think? The golden-haired saber-toothed tiger roared in agreement. Typically, beasts of lesser caliber do not warrant its challenge, but a creature of royal status certainly does. In the hierarchy of magical beasts, the strongest is deemed the king, and kings can challenge one another. The defeated party either faces death or retreats, while the victor claims the territory and all that belongs to the vanquished. This is a battle of strength and dignity among magical beasts. There is no evading it. Those who attempt to flee lose their right to be kings and are abandoned by their peers. Once the decision was made to have the golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger issue a challenge upon the arrival of their king, they were taken aback when Ye Feng finally appeared before them. 8 adversarial eyes, 7 magical beasts, and 1 wild man fixed their gaze on Wenxin Changtian and his sons. The 7 magical beasts formed 2 neat lines, flanking Ye Feng, asserting his royal status. Wenxin Changtian and his sons stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. "Father, we're not seeing things, are we? That's a human, right?" Wenxin Jing asked incredulously. "Indeed, it is a human, a wild one at that." In a moment of reflection, Wenxin corrected his address towards Ye Feng. The young man before him was no longer the enchanting beauty from a year prior. The passage of time had left his hair unkempt and long, obscuring much of his visage. Coupled with the fact that Ye Feng had neglected his hygiene for weeks on end, his skin was now layered with grime. The crude animal hide he wore was rough in craftsmanship, and the distinctive beast-skin skirt he donned, combined with his hurried arrival, left a suggestive impression of something peeking from between his thighs. Witnessing this, Wenxin and his father, Changtian, were drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the incredibility of their king appearing as a wild man. Changtian, for the first time, encountered such an anomaly. The golden-furred saber-toothed tiger, however, did not concern itself with Ye Feng's appearance. To it, Ye Feng, despite his human form, possessed a strength akin to that of a magical beast. The powerful heartbeat emanating from Ye Feng suggested he was not merely human, or at least that was what the tiger believed. The penetrating gaze from Ye Feng made the tiger somewhat uncomfortable, prompting it to challenge the king, as previously agreed upon by Wenxin and Changtian. This challenge was a one-on-one duel, with the subordinates relegated to mere spectators. Having lived in this realm for over a year, Ye Feng understood the gravity of such an act. Thus, he roared in acceptance of the saber-toothed tiger's challenge, recognizing that this formidable creature had the right to confront him. After serving as the forest king for over a year, Ye Feng had developed a sense of arrogance and dominance. In the unforgiving natural world, strength was paramount. And when two powerful beings collided, a duel was inevitable. Ye Feng, having faced no worthy opponents for too long, felt a growing sense of solitude. It was time to satiate his competitive spirit. "Do not harm him," Wenxin instructed before leaping down from the tigeress back. The confrontation between two powerful entities was not something he could interfere with. Without further ado, Ye Feng and the golden saber-toothed tiger simultaneously roared and lunged at one another. Wenxin's gaze remained fixed on Ye Feng, silent and contemplative. The clash between Ye Feng and the saber-toothed tiger was a raw display of physical combat. Despite the tiger's greater size, Ye Feng felt little psychological burden, for victory was not solely determined by stature. However, it was evident that Ye Feng's experience was lacking. In their initial exchange, Ye Feng was struck by a powerful claw, while he managed to land a solid punch on the tiger. The outcome, however, left Ye Feng in considerably more pain than his opponent. Ye Feng's audacity to engage the tiger head-on astonished Wenxin and Changtian, especially considering the tiger's claws could deliver devastating blows. The moment they clashed, Ye Feng, utilizing his smaller and more agile frame, struck the tiger's head. Yet, he grossly underestimated the tiger's sturdiness. Although his punch caused a slight ringing in the tiger's brain, it did little to impede its mobility. The tiger retaliated with a single swipe, sending Ye Feng flying back several dozen meters, crashing through a couple of trees. The 7 magical beasts observing the encounter showed no signs of concern. They had suffered greatly at Ye Feng's hands, and if he were so easily defeated, he would hardly merit the title of king. Indeed, after crashing through 2 large trees, Ye Feng appeared unscathed and charged back into the fray, showcasing an extraordinarily resilient physique. The golden saber-toothed tiger, having heeded Wenxin's warning, had held back its strength, intending merely to exhaust Ye Feng before delivering a more decisive blow. Recognizing that his fists could not match the tiger's strength, Ye Feng altered his strategy, relying on speed to evade the tiger's attacks while targeting its more vulnerable areas. Although the tiger was large, it was not slow, managing to evade or block Ye Feng's strikes just in time. "Father, is this fellow truly human?" Wenxin exclaimed, unable to fathom how one without any martial training could engage in combat with the tiger so effectively. "Wait for my command. We will strike together to subdue this individual," Wenxin Changtian whispered to his sons after a moment of contemplation. Unlike the magical beasts, Tian lacked the acute senses to detect Ye Feng's unusual heartbeat. Perceiving him instead as an unrefined savage, he pondered why such a wild individual could ascend to the rank of a magical beast king. Witnessing Ye Feng's prowess in combat against the tiger ignited his curiosity to uncover the secret behind Ye Feng's formidable physique. Shower. You will use your magical skills to counter the beast, Jing Er. You will restrain the wild man's movements, and I shall capture him. Is that understood? Wenxin Changtian instructed, confident in the silent understanding forged through their long collaboration. As the trio prepared in secrecy, the magical energy flowed quietly within them. Ye Feng, with his unique vision, perceived the subtle shifts in his surroundings and noted the colorful energy flowing through the bodies of the three men. Understanding the implications, he realized that the saber-toothed tiger would find it increasingly difficult to land a hit on him. However, distracted by the unusual behavior of the trio, the tiger seized the opportunity and swung its massive paw toward Ye Feng's head. After engaging in combat for so long, the tiger felt a surge of irritation. Had it not been for Wenxin Changtian's orders to avoid harming Ye Feng, it would not have held back its full strength. The tiger's dignity was at stake, and it resolved to strike decisively, planning to knock Ye Feng unconscious without fatality. Now is the moment, Wenxin Changtian shouted, and together with his sons and the blue-blooded wolf and multi-horned deer, they prepared to intervene in the kingly duel between Ye Feng and the saber-toothed tiger. Time seemed to blur, and soon Ye Feng awoke, finding himself confined within a large iron cage, being drawn along by a cart. Rage surged within him as he let out a furious roar directed at Wenxin Changtian and his sons. Unbeknownst to him, his roar startled the horses pulling the cart, causing them to bolt forward in fear. Wenxin Jing, witnessing this, quickly made soothing sounds to calm the horses, a task not beyond the capabilities of a beast tamer. Those who could master the art of beast taming had to understand the hearts of wild animals. As the horses panicked, Ye Feng took delight in roaring again, aiming to intimidate them further, relishing the chaos he could create. The confrontation between the kings of magical beasts naturally adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest. However, the manner in which these individuals had resorted to deceitful tactics filled him with disdain as he glared at the trio and their beasts. Father, I never imagined I would be looked down upon by a savage. Wenxin Jing lamented to his father in disbelief. The golden saber-toothed tiger shared a similar sentiment, casting a disparaging gaze at Wenxin Changtian, dissatisfied with the trio's actions, which violated the code of honor among magical beasts. After a moment of hesitation, Wuxin Changtian glanced at the golden-furred saber-toothed tiger but quickly diverted his gaze, stifling a nervous laugh. Father, have you noticed that the wild man's eyes were once white, but they have now turned black? Wu Xinghua had been keenly observing Ye Feng, and at that moment, he noticed the change in the color of Ye Feng's eyes. Indeed, it seems so, Wu Xinjing replied. Trapped in an iron cage, Ye Feng could not comprehend their conversation. He yearned to break free from the confines. Yet when he grasped the iron bars with all his might, he found himself unable to move them. Furthermore, he sensed that his limbs lacked the strength they once held. Ye Feng surmised that those despicable individuals must have tampered with him, inciting his indignation. In frustration, he howled wildly, mimicking the roar of the golden-furred saber-toothed tiger, taunting it. Communication among animals is often uncomplicated. Sounds and glances convey a multitude of meanings. The disdain in Ye Feng's imitation was unmistakable, and the saber-toothed tiger could not fail to perceive it. However, it remained silent, acknowledging its inability to retaliate against such mockery, and continued on its path. Observing the saber-toothed tiger's lack of anger, Ye Feng shifted his focus to intimidate the horses. Eventually, Wuxin Changtian, Wu Xinghua, and the three beasts were utterly exasperated by Ye Feng's antics. Reluctantly, Wuxin Changtian threw a smoke bomb to incapacitate him. Remarkably, Ye Feng, an extraordinary individual, took a full 5 minutes to succumb to the effects of the smoke. Impressive. To think that Hu Bo could only endure for 3 minutes. Yet this wild man can withstand 5. Truly remarkable, Wuxin Jing remarked, taking out a pocket watch to check the time. As civilization progresses, the concept of time becomes increasingly segmented, and in this world, it is divided into a year of 365 days, with 12 months varying in length from 28 to 31 days. Each day consists of 24 hours, each hour comprises 60 minutes, and each minute contains 60 seconds. The golden-furred saber-toothed tiger had lived for 4 centuries, Though it could not speak human language, it understood it. Upon hearing Wu Xinjing's comment, its expression soured. "Father, I must wake you. You have also put the horses to sleep. Surely, you wouldn't have Hu Bo or the blue wolf pulling the cart," Wu Xingguo remarked, glancing at the horses affected by the mist, subtly shifting the topic to alleviate the saber-toothed tiger's predicament. At the mention of pulling a cart, the saber-toothed tiger sprinted away, intentionally bounding in a manner that made the ride uncomfortable for Wu Xinchangtian. Wu Xinchangtian dared not express his discontent, enduring the saber-toothed tiger's antics. "Brother, look at my slender deer. How could it possibly pull a cart? This task is yours and the blue wolf's. We shall take our leave," Wu Xingguo stated, already mounted on the back of a multi-horned deer and galloping away, leaving behind Wu Xinjing and the blue-blooded wolf standing there with bemused expressions. Pangdashing Province lies at the southernmost edge of the Tiannan Empire, with the city of Sunrise Mountain nestled in its southwestern corner. Beyond Sunrise Mountain stretches vast forests, including the area where Ye Feng found himself, known as the Forgotten Forest. Wu Xinchangtian and his sons had pursued the tiger-faced spider to this location, only to encounter the wild man, Ye Feng, to study Ye Feng's remarkable physique. Devoid of any training in combat energy, they captured him from the Forgotten Forest. Now, they had finally entered the territory of Sunrise Mountain City. This city is enveloped by mountains on 3 sides, making it easy to defend. The 4th side faces east, towards the rising sun, allowing the first light of dawn to illuminate the city each day, thus inspiring its name. Due to its unique geographical position and proximity to nature, Sunrise Mountain has become a favored abode for beast tamers. Typically, beast tamer families reside in the vicinity rather than within the city, constructing their homes to accommodate the passage of magical beasts. For miles from Sunrise Mountain City stands a residence marked with the inscription Wuxin Mansion. This mansion spans 3,000 square meters, a rare size within the city. A resounding roar of the saber-toothed tiger echoed outside, signaling the return of their master and the beast, prompting the workers to prepare food for the magical creatures. The golden-furred saber-toothed tiger and the blue wolf are particularly discerning in their meat preferences, requiring high-quality beast meat, often consuming the equivalent of an entire cow in a single meal. If one were to merely purchase meat for them, it would lead to financial ruin. Fortunately, they chose to live near nature, allowing for organized hunting expeditions. Wu Xinchangtian personally washed the golden-furred saber-toothed tiger before returning indoors. As beast tamers often build deep bonds with their magical companions, engaging in feeding, care, and grooming to foster a stronger connection and enhance their cooperation. "Where's Lan Er?" Wu Xinchangtian inquired of a servant. "Miss went into the city today. She may return late," the servant replied. Ye Feng awakened once more, finding himself confined in a small dungeon, measuring only 60 square meters. The space was limited, with 3 walls solid, while the remaining side was barred, effectively imprisoning the magical beasts while obstructing visibility. This confinement made Ye Feng feel somewhat claustrophobic. With his eyes wide open, Ye Feng's veins throbbed visibly. Utilizing his unique ability, he could see through objects and observe everything within a kilometer radius. He discovered that he was not the only occupant. Adjacent to his cell were 5 others, 2 of which housed magical beasts, a large bird in one and a massive snake in the 4th. On the ground above, Ye Feng spotted several magical creatures, including the golden-furred saber-toothed tiger, the blue wolf, and the multi-horned deer, as well as 2 small spiders. Although the spiders were the size of fists, they still seemed small in Ye Feng's eyes. The creatures on the ground appeared well cared for, each residing in a habitat constructed at Wu Xinchangtian's expense to suit their individual preferences, ensuring their comfort. Further afield, Ye Feng noticed many humans resembling himself. He pondered why they could roam freely above while he remained confined. Despite his confusion, the discovery of such companions brought him some joy. After spending over a year in the forest without encountering anyone like him, he often envied those social creatures living in groups. The sense of loneliness had surged within him. He believed himself to be unique, a solitary king in this world. Fortunately, he found others like him. When Ye Feng first encountered Wu Xinchangtian and his sons, he had intended to defeat the 3 magical beasts and capture them as companions. Ironically, he now found himself captured by them. In this moment, Ye Feng's primitive instincts prevailed, his mind consumed by the law of the jungle, believing that anything he desired was his for the taking. 030 A farce within the confines of Wuxin Mansion in Sunrise Mountain City. The Wuxin family gathered for dinner at a long rectangular table laden with over 10 dishes, attended by 2 young female servants, each around 20 years of age. At the dining table sat 5 individuals. In the center was Wen Xintong, flanked on his right by his second wife, Yin Rongchangsen, and on his left by his children, arranged from eldest to youngest, Wen Xinghua, Wen Xinjing, and Wen Xinlan. Yin Rongchangsen possessed dark eyes and hair, with striking features and a voluptuous figure. Her ample bosom could surely conceal countless heroes. Though she had reached the age of 40, her appearance belied her years, resembling that of a woman in her mid-20s, a testament to her timeless beauty. While not a breathtaking beauty, she exuded a certain elegance. Her dignified demeanor complemented by her opulent attire, making her the epitome of a refined matron. Wen Xinlan, with her lovely golden curls, sapphire-like eyes, and delicate features, possessed skin as pure as freshly fallen snow and a figure with a modest curve. She appeared to be merely 14 or 15, radiating an aura of youthful charm, embodying the essence of a captivating young girl. However, her 2 elder brothers, having spent considerable time with her, were immune to her allure, fully aware of the mischief she could bring. At the moment, when Xinlan pouted her lips, appearing quite vexed as she jabbed her chopsticks into a fish on the table, Wen Xinghua and Wen Xinjing feigned ignorance, quietly continuing their meal. "If you jab any harder, the fish will be gone," Wen Xintong remarked with irritation. "What can we do if we can't catch a tiger-faced spider?" "You can't possibly skip your meal," he added. "Humph. You all have no intention of helping me catch it. If the 3 of you work together, how could you fail to catch a mere tiger-faced spider? It's not as if we are hunting a beast," Wen Xinlan retorted, her lips still pursed in annoyance. "Better that way, lest you use it to frighten us again. You're 22 now, you're not a child anymore. If you keep this up, you won't find anyone to marry," Wen Xinjing remarked, munching her food while casting a faint jibe. It is worth noting that Wen Xinghua was 27 and Wen Xinjing was 25. As for Wen Xinlan, though she appeared youthful, she was actually underdeveloped. Despite her cuteness, her standards were high. Those who admired her failed to meet her expectations, and those she admired were uninterested in her. Thus, she had yet to experience romance. "What did you say?" "Say that again, you insufferable Jing. You haven't even managed to marry, so watch your step," Wen Xinlan exclaimed, her anger flaring as she threatened her 3rd brother. "Uft, your threats are always the same. Who is afraid of whom?" Wen Xinjing shot back, unwilling to back down, knowing that showing weakness would allow her to take the upper hand. "Humph, I wonder who it was that sent flowers and gifts to Miss Moonlight." Only to be ignored by her, Wen Xinlan taunted, aiming her barbs at Wen Xinjing. Wen Xinjing's Achilles heel was her lack of her mother's beauty, rendering her rather ordinary in a world filled with handsome men and beautiful women, which made her quite unappealing in noble circles, leaving her without any suitors. Wen Xinghua sighed helplessly, grateful that there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, their family name would indeed suffer embarrassment. The noble offspring arguing at the dinner table was a sight that would shame any family, yet he found solace in the warmth shared among them, a rarity in noble households where civility often masked hidden animosities. The meal continued amidst the bickering between Wen Xinlan and Wen Xinjing, and Wen Xintong bore no ill will towards his children. Such a scene was unique to their family, a heartwarming rarity among the nobility. "Jinger, once you finish your meal, please attend to the newcomer," Wen Xintong instructed after the meal. "Understood," Wen Xinjing nodded. "Who is this newcomer?" Wen Xinlan inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Humph, I want to tell you," Wen Xinjing huffed before departing. In the dungeon, Ye Feng observed everything with curiosity, his Byakugan allowing him to see through objects. Yet the world appeared to him in stark black and white, resembling a monochrome comic. All the lines were white. This realm, which he referred to as the black and white world of the Byakugan, revealed the behavior of the humans above, momentarily distracting him from the troubles of being a captive. Through his observations, Ye Feng noted that all the individuals walked upright, their bodies straight as tree trunks, distinct from the monkeys of the forest. He began to mimic their gait, desiring to blend in with his kind. Initially, he struggled, but after a few steps, he adapted, recalling that he had once walked this way before spending too much time with the monkeys. "Ah, another of my kind approaches." Ye Feng's Byakugan detected 4 individuals coming his way, carrying various items. Wen Xinjing unlocked the dungeon door, and 2 of her servants carried a large bag filled with creatures caught outside. These would serve as the preferred food for the magical beasts below. Another servant carried a large platter of delicious food, causing Wen Xinjing's mouth to water. Magical beasts were treated with greater esteem than humans, feasting on better fare. As when Xinjing opened the cell door, Ye Feng's keen sense of smell detected an unfamiliar yet tantalizing aroma. It was intoxicating. The roasted meat he had eaten in the forest paled in comparison to this feast. Naturally, the Monkey King's meat had been devoid of seasoning, making it far less appealing than what lay before him now. Enticed by the aroma, Ye Feng leaned against the iron bars, reaching out eagerly, desperate for a taste. Upon seeing him stretch out his hands, when Xinjing couldn't help but chuckle, this wildling was akin to the less intelligent magical beasts, easily lured by food. When Xinjing instructed the others to feed, the two magical beasts locked away while she personally communicated with Ye Feng. From the platter, she selected a delectable piece of meat and offered it to him. Ye Feng, having long salivated at the sight of food, forgot everything else, snatching it from her hand and devouring it voraciously, swallowing a piece the size of his palm in just a couple of bites. It seemed he would need to teach him how to dine properly and savor his meals, when Xinjing noted internally. Due to the delicious food, the greedy Ye Feng quickly forgot the underhanded acts the three had previously committed against him, grinning like a 3-year-old child, eagerly reaching for more. "Hey there, gluttonous fellow." When Xinjing laughed, noting that dealing with magical beasts was far easier than with humans, as they were generally more straightforward, they either liked something or they didn't. However, upon seeing Ye Feng's slightly discolored teeth, she thought to herself that she would have to teach him the importance of dental hygiene. During the feeding process, when Xinjing used the food as an incentive, shaking hands with Ye Feng and patting his head, Ye Feng, mimicking her, grasped her hand and, with his greasy fingers, affectionately patted her head, offering her a genuine smile. These smiles were instinctive and pure, reminiscent of a child's delight upon encountering something cherished. When Xinjing was unperturbed by the dirtiness of Ye Feng's hands, understanding that a beast tamer must first earn the creature's affection and become attuned to its nature to foster closeness. Only after establishing a close bond with another can one truly engage in meaningful communication. Feeling a sense of proximity to Ye Feng, the wild man, and sensing no malice from him, he resolved to open the prison door for a deeper interaction. As the door swung open, Ye Feng swiftly emerged, and when Xinjing initially feared he might attempt an escape, to his surprise, however, Ye Feng picked up a large plate that had once held food and began to lick it with gusto. What a gluttonous fellow! When Xinjing was aware that Ye Feng possessed a remarkable ability to communicate in various animal languages, prompting him to engage in conversation using the language of monkeys. Animal language, the tongue of beasts, is inherently simple due to the limited intellect of most creatures. Analyzing it from a human linguistic perspective, animal language resembles a collection of words, each with multiple meanings. To grasp the specific intent behind a beast's vocalization, one must observe its eyes, decipher the emotions reflected therein, and consider its actions to derive the overall meaning. While this concept sounds straightforward, the practice is far from easy. To comprehend another's animal language, one must truly understand the heart of the beast. This understanding is a crucial criterion for becoming a beast master. It could be described as a natural talent, an innate ability to empathize with animals. Typically, one can ascertain whether a person possesses the heart of a beast by allowing them to bond with a favored animal over time. They would then be able to communicate verbally and intuitively discern the animal's desires and aversions. Upon realizing that when Xinjing could converse with him using monkey sounds, Ye Feng erupted in excitement, screeching like a monkey, for he could finally communicate with a companion. When Xinjing, drenched in sweat, found himself overwhelmed. Why? Because Ye Feng was a veritable expert in animal languages, fluent in many dialects. Whenever he struggled to express himself in monkey language, Ye Feng would effortlessly switch to another animal language, first a phrase in monkey, then one in lion, followed by a cow's call. When Xinjing was nearing a breakdown, this scholarly fellow was relentless, even able to utter a few phrases in bird language when inspired. Coupled with Ye Feng's incessant chatter, it became impossible for when Xinjing to grasp his meaning before he moved on to the next statement. Ultimately, when Xinjing had to temporarily cease their communication, devising a plan to teach Ye Feng how to speak human language. Otherwise, the exchange would become unbearable. Emerging from the dungeon, when Xinjing found himself covered in grease, his hair matted. Following closely behind him was a wild man of equal height. Now, he intended to take Ye Feng for a bath, to introduce him to the ways of humanity. Ye Feng had already considered him a friend. Surprisingly, a plate of delectable food had won him over. leaving Wen Xinjing expecting a more arduous effort. Ye Feng mimicked Wen Xinjing's posture, walking with his head held high and chest puffed out, resembling him to a remarkable degree. This intrigued Wen Xinjing, for it appeared Ye Feng had grown up in the forest, having spent over a decade living among beasts. Despite his established character, his adaptability and learning capacity were astonishing. Previously, Wen Xinjing had heard tales of wild men who were lost children, struggling to readjust to human life even after being reunited with their families after many years. Prepare some clothing for me. Bring my blue outfit to the bathroom, and you assist him in finding an outfit. Wen Xinjing instructed the servant who had accompanied him in feeding the magical beasts. Observing from the side, Ye Feng attentively watched Wen Xinjing speak, his eyes transforming into the state of the three-tomo Sharingan. Unbeknownst to Wen Xinjing, the darkness of the evening and Ye Feng's long, unkempt hair obscured the transformation. Ye Feng, with his Sharingan activated, learned through imitation and replication. The keen insight and mimetic abilities of the Sharingan enabled him to observe the vibrations of Wen Xinjing's throat and the movements of his lips, allowing him to replicate these actions. Ye Feng's Sharingan abilities had not diminished, which explained his impressive proficiency in animal languages within a mere year. Upon entering the bathroom, Wen Xinjing felt a modicum of relief in that he need not assist Ye Feng with his bath, though even if asked, he would have declined. Fortunately, Ye Feng's mimetic skill was extraordinary. Whatever Wen Xinjing did, Ye Feng mirrored perfectly. An hour later, Wen Xinjing emerged from the bathroom, his voice tinged with exasperation. Having left Ye Feng to frolic in the water, he immediately sought out his mother, Yan Rongzangsen. Am I really your son? Wen Xinjing cried, throwing himself onto Yan Rongzangsen's lap, displacing the noble cat that had been resting there. My dear son, what troubles you? Yan Rongzangsen recognized that her younger son only resorted to such common speech when he was feeling down. Am I truly the offspring of you and father? Wen Xinjing gazed up at her with sorrowful eyes. Of course you are. Why do you ask such things? Yan Rongzangsen inquired. Then why do my brothers and sister look so handsome and beautiful while I am left looking like this? Yan Rongzangsen was taken aback, fearing Wen Xinjing had suffered yet another blow to his self-esteem. Since childhood, any remarks regarding his appearance had prompted such questions. Certainly, you are your father's son, otherwise, how could you resemble him so closely? She reassured him. Now, tell me, who has upset you today? Shall I send Lanner to seek retribution? It's that wild man father brought home today. I never expected him to be so much more handsome than me. Yan Rongzangsen was left speechless. After some time playing in the water, Ye Feng grew bored and began to dress himself, having observed how Wen Xinjing had done so earlier. The garments he wore were those of a servant, simple fabric in a gray hue, designed to withstand the rigors of labor without becoming excessively soiled. Ye Feng's long hair had been trimmed by Wen Xinjing, now cut short enough not to obscure his features. Though he was perplexed as to why Wen Xinjing's mood seemed to worsen with each snip, ultimately causing him to flee, he remained unaware that Wen Xinjing felt disheartened by Ye Feng's superior appearance. Where has that fellow gone? Ye Feng wondered, scanning his surroundings for Wen Xinjing. Now somewhat familiar with him and desiring to remain in his company, akin to a child wanting to play with a favored friend. Activating his Byakugan, Ye Feng searched for Wen Xinjing, soon locating him in the company of another. Deciding to approach, he navigated the expansive estate with ease, his Byakugan revealing a clear path. The servants within the estate were astonished to see Ye Feng pass by, marveling at the striking new servant, though they found his hairstyle less than appealing. Yan Rongzangsen was in the midst of comforting Wen Xinjing, admonishing, You are 25 now. Refrain from running to your mother to cry for every little thing. It's quite embarrassing if word gets out. With a creak, the door opened, and both Yan Rongzangsen and Wen Xinjing turned to see a handsome youth with a radiant smile enter the room. Mother, this is the wild man I told you about. Wen Xinjing exclaimed, a wave of melancholy washing over him once again as he beheld the striking Ye Feng. Yan Rongzangsen's mouth fell agape at the sight of Ye Feng. Realizing he was rather too handsome, it was no wonder her son felt overshadowed. Ye Feng, noticing Yan Rongzangsen's astonished expression, mimicked her, his mouth forming a similar shape. His behavior was a blend of imitation and natural expression, stirred by the ethereal beauty of Yan Rongzangsen. However, what transpired next left both of them utterly astonished. Ye Feng, mimicking a gorilla, excitedly howled at Yan Rongzangsen while rhythmically pounding his chest with his fists, creating a thunderous sound. When Xinjing was momentarily petrified, as a beast trainer, he understood the implications of such an act. This wild man was, astonishingly, declaring his affection to his mother. Ye Feng had previously observed some male apes performing similar gestures towards female apes, but he had not grasped their significance until he inquired of a male ape, who explained that it expressed a desire to mate, signaling his feelings vocally, while the chest thumping demonstrated his strength and ability to protect the female. Initially, Ye Feng was bewildered by this behavior, but encountering such a beautiful woman illuminated its meaning. His fervent howls reverberated loudly, drawing the attention of many within the residence. The first to arrive was when Xian Changtian, who had been engrossed in his studies when the unusual commotion reached his ears. He had wondered if the wild man was merely imitating a gorilla's courtship with one of his servants, but he could never have anticipated that this wild man, whom he had captured that day, was actually vying for his wife's affection. When Xian Lan also arrived, and upon entering the room, she was met with chaos. The family was gathered, and Yin Rongchangsen looked alarmed at the sight of a striking young man, garbed as a servant, who was howling defiantly at her father while pounding his chest like a ferocious gorilla. What on earth is happening here? When Xian Lan inquired, the wild man is attempting to steal my mother from my father. When Xian Jing responded, his expression a mixture of incredulity and concern. Steal your mother? A wild man. When Xian Lan could scarcely believe her ears. Father, this is troubling. He perceives you as a rival. When Xian Gua interjected, recalling that Ye Feng, in his wild state, was challenging when Xian Changtian to prove his strength and win Yin Rongchangsen's favor. Such was the mentality of a typical beast. Alas, I must teach this fellow about moral ethics. When Xian Jing mused internally, would when Xian Changtian engage in a duel with the wild man? He would not be so foolish. After all, he was a beast trainer who practiced magical abilities, not a martial artist skilled in combat. Ultimately, through dialogue between when Xian Changtian and his two sons with Ye Feng, the young man gradually came to understand that such behavior was not acceptable among humans. The three trainers faced the challenge of communicating this to a beast language expert, leaving them drenched in sweat as they endeavored to clarify the matter for Ye Feng. Ye Feng cast a reluctant glance at Yin Rongchangsen, lamenting the loss of such a beautiful woman. It felt like a great pity to abandon her. Yet she was the mother of his friend. Ye Feng had come to regard when Xian Jing as a true companion, much like a child. A little kindness or a tasty treat could endear him to someone. Under Ye Feng's wistful gaze, when Xian Changtian and his sons finally persuaded him to take a room and rest. When Xian Changtian found this task more perplexing than previously comforting his young daughter, Lan'er, witnessing her husband's vexation, Yin Rongchangsen stifled a laugh. For a woman, being admired is a form of honor, and although she would never reciprocate Ye Feng's affections, seeing a youth challenge her husband for her sake, while her husband hesitated, was amusing, evoking memories of a long-forgotten expression on his face. What was this dilemma? Such trivialities rarely lingered in Ye Feng's mind, yet they troubled him throughout the night. Should he choose friendship and delicious food, or his friend's beautiful mother? It was a perplexing conundrum. Finally, as dawn broke, Ye Feng resolved his thoughts. He would choose friendship and delectable sustenance. In a room dominated by white decor, when Xian Lan lay with a serpentine creature of aquamarine hue draped across her bed. This snake was not overly large, about the thickness of her arm and extending 10 meters in length, coiling from her legs to her neck, its peculiar eyes fixed on her as it flicked its tongue. The wild man is indeed handsome, but alas, he is merely a savage, lacking understanding. What a shame, when Xian Lan mused as she caressed the snake's head. From when Xian Gua, she learned that this striking youth had been captured by her father while hunting a tiger-faced spider. So, my tiger-faced spider is no longer due to him? How infuriating, she thought. At that moment, a small, colorful spider tumbled from the ceiling onto her bed. Ah, little flower. I told you not to come to my bed. What if I accidentally squish you? When Xian Lan cried out, in the adjacent room designed specifically for her large spider, a creature towering higher than a person, with a body resembling a large disc adorned with vibrant patterns, stood ready. Its venomous fangs gleamed a sinister green, and its robust limbs shone with a metallic sheen. This was when Xian Lan's magical pet, the patterned spider. Perhaps due to mutation, only a handful of the offspring from the patterned spider survived, and currently, only 4 little spiders remained. Upon hearing when Xian Lan scream, the larger spider, startled, turned to its mother and asked in beast language, "Is Xiao Si on the young lady's bed again? Go retrieve him. As you command, mother." The obedient spider scurried through a small opening in the room. When Xian Changtian, hearing the commotion from his daughter's room, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Despite the pristine white design of her room, a closer inspection would reveal the occasional spider or snake slithering about, startling anyone unaccustomed to such creatures. Ordinary servants would never dare enter when Xian lands domain. This peculiar affinity of hers had resulted in only 1 or 2 close friends. While many suitors fled at the sight of her unique interests, leaving only a few who were acceptable to her, yet whom she did not favor. Thus, at the age of 22, when Xian Lan remained unmarried and had never truly experienced romance, at the break of dawn, as the first light painted the sky, Ye Feng awoke. Having lived in the forest, he had cultivated a habit of rising early. His quarters had been arranged in the servants' quarters, with when Xian Changtian providing him a private room, anticipating that Ye Feng might not be comfortable sharing space with others. Ye Feng leapt to the rooftop, settling there to await the sunrise, a daily ritual he cherished. He could not quite articulate why he found solace in witnessing the sun ascend, but it brought him a peculiar sense of fulfillment. In this estate, the heights of the rooms varied, with the grandest being the lair of the golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger. Spacious and lofty enough to accommodate 2 tank-sized beasts, this creature, having lived for centuries, possessed powers nearing that of a mythical beast. Its acute hearing allowed it to detect any disturbances within a 5-mile radius of when Xian's estate, and it would immediately sound an alarm should any anomalies arise. As Ye Feng, the wild man, leapt onto the roof, the saber-toothed tiger recognized that he posed no threat, and thus paid him no heed. Ye Feng had barely risen when the servants residing next door began to stir, each immersing themselves in their respective tasks. Ye Feng, with his characteristic aloofness, observed their activities with a discerning eye. Each morning, while witnessing the sunrise, he indulged in the habit of watching other beings and their pursuits, driven by an innate curiosity to comprehend the world around him. He noted that each person seemed acutely aware of their responsibilities, a stark contrast to his own initial experience in the forest, where every creature knew its purpose, except for him. In this unfamiliar environment, Ye Feng realized he was no longer the sovereign of the woods. He no longer needed to demand sustenance from others, as food was readily available. This newfound leisure instilled a sense of unease within him. To alleviate his unfamiliarity with this realm, he resolved to quickly grasp the language of his kind. Thus, he intently observed their conversations, their expressions, and gestures, striving to decipher their words. The morning passed with remarkable simplicity, awakening naturally, a privilege of the noble class. When Xian Jing was relishing a leisurely slumber when suddenly, the door to his chamber was flung open with great force, causing it to crash violently inside and shatter numerous belongings. Startled awake, he sat up in bed, pondering the uncanny familiarity of this occurrence. Upon seeing the strikingly handsome Ye Feng perched on his bed, he immediately recalled a similar incident from his 12th year, when he earned the allegiance of the blue-blood wolf, who had barged into his room in a comparable manner. My door, my nightlight, and the crystal palace I intended for Miss Moonlight. When Xian Jing cried out dramatically, springing from his bed clad only in shorts, disregarding his appearance as he lamented over the wreckage on the floor. I want to eat. Ye Feng had initially intended to voice his need for food, but as he surveyed the chaos he had caused and when Xian Jing's distressed state, his words dwindled to a whisper. Earlier, he had attempted to push the door open, but, finding it resistant, he assumed his strength was insufficient. In his eagerness, he exerted more force, resulting in the present calamity. Poor Ye Feng remained oblivious to the fact that the door could be locked and believed that brute strength alone would suffice. When Xian Jing was thoroughly exasperated by this wild boy, recalling how he had teased his mother the night before and now had come to ruin his possessions, shatter his door, and disturb his sleep. Get out. What do you want to eat? There rests nothing for you. He shouted at Ye Feng without hesitation, seething with anger. When Xian Jing sat on the floor, gazing mournfully at the gifts he had painstakingly acquired for Moonlight, now ruined by Ye Feng. After a moment, he suddenly realized. Did he just say something? Did he say eat? This revelation startled him. While mimicking sounds was one thing, understanding and articulating meaning required time. Had he learned to speak so quickly without any instruction? After being expelled, Ye Feng acknowledged that his actions had provoked when Xian Jing's ire. Yet his hunger compelled him to seek out when Xian Jing's father. Ye Feng's keen eyes could pierce through obstacles, making it effortless to locate individuals within the estate. He soon discerned that when Xian Chong Tian and Yin Rongchong Xian were sharing a room and a bed. I want to eat. I want to eat. Ye Feng, too timid to push the door again for fear of causing more damage, called out like a child from outside when Xian Chong Tian's room. His voice, though imperfect, was still comprehensible. A voice from within called out, "Are you still asleep?" Of course not. By this time, when Xian Chong Tian and his companion were waking up, hastily donning their clothes to investigate the commotion, maintaining his wide-eyed gaze, Ye Feng was taken aback by Yin Rongchong Xian's impressive figure, which ignited an inexplicable warmth within him. When Xian Chong Tian, upon discovering that the ruckus was caused by Ye Feng, was astonished. Just yesterday, Ye Feng had only known the language of beasts, yet today he had acquired the ability to speak. Glancing at the time, which was approximately 10 o'clock, when Xian Chong Tian recalled that he had been preoccupied with Yin Rongchong Xian until late the previous night, as he typically rose around 8. Well, let us get this little fellow something to eat, he decided, instructing the servants to prepare food for Ye Feng. He and Yin Rongchong Xian then led Ye Feng to the dining hall, awaiting the meal's arrival. Due to Ye Feng's incessant cries of hunger, when Xian Chong Tian directed the servants to bring out some snacks for him, prolonged exposure to his white-eyed state had caused some fatigue, prompting Ye Feng to switch back to his normal dark eyes while eating, the veins around his eyes receding. When Xian Chong Tian, observing the transformation in Ye Feng's eyes, felt an increasing curiosity about him. Previously, Ye Feng's eyes had remained in a white state. He had not anticipated that they could change. What unique abilities might his transformed eyes possess? Can you speak our language now? When Xian Chong Tian inquired, using human speech to ascertain whether Ye Feng truly comprehended. Ye Feng nodded, too engrossed in savoring the sweets to respond verbally, experiencing an explosion of flavors that delighted his senses. Once Ye Feng had finished the treats, when Xian Chong Tian engaged him again in human language, struggling to believe that Ye Feng had learned to speak in just a single morning. Though his proficiency was rudimentary, such rapid acquisition was remarkable. Remembering that Ye Feng possessed 2 hearts, when Xian Chong Tian pondered the nature of the being he had brought back from the forest. Yes, once Yang returns, I must ensure a thorough examination of this wild boy's body. When Xian Chong Tian's intrigue regarding Ye Feng deepened, with a formidable physique and extraordinary learning aptitude, despite being a relatively weak human, he had the potential to become a king among the beasts of the region. These thoughts led when Xian Chong Tian to realize that many enigmas surrounding Ye Feng remained unsolved. If he were so powerful, how had they managed to capture him so easily? One mystery must be unraveled after another. Determined to personally teach Ye Feng some skills to test his learning capabilities. When Xian Chong Tian was interrupted by the arrival of the servants, who brought forth a delectable spread for Ye Feng. Observing Ye Feng's crude manner of reaching for the food, when Xian Chong Tian opted to begin with lessons on table etiquette, including the use of utensils. Demonstrating the proper use of cutlery, when Xian Chong Tian was astonished to see Ye Feng's eyes shift again, and not only did he master the use of utensils, but his movements mirrored when Xian Chong Tian's precisely. Both he and Yin Rongchong Xian gazed at Ye Feng in astonishment, their mouths agape. A week passed. Ye Feng exhibited remarkable learning speed, and during this time, Yin Rongchong Xian imparted a wealth of knowledge to him. As Ye Feng's understanding grew, so too did his questions. Who am I? Where do I come from? Every creature has parents. Who are mine? With each new encounter and experience, Ye Feng's sense of isolation intensified. Deep down, he remained a child, innocent, untouched by the tribulations of growth. Now, night had fallen. Ye Feng sat alone on the roof, gazing at the sky. In the past, the sight of countless stars could bring a modicum of tranquility to his restless spirit, for he believed that among those distant celestial bodies lay mysteries yet to be uncovered. Yet today, the stars offered him no solace. The stillness only amplified his sense of isolation. 2 tears cascaded down Ye Feng's cheeks, and for the first time, he found himself weeping silently. What troubles you? Why are you crying? A gentle voice resonated from below. Ye Feng recognized it immediately as Yin Rongchongshin's. In the depths of the forest, he had honed an acute sense of hearing, yet his current melancholy dulled his awareness. Yin Rongchongshin, elegantly attired, stood below, observing Ye Feng on the rooftop. Throughout the week, she had imparted much knowledge to him. The more time she spent with Ye Feng, the more he endeared himself to her, resembling an innocent child. In guiding him, She rediscovered the joys of nurturing a young soul, a rare and cherished experience. With grace, Yin Rong Changshin lifted her skirt and leaped onto the rooftop, settling beside Ye Feng. Despite her delicate appearance, she had trained in martial arts. As the daughter of a prosperous merchant, her status was elevated, yet still mere inches above the common folk. Without exceptional magical talent, access to the grand powers of the realm remained elusive, relegating her to the practice of combat techniques. Sitting beside Ye Feng, she tenderly caressed his head, allowing him to lean against her lap, enveloping him in her warmth and care. "I wish to know who I am, where I come from," Ye Feng sobbed. He once believed that everyone he encountered was akin to him, but now he realized that he bore an extra heart, setting him apart. This sense of uniqueness deepened the loneliness of this fragile child. Yin Rong Changshin silently soothed him, her heart aching as she witnessed the transformation of the once vibrant Ye Feng into someone so despondent. "Do not worry. Your uncle Chang Tian and I will help you find your family," she comforted him. They had garnered some understanding of Ye Feng's plight through their conversations. He possessed memories of only the past year. A child of his age could not be limited to such scant recollections, leading them to conclude he must be a descendant of a certain lineage, having lost his previous memories for some unknown reason. They were determined to assist him in locating his kin, though the task proved formidable. Families possessing such ocular bloodlines were often hidden from sight or belonged to formidable powers beyond the reach of lesser nobility like theirs. Though they were a branch of the beast-taming Wenqin family, they did not belong to its core. After much effort, Yin Rong Changshin managed to lull Ye Feng to sleep before returning to her room. Upon entering, she found Wenqin Chang Tian lost in thought, staring at the possessions of the late matriarch. With compassion, she approached him from behind, embracing him gently. "You have been gazing at that ring every day for the past few days. Have you made a decision?" Wenqin Chang Tian sighed deeply. "I ponder this may be an opportunity. 30 long years, 30 years, I have been cornered by those ruffians. Fate has presented me with this remarkable child, perhaps as a chance for redemption, a means to avenge Linger," he mused silently. The following morning, Yin Rong Changshin shared breakfast with Ye Feng, who had grown accustomed to rising early and consuming a hearty meal. Every morning, she accompanied him, seizing the moment to impart wisdom. Ye Feng had come to regard Yin Rong Changshin as a cherished elder, confiding in her about everything. After breakfast, "Shall Aunt Xian take you to the Sunrise Mountain City to have some beautiful clothes made?" she suggested. After their meal, she intended to take Ye Feng to have several outfits tailored and perhaps style his hair. For Wenqin Jing was not adept in such matters. He had merely trimmed Ye Feng's hair, resulting in an unsatisfactory appearance. "Yes," Ye Feng replied, his spirits lifted somewhat, no longer burdened by excessive sentimentality. Meanwhile, others were also preoccupied, such as Wenqin Jing and Wenqin Lan, who were fervently adorning themselves, striving to present their most alluring selves. "Brother, what do you think of my outfit?" Wenqin Lan asked her elder brother, twirling to showcase her ensemble. For reasons unknown, her brother possessed a unique flair for fashion, while she felt lacking in that regard. Wenqin Gu, enjoying his breakfast in his room, observed Wenqin Lan's anxious demeanor but refrained from answering her question. Instead, he quizzically inquired, "Who are you trying to impress? Isn't it obvious? She is clearly eager to meet a handsome young man. Just look at her expression. She must be smitten. This outfit does not suit you at all. Look at you, resembling a slab of stone, yearning to wear something seductive. You should return to your princess attire, otherwise I would be embarrassed to be seen with you." A voice echoed from the doorway, unmistakably belonging to Wenqin Jing, who mercilessly critiqued Wenqin Lan. "Humph, are you not dressing up to see your moonlight? Look at you, parading in such a provocative manner. Moonlight will hardly notice you. The line of suitors stretches from Sunrise Mountain City to beyond. You should take a good look in the mirror," Wenqin Lan retorted without hesitation. "Isn't the event happening tonight? Why the rush this morning?" Wenqin Gu remarked nonchalantly, unlike these two youngsters, eager to encounter their crushes. This evening marked the grand banquet hosted by the city Lord Talibanfalai and the security officer Luokan. The present era is far removed from 5 or 6 centuries ago. Noble families no longer possess fiefdoms, instead holding imperial office. Following the monumental regime change 5 centuries prior, the empire tightly centralized power. The governance of each city could not reside solely within a single faction. Sunrise Mountain City was no exception, with authority divided among 3 families: the city Lord Talibanfalai, the treasurer Kaki, and the security chief Luokan. Today celebrated the return of Talibanfalai's son, Lo Kefali, and Luakan's daughter, Liu Egwang, marking their graduation. Consequently, both held banquets on the same day. Invitations had been dispatched 2 days prior, unbeknownst to either party that they would be competing for the same attendees. Upon discovering this, the old adversaries in governance once again vied for dominance. Wherever Talibanfalai had sent an invitation, Luokan promptly countered with one of his own, and vice versa. Now, the recipients of these invitations found themselves in a quandary. Though the rivalry was trivial, neglecting an invitation from the city lord or the security officer would signify a lack of respect, while attending both events posed a dilemma. The Wenxin family faced a similar predicament, ultimately deciding to split into 2 groups to attend both banquets. Lan wore the white princess dress. Jing, you don the black gown we ordered last month, Wenxin Gu advised his siblings. After breakfast, Ye Feng joined Yin Rong Changxin in a carriage to venture into the city. Ye Feng found himself riding in a horse-drawn carriage for the first time, perplexed by the slow pace of this mode of transport. In response to his curiosity, Yin Rong Changxin patiently explained that this was a tradition. For someone of noble lineage, a carriage, though slow, served as a symbol of distinguished status. A family without even a few carriages would be deemed lacking in dignity. Such a peculiar tradition, Ye Feng remarked after hearing her explanation. Although the carriage moved at a leisurely pace, the distance from the Wenxin residence to the Sunrise Mountain City was relatively short, and they arrived swiftly. Along the way, Ye Feng observed the houses lining the road, some grand, others modest, both new and old, and he encountered numerous people, which felt refreshingly novel. As they approached Sunrise Mountain City, the density of houses and pedestrians increased, and with the bustling activity of the city, Ye Feng felt a significant alleviation of his loneliness. Upon entering the urban area of Sunrise Mountain City, Ye Feng was struck by the throngs of pedestrians and the abundance of shops lining the streets, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity, an atmosphere unseen in the forest. He was taken to a barber, where he received a sun-kissed short haircut that rendered him quite handsome. Coupled with his elegant attire, he drew the admiration of many women as he strolled through the streets, garnering a considerable amount of attention. Sunrise Mountain City, a beautiful border city, lies on the southern edge of the Pangda province, blessed with a pleasant climate and fertile land. The majority of its inhabitants thrive on agriculture, and if not for the ominous region known as the Land of Oblivion, located 70 miles south, the territory of the Southern Empire would extend much further. This fearsome area has effectively severed the enmity and ambitions between the Southern Empire and the Hassa forest tribes, preventing any military confrontation for over 6 centuries. Originally, Sunrise Mountain City served as a secondary fortress against the Hassa forest tribes, but the emergence of the Land of Oblivion halted the warfare, allowing the city to flourish over the past 600 years into a significant border town. The central urban area spans approximately 5 miles, characterized by densely packed buildings primarily in shades of gray and white, with heights ranging from 20 to 40 meters. The orderly arrangement of structures and rationally laid out streets reflects a high standard of architectural achievement, indicative of a civilization that has reached an admirable level of development. Ye Feng accompanied Yin Rong Changxin as they meandered through the city, busily purchasing various items. His curiosity was piqued by the myriad of new and unfamiliar sights, yet he had little time to explore independently, following closely behind Yin Rong Changxin instead. This outing was primarily for her to procure gifts for an evening banquet and to have Ye Feng's hairstyle and outfits tailored. After finalizing Ye Feng's attire and hairstyle, as well as purchasing the necessary gifts, Yin Rong Changxin visited the enterprises owned by the Wenxin family. Their holdings were modest, mainly comprising a restaurant and a magical pet shop, which sold both ordinary and magical pets, catering to different demographics. Ordinary pets were aimed at the general populace, while magical beasts were targeted at the nobility, often priced significantly higher. As Ye Feng followed Yin Rong Changxin through the various enterprises, the workers speculated about the identity of the extraordinarily handsome young man with an innocent smile reminiscent of a child. Meanwhile, Wenxin Changtian spent the afternoon pondering a crucial matter. His initial intent in bringing Ye Feng back was to uncover the secret behind his formidable physique, which could potentially compensate for the physical frailties of magic practitioners. However, he soon realized that Ye Feng's body was unlike that of an ordinary person. After all, who else possessed 2 hearts? Ye Feng's physical capabilities were unparalleled, leaving Wenxin Changtian uncertain about whether it was possible to replicate such strength through special means. Nevertheless, he remained hopeful and resolved to wait for his second son, Wenxin Yang, to return for further examination. It had been 7 days since he sent the message, and if Yang had received it, he would likely come accompanied by his master. A few more days should suffice, Wenxin Changtian mused. He found the young man's background intriguing. With only a year of memory, he lacked recollections from his childhood. Yet, given Ye Feng's striking appearance, he suspected he hailed from a prestigious lineage. His reasoning was straightforward. Affluent and influential nobles typically married beautiful women, ensuring that their offspring inherited commendable traits. Yet, throughout history, there had never been a record of a noble family producing offspring with 2 hearts, complicating any assumptions about Ye Feng's heritage. Never mind, this question cannot be resolved for now, and I can always devise a few contingencies to secure him as my son-in-law. Wenxin Changtian calculated. Even if he could not uncover the secret to fortifying the human body through Ye Feng, uniting him with Lan'er could yield equally powerful descendants. In the afternoon, Ye Feng returned to the Wenxin residence, where the family prepared for their journey into the city. 2 opulent carriages, crafted from century-old sandalwood and adorned in a rich dark brown, set off down the road, each drawn by a pair of robust horses. These carriages moved in tandem along the broad thoroughfares of Sunrise Mountain City, which could comfortably accommodate 4 such vehicles side by side without appearing congested. The Wenxin family split into 2 groups. Wenxin Changtian, Wenxin Lan, and Ye Feng headed toward the city lord's residence, while Yan Rongchangshin, Wenxin Gua, and Wenxin Jing made their way to the chief guard responsible for maintaining order in Sunrise Mountain City. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays across the 3 mountains encircling the city, the streets remained lively, bustling with carriages. The anticipation of a grand banquet, hosted by 2 prominent figures, drew nearly everyone of note in Sunrise Mountain City to attend. At the outskirts of the city, where the foot of the mountains met the bustling activity, carriages traversed back and forth in preparation for the festivities. 2 lavish banquets were set to unfold in hillside mansions, one hosted by Lord Talibanfalai in his estate facing east on the northern mountain, and the other by General Loken, who oversaw the city's security, situated to the south. Both events promised grandeur and excitement, with an underlying competition for prestige and influence. This rivalry was rooted in the contrasting backgrounds of the hosts. Talibanfalai represented the ancient aristocracy of Sunrise Mountain City, while Loken embodied the new nobility born from the empire's reforms. The traditional aristocrats harbored disdain for the newly ennobled, leading to a division within the noble circles. Thus, within Sunrise Mountain City, the newly risen nobility and the old aristocracy stood at odds, with Talibanfalai and Loken serving as their respective champions. Ye Feng, along with Wenxian Lan and Wenxian Changtian, shared a carriage. Within the confines of the carriage, Wenxian Changtian deliberately positioned Ye Feng beside Wenxian Lan, while he himself took a seat opposite them. This schemer must have been calculating ways to intertwine their fates. Unbeknownst to her father's intentions, Wenxian Lan was filled with anticipation. Having waited a full 6 years for the return of the Taliban's second son, Lok Faili, Ye Feng, a Navi innocent in such matters, remained oblivious to Wenxian Changtian's ulterior motives. He was merely intrigued by the sight of Wenxian Lan, who gazed out the window, accompanied by a mischievous little snake that seemed to appear and disappear at will. It was uncertain whether Wenxian Lan had intentionally placed the snake on herself or if it had found its way there unnoticed. Ye Feng observed the small serpent, no thicker than his pinky and about an inch long, wriggling playfully beneath her garments. Having lived in the forest for over a year, Ye Feng's sense of smell was notably heightened, allowing him to perceive the delightful fragrance emanating from Wenxian Lan. However, he found it somewhat disconcerting that her scent was a blend of 2 distinct aromas, her natural essence and a more pronounced perfume. He mused that if only her body's fragrance sufficed, it would have been perfect. In his estimation, Wenxian Lan's inherent scent was the most exquisite, rivaled only by the enchanting aroma of Aunt Yan Rongchang Xian. Ye Feng, who often sought opportunities to rest his head on Aunt Yan Rongchang Xian's lap, harbored a fondness for her fragrance as well. At this thought, an unmistakable look of enchantment spread across his face. Observing this expression, Wenxian Changtian mistakenly believed Ye Feng was captivated by Wenxian Lan's scent, secretly reveling in his assumption. Little did he know, Ye Feng was entranced by the essence of his wife. due to the sluggish movement of horse-drawn carriages near the mountain passage, which resembled the pace of a snail. Passengers opted to disembark and prepare for a walk upwards. After alighting, Ye Feng shifted his gaze into a state reminiscent of white eyes. However, no veins bulged around his eyes. This form was a skill he had acquired during his time surviving in the forest. When fully activated, the ability of the white eyes could be sustained for approximately half a day, after which his eyes would feel dry and fatigued. Yet, when maintained in a normal state, this fatigue would not occur. It is worth noting that in this mode, the white eyes lacked the power of X-ray vision, but granted him a comprehensive 360-degree view of his surroundings. In essence, Ye Feng could observe all angles without needing to turn his head. This habit, cultivated during his life in the forest, instilled in him a sense of unfamiliarity and insecurity whenever he entered a new environment, prompting him to utilize this ability to scrutinize his surroundings. Thus, Ye Feng transformed into a striking figure with white pupils. Should he gaze without moving his head, others might easily misinterpret him as a blind man afflicted with cataracts. When Xian Changtian, having spent a week in contact with Ye Feng's ocular abilities, had grown somewhat desensitized, his mind now pondered the prospect of Ye Feng's powers being hereditary, envisioning that his offspring with Xian Lan would undoubtedly possess remarkable strength. However, it was evident that exceptional men tend to attract more admirers, and given Xian Lan's current circumstances, she appeared to pale in comparison to others. Although undeniably charming, her underdeveloped appearance could lead to unfavorable comparisons. What could be done about this predicament? As the heart of Wangxin Changtian grew somewhat troubled, Ye Feng gazed around in astonishment. He discovered a multitude of people, an abundance of handsome men and beautiful women, all ascending the elegantly paved stone path. Alongside the path, every 100 meters stood a circular sunlight lamp. From his acquaintance with Yan Rongchengsen, Ye Feng had learned that these lamps were crafted from a luminescent mineral, possessing the remarkable ability to absorb light energy when the surrounding illumination was bright. Conversely, when the ambient light diminished, they would emit a radiant glow, the intensity of which depended on the total amount of light energy they had absorbed. They served as excellent sources of illumination. With a sense of curiosity, Ye Feng surveyed the throngs of individuals around him as he ascended alongside Wangxin Changtian. The gathering of nobles at the city lord's mansion for the banquet numbered over 100, and considering that each noble typically brought along several attendants or guards, the crowd swelled even further. The scene was undeniably lively. At the luxurious mansion situated halfway up the mountain, attendants diligently catered to the guests both inside and outside. Each guest hailed from the noble class of the Sunrise Mountain City and its neighboring towns, and no detail was overlooked in their reception. A male attendant, clad in the attire of the noble Clandestine, stood at the grand entrance, meticulously inspecting each invitation before respectfully returning it and announcing the guest's arrival to those within. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of striking individuals he encountered that evening, Ye Feng felt a bit dazed. It seemed that every male noble was accompanied by one or two female companions. He couldn't help but wonder when he might possess such a beautiful wife for himself. Forget it, the male attendant shook his head, realizing that this was beyond his imagination. At that moment, several distinct groups appeared before him. 2 men and a woman, a robust middle-aged gentleman, an irresistibly adorable little girl, and a strikingly handsome young man with white eyes. Leading the group was a burly middle-aged man with a rather fierce demeanor, which evoked a peculiar sensation within the attendant, who had spent the evening surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women. Upon observing the man's attire, he noted the standard tailcoat ensemble, consisting of black trousers and a white shirt beneath, impeccably tailored. A noble emblem, a white tulip, adorned the left side of his chest, indicating that this middle-aged gentleman had attained his noble status through wealth, classifying him as the lowest tier of nobility. Nevertheless, even the lowest noble possessed a status far superior to that of the attendant. Next, the attendant's gaze shifted to the petite noble lady beside him. Her beauty was breathtaking. She exuded an enchanting charm, resembling a little princess in her white gown, which complemented her adorable appearance. Her innocent smile could easily captivate many an admirer of youthful beauty. Had it not been for the decorum that forbade prolonged gazes, the attendant would have reluctantly lingered his eyes upon her. Lastly, he assessed the remarkably handsome young man, whose striking stature was accentuated by his unique white pupils, a rarity he had never encountered before. Were it not for the curious smile that adorned the young man's face as he surveyed his surroundings, the attendant might have mistaken him for someone visually impaired. Coupled with his glossy black hair and porcelain-like skin, he presented an exceptionally distinctive presence. When the middle-aged man extended the invitation card to the attendant, he snapped back to reality, hastily accepting the card. A quick glance at the name inscribed upon it prompted him to announce loudly, "Nobleman Wenxin Changtian and party have arrived." Wenxin Changtian and his companions were escorted into a grand courtyard, where many nobles had already gathered, indulging in an array of wines and beverages. Ye Feng obediently followed closely behind Wenxin Changtian. Prior to their arrival, Wenxin had informed him that tonight was an important occasion, advising him to behave and refrain from any peculiar actions. With a curious gaze, Ye Feng scanned his surroundings, his face adorned with an innocent and joyful smile. For he was entranced by the many novel sights and the presence of numerous beautiful women. His admiration for their beauty was genuine, devoid of any ulterior motives. As he continued to observe, Ye Feng noticed a few peculiar individuals stationed around the courtyard, approximately a dozen or so. They moved restlessly about the perimeter, their vigilant eyes scanning the area, reminiscent of beasts in the forest hunting for prey or guarding their territory. With a piercing gaze, Ye Feng observed the individuals before him. His curiosity piqued. Utilizing the penetrating insight of his Byakugan, he discerned vibrant energy orbs situated within their abdomens, some transparent white, others green, and yet others yellow. The transparent white energy orb reminded him of Yen Rong's, while he had encountered other colored energy orbs on the magical beasts in the forest. Were these individuals akin to magical beasts among humans? Intrigued, Ye Feng tugged at Wenxian Changtian's sleeve, gesturing toward the people and inquiring. Wenxian Changtian turned to regard Ye Feng, whose veins were prominently visible around his eyes. Following Ye Feng's pointing finger, he understood the subject of inquiry and replied, "You may perceive them as magical beasts among humans. However, we refer to them as warriors, much like your Aunt Yen Rong, who practices martial techniques of fighting energy." "Why do some possess white energy while others exhibit different colors?" Ye Feng asked, placing a hand on his own abdomen. Wenxian Changtian, aware of Ye Feng's Byakugan allowing him to see the magical energy within the human body, explained, "The transparent white signifies that their fighting energy is of no specific attribute, while the colored ones indicate elemental attributes. Yellow represents metal, green denotes wood, blue symbolizes water, red indicates fire, and gray corresponds to earth." "Oh," Ye Feng exclaimed, appearing enlightened. Yet quickly followed with another question. "What is fighting energy? Why does Aunt Yen Rong possess attribute-less energy, which is transparent white? Wouldn't other colors be more appealing?" Wenxian Changtian fell silent for a moment, pondering the notion of aesthetics in fighting energy. Fighting energy is a power discovered by our ancestors long ago. In ancient times, our land was fraught with perilous beasts that preyed on humans. Only the strong survived these threats. To endure, our ancestors fought against ferocious beasts, honing their bodies and fortifying their strength. Eventually, they discovered a peculiar power within those who battled these monsters, which enabled them to resist the beasts. This power became known as fighting energy. As for the color of fighting energy, your Aunt Yen Rong practices a rather common technique, which yields attribute-less energy, thus resulting in a white hue. Is it impossible for her to adopt another color of fighting energy? Ye Feng inquired. Wenxian Changtian chuckled. Your Aunt Yen Rong trains in fighting to enhance her health and maintain her beauty. She lacks talent in the realm of fighting energy. Even acquiring advanced techniques would not lead to significant achievements, so she has chosen not to invest her time in that pursuit. Are there numerous methods for training fighting energy? Ye Feng asked. Indeed, there are many. The techniques of fighting energy encompass methods of cultivation and martial arts styles, each yielding varied effects. Some techniques are profoundly advanced, exhibiting tremendous power, but are challenging to master and demand exceptional aptitude. Others are more commonplace, requiring less talent, albeit with diminished effectiveness. Wenxian Changtian replied. I see, Ye Feng said, finally grasping the concept. Is the transparent energy you possess also attribute-less fighting energy? Why do you have it throughout your body, while they only possess it within their abdomens? Our energy is not fighting energy. It is magical energy, distinct from fighting energy. As for why we can store it throughout our bodies, it is because we are beast tamers. Our cultivation methods differ from those of ordinary mages. We do not need to absorb elemental forces from the world. The greatest strength of a beast tamer lies in our magical companions, our contracted magical beasts. The essence of a beast tamer is to empower our contracted beasts to unleash their fullest potential. Ye Feng remained silent, pondering when Xian Changtian's explanation with a tilted head, lost in thought. Observing Ye Feng's contemplation, when Xian Changtian redirected his focus to the courtyard, intending to greet their host and socialize with other nobles. He decided to wait a moment longer before taking Ye Feng and Wen Xianlan to meet the host. Subsequently, Ye Feng and Wen Xianlan followed Wen Xian Changtian to meet their host. The city lord, Talibanfalai, was currently engaged in socializing within the inner hall, directly facing the large courtyard door. Talibanfalai appeared to be a middle-aged man of approximately 40 years, with silver hair and an impeccable appearance. His features were harmoniously arranged, presenting a visage that was pleasing to the eye. His calm yet keen gaze seemed paradoxical, yet this contradiction defined his character. As a prominent figure in the Sunrise Mountain City, Talibanfalai exuded a sense of tranquility rather than dominance. He wore a broad smile, feeling immensely proud of his third son, Lok Fili, who had made commendable progress at one of the Empire's 2 prestigious military academies, the Sword Sect Academy. Congratulations, City Lord, on your son's graduation from the Outer Academy of the Sword Sect and his admission to the Inner Academy for further study. His future is limitless. When Xian Changtian greeted warmly, feeling a twinge of envy for Talibanfalai's good fortune. Thank you. For now, let us enjoy a few drinks in the courtyard. My son is preparing to greet everyone shortly, Talibanfalai replied, his mood buoyant, unbothered by the repetition of his words despite the numerous guests present. As Ye Feng approached, he instinctively activated his Byakugan, keen on observing everyone around him. He noticed a significant mass of green fighting energy in Talibanfalai's abdomen, indicative of what attribute energy. This energy appeared more potent than that of the warriors present. Observing the individuals surrounding Talibanfalai, it became evident that they were all focused on him, placing him at the center of attention. This reminded Ye Feng of his days in the forest. Powerful strength accompanied by the respect of others led him to regard Talibanfalai as the ruler of this territory. Ye Feng, having limited exposure to the world, tended to apply his understanding of hierarchy, akin to the dynamics in the forest. There, the strongest individuals reigned supreme. Just as the beasts in the Forgotten Forest acknowledged Ye Feng as their king when confronted by his superior strength. This principle held true in the realm of humanity as well. In Wen Xian's residence, the servants displayed deference to the Wen Xian family, adhering to their commands, thus designating them as kings among the servants. Furthermore, within the Wen Xian lineage, Wen Xian Changtian commanded greater respect, establishing him as the king of the Wen family. Now, witnessing Wen Xian Changtian's deference towards Talibanfalai, Ye Feng instinctively concluded that this city lord was undoubtedly a superior ruler, positioned above Wen Xian Changtian in the hierarchy. Wen Xinlan and Rockefeller shared a delightful childhood together. During those formative years, Rockefeller had a penchant for raising while Wen Xinlan's family was engaged in the magical creature business. Since Rockefeller was unafraid of the snakes, insects, and rodents that Wen Xinlan kept, which naturally allowed them to bond easily within the circle of noble children. It had been 6 years since they last met, and when Xinlan pondered what he might look like now as he walked toward Rockefeller's courtyard, Ye Feng, having been cast aside, sat alone, curiously observing his surroundings. Among the bustling crowd, no one acknowledged him or initiated conversation, and a profound sense of loneliness enveloped him. At that moment, as Ye Feng sat in silence, he caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance in the air, rich yet intense, an oddly enticing scent that he quickly grew fond of. Following the aroma, Ye Feng caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma wafting through the air, rich yet oddly intense. He discovered that it emanated from a liquid contained within a cup. Noticing that many around, Ye Feng deduced that this drink was meant for consumption. Driven by curiosity, he decided to partake and discover its flavor. He expected it to be delightful, but instead, he was met with a spicy, stimulating, and potent sensation that fiercely tingled on his tongue. The first sip knocked him off balance, as he realized he had just consumed a strong cocktail. As the effects of the alcohol coursed through him, his face displayed a myriad of amused expressions before turning slightly flushed. Ye Feng licked his lips, the exhilarating taste igniting a desire to continue drinking. Having been somewhat of a small-time drinker before his journey across realms, he found that his fondness for spirits remained unchanged despite his memory loss. To savor the flavor without the previous reckless abandon, Ye Feng slowed his pace, yet he finished the glass in just 4 sips. After emptying his cup, his eyes searched for another, and he soon spotted a cluster of tables nearby brimming with drinks. He approached the group, which consisted of young noble women engaged in animated conversation, primarily revolving around the evening's guest of honor, Rockefeller. In just 2 years at the Sword Sect Academy, at the tender age of 18, he had already achieved a notable level of combat prowess, standing on the threshold of martial mastery. Now, at 20, he had officially entered the initial stages of martial arts. Such a promising individual, indeed. Among these noble women was Lolan, a daughter of an aristocratic family from Maple Leaf City, age 22, standing at 5 feet 5 inches. With an oval face, chestnut hair, striking blue eyes, and a curvaceous figure, she, despite not being considered overly alluring, still radiated charm in her pink dress, complemented by her captivating gaze. Accompanying her father to this gathering, she yearned to witness Rockefeller's charm, secretly hoping for a fleeting romantic encounter. Noble gatherings often served as opportunities for secret affairs, attracting those affluent, yet spiritually unfulfilled individuals seeking excitement. Every young woman harbors dreams of romance. However, Lolan was acutely aware of reality. Despite her modest beauty, she knew she could not compete with the more glamorous girls present, and thus, she felt Rockefeller would hardly notice her. Engaging in light banter with her peers, most of whom were strangers, she scanned the room for attractive company, wishing to chat with someone appealing. Just as she shifted her gaze, she spotted a striking young man with white pupils squatting by a table. She noticed a striking young man with white pupils crouched by a table, savoring the very drink she had just consumed. Roland's heart skipped a beat. He was undeniable, and his unique eyes captivated her. She felt a thrill at the thought that he might be intentionally drinking from her cup. She mused, having observed me for some time, now he seeks to strike up a conversation. Glancing at the animated discussions of her companions, she noticed that none had acknowledged the white-eyed youth, allowing her to quietly move closer to him. Though absorbed in his drink, Ye Feng possessed a remarkable awareness. Although Ye Feng was preoccupied with his drink, his keen perception allowed him to sense her presence. He turned to see a woman, though not as stunning as Aunt Yinrong, possessed a distinct charm, watching him intently as she drew closer, seemingly cautious of being discovered. With Ye Feng's gaze fixed upon her, Roland felt emboldened, convinced that this handsome man was indeed drawn to her. She stepped closer, crouching beside him, and playfully snatched the cup from his hands, smiling sweetly as she teased. "Why are you drinking from my cup?" Caught off guard by her question, Ye Feng hesitated briefly before responding with a sheepish grin. "I didn't know it was yours." Roland shot him a flirtatious glance, her demeanor exuding allure as she lifted the remaining liquid from the cup and downed it in one gulp. The potent cocktail flushed her cheeks, rendering her expression charmingly rosy. Roland mused that such a display would surely leave a lasting impression on him. Indeed, Ye Feng was momentarily captivated, having never encountered such a captivating woman before. However, after a brief daze, he shifted his focus back to the array of drinks, finding the allure of the liquor more compelling than Roland's charms. Unbeknownst to her, Ye Feng was rather naïve in matters of romantic inclination. Roland, puzzled by his indifference, wondered if he was simply trying to play it cool or if he was inexperienced and unsure how to engage her. Tentatively, she inquired, "Do you enjoy drinking?" Ye Feng nodded in response. "I know where to find even better drinks. Would you care to sample something?" Roland asked, now taking the initiative, drawn by his striking appearance. "Would you care to indulge in a tasting?" Lauren inquired once more, for she had come to regard Ye Feng as an inexperienced fledgling, oblivious to the nuances of taking initiative. Thus, she resolved to transform her passivity into proactivity, especially considering how strikingly handsome and extraordinary he was. Ye Feng nodded in affirmation. Observing his reaction, Lauren smiled alluringly and took his hand, leading him to another area. She guided him to a server and then turned to ask. As they awaited the arrival of their beverages, Roland couldn't help but curiously observe Ye Feng's striking white pupils, pondering the identity of this enigmatic gentleman. Luo Lin did not ponder further and instructed the attendant, "Could you kindly fetch me a bottle of whiskey and a bottle of baijiu?" Thus, she resolved to transform her passivity into action, especially given the strikingly handsome and unique nature of her companion. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Ye Feng's demeanor, Luo Lin offered a charming smile, taking his hand and leading him to a different area. She approached a server and then turned to Ye Feng, asking, unaware of how to take the initiative, Thus, she resolved to transform her passivity into action, especially given the strikingly handsome and unique nature of her companion. Upon hearing this, Luo Lin did not dwell on it further and instructed the server, "Please bring me a bottle of whiskey and a bottle of fruit-infused liquor." The server nodded and departed to fetch the drinks. During the brief wait, Luo Lin's curiosity was piqued as she gazed into Ye Feng's striking white pupils, pondering the identity of this alluring gentleman, for she had never encountered anyone with such unusual eyes. Once the server returned with the Luo Lin took one for herself and handed the other to Ye Feng, guiding him towards a secluded entrance in the courtyard. 2 years prior, she had accompanied her father as a guest and was aware of the way out. Thus, Ye Feng was led by Luo Lin, heading towards the mansion's exterior. "Where are we going?" Ye Feng inquired. "To a delightful place where the wine will taste even better." Luo Lin took one for herself and handed the other to Ye Feng, guiding him towards a secluded entrance in the courtyard. 2 years prior, she had accompanied her father as a guest and was aware of the way out. Thus, Ye Feng was led by Luo Lin, heading towards the mansion's exterior. He was enveloped in a fragrant aura, stirring feelings within him that he could not fully comprehend. Luo Lin guided Ye Feng, her laughter light and inviting as she continued to lead him forward. Uncertain of where this girl was taking him, Ye Feng remained oblivious to the true intentions behind this secluded rendezvous, pondering whether the wine here would indeed be more flavorful. "It will be," her gaze fixed on Ye Feng, awaiting further hints from him. To her surprise, Ye Feng seriously uncapped the bottle and began to drink. Luo Lin wondered if he was simply too timid, needing a bit of liquid courage. Despite the circumstances, she thought it peculiar for a girl to have to take the lead. After watching Ye Feng sip thoughtfully, as if evaluating the taste, Luo Lin succumbed to her curiosity and asked, "Have you never gone out with a girl before?" Upon hearing this, Ye Feng shook his head. Luo Lin wondered if he was simply too timid, needing a bit of liquid courage. Despite the circumstances, she thought it peculiar for a girl to have to take the lead. After watching Ye Feng sip thoughtfully, as if evaluating the taste, he truly was a rarity. Delighted by the notion, Luo Lin realized she had yet to engage with a virgin herself. "Why haven't I noticed that the wine here could be more delectable?" Ye Feng mused, ultimately concluding that the taste was no different from that in the courtyard. His palate discerned no distinction. "Then you should try this," Luo Lin suggested, taking the bottle from Ye Feng's hand. She took a small sip, savoring it. He truly was a rarity. Delighted by the notion, Luo Lin realized she had yet to engage with a virgin herself. "Why haven't I noticed that the wine here could be more delectable?" Ye Feng mused, ultimately concluding that the taste was no different from that in the courtyard. His palate discerned no distinction. "Then you should try this," Luo Lin suggested, taking the bottle from Ye Feng's hand. She took a small sip, savoring it, and his heart raced uncontrollably, echoing like a drum. The pure-hearted Ye Feng was finally brushing against the borders of desire. For him, it was a blend of novelty, biological need, and psychological yearning, all instincts clamoring for further exploration. Perhaps influenced by the fervor of their embrace deepened as his hands instinctively found their way to her waist, pulling her closer, her soft bosom pressing against him. An unusual sensation coursed through Ye Feng, and his heart raced uncontrollably, echoing like a drum. The pure-hearted Ye Feng was finally brushing against the borders of desire. For him, it was a blend of novelty, biological need, and psychological yearning, all instincts clamoring for further exploration. Perhaps influenced by the fervor of Ye Feng's heartbeat, Luo Lin felt her own pulse quicken, and her body temperature rose. She mentally chided him for his coyness, feigning innocence while clearly being quite forward. Yet, this only spurred him on, drawing her closer as if to meld their bodies together. Ye Feng's strength surpassed that of an average person, thus, when he pulled her tightly. However, once the initial thrill settled, Ye Feng was at a loss for what to do next, continuing to savor the taste of Luo Lin's lips. "Luo Lin." Ye Feng hastily loosened his grip, but as he did, Luo Lin stumbled backward. Fearing she might fall, Ye Feng instinctively caught her, one hand securing her waist while the other supported her curvaceous figure. Luo Lin emitted another sound as the unexpected contact sent sensations through Ye Feng. Luo Lin gasped in surprise, pushing against his chest. "Oh dear, are you trying to suffocate me? Release me, quickly." Upon hearing her distressed cry, Ye Feng hastily loosened his grip, but as he did, Luo Lin stumbled backward. Fearing she might fall, Ye Feng instinctively caught her, one hand securing her waist while the other supported her curvaceous figure. Luo Lin emitted another sound as the unexpected contact sent sensations through Ye Feng, scanning the surroundings to discern the identity of the intruder. If the person lacked decorum, he would not hesitate to chase them. Upon spotting a petite figure emerging through the foliage, he could not muster any hostility. "Is that you, Sister Xian Lan?" This title was one she had insisted upon, and Ye Feng wondered why she was here, and in tears. "Hey, could you put me down?" Luo Lin whispered, wishing to remain undetected. Although Ye Feng was reluctant to release her so soon, the sound of Xian Lan's cries compelled him to act. He let go of Luo Lin, who intended to slip away quietly. However, Ye Feng, unable to restrain himself, stepped out from the thicket, calling out, "Sister Xian Lan, what's wrong?" Realizing it was too late to stop him, although they had not yet crossed any lines. The mere presence of a man and woman together in such a secluded spot would raise eyebrows. Yet, the moment he called out, it was clear that the situation had already taken an unexpected turn. In response to this unexpected situation, when Xinlan's immediate reaction was to cease her tears. Irrespective of the circumstances, her strong-willed nature prevented her from wanting. When she turned to investigate the source of the noise, she was utterly taken aback. Before her stood an exceptionally handsome man with white pupils. It was clear that the situation had already taken an unexpected turn. In response to this unexpected situation, when Xinlan's immediate reaction was to cease her tears. Irrespective of the circumstances, her strong-willed nature prevented her from wanting anyone to discover her sorrow. Otherwise, she would not have discreetly retreated outdoors to cry. When she turned to investigate the source of the noise, she was utterly taken aback. Before her stood an exceptionally handsome man with white pupils, escorting a woman clad in a pink dress. Their attire appeared somewhat disheveled. At such an hour, perhaps she should pretend not to notice and walk away, but the wild man had called to her, and if she remained, being seen in tears would be. She felt trapped, neither able to leave nor stay, engulfed in embarrassment. The unfolding scene demanded her attention. What would a typical individual do in such a predicament? She was uncertain. She had never encountered anything like this before. Perhaps she should pretend not to notice and walk away, but the wild man had called to her, and if she remained, being seen in tears would be utterly humiliating. She felt trapped, neither able to leave nor stay, engulfed in embarrassment. The unfolding scene demanded her attention, yet she felt helpless. After all, he remained utterly oblivious to matters of desire between men and women. It was clear that the woman was the one attempting to allure this wild man. Upon realizing her misunderstanding, she had lived with Ye Feng at Xian Mansion for a week and knew that although he had once expressed affection for Yanrong, he remained utterly oblivious to matters of desire between men and women. It was clear that the woman was the one attempting to allure this wild man. Upon realizing her misunderstanding, when Xinlan gazed at the retreating figure of Roland, who, with her back turned, wished to conceal her appearance from Xinlan. In this awkward moment, Roland simply desired to hasten her departure. As she left, her heart raced. What began as a quest for excitement and passion had devolved into this unforeseen circumstance. Truly an overwhelming thrill. Finally liberated, Roland fled. The night had long since descended, yet the brilliance emanating from the Lord's mansion still illuminated the surroundings. However, as he openly displayed his feelings, it was not until Roland entered the Lord's mansion that he turned his attention back to the weeping Xinlan. Her figure exquisitely curvaceous, full bosom and rounded hips, an embodiment of temptation that could lead any man astray. When Xinlan, consumed by sorrow, sank to the ground, weeping, was she not losing out to others in this regard? Ye Feng, with a lingering gaze, watched Roland depart. His immature mindset rendered him oblivious to the scene. As he openly displayed his feelings, it was not until Roland entered the Lord's mansion that he turned his attention back to the weeping Xinlan. Uncertain of how to comfort her, ultimately, he squatted beside her, offering silent companionship. Having once cried for his lack of kin and kindred, Ye Feng understood that a grieving soul requires the presence of another. At least, this was how he perceived it. Lacking any knowledge of how to console, he remained quietly beside her, watching over her in silence. For 6 years, she had waited patiently for him, only to return and find him with someone new. When Xinlan's already fragile confidence suffered an unprecedented blow. Observing her distress, Ye Feng felt helpless. At that moment, he recalled how Yanrong had comforted him in his own sorrow. Imitating her, he gently stroked Xinlan's head, caressing her lustrous golden curls. Save for her own body, which had failed to blossom into a beauty like her mother. This realization only deepened her sorrow and insecurity. In matters of the heart, when Xinlan's already fragile confidence suffered an unprecedented blow. Observing her distress, Ye Feng felt helpless. At that moment, he recalled how Yanrong had comforted him in his own sorrow. Imitating her, he gently stroked Xinlan's head, caressing her lustrous golden curls. In the depths of despair, even the simplest act of kindness can offer solace, and this gesture was one frequently employed by her father when Xin Chang, with the most comforting effect. Without a second thought, when Xinlan wrapped her arms around Ye Feng's neck, resting her head on his shoulder, and wept anew. Ye Feng, lacking other means of consolation, perhaps her lingering sorrow or her modest physique contributed to the absence of any unusual reaction from him, even as she nestled closer. Inhaling the fragrance that lingered on Xinlan, Ye Feng's thoughts inexplicably wandered back to the woman in the pink dress. After approximately 20 minutes, he would not allow her to feel cold, welcoming her petite form against him. Ye Feng remained as steadfast as a mountain, causing her to stumble backward. In a swift motion, Ye Feng caught her, drawing her back into his arms. The potent scent of masculinity overwhelmed Xinlan, distinct from her father's aroma, yet stirring her heart to race. Ye Feng, possessing keen hearing honed during his year in the forest, distinctly perceived the erratic rhythm of her heartbeat, as if a creature were thrashing within her chest. When Xinlan swallowed hard, bewildered by the sudden surge of feelings towards this wild man, lost in thought, she recalled the earlier scene of Ye Feng embracing a woman. Surely, they had engaged in something inappropriate. How shameless could this wild man be, to cavort with a woman in her absence? Let go of me, when Xinlan exclaimed, reverting to her fiery nature, shouting at Ye Feng. Startled by her outburst, he promptly released her. Without a backward glance, when Xinlan strode toward the mansion, Ye Feng followed her into the courtyard. Upon his return, Ye Feng had intended to search for the woman in the pink dress, but was immediately captivated by a delightful aroma upon entering. He discovered an array of dishes laid out on tables in the courtyard, for the buffet had commenced. Salivating at the sight, this gluttonous fellow soon forgot all about the woman in pink. Guests typically arrived having missed dinner, and now the spread allowed them to choose their favorite foods, making the buffet immensely popular. Meanwhile, when Xinlan's emotions had settled somewhat, she no longer felt as agitated, quietly consuming her meal while occasionally glancing at Ye Feng, who was wholly absorbed in his feast, lost in his own thoughts. When Xinlan, holding her utensils, served herself, this gluttonous fellow soon forgot all about the woman in pink. Guests typically arrived having missed dinner, and now the spread allowed them to choose their favorite foods, making the buffet immensely popular. Meanwhile, when Xinlan's emotions had settled somewhat, she no longer felt as agitated, quietly consuming her meal while occasionally glancing at Ye Feng, who was wholly absorbed in his feast, lost in his own thoughts. When Xinlan, holding her utensils, served herself a modest portion of food, yet her appetite was lacking. The dishes she typically relished barely elicited a few bites from her this evening. Instead, her attention was drawn to Ye Feng, for reasons unknown. She had been subtly observing him since earlier. Her father had instructed her to keep a close watch on him. Surely that was the reason. In her mind, she sought to justify her actions. Moreover, she observed that this wild man possessed an extraordinary handsomeness, so striking it seemed almost unnatural, even as he dined, and was poised to advance to the inner court for further studies. His prodigious talent and cultivation was truly exceptional, earning him a place in the inner court of the Tiannan Empire's military academy, the Sword Sect Academy, where his future prospects were boundless. Many had gathered, either to marvel at his grace or to forge connections with the Talibans, some even scheming to marry off their daughters to Lok Fei in hopes of strengthening ties with his family. The main act was about to unfold, earning him a place in the inner court of the Tiannan Empire's military academy, the Sword Sect Academy, where his future prospects were boundless. Many had gathered, either to marvel at his grace or to forge connections with the Talibans, some even scheming to marry off their daughters to Lok Fei in hopes of strengthening ties with his family. The main act was about to unfold. She drew a black magical card from her waist and infused it with her magical energy, causing the card to emit a brilliant blue light. Although the banquet had yet to conclude, Ye Feng yearned to escape the scene. He leapt into the air, soaring out of the courtyard and making his way down the mountain. Upon witnessing this, When Xi and Shantian felt a surge of concern for Ye Feng. Without hesitation, she drew a black magical card from her waist and infused it with her magical energy, causing the card to emit a brilliant blue light. This luminescent beam transformed into a branching blue line, splitting into 2, then 4, and eventually 8. Once the 8 lines were established, they continued to extend. Due to Ye Feng's lingering memories of his name, when he uttered it in a foreign tongue, they misheard it as Yi Chun. Thus, they referred to Ye Feng as Yin Rong Changxin's nephew, naming him Yin Rong Yi Chun. When Xi and Shantian, pointing towards a colossal golden-haired saber-toothed tiger leapt forth from the red and blue light, standing majestically in the courtyard. Tiger uncle, take Xinlan and hurry after Yi Chun. Due to Ye Feng's lingering memories of his name, when he uttered it in a foreign tongue, they misheard it as Yi Chun. Thus, he felt like a child yearning to escape the turmoil of recent events. Yet where could he go? Uncertain, he ultimately resolved to return to an Xian's residence. The only place he felt any semblance of familiarity. However, as he leapt away, he could not suppress a spurt of fresh blood. The saber-toothed tiger picked up the petite Wen Xinlan and tossed her onto its back before leaping into action. Ye Feng's emotions were tumultuous. He felt like a child yearning to escape the turmoil of recent events. Yet where could he go? Uncertain, he ultimately resolved to return to an Xian's residence. It did not appear grave, yet when Xinlan was more concerned about the fragility of Ye Feng's spirit. Upon returning to an Xian's residence, Ye Feng paid no heed to Wen Xinlan and the saber-toothed tiger trailing behind him. With his head bowed, he retreated to the room designated for him. Seeing Ye Feng head towards Wen Xian's abode, Wen Xinlan, perched on the tiger's back, quietly instructed it to follow without disturbing him. Although he was injured, it did not appear grave, yet when Xinlan was more concerned about the fragility of Ye Feng's spirit. Upon returning to Wen Xian's residence, Ye Feng paid no heed to Wen Xinlan and the saber-toothed tiger trailing behind him. With his head bowed, he retreated to the room designated for him, gazing at the sky with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. About half an hour later, when Xi and Shantian returned, this sensation was alien to him, leaving him in a state of distress. His heart raced, his face burned, and all he desired was to vanish from existence. Upon entering the residence, he made his way directly to Ye Feng's room, noticing Wen Xinlan in a daze outside. After he pushed open the door, finding Ye Feng lying under the covers, when Xi and Shantian could not help but smile ruefully. It reminded him of the innocent days of Wen Xinlan's childhood. He refrained from disturbing Ye Feng, surmising that he likely did not wish to converse. Instead, upon entering the residence, he made his way directly to Ye Feng's room, noticing Wen Xinlan in a daze outside. After confirming that Ye Feng remained inside, he pushed open the door, finding Ye Feng lying under the covers, when Xi and Shantian could not help but smile ruefully. Wordlessly retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him. Nothing particularly noteworthy occurred on your end tonight, did it? When Xi and Shantian inquired upon, given the events that transpired between Ye Feng and Wen Xinlan at the mayor's banquet, he could not help but feel apprehensive about their situation. Not much. He understood Ye Feng's current emotional state all too well. Later that evening, around 11 o'clock, Yin Rong Changxin returned with his 2 sons. When Xi and Jing, upon his return, wordlessly retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him. Nothing particularly noteworthy occurred on your end tonight, did it? When Xi and Shantian inquired upon seeing Yin Rong Changxin's return, given the events that transpired between Ye Feng and Wen Xinlan at the mayor's banquet, he could not help but feel apprehensive about their situation. Not much. Only to return in a state of despondency, though he chose not to voice this. And what about Yi Chen? Did he make any unexpected moves? Yin Rong Changxin inquired. His actions were indeed quite surprising. Our family may need to relocate from Sunrise Mountain City, when Xi and Shantian mused, feeling a headache coming on at the thought. The situation is quite similar to that of Xinlan, when Xi and Shantian remarked, aware of the events that had unfolded during the banquet. His daughter had arrived in high spirits, only to return in a state of despondency, though he chose not to voice this. And what about Yi Chen? Did he make any unexpected moves? Yin Rong Changxin inquired. His actions were indeed quite surprising. Our family may need to relocate from Sunrise Mountain City, when Xi and Shantian mused, feeling a headache coming on at the thought. Yi Chen, when Xi and Shantian recounted every detail of the events at the banquet to Yin Rong Changxin. as he described the pivotal moment when Locke Faley and his fellow students from the Sword Sect Academy arrived. When the mayor's son, Locke Faley, and several of his senior colleagues from the Sword Sect Academy made their appearance. Yi Chun, when Xian Changtian recounted every detail of the events at the banquet to Yan Rong Chongxin. As he described the pivotal moment when Locke Faley and his fellow students from the Sword Sect Academy arrived, he noted that among them was a young woman named Qin Ruoshui, who was a senior to Locke Faley. The woman possessed a cascade of pink hair, combining grace with charm and eclipsing even the main attraction of the evening, Rockefeller. Every smile and frown from her captivated the hearts of all the gentlemen present. And it was clear that her beauty rendered any additional adornment unnecessary, should she choose to enhance her appearance further. Her alluring curves were enough to ignite the imagination. Clad in the distinctive black and white uniform of the Sword Sect Academy, she exuded an air of mystery, capable of bringing nations to their knees with her beauty. This evening, Rockefeller found his spotlight entirely overshadowed by her presence. Yet he bore it with a hint of admiration in his gaze. The other male students from the Sword Sect Academy felt similarly drawn to her allure. Descriptors such as the fish that sinks or the flower that hides the moon would hardly do her justice. Such a woman was undeniably a rare gem, capable of bringing nations to their knees with her beauty. This evening, Rockefeller found his spotlight entirely overshadowed by her presence. Yet he bore it with a hint of admiration in his gaze. The other male students from the Sword Sect Academy felt similarly drawn to her allure. Faced with such a mesmerizing figure, the initially innocent Ye Feng found himself irresistibly enchanted, leading to an unexpected and shocking outburst during the gathering. Unfamiliar with societal etiquette and unaware of the impropriety of interrupting others, he acted purely on impulse. Just as the city lord, Taliban, was about to continue his address, Ye Feng abruptly stood up, cutting off the discourse to proclaim something that would astonish all present. "I want you to be my woman. I wish to mate with you." Ye Feng, with a naive and carefree smile, uttered those words before the astonished crowd. Those still clutching their wine glasses were left flabbergasted. Two younger noblemen of lesser standing found themselves secretly admiring Ye Feng's audacity. Though they too wished to approach the enchanting Qin Ruoshui, their lower status rendered them hesitant. Such an outburst was entirely unanticipated, and the lack of preparation led to the chaotic reactions witnessed. Even those who had not been drinking were equally taken aback, staring at Ye Feng in disbelief. Upon noticing the noble emblem upon his chest, they struggled to comprehend the reality of the situation unfolding before them. Two younger noblemen of lesser standing found themselves secretly admiring Ye Feng's audacity. Though they too wished to approach the enchanting Qin Ruoshui, their lower status rendered them hesitant. Despite being nobles, they were acutely aware that in this gathering, anyone they approached likely possessed a higher rank. Their own ascent to nobility had been purely financial. The insult was a blow to his dignity as the host. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoshui's countenance turned icy. Now, witnessing Ye Feng, a noble of the lowest rank, boldly utter such crude words, they were both astounded and envious of his reckless bravery. City Lord Taliban's expression darkened considerably. How could a distinguished female disciple from the revered Sword Sect Academy be subjected to such vulgarity in his own home? Those who sought to please her were numerous, but none had ever risked her ire with inappropriate remarks. She was well aware of the troubles her beauty attracted and thus seldom adorned herself, striving instead for a clean and unpretentious appearance, yet her unparalleled beauty remained undeniable. The once confident and imposing figure of Wenxin Changtan was momentarily at a loss, his thoughts consumed by the gravity of the situation. Those who sought to please her were numerous, but none had ever risked her ire with inappropriate remarks. Fury rising within him, just that single utterance could warrant 1,000 deaths. As the host, the evening's main attraction, Rockefeller, shared a similarly grim expression. The once confident and imposing figure of Wenxin Changtan was momentarily at a loss, his thoughts consumed by the gravity of the situation. He could only ponder the implications of such a brazen affront to the students of the Sword Sect Academy. Who dares to insult us so? He thought, fury rising within him. Just that single utterance could warrant 1,000 deaths. As the host, the evening's main attraction, Rockefeller, shared a similarly grim expression, his voice booming with indignation. To him, Qin Ruoshui was akin to a goddess, and to witness her being insulted in his own home was unbearable. "I wager my life," There was no need for further witnesses. Rockefeller was prepared to wager his life against Ye Feng. In such duels, the challenge party retains the right to request intervention from an imperial judge, who may deny the challenge based on circumstances. However, given the current situation, necessitating the presence of an imperial official as a witness, with the stakes being wealth or life itself. As Rockefeller's father held the position of city lord, an imperial official, there was no need for further witnesses. Rockefeller was prepared to wager his life against Ye Feng. In such duels, believing the woman's enchantment over Rockefeller would diminish his affections for her. Yet, upon hearing Rockefeller's challenge, her expression turned grave. Ye Feng's position was untenable, and there was no possibility of refusing Rockefeller's challenge. Wen Shantian felt a cold sweat break out on his back, desperate to find a way to save Ye Feng. Initially, Wen Xinlan had felt a flicker of delight at Ye Feng's boldness towards Qin Ruoshui. Believing the woman's enchantment over Rockefeller would diminish his affections for her. Yet, upon hearing Rockefeller's challenge, her expression turned grave. Although her feelings for Ye Feng were not deeply rooted, the thought of him being carelessly killed stirred a sense of regret within her. The more alluring the mate, the fiercer the competition. When Ye Feng declared his intention to Qin Ruoshui, he had anticipated competition, and it played perfectly into his hands, subduing all rivals and winning the favor of the beauty. Ye Feng's eyes transitioned into a state of insight, veins visibly protruding around them, allowing him to perceive the thick, gray fighting spirit residing within Rockefeller's dantian, indicative of his mastery in earth-based techniques. As Rockefeller unleashed his fighting spirit, Ye Feng observed it swiftly enveloping his entire being. At that moment, Rockefeller emanated an aura of strength that felt alien yet powerful. It played perfectly into his hands, subduing all rivals and winning the favor of the beauty. Ye Feng's eyes transitioned into a state of insight, veins visibly protruding around them, accompanied by the signature gesture of thumping his chest like an ape. His intention was to announce his presence and prowess to the object of his affections. Ye Feng observed it swiftly enveloping his entire being. At that moment, Rockefeller emanated an aura of strength that felt alien yet powerful, invoking a primal sense of intimidation in Ye Feng. Ye Feng imitated the roar of a golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger, believing its sound to possess a certain authority, accompanied by the signature gesture of thumping his chest like an ape. His intention was to announce his presence and prowess to the object of his affections, much like other beasts. As for Lockfield's insults and the challenge to a duel, Ye Feng remained perplexed. However, he understood that Lockfield aimed to become his adversary and compete for the same affection. This rationale alone compelled Ye Feng to dismiss him. They believed that Ye Feng's audacity in teasing Qin Ruoshui could either stem from some powerful backing or an unstable mind. Judging from the noble emblem on his chest, they surmised that Ye Feng was not of high nobility, making it hard for them to accept he was someone reckless and unrestrained. Moreover, his attempt to mimic the roar of a beast revealed a certain lack. They believed that Ye Feng's audacity in teasing Qin Ruoshui could either stem from some powerful backing or an unstable mind. Judging from the noble emblem on his chest, they surmised that Ye Feng was not of high nobility, making it hard for them to accept he was someone reckless and unrestrained. Moreover, his attempt to mimic the roar of a beast revealed a certain lack of intelligence. In their eyes, Lockfield's anger was for the sake of a beautiful woman. She found herself disheartened when she saw him seeking out another woman. This left her feeling somewhat disillusioned, wondering if Ye Feng had some underlying issues. Upon returning to the courtyard, she reflected on how thrilling the previous encounter had been, vowing to seek this striking young man with white pupils was making quite the impression at the banquet. Boldly seeking to mate with a student from one of the two military academies in the Tiannan Empire, the sword sect's inner court. How direct and audacious. Upon returning to the courtyard, she reflected on how thrilling the previous encounter had been, vowing to seek Ye Feng again to continue their unfinished business. Little did she know, intending to wash away the insult with Ye Feng's blood. Witnessing Ye Feng roar like a beast and pound his chest like a primate, Lolan felt waves of emotion. To lose such a uniquely handsome man would indeed be a tragic fate. It must be said that, for various reasons, some noble women's psyches were somewhat twisted, and Lolan was no exception. Now, she felt relieved, no longer needing to dwell on past connections. Although she had not practiced martial energy or magic as a noble, she understood what it meant to enter the inner court of the sword sect. It signified talent and strength. Meanwhile, when Xian Shantian was engaged in a fierce internal struggle, contemplating how to save Ye Feng, Lockfield's prowess was formidable. Having reached the early stages of the martial arts realm, he could practice powerful combat techniques. And Lolan was no exception. Now, she felt relieved, no longer needing to dwell on past connections. Although she had not practiced martial energy or magic as a noblewoman. While Ye Feng had once been the king of beasts in the outskirts of the Forgotten Forest, humans were distinct from beasts, with intelligence being humanity's most formidable trait. From Wen Xian Changtian's perspective, the outcome of a duel between Ye Feng and Lockfield could very well lead to Ye Feng's demise. Thus, this meant that Ye Feng, who lacked martial energy, would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. While Ye Feng had once been the king of beasts in the outskirts of the Forgotten Forest, humans were distinct from beasts, with intelligence being humanity's most formidable trait. From Wen Xian Changtian's perspective, the outcome of a duel between Ye Feng and Lockfield could very well lead to Ye Feng's demise. Thus, he resolved to devise a plan to rescue Ye Feng should he find himself in peril. He thought, when his life is in danger, I shall intervene. Even if it angers the city lord, Talibanfalai, at worst, we can relocate from Sunrise Mountain City. With that determination, when Xian Changtian readied himself, as Lockfield faced Ye Feng's beast-like charge, he let out a cold snort, choosing to stand firm and absorb Ye Feng's punch. Regardless of Ye Feng's mental state, Lockfield recognized that Ye Feng lacked martial energy, as there was no sign of it emanating from him. As a practitioner of the martial arts realm, he only knew the most direct and effective method, which was to strike with all his might. His punch sliced through the air with a fierce wind. Those present, as a former beast king, he understood that retreat was not an option. He had encountered stronger beasts before, even if he could not defeat Lockfield. He believed the latter could not easily harm him. Thus, he launched a straightforward punch at Lockfield, devoid of any embellishment. Ye Feng was unaware of such intricacies. He only knew the most direct and effective method, which was to strike with all his might. His punch sliced through the air with a fierce wind. Those present, why could he not sense any martial energy? Could it be that Ye Feng dedicated himself solely to physical training, neglecting martial energy, believing it a waste of time? Did he truly think reaching such a stage was easily attainable? Lockfield himself had only attained a cleansed physique. He knew it would take time to reach that level of refinement and that he needed to advance into the later stages of the martial arts realm to sufficiently refine his body with martial energy. He did not appear to be a student of any academy, making it puzzling how he could have reached such a level so quickly. A series of questions arose in Lockfield's mind. Fine, I shall take your punch and see if you have truly reached this remarkable stage of body refinement. Ye Feng's fist aimed directly for Lockfield's dantian. If Lockfield were still at the body refinement stage, the abdomen would be a vulnerable area. But he was no longer at that stage. Having entered the martial arts realm, his dantian brimmed with martial energy. Lockfield held his breath, bracing himself to withstand Ye Feng's formidable punch. Practicing Earth-type martial energy techniques, known for their superior defensive capabilities, Ye Feng's fist aimed directly for Lockfield's dantian. If Lockfield were still at the body refinement stage, the abdomen would be a vulnerable area. But he was no longer at that stage. Having entered the martial arts realm, his dantian brimmed with martial energy. Lockfield held his breath, bracing himself to withstand Ye Feng's formidable punch. Practicing Earth-type martial energy techniques, known for their superior defensive capabilities, he was confident that even if struck in the dantian, he could withstand the force unless the attacker was significantly stronger. Ye Feng's observations led him to believe that everyone gathered martial energy in their dantian, which sparked an idea to see if he could disperse it. However, when his punch connected with Lockfield's abdomen, it did not yield the anticipated effect. Instead, it felt as though he struck solid earth. The impact barely penetrated before being met with an even greater force that sent him reeling back, nearly losing his balance. Lockfield appeared unfazed on the surface, yet internally, he was somewhat astonished. His dantian ached subtly. This seemingly deranged individual, despite lacking martial energy, possessed considerable strength. Lockfield had initially braced himself to test Ye Feng's power and assess the defensive capabilities of his own body at the early stages of the martial arts realm. After this trial, he realized that his own defenses were not as formidable as he had believed. Ye Feng, the barbarian, had not yet reached that remarkable level of body refinement. in terms of the hardness of his fists and the resilience of his flesh. He was not as formidable as one who had achieved such a state. The winds generated by his punches were weaker than expected. It seemed he had only refined his body to a stage just before that of remarkable refinement, achieving a balance among muscles, bones, flesh, and veins. The balance of muscles, bones, and tendons has reached a state of harmony, indicating that every part of his body is working in perfect unison, thereby allowing him to unleash his full potential. It is no wonder that he possesses such formidable strength and a well-defined fighting style. Upon discerning the truth, he resolved not to let Ye Feng continue. It was time for him to retaliate. Although Lockfilly bore a long sword at his waist, he refrained from utilizing it, deeming it unnecessary to resort to weapons against someone weaker than himself. After 6 years of rigorous training at the Sword Sect Academy, he had amassed considerable experience in close combat. Following a counter to Ye Feng's initial strike, he swiftly extended a hand to seize Ye Feng's wrist. At that moment, Ye Feng was still regaining his footing. Despite his desire to evade, his limited experience in combat rendered him unable to escape. But the opposing energy impeded his movements. Desperation drove him to use his remaining hand and foot to claw and kick at Lockfilly. A dense aura of battle energy coursed from his fingers to Ye Feng's arm, causing a heavy sensation that dulled the responsiveness of Ye Feng's limb. This influence rapidly began to spread throughout his entire body. Realizing he could not remain passive, Ye Feng instinctively struggled to break free from Lockfilly's grip. But the opposing energy impeded his movements. Desperation drove him to use his remaining hand and foot to claw and kick at Lockfilly. Lockfilly had initially intended to inject his energy into Ye Feng's body, rendering him temporarily immobile. However, Ye Feng's swift and instinctive counter took him by surprise. There was no consideration of mercy or shame. In the wild, only the strong survive, and if he could not defeat his opponent, he transformed his grip from a punch to a claw aimed at Lockfilly's eyes, while simultaneously delivering a kick aimed at his groin. These two attacks were ruthless and calculated, targeting the vulnerabilities of any creature with eyes and the reproductive organs, which even Lockfilly's Earth-type energy might struggle to withstand. For Ye Feng, despite Ye Feng's rudimentary fighting skills, his rapid adaptability startled Lockfilly. Had it not been for his extensive experience, he might very well have sustained injuries due to his momentary lapse in caution. So he swiftly redirected one hand to intercept Ye Feng's claw while clamping down on the foot aimed at his groin with his own legs. The sudden shift in circumstances astonished even the students of the Sword Sect Academy, who had initially thought Lockfilly had subdued Ye Feng. He might very well have sustained injuries due to his momentary lapse in caution. Just as he believed Ye Feng had been rendered immobile, Ye Feng launched another attack. As though faced with a beast, Lockfilly was unwilling to let Ye Feng bite him, feeling a chill of apprehension. Although he had entered the realm of martial prowess, the sudden shift in circumstances astonished even the students of the Sword Sect Academy, who had initially thought Lockfilly had subdued Ye Feng, only to witness Ye Feng resorting to such primal tactics. In the beginning, many perceived Ye Feng as somewhat unhinged, yet now, witnessing his ferocity left them feeling uneasy. As though faced with a beast, Lockfilly was unwilling to let Ye Feng bite him, feeling a chill of apprehension. Although he had entered the realm of martial prowess, Lockfilly could forcibly inject his energy, limiting Ye Feng's movements. Lockfilly was left with no choice but to forcefully push Ye Feng away just as he was about to sink his teeth into his neck. Once released, Ye Feng regained mobility, flipping over to confront Lockfilly on all fours like a wild animal. Despite having escaped, Ye Feng acknowledged Lockfilly's strength should he get too close. Lockfilly could forcibly inject his energy, limiting Ye Feng's movements. Lockfilly had underestimated his opponent, initially believing Ye Feng lacked any mastery of energy manipulation, only to find himself at a disadvantage as Ye Feng employed such savage tactics. Lockfilly glanced at Qin Ruoshui. As the veins around Ye Feng's eyes receded, his irises transformed into the crimson three-tomo Sharingan. He resolved to eliminate Ye Feng in the next round. Aware of the formidable opponent before him, Ye Feng steeled himself to confront this rival. Believing that Qin Ruoshui held no significant ties to him, and thus, he could pursue her unreservedly. If he could defeat this competitor, he would win her heart through strength. The onlookers in the courtyard remained silent, captivated by the wildness Ye Feng had just displayed, rendering them speechless. He had earned his title as the Beast King of the Forest through sheer prowess. Ye Feng gradually rose to his feet. His previous position on all fours had been instinctual, but standing was indeed more advantageous for someone not accustomed to crawling like a beast. The onlookers in the courtyard remained silent, captivated by the wildness Ye Feng had just displayed, rendering them speechless. Lockfilly concentrated a portion of his energy beneath the surface of his skin, allowing it to flow rapidly and form a protective layer just thick enough to shield him. And the recent encounter served as a valuable lesson. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had spared him embarrassment. Otherwise, even a victory would not have been worth boasting about. Known for its superior defensive capabilities, Lockfilly's resilience was significantly enhanced. Now, he regarded Ye Feng with increased seriousness. His 6 years of training had imparted a crucial lesson. Even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Underestimating an opponent could lead to dire consequences. Transforming into a mere shadow as he lunged towards Ye Feng. His speed was so remarkable that the onlookers struggled to track his movements. Lockfilly resolved to dispatch Ye Feng swiftly, understanding that failing to do so would jeopardize his standing in Qin Roshui's eyes. With this in mind, he no longer held back. Too fast for the crowd to discern his actions. Martial techniques are skillful applications of strength, honed through a warrior's accumulated experiences. They can encompass a variety of forms. Transforming into a mere shadow as he lunged towards Ye Feng. His speed was so remarkable that the onlookers struggled to track his movements. Employing a martial technique known as reverse hand slash, Lockfilly positioned his right hand into a blade-like form, striking towards Ye Feng's neck with blinding speed. Too fast for the crowd to discern his actions. Martial techniques are skillful applications of strength, honed through a warrior's accumulated experiences. They can encompass a variety of forms, including both weapon-based and body-based techniques. Yet within Ye Feng's Sharingan, despite Lockfilly's swiftness, he could foresee the trajectory of Lockfilly's movements. As Lockfilly approached, the Sharingan revealed an impending shadow, a premonition of Lockfilly's next action. Just as the reverse hand strike was poised to sever his neck, Ye Feng instinctively bent forward, lowering his head. At that precise moment, the Sharingan detected another shadow, Lockfilly's foot aimed at Ye Feng's vulnerable area. The martial technique known as reverse hand slash. As Ye Feng, who had just attempted to kick Lockfilly, found himself swiftly countered. Ye Feng's crouched evasion was intended not only to avoid the blow, but to launch a close-range counterattack. However, he was unprepared for the follow-up strike, allowing for a continuous barrage of strikes. In response to Ye Feng's hunched posture, Lockfilly executed a second attack aimed at the lower regions. A swift retaliation indeed. Against an opponent of superior speed, evading or blocking becomes a formidable challenge, a scenario only possible in the absence of his ocular prowess. Fortuitously, Ye Feng possessed the Sharingan, granting him precognitive abilities to respond preemptively. With both hands raised defensively, Ye Feng managed to deflect the low kick while instinctively aware that Lockfilly had further maneuvers in store. Lockfilly was momentarily surprised that Ye Feng could withstand his second strike. However, against an opponent of superior speed, evading or blocking becomes a formidable challenge, a scenario only possible in the absence of his ocular prowess. Fortuitously, Ye Feng possessed the Sharingan, twisting his waist as he retracted the low kick and unleashed a direct strike aimed at Ye Feng's abdomen. The fluidity of Lockfilly's movements made the attack appear as though he had practiced it countless times, culminating in a powerful blow that connected with his 6 years at the Sword Sect Academy had not been in vain. He swiftly transitioned into a third attack. The impact was akin to being struck by a raging beast, sending Ye Feng careening through the air. Sensing that Ye Feng would be unable to evade his final assault, thus, he unleashed 80% of his strength combined with 60% of his fighting spirit, amplifying the impact upon connection. The explosive force of the strike resulted in a devastating blow, sufficient to severely injure even a practitioner of the minor perfection of body refinement. The impact was akin to being struck by a raging beast, sending Ye Feng careening through the air, pain radiating throughout his body. Lockfilly had calculated this moment, sensing that Ye Feng would be unable to evade his final assault. Thus, he unleashed 80% of his strength combined with 60% of his fighting spirit, amplifying the impact upon connection. The explosive force of the strike resulted in a devastating blow, sufficient to severely injure even a practitioner of the minor perfection of body refinement. When Xian Chang Tian emerged from the crowd after considerable internal struggle. Miss Qin, I implore your mercy. This is my wife's nephew, Yin Rongyi. He suffered a grave illness in his youth, which has left him somewhat unhinged. His earlier offense was born of ignorance. I beseech you to spare his life. When Xian Chang Tian's late intervention was strategic, he recognized that Ye Feng had already offended Qin Ruoshui. When Xian Chang Tian emerged from the crowd after considerable internal struggle. Miss Qin, I implore your mercy. This is my wife's nephew, Yin Rongyi Chun. He suffered a grave illness in his youth, which has left him somewhat unhinged. His earlier offense was born of ignorance. I beseech you to spare his life. When Xian Chang Tian's late intervention was strategic, he recognized that Ye Feng had already offended Qin Ruoshui. Despite having witnessed Ye Feng's behavior, no one dared to intercede, fearing the wrath of the city lord, Talibanfalai. Just as despair began to sink in, an older nobleman, around 50 years of age, stepped forward to plead with Qin Ruoshui. I too have observed that this Yin Rongyi Chun is somewhat unwell. When Xian Chang Tian scanned the onlookers with a pleading gaze, hoping for someone to speak on Ye Feng's behalf, thereby increasing the chances of his survival. When Xian Chang Tian was taken aback by the unexpected support from this nobleman, Dolan Loser, a merchant from a neighboring city and a business associate, around 50 years of age, stepped forward to plead with Qin Ruoshui. I too have observed that this Yin Rongyi Chun is somewhat unwell. Qin Ruoshui remarked, her expression softening, though she had initially borne a cold demeanor, recognizing Ye Feng's troubled state. She was prepared to intervene when Xian Chang Tian and Dolan Loser appealed on his behalf, providing her an opportunity to de-escalate the situation. Due to my frail condition, I have caused some discontent among the guests, and I apologize for any discomfort I may have inflicted. I hope you can overlook tonight's events. Qin Ruoshui remarked, her expression softening, though she had initially borne a cold demeanor, recognizing Ye Feng's troubled state. Let us not allow this incident to mar tonight's festivities. I must remind everyone that Rock will soon return to the Sword Sect Academy. Due to my frail condition, I have caused some discontent among the guests, and I apologize for any discomfort I may have inflicted. I hope you can overlook tonight's events. Such matters cannot be blamed on my niece, Talibanfalai replied, though he had appeared displeased moments earlier. Despite the recent unpleasantness, my son Rock has avenged your honor. His recent display of lightning-fast attacks leaving a lasting impression on all present. At merely 20 years of age, those wishing to reminisce with him should seize the opportunity. As the lord of the Sunrise Mountain City, Talibanfalai adeptly navigated the situation. In this moment, Rockfilly felt that all the trials endured at the Sword Sect Academy were wholly justified. Before long, Ye Feng regained consciousness. His recent display of lightning-fast attacks leaving a lasting impression on all present. At merely 20 years of age, his martial prowess inspired envy among many. Surrounded by admirers, his gaze fell upon Rockfilly, who was basking in the adoration of the crowd, accompanied by the lovely Qin Ruoshui. Suddenly, Rockfilly seemed to sense Ye Feng's awareness. Casting a scornful glance in his direction, others around him also noticed Rockefeller's gaze and turned their attention toward Ye Feng. In an instant, Ye Feng found himself the target of numerous stares, each filled with various sentiments: pity, mockery, pride, and disdain. Having never before experienced such scrutiny, Ye Feng felt an inexplicable discomfort settle in his heart. This was the treatment reserved for a failure, even though the banquet had yet to conclude. Ye Feng could no longer bear it. He disregarded the concerns of his friends, Xian Chang Tian and Xian Lan, and leaped away from the gathering. Ye Feng found himself the target of numerous stares, each filled with various sentiments: pity, mockery, pride, and disdain. Having never before experienced such scrutiny, Ye Feng felt an inexplicable discomfort settle in his heart. This was the treatment reserved for a failure, even though the banquet had yet to conclude. Ye Feng could no longer bear it. He disregarded the concerns of his friends, Xian Chang Tian and Xian Lan, and leaped away from the gathering. Time shifted back to Xian Manor, where everyone had returned home. As Yin Rongchang Xian inquired about the events that had unfolded, some within the city might hesitate to offend or seek favor with Taliban, complicating matters for the Xian family. It seemed pointless to stay under such circumstances. And where shall we go? Yin Rongchang Xian replied, showing no signs of regret regarding Wan Xi and Chang Tian's decision to relinquish their holdings in the city. Perhaps due to his injuries necessitating rest, or perhaps because of his melancholic mood, and possibly influenced by the healing potion Wan Xi and Chang Tian had left behind, which had a sedative effect, Ye Feng unwittingly drifted into slumber. In his dreamlike state, Ye Feng found himself in a wondrous realm, shrouded in mist, where nothing was discernible. This was Ye Feng's foggy dreamscape. He seldom dreamed, and when he did, it was invariably this indistinct realm. He could not fathom why his dreams always manifested as such. Yet he sensed that something lay hidden within the fog. He had searched in vain in previous dreams, awakening each time without finding anything. To his surprise, on this particularly dismal day, he entered the dream world once more, and this time he felt a presence concealed within the mist. He could perceive emotions emanating from this unknown entity: resentment, anger, and humiliation. These sentiments were strikingly familiar, mirroring his own feelings from the banquet that evening. Curiosity propelled Ye Feng toward the source of these sensations. He wandered, uncertain of the passage of time, until he stumbled upon a fleshy cocoon. On this particularly dismal day, he entered the dream world once more, and this time he felt a presence concealed within the mist. Ye Feng could distinctly sense that the emotions radiating from this cocoon resonated with his own, echoing his discontent over the events of the night. Curiosity propelled Ye Feng toward the source of these sensations. He wandered, uncertain of the passage of time, until he stumbled upon a fleshy cocoon, nearly half his height. This cocoon appeared eerily familiar, reminiscent of the one he had emerged from upon his rebirth, albeit considerably smaller, only a quarter of its original size. He lacked the ability to see through it. Otherwise, he could have employed his powers of perception to unveil the truth. At that moment, this sense of kinship compelled him to reach out and touch the cocoon. As his hand made contact, he felt an inexplicable pull between them, as if they were drawn to one another. What is this? Why do I feel such a connection? Ye Feng pondered, eager to uncover the secrets of the cocoon. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to see through it. Otherwise, he could have employed his powers of perception to unveil the truth. At that moment, and a realization dawned upon him. If he fully integrated with the cocoon, he would acquire vast knowledge. Yet, before he could delve into he noticed tendrils emerging from the cocoon, entwining around him. As the cocoon transmitted memories, Ye Feng realized that while he was gaining knowledge, he was also losing fragments of his own memories, forgetting certain things. The balance of gain and loss alarmed him. And a realization dawned upon him. If he fully integrated with the cocoon, he would acquire vast knowledge. Yet, before he could delve into the newfound memories and wisdom, he found himself no longer in the foggy dreamscape, but rather crashing to the ground from his bed. Outside, the light had brightened significantly, indicating it was as the sun streamed into the room. Ye Feng had no time to contemplate his dream. Suddenly, his mind exploded with sensations, and darkness enveloped him as he. If this continued, he would inevitably be the one absorbed. In a panic, Ye Feng hastily withdrew, managing to extricate himself from the cocoon's grasp. Just as he broke free, she called out several times without response. Leaving the snacks behind, she tucked him in and quietly exited. Perhaps the events of last night have weighed heavily on him. As the sun streamed into the room, Ye Feng had no time to contemplate his dream. Suddenly, his mind exploded with sensations, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. His first instinct was to search for food within the manor, yet today he remained unusually still, sitting quietly on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he activated his Sharingan. However, it was not the 3-tomo form, but rather the 1-tomo variant. Since awakening, I shall wait until he comes to terms with it, she thought as she departed. In the afternoon, Ye Feng awoke from his stupor. Typically, his first instinct was to search for food within the manor, yet today he remained unusually still, sitting quietly on the edge of his bed, staring vacantly at the skylight. Lost in thought, suddenly, he activated his Sharingan. However, it was not the 3-tomo form, but rather the 1-tomo variant. Since awakening, he had gained a deeper understanding of his Sharingan abilities, which were inherently his knowledge and experience. Compared to the previous day, Ye Feng had transformed. He now possessed a greater understanding of various matters. In the foggy dreamscape, he had sacrificed half of his memories to extract knowledge and experience from the cocoon. Although the memories he obtained were sparse and disjointed, the knowledge and experience were substantial. It was akin to a driver who neglects to fasten their seatbelt until a near-fatal accident teaches them the importance of safety. As he had awakened to the three-tomo form in moments of peril, with the knowledge and experience gained from his rebirth, his comprehension of the Sharingan deepened. Previously, Ye Feng had never comprehended the art of utilizing the power of the Sharingan's tomo separately. However, after experiencing the events within the Misty Dream, he mastered the ability to manipulate the tomo of the Sharingan with ease. Presently, Ye Feng possesses three tomo, each endowed with distinct abilities. As he had awakened to the three-tomo form in moments of peril, with the knowledge and experience gained from his rebirth, his comprehension of the Sharingan deepened. Previously, extending his hand to about 0.7 meters from his eyes, he could distinctly observe the fine hairs and pores on his skin. With his visual acuity being twice that of an ordinary person, looking out the window, he could discern objects at a distance 25 times greater than usual. Represented by a single tomo is the insight tomo, which is the most basic and commonplace ability, insight. To deepen his understanding, Ye Feng gazed at the back of his hand. Ye Feng realized that the initial form of the Sharingan's single tomo merely possessed basic insight capabilities, slightly with his visual acuity being twice that of an ordinary person. Looking out the window, he could discern objects at a distance 25 times greater than usual. As two mosquitoes flew past the window, Ye Feng could clearly perceive their speed, which seemed to be half compared to normal. When activating this tomo's ability alone, employing the Sharingan's insight and replication capabilities to imprint the observed images deeply into his mind. When the first tomo appeared, Ye Feng merely had the sensation of observing. But with the second tomo, he immediately sensed the capacity for replication. He understood that this second tomo represented the primary replication ability. Upon its emergence, Ye Feng instantly felt an overwhelming urge to record every image he encountered. It transcended merely combining insight with replication. The replication tomo's power is predicated on the foundation of the insight tomo's ability, thereby enhancing its capacity. The detail perception is 5 times that of ordinary eyes, the distance perception is 35 times greater, and the observational speed is doubled. After experimenting for a while, Ye Feng felt he had a solid grasp of the dual tomo Sharingan before he enhanced his ocular power once more, activating the three-tomo Sharingan. It transcended merely combining insight with replication. The replication tomo's power is predicated on the foundation of the insight tomo's ability, thereby enhancing its capacity. The detail perception is 5 times that of ordinary eyes, the distance perception is 35 times greater, and the observational speed is doubled. After experimenting for a while, enabling him to predict others' movements and discern the chakra within their bodies. The illusionary tomo not only enhances the insight tomo, the three-tomo Sharingan is the form Ye Feng utilizes the most, and it has become his most familiar state. Drawing upon his past experiences, he deduced that the third tomo possesses illusionary capabilities. Its emergence not only strengthens the insight tomo, but also allows the insight ability to perceive chakra through an illusory lens, enabling him to predict others' movements and discern the chakra within their bodies. The illusionary tomo not only enhances the insight tomo, but also augments the replication ability. I don't know, but it sounds like Tiger Bo has agreed to something, Wu Xingu responded, being familiar with the language of beasts. The sound of a tiger's roar echoed through the Wuxin mansion, startling Yen Rong and Chang Xian among others. What is happening? With a serious-faced Ye Feng standing before the golden-maned, saber-toothed tiger, Yen Rong was astonished as she scrutinized Ye Feng, noticing subtle changes compared to the previous day. His gaze and expression lacked the innocence of yesterday and exuded an aura of dominance. Wu Xingu and Wu Xinjing observed that Ye Feng resembled the formidable presence they had first encountered, radiating the majesty of a beast king. What is going on? Yen Rong inquired. For some reason, as soon as Yi Chun emerged from his room, he challenged Tiger Bo. Ye Feng mentioned wanting to fulfill a challenge that was left unfinished, Wu Xinlan explained. Is there no way to avoid the fight? Yen Rong expressed her concern. Wu Xingu and Wu Xinjing observed that Ye Feng resembled the formidable presence they had first encountered, radiating the majesty of a beast king. What is going on? Yen Rong inquired. For some reason, as soon as Yi Chun emerged from his room, he challenged Tiger Bo. Ye Feng mentioned wanting to fulfill a challenge that was left unfinished, Wu Xinlan explained. Is there no way to avoid the fight? Yen Rong expressed her concern. Worried that Ye Feng might be injured again by the golden-maned saber-toothed tiger, whose previous wounds had likely not yet healed. Upon hearing Yenrong's words, the golden-maned saber-toothed tiger responded with several roars that only those who understood beast language could comprehend. What did Tiger Bo say? Yenrong asked her companions. He said he cannot decline. This challenge was proposed by Ye Chen himself. To show respect, Tiger Bo must comply. This is also to settle their previous battle, with the tiger following suit. They are going outside for the duel. Xiaolan, let us follow, Wu Xinjing called as he summoned his blue-blooded wolf, leaping onto its back to chase after them. Oh dear, how did it come to this? Yenrong stomped her foot, lifting her elegant skirt as she... It seems he is determined to duel with Tiger Bo, Wu Xinjing remarked. With a fierce roar, Ye Feng shouted at the golden-maned saber-toothed tiger and leaped outside the mansion, with the tiger following suit. They are going outside for the duel. Xiaolan, let us follow, Wu Xinjing called as he summoned his blue-blooded wolf, leaping onto its back to chase after them. Oh dear, how did it come to this? Yenrong stomped her foot, lifting her elegant skirt as she jumped outside, finding it manageable to keep up despite her modest martial prowess. Wu Xingu summoned a multi-horned deer, while Wu Xinlan called forth a patterned spider. Both Wu Xingu and Wu Xinlan beckoned their magical beasts to join them, riding off in pursuit. Before they departed, the servants in the mansion were left in a sweat. Release his pent-up emotions and affirm his worth. In the language of beasts, as the beast king of this forest, I am entirely worthy of witnessing your true strength. Ye Feng expressed this sentiment, allowing them to engage fully in their battle. At this moment, Ye Feng sought to challenge the golden-maned saber-toothed tiger to complete their duel, to prove his strength. Staring intently at Ye Feng for several seconds before responding in the language of beasts, Kid, considering you were once the Beast King, I will allow you to see my true strength. Third brother, how long do you think Ye Chun can withstand against Tiger Bo? Wu Xingu turned to, curious about Ye Feng's true capabilities, though he did not believe Ye Feng could defeat the golden-maned saber-toothed tiger, which had lived for nearly 4 centuries. Its strength nearing that of a monstrous beast. Ordinary magical beasts were no match for it. Although Ye Feng possessed a physique akin to that of a magical beast, it paled in comparison. I don't know, Wu Xinjing replied, displaying disinterest as he watched the standoff between man and beast, seemingly disinclined to engage with his elder brother. Ye Feng and the golden-maned saber-toothed tiger locked eyes, emanating an aura of ferocity. This was a manifestation of Ye Feng's life in the forest, shaped by the natural law of survival of the fittest. Having spent considerable time with monkeys, his display of power also bore an essence reminiscent of simians. Ye Feng clenched his fists, striking his chest fiercely, then let out a primal roar akin to that of a monkey, his eyes shifting into the 3-tomo Sharingan state. Noticing the transformation in Ye Feng's eyes, the golden-maned saber-toothed tiger felt a twinge of wariness. It was a beast that had lived for centuries, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans. In its view, Ye Feng's physique was comparable to that of an ordinary magical beast, lacking any inherent magical energy, and thus, theoretically, he should not have been able to ascend to the position of the king among the 7 magical beasts. Yet, reality defied this notion, indicating that Ye Feng must possess latent powers yet to be revealed. The transformation in Ye Feng's eyes caught the attention of the golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger. Perhaps those extraordinary eyes served as his secret weapon. Could it be that he intended to challenge the Tiger Lord with this unique ocular state? Was there an extraordinary ability hidden within the eyes of Ye Chun? When Xian Gua expressed his astonishment, as during the week spent with Ye Feng, indicating that Ye Feng must possess latent powers yet to be revealed. The transformation in Ye Feng's eyes caught the attention of the golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger. Perhaps those extraordinary eyes served as his secret weapon. Could it be that he intended to challenge the Tiger Lord with this unique ocular state? What other abilities did his eyes possess? An expression of anticipation flickered in Xian Lan's eyes, as Ye Feng let out a feral roar. The golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger responded with an even louder roar, reverberating through the air, deafening Yenrong Changxin, who stood several dozen meters away. This was a contest of intimidation. In this regard, Ye Feng was no match for the golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger. However, the disparity in presence would not deter Ye Feng. His experiences in the forest had taught him that a louder beast did not necessarily mean a stronger one. Confident in its superior presence, the golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger lunged at Ye Feng with tremendous force, aiming to bring him down with a mighty swipe. Despite its massive size, the tiger's speed was commendable. rivaling that of the speed-oriented red-haired ape king, as a creature closely resembling a demon beast in power. The golden-haired saber-toothed tiger possessed such velocity that ordinary magical beasts had no chance of resistance against it. It believed that Ye Feng would be unable to evade its assault, and it could swiftly subdue him without prolonging the battle, leaving him battered and bruised. Unbeknownst to the tiger, Ye Feng's speed was comparable to that of the red-haired ape king, and with the unique predictive capabilities of the Sharingan. The golden-haired saber-toothed tiger possessed such velocity that ordinary magical beasts had no chance of resistance against it. It believed that by unleashing its full speed from the outset, Ye Feng would be unable to evade its assault, and it could swiftly subdue him without prolonging the battle, leaving him battered and bruised. Unbeknownst to the tiger, Ye Feng's speed was comparable to that of the red-haired ape king, and with the unique predictive capabilities of the Sharingan. He began to evade before the tiger's attack even reached him. Swaying to the side, he effortlessly dodged the massive claws and, with a clenched fist, struck toward the soft underside of the tiger's jaw. Having learned from their previous encounter, Ye Feng understood that to effectively strike the formidable golden-haired saber-toothed tiger, he must target its vulnerable spots. His punch was executed with finesse. Not only did he deftly evade the tiger's massive claws, but he also accurately aimed for the tiger's jaw, reminiscent of a seasoned martial artist who effortlessly anticipated the opponent's moves and weaknesses, then dodged and countered. The golden-haired saber-toothed tiger now found Ye Feng, empowered by the Sharingan, to be a formidable opponent, as it sensed that its every action was completely discerned by him. How did Ye Chen manage to evade the Tiger Lord's claws? When Xiangua gasped in surprise, the tiger had just unleashed its maximum speed, at least twice as fast as when it had pursued Ye Feng in the Forgotten Forest. When the tiger's massive claws descended upon Ye Feng, when Xiangua observed him making a slight evasive maneuver, believing he would be struck, to her astonishment, the massive claws missed Ye Feng entirely, slicing through the air beside him. Such speed, failing to connect, left her deeply astounded. For Ye Feng to evade the sudden onslaught of the golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger was not an insurmountable task. The real challenge lay in finding an opening to counterattack after dodging those massive claws. Relying solely on speed would have made it difficult for Ye Feng. But with the Sharingan activated, he could easily achieve this feat. While the Sharingan's insight was not as formidable as that of the Byakugan, it was still substantial. Coupled with the predictive abilities of Ye Feng's three-tomo Sharingan, executing such maneuvers was far from a challenge. When his powerful fist struck the tiger's jaw, the golden-haired saber-toothed tiger winced in pain and instinctively swiped at Ye Feng with its other paw, but once again, it missed. Following that, the tiger's subsequent lunges failed to land a single blow on Ye Feng. Its foreclaws and tail were employed, yet they could not graze even the hem of Ye Feng's attire. The confrontation had transformed into a one-sided affair, with the golden-haired saber-toothed tiger merely enduring Ye Feng's relentless strikes, initially anticipating a grand showdown between Ye Feng and the tiger. When Xiangua and the others were left both disappointed and astonished by the unfolding scenario, the most profound feelings of disbelief were shared by Wen Xiangua and Wen Xianjing. During their previous encounter, Ye Feng had not displayed such prowess. Could it be attributed to his eyes? Previously, Ye Feng had only utilized his Byakugan in the duel against the tiger. Now, with the three-tomo Sharingan, did this pair of eyes possess even more formidable capabilities? At the outset, Yin Rongchangshin had worried that Ye Feng might be harmed by the golden-haired saber-toothed tiger, but it was now apparent that her concerns were unfounded. The golden-haired saber-toothed tiger, equally frustrated, found itself unable to land a blow on Ye Feng, who matched its speed. Despite exerting all its might, it could not even graze Ye Feng's attire. Every offensive maneuver was rendered transparent, leaving the tiger with no choice but to absorb the punishment. Although Ye Feng specifically targeted its vulnerable areas, the tiger's robust physique, nearing that of a demon beast, was vastly superior to the magical beasts within the Forgotten Forest. Even if Ye Feng were to land several hundred more punches, they would merely cause discomfort without inflicting real injury. As the battle persisted with neither side gaining the upper hand, Ye Feng's remarkable speed and ability to perceive all attacks had placed him in an invincible position. The golden-haired saber-toothed tiger began to comprehend why Ye Feng could ascend to the throne of magical beasts within that territory. With a resounding roar, the tiger demanded Ye Feng to cease his assault. In truth, it possessed even stronger magical techniques. but at this moment, there was no need to employ them. Even if unleashed, they might not reach Ye Feng. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, Ye Feng halted his attacks. Both he and the tiger understanding that continuing this way held no merit, as neither could prevail over the other. Their duel concluded without a decisive victor. After pausing, instantly forgot everything at the mention of food. With that, he turned and leapt toward the direction of Wen Xian's residence, now capable of jumping leaving him feeling considerably lighter. All right, no more fighting. Shall we return? Annie has prepared some delicious food for you. Throughout the past week, Ye Feng had displayed an insatiable appetite, prompting Yin Rongchangshin to use culinary delights to soothe his wounded spirit. Sure, Ye Feng, like a child. It's as if Yi Chun can predict the Tiger Lord's actions. Every time the Tiger Lord prepares to strike, Yi Chun seems to anticipate it in advance and acts first, quickly covering a distance of over 100 meters. I never expected it to end like this. When Xian Jing turned to Wen Xian Gua, unable to fathom that the confrontation between Ye Feng and the golden-haired saber-toothed tiger would conclude in such a manner. It's as if Yi Chun can predict the Tiger Lord's actions. Every time the Tiger Lord prepares to strike, Yi Chun seems to anticipate it in advance and acts first. After a moment of reflection, when Xingguo recalled the first time he encountered Ye Feng. At that time, he had used disdainful glances and had not exhibited such prowess even against the golden-haired saber-toothed tiger. Now, however, she felt as if Ye Feng possessed the ability to foresee his opponent's movements, dodging each attack with uncanny precision. This must be the power of Yi Chun's extraordinary eyes. After a moment of reflection, when Xingguo recalled the first time he encountered Ye Feng. At that time, he had used disdainful glances and had not exhibited such prowess even against the golden-haired saber-toothed tiger. Now, however, he seemed transformed, likely due to his newly acquired ocular abilities. As when Xinjing spoke, when Xingguo contemplated the differences in Ye Feng today compared to the past. Indeed, it was his gaze, previously. He appears to have undergone a change. When Xingguo remarked to Wen Xinjing, failure and setbacks foster growth. Perhaps he has matured overnight. When Xingguo suggested, prompting Wen Xinjing, allowing the patterned spider to carry her home. When Xingguo mounted his multi-horned deer and returned to the manor. Tiger uncle, let us head back. Taking a seat on the back of the golden-haired saber-toothed tiger, which then sped off. Ye Feng had undeniably changed. Despite no visible alteration, his mental acuity had advanced significantly since yesterday. Until now, he had lived life in a state of confusion, but from this day forward, allowing the patterned spider to carry her home. When Xingguo mounted his multi-horned deer and returned to the manor. Tiger uncle, let us head back, Yin Rongchang said. The experiences of the previous night, the first taste of failure, had stirred profound negative emotions within him, resonating with the dormant original persona within Ye Feng. His mental acuity had advanced significantly since yesterday. Until now, he had lived life in a state of confusion, but from this day forward, recoiled in fear and rejected contact before any formal merging could occur. In this fleeting moment, nearly half of the new persona's memories were siphoned away, particularly those from his life in the forest, disjointed fragments rather than a continuous narrative. Nonetheless, the new persona gleaned substantial benefits, absorbing knowledge and experience from the new persona encountered the original self. During this brief interaction, the emergent personality, meant to gravitate towards the original and restore its essence. When Xianchang Tian had also returned, Yin Rongchang ordered the servants to prepare a feast of Ye Feng's favorite dishes. Having not eaten all day, particularly those from his life in the forest, disjointed fragments rather than a continuous narrative. Nonetheless, the new persona gleaned substantial benefits, absorbing knowledge and experience from the original, which illuminated Ye Feng's mind and spurred initial growth. Upon returning to the Xian Manor, it was already 5 in the afternoon, and preparations for dinner were underway. When Xianchang Tian had also returned, Yin Rongchang ordered the servants to prepare a feast of Ye Feng's favorite dishes. Having not eaten all day, he consumed a meal sufficient for 4. When Xingguo and Wen Xinjing had long since grown accustomed to Ye Feng's prodigious appetite. After dining, when Xianchang Tian discreetly took Yin Rongchang aside for a private conversation, while the others dispersed to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Ye Feng occupied himself with his own pursuits near the entrance of his room. Moments later, when Xianchang Tian and Yin Rongchang sought out Ye Feng, when Xianchang Tian intended to leave them alone, but upon witnessing Ye Feng's actions, he found himself unable to move. The courtyard, modest in size yet adorned with exquisite flowers, when Xianchang Tian discreetly took Yin Rongchang aside for a private conversation, while the others dispersed to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Ye Feng occupied himself with his own pursuits near the entrance of his room. Moments later, when Xianchang Tian and Yin Rongchang sought out Ye Feng. Initially, Ye Feng's execution of the reverse slash was remarkably similar in form and essence to the original. What is happening? Yin Rongchang observed when Xianchang Tian had originally been designed for esteemed guests, now repurposed for Ye Feng. In its center, he was practicing martial arts, diligently repeating the very technique that Rockefeller had used to defeat him the previous night, the reverse slash. Ye Feng's execution of the reverse slash was remarkably similar in form and essence to the original. What is happening? Yin Rongchang observed when Xianchang Tian. And the second kick required only practice. However, the third kick was the most demanding. Most people struggled to follow through after completing the second kick, signaling her to remain silent, lest they disturb Ye Feng, and resumed his keen observation. Yin Rongchang, understanding the cue, joined him in silence, watching Ye Feng. Ye Feng executed the third kick flawlessly and seamlessly returned to the first, repeating the sequence with remarkable stamina. Clearly, his physical condition was extraordinary. But where had he learned this move? A question lingered in Yin Rongchang's mind. In contrast, when Xianchang Tian was even more astonished. As the concluding move of a combination technique, it required immense strength and perfect timing to maximize force, necessitating extensive practice to achieve proficiency. Yet, his three-tomo Sharingan endowed him with unparalleled imitative prowess. When Xianchang Tian reflected on Ye Feng's previous learning, anything he could mimic, he mastered instantly. After a moment of contemplation, when Xianchang Tian tugged at Yin Rongchang's sleeve, and together they quietly retreated. Shortly thereafter, Yin Rongchang returned with a cup of tea and a towel, settling into a stone pavilion in the courtyard. His three-tomo Sharingan endowed him with unparalleled imitative prowess. When Xianchang Tian reflected on Ye Feng's previous learning, anything he could mimic, he mastered instantly. What a remarkable capacity for learning. After a moment of contemplation, when Xianchang Tian tugged at Yin Rongchang's sleeve, and together they quietly retreated. Shortly thereafter, her actions imbued with maternal instinct, the innocence and purity of Ye Feng sparked a desire to nurture within her. Additionally, she was motivated by when Xianchang Tian's encouragement to cultivate a deeper bond with Ye Feng. Establishing a connection with someone like Ye Feng, who retained the mentality of a child, was relatively effortless. His dependence on those around him was growing. He often sought Yin Rongchang's assistance in wiping his mouth after meals or drying his sweat after exertion. In truth, Ye Feng relished the affection he received from Yin Rongchang. She was motivated by when Xianchang Tian's encouragement to cultivate a deeper bond with Ye Feng. Establishing a connection with someone like Ye Feng, a yearning that remained unmet in the wild. At this moment, Ye Feng had finally encountered those who cared for him, and how could he possibly refuse their affection? He often sought Yin Rongchang's assistance in wiping his mouth after meals or drying his sweat after exertion. In truth, Ye Feng relished the affection he received from Yin Rongchang. In the forest, he had been a solitary king, unique yet utterly alone. Observing other animals with companions and parental care ignited a longing within him for companionship and love, a yearning that remained unmet in the wild. At this moment, Ye Feng had finally encountered those who cared for him, and how could he possibly refuse their affection? Yi Chun, I heard that last night you took a fancy to a girl and wished to mate with her. Is that true? Yin Rongchang contemplated for a while before deciding that honesty was the best policy, and thus directly posed the question to Ye Feng. The inquiry, somewhat crude in its directness, Ye Feng declared with unabashed sincerity. Isn't he beyond your capability to defeat? Yin Rongchang inquired. Currently, I cannot best him, but I will in the future. Yes, Ye Feng nodded, the enchanting visage of the girl flashing through his mind. But she doesn't belong to you. She resides in a different world. What will you do about that? Yin Rongchang pressed further. What will I do? I shall grow stronger, defeat that man, and then claim her for myself. Ye Feng declared with unabashed sincerity. Isn't he beyond your capability to defeat? Yin Rongchang inquired. Currently, I cannot best him, but I will in the future. I shall strive to become powerful, to cultivate my fighting spirit. One day, I will vanquish that Rockefeller and win over Qin Ruoshui, Ye Feng stated earnestly. Yin Rongchang initially intended to guide Ye Feng toward a more attainable interest, perhaps suggesting Wen Xinlan as a suitable companion. The concept of cultivating fighting spirit was something Ye Feng had only recently begun to grasp at the banquet. For him, the motivation to learn was fueled by his desire to surpass those who had bested him, particularly since he had yet to undertake any training. Since you currently have no romantic interests, would you like to pursue a relationship with Xinlan? Yin, as her earlier plans had proven ineffective. No, Ye Feng shook his head resolutely, rejecting the notion outright. He harbored no romantic feelings for Wen Xinlan. For him, affection was binary, either present or absent. Although he enjoyed her company, there were no deeper intentions. Should Wen Xinlan learn that her parents had attempted to pair her with this wild boy, only to be turned down, one wonders what her reaction would be. Upon hearing Ye Feng's response, Yin Rongchang exhaled in relief. She had initially felt it was premature to discuss such matters with Ye Feng, but her husband's insistence had compelled her to broach the topic. Now, with Ye Feng seemingly disinterested, she felt, since you wish to learn fighting spirit, how about Aunt Yin helping you find a master? Despite their brief acquaintance of merely a week. Upon hearing Ye Feng's response, Yin Rongchang exhaled in relief. She had initially felt it was premature to discuss such matters with Ye Feng, but her husband's insistence had compelled her to broach the topic. Now, with Ye Feng seemingly disinterested, she felt there was little choice but to let things unfold naturally. A master is akin to a teacher, yet also embodies a paternal figure, she succinctly explained, knowing that straightforward Yin Rongchang genuinely cared about Ye Feng, and his tenacity inspired her support. Sure, Ye Feng exclaimed, springing to his feet with childlike exuberance. If you become bored, seek Xinlan for company. She affectionately ruffled Ye Feng's hair before departing, leaving him alone in the pavilion. Returning to her own chamber. A master is akin to a teacher, yet also embodies a paternal figure, she succinctly explained, knowing that straightforward definitions resonated best with Ye Feng. Oh, Ye Feng echoed, intrigued by the idea of a person who was both teacher and father. All right, Aunt Yin will return to her room now. You can play by yourself. He was motivated both for his own sake and for their daughter, who, though charming, was not getting any younger, and he feared she might remain unmarried. Over the past week, when Xian Changtian had diligently researched Ye Feng, initially believing him to be from a hidden, prestigious family, thus possessing such extraordinary abilities, he thought a union between Ye Feng and Xinlan could be beneficial for the future. However, after scouring through millennia of records, he was motivated both for his own sake and for their daughter, who, though charming, was not getting any younger, and he feared she might remain unmarried. Even if Ye Feng were not a member of a notable family, the potential he exhibited suggested his future achievements would be substantial. He thought a union between Ye Feng and Xinlan could be beneficial for the future. However, after scouring through millennia of records, he found no one with abilities similar to Ye Feng's. Perhaps this is a realm beyond my reach, he mused. Even if Ye Feng were not a member of a notable family, the potential he exhibited suggested his future achievements would be substantial. Its bulk was comparable to that of a tank, and on its back sat two men. The golden tiger let out an exuberant roar, its voice reverberating throughout the Xian estate. The saber-toothed tiger, hearing the call, emerged from its lair to respond excitedly. The golden tiger then leapt into the Xian residence, heading straight for the beast den. Although this golden tiger was only half the size of a saber-toothed tiger, seemingly indulging in a display of affection. Among the two men dislodged from the golden tiger, one was a robot, its voice reverberating throughout the Xian estate. The saber-toothed tiger, hearing the call, emerged from its lair to respond excitedly. The golden tiger then shook off its passengers. The youthful man turned to the elder and chuckled. Haha, master, please don't mind. The golden tiger has missed Uncle Tiger dearly and is merely expressing its affection. Not at all, my old bones are still quite sturdy. A few shakes won't be the end of me. It is only natural for a child to miss its parents. With a hint of stubble on his face, while the other was a young man with well-defined features, bearing a striking resemblance to both Yin Rongchang and Xian Changtian. The youthful man turned to the elder and chuckled. Haha, master, please don't mind. The golden tiger has missed Uncle Tiger dearly and is merely expressing its affection. Not at all, my old bones are still quite sturdy. A few shakes won't be the end of me. It is only natural for a child to miss its parents. The elder replied with a hearty laugh. The commotion caused by the golden tiger's return attracted many, including Wen Xinlan, Wen Xinghua, when Xian Jing, when Xian Changtian, Yin Rongchang, and Ye Feng could discern that it was as formidable as that of Rockefeller, who had bested him the previous night. The elder's fighting spirit, however, an instinct honed from the wilderness informing him that they were extraordinary. His eyes bulging, the veins around them prominent, Ye Feng's pupils shifted to a stark white. The elder seemed to possess a substantial emerald sphere within his dantian, signifying a fighting spirit far superior to that of the young man or Rockefeller. Well, I certainly did not expect you to join us, elder, when Xian Chantan remarked upon recognizing the elder, his initial surprise quickly giving way to warm enthusiasm as he approached. Father, mother. The youth called out to Wenxin Changtian and Yinrong Changxin, and the person he addressed was none other than Wenxin Changtian's long-awaited second son. Among the approaching figures, Wenxin Yang immediately noticed Ye Feng, whose pupils had turned white. Haha. I have come this time because you mentioned the old man in your letter to Xian Yang, he began, but Wenxin Changtian interrupted. Ah, dear sir, you've arrived. Father, mother. The youth called out to Wenxin Changtian and Yinrong Changxin, and the person he addressed was none other than Wenxin Changtian's long-awaited second son, Wenxin Yang. Among the approaching figures, Wenxin Yang immediately noticed Ye Feng, whose pupils had turned white. Haha. A missed meal made little difference to a warrior adept in combat energy. The elder, having lived for decades, could easily discern that Wenxin Changtian wished to pose. I presume you haven't had a meal yet. Let us head inside. I will have lunch prepared for you. After your journey, we can converse over a meal. They could not afford to be lacking in etiquette. Observing their actions, Ye Feng followed suit, greeting the elder as well, his gaze lingering on Ye Feng for a moment before exchanging pleasantries with Wenxin Changtian, who then ushered him into the inner hall. So he acquiesced, agreeing to eat first. Wenxin Gua, Wenxin Jing, and Wenxin Lan all approached politely, offering their greetings and expressions of welcome to the elder. As the host's children, in the courtyard outside the beast den at Wenxin Manor, Ye Feng tugged at Wenxin Lan's sleeve, inquiring, "Who is that old fellow?" His gaze lingering on Ye Feng for a moment before exchanging pleasantries with Wenxin Changtian, who then ushered him into the inner hall. Since Wenxin Gua and the others had already dined, they remained outside with Ye Feng. Wenxin Changtian and Yinrong Changxin accompanied the elder for the meal. In the courtyard outside the beast den at Wenxin Manor, Ye Feng tugged at Wenxin Lan's sleeve, inquiring, "Who is that old fellow?" "He is my second brother's master, an elder of the Holy Physician sect," Wenxin Lan replied after a moment's thought. "What is the Physician sect?" He aspired to cultivate combat energy to become stronger. He asked Wenxin Lan, as he felt slightly more familiar with her. He found Wenxin Jing, who was quite handsome. Wenxin Lan explained in a manner he could comprehend. A sect is akin to a group among beasts. The term Holy Physician refers to a sect. "He is my second brother's master, an elder of the Holy Physician sect," Wenxin Lan replied after a moment's thought. "What is the Physician sect? And what does it mean to be an elder?" Ye Feng asked, puzzled, having grown accustomed to Ye Feng's curious nature over the past week. They all greeted Ye Feng with smiles. At that moment, both the elder and Wenxin Yang noticed that Ye Feng's pupils had returned to their original black. "Sit down. This esteemed elder of the Holy Physician sect possesses formidable strength. Take a seat and allow him to examine your body, should he deem you worthy. He may take you as his apprentice and teach you combat energy," Yinrong Changxin encouraged, guiding Ye Feng to a chair in the room. "Okay," Ye Feng obediently replied, his curious eyes once again glancing at the elder. Having previously observed the elder's potent combat energy, he felt the man was indeed qualified to be his master. "Sit down. This esteemed elder of the Holy Physician sect possesses formidable strength. Take a seat and allow him to examine your body, should he deem you worthy." Ye Feng saw it was a small, round object, no larger than a bead, wrapped in an oily paper. Confused, he looked at Yinrong Changxin and then back at the elder. Noticing his perplexity, the elder retrieved another piece, unwrapping it to reveal a green pill. He placed it in his mouth and said, "This is a medicinal candy. It's quite delicious. Just hold it in your mouth. Don't swallow it." Ye Feng placed the medicinal candy in his mouth, and a wave of sweet, refreshing flavor surged through him, prompting a joy. Having gained a preliminary understanding of Ye Feng's condition during their earlier meal, the elder, with decades of medical experience, knew how to interact with children. He placed it in his mouth and said, "This is a medicinal candy. It's quite delicious. Just hold it in your mouth. Don't swallow it." mimicking the elder. The elder added, offering another piece, stirring Ye Feng's curiosity about how many more of these delightful treats the elder had. Sit still, I will check. Having gained a preliminary understanding of Ye Feng's condition during their earlier meal, the elder, with decades of medical experience, knew how to interact with children. Now, he used a piece of medicinal candy to build rapport with Ye Feng, ensuring their interaction was amicable and conducive to communication. Here, keep this one for later. The elder added, offering another piece, stirring Ye Feng's curiosity about how many more of these delightful treats the elder had. Sit still, I will check your body. No matter what happens, do not move, the elder instructed, raising 2 fingers to gently touch the center of Ye Feng's neck. Ye Feng felt a warm energy flow from the elder's fingertips into his body, traveling from his spine to his chest, and then spreading to his limbs. During this process, the elder's expressions varied greatly, first furrowing his brow, then widening his eyes in surprise, followed by exclamations of astonishment and wonder. This is impossible. The initially fine thread of energy from the elder began to thicken and expand within his body, doubling, quadrupling in size. Incredible. She could tell he had discovered something remarkable about Ye Feng, something that could evoke such astonishment from a seasoned physician. Wait, I need to verify this further. Upon hearing this, Wenxin Changtian, Wenxin Yang, and Yinrong Changxin were all deeply affected, particularly Wenxin Yang and Yinrong Changxin, who understood the significance of a robust meridian network for combat energy practitioners. It meant a greater capacity for energy flow, a faster and increased potency. He possesses 2 hearts and extraordinarily powerful internal organs. I never anticipated such density within his organs. I have only seen this in some exceptionally strong magical beasts, the elder murmured again. Only he could fully grasp the extent of his astonishment regarding Ye Feng, who understood the significance of a robust meridian network for combat energy practitioners. It meant a greater capacity for energy flow, a faster rotational speed, enhanced strength output. Now, a group stood at the mansion's entrance, including Lok Feili, Qin Ruoxue, and several other disciples from the Sword Sect Academy. Evidently, the city lord, Taliban, along with his 3 wives, 5 concubines, and several siblings of Lok Feili, all came out to bid farewell. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that among Lok Feili's group were 2 middle-aged individuals, dressed in uniforms similar to those of Lok Feili and his companions, albeit in a white and red. Rest assured, Father, during our trial in the land of Oblivion, we are accompanied by our esteemed instructors, and all will be well, Lok Feili assured his father. With a spirited glance at his siblings, he turned to follow the 2 middle-aged men down the mountain. Although the infamous reputation of the land of Oblivion instilled considerable concern in Talibans, the presence of mentors from the Sword Sect Academy provided reassurance. White and red. Rest assured, Father, during our trial in the land of Oblivion, we are accompanied by our esteemed instructors, and all will be well, Lok Feili assured his father. Having dispatched such powerful sorcerers, would not let their promising students encounter danger. Yet a careful observer would notice that their pace exceeded that of an average jogger. With each step, they covered a distance comparable to that of an ordinary person's run. One was a warrior of true martial level, while the other was an enigmatic sorcerer. Thus, it was unlikely that any major issues would arise. The Sword Sect Academy, resembling a sharp sword poised for battle, standing at 189 meters tall and possessing a strong physique, even in the Academy's more refined attire. His muscular build hinted at a body refined to a near-perfect state. His footsteps were steady, and a long sword sheathed in a white scabbard hung at his waist, indicating that his strength was not to be underestimated. Conversely, the man on the right exuded a gentler aura, appearing somewhat effete, 73 meters with a slightly slender frame. His eyes, though spirited, lacked the piercing glint of his counterpart. With a calm smile, he surveyed his surroundings. His muscular build hinted at a body refined to a near-perfect state. His footsteps were steady, and a long sword sheathed in a white scabbard hung at his waist, indicating that his strength was not to be underestimated. Conversely, the man on the right exuded a gentler aura, appearing somewhat effete, as if in his 20s, standing at 173 meters with a slightly slender frame. His eyes, though spirited, lacked the piercing glint of his counterpart. With a calm smile, he surveyed his surroundings. "I do not possess your stamina," the younger sorcerer remarked upon reaching the foot of the mountain, stretching his legs lightly. He then produced a small pristine pouch from his garments, opening it to release a beam of blue light. From this light, a snow-white unicorn materialized before them. Upon hearing this, perhaps influenced by the stern demeanor of their instructor, the followers remained silent, and before long, they reached the base of the mountain. All right, enough walking. Let us switch mounts. And the pouches served as temporary residences for these extraordinary beasts, each varying in size and value according to the space within. Even the most modest pouch required hundreds of crimson coins to procure, a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The others retrieved their own small pouches, unleashing a flurry of blue light that summoned various creatures before them. These were their mounts. In front of the questioning heart pavilion, another group prepared for departure, with Wuxin Changtian, Yinrong Changshin, Wuxin Gua, and Wuxin Jing. Even the most modest pouch required hundreds of crimson coins to procure, a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yinrong Changshin said as she packed Ye Feng's clothing and included some of his favorite snacks, treating him as her own child. Ye Feng nodded. In front of the questioning heart pavilion, another group prepared for departure, with Wuxin Changtian, Yinrong Changshin, Wuxin Gua, and Wuxin Jing seeing off Ye Feng, Elder Han, Wuxin Lan. He felt sorrow at parting with Yinrong Changshin and eagerness to train in martial arts alongside Elder Han at the Sacred Physician sect. Yinrong Changshin said as she packed Ye Feng's clothing and included some of his favorite snacks, treating him as her own child. Ye Feng nodded, feeling a mixture of reluctance and anticipation at their imminent separation. Wuxin Yang, Elder Han, and Ye Feng perched upon the back of the golden tiger, which, despite the number of passengers, bore them. The golden-haired saber-toothed tiger also bid farewell to its cub, roaring a few times in parting while imparting some final words of advice. Once all was said, they encountered a group of riders, among them Qin Ruoshui and Lockphilly. Lockphilly, wait. One day, I shall return to defeat you and reclaim Qin Ruoshui. Wuxin Yang, Elder Han, and Ye Feng perched upon the back of the golden tiger, which, despite the number of passengers, bore them with ease. A defeated foe, as long as their fighting spirit remains intact, will often leave with defiant roars. Having been bested by Lockphilly, Ye Feng chose not to. They encountered a group of riders, among them Qin Ruoshui and Lockphilly. Lockphilly, wait. One day, I shall return to defeat you and reclaim Qin Ruoshui. Ye Feng shouted back, embodying the fierce spirit of a beast. In the wilderness, when ferocious creatures clash, the vanquished either submit or retreat, gathering strength to seek an opportunity to challenge again. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, your strength will surely surpass that of others. You will win back the heart of the woman you cherish. He would seek ways to grow stronger, ensuring that when their paths crossed again, he would emerge victorious. Wuxin Lan, seated behind Ye Feng, regarded him with wide eyes. Aside from the two instructors who continued their advance, the rest turned to glance back. Who dares to challenge you so boldly? One of Lockphilly's peers. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, your strength will surely surpass that of others. You will win back the heart of the woman you cherish. Wuxin Yang surveyed their surroundings, noticing the curious glances directed at them by onlookers. Does this fellow not understand the concept of modesty? Among Lockphilly's group, aside from the two instructors who continued their advance, the rest turned to glance back. Who dares to challenge you so boldly? One of Lockphilly's peers inquired, aware of Lockphilly's reputation as a formidable training enthusiast at the academy. Few could match his tenacity, and even those with comparable talent struggled to rival his relentless spirit. Who, indeed, would dare to claim they could surpass him? This Na'vi tone reminded Qin Ruoshui of an encounter with a rather unhinged individual the previous night. However, he displayed no reaction, simply turning back and proceeding as though nothing had occurred. Lockphilly watched the retreating golden tiger and its riders, recognizing the voice that had called out to him. Nevertheless, he deemed it unworthy of his attention. After all, his current prowess was a result of hard work and dedication. Ye Feng exclaimed upon arriving at the outskirts of Changlu town, overwhelmed by the vibrant flora surrounding them. Here, the air was perfumed with a myriad of floral scents, as nearly every household cultivated herbs as a primary source of income. The Sacred Physician sect within Changlu Medical Valley consistently fostering a network of towns rich in nature's verdant bounty. Ye Feng observed that the houses here differed from those in Sunrise Mountain City, which typically boasted several stories and a certain height. In contrast, the structures here were slightly lower, adorned with an abundance of flowers and greenery both in front, creating a vibrant tableau of nature's essence. May I begin my training in fighting aura? Ye Feng eagerly inquired of Elder Han. For the 129th time. When Xinlan silently counted in her heart, while Ye Feng did not tire of asking, she had grown weary of listening. Not yet, Elder Han, which typically boasted several stories and a certain height. In contrast, the structures here were slightly lower, adorned with an abundance of flowers and greenery both in front and behind. When Xinyang regarded Ye Feng with a mixture of bemusement and curiosity, having previously asked him during their journey, "What is it about training fighting aura that captivates you so?" When Xinlan silently counted in her heart, while Ye Feng did not tire of asking, she had grown weary of listening. Not yet, Elder Han patiently explained, reclaiming the companionship of the woman by his side. This declaration, coupled with Ye Feng's earnest expression, when Xinyang regarded Ye Feng with a mixture of bemusement and curiosity, having previously asked him during their journey, "What is it about training fighting aura that captivates you so?" Ye Feng, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Because the one who defeated me practiced martial arts. I too must train in combat skills to grow stronger and ultimately defeat him." Reclaiming the companionship of the woman by his side. This declaration, coupled with Ye Feng's earnest expression, nearly caused Wen Xinyang, who was drinking water at the time, to choke. Ye Feng was taken aback to discover that a significant majority of the people possessed fighting aura, though not all were particularly strong. Elder Han. Why are there so many individuals knowledgeable in fighting aura here? Ye Feng queried. His previous perception having been that those capable of training in such arts were as rare as the magical beasts in the forest. Elder Han. Ye Feng was taken aback to discover that a significant majority of the people possessed fighting aura, though not all were particularly strong. Elder Han. Why are there so many individuals knowledgeable in fighting aura here? Ye Feng queried. It was not until over 600 years ago, when our Tiannan Empire faced imminent destruction. Possessing ample patience for the curious Ye Feng, began to elaborate. This tale is somewhat lengthy. Long ago, a geographical marvel known as the Land of Oblivion abruptly emerged along the border between the Tiannan Empire and the Hassa Forest tribe, effectively quelling the ambitions of the Flame King tribe and allowing us to concentrate our forces against besieged by the Northern Ice Empire and the Southern Hassa Forest Flame King tribe, that we nearly became a defeated nation. Fortunately, a geographical marvel known as the Land of Oblivion abruptly emerged along the border between the Tiannan Empire and the Hassa Forest tribe, effectively quelling the ambitions of the Flame King tribe and allowing us to concentrate our forces against the Northern Ice Empire's invasion. However, the ravages of war left our empire in a state of depletion, both in manpower and resources, thrusting us into a precarious situation. To remedy this, although the martial techniques available for study were relatively basic and lacked overwhelming power, the widespread practice of martial arts significantly bolstered the deterring foreign aggressors. But why are there not as many people in Sunrise Mountain City? Ye Feng inquired further. Well, provided they possess adequate talent and receive recognition from the academy or pay a requisite fee to enroll in their studies. Although the martial techniques available for study were relatively basic and lacked overwhelming power, the widespread practice of martial arts significantly bolstered the overall strength of the Tiannan Empire, deterring foreign aggressors. But why are there not as many people in Sunrise Mountain City? Ye Feng inquired further. Well, that area cannot possibly compare to our Changlu Medical Valley. After all, we are in the vicinity of the sacred medical sect, Elder Han responded with a smile, a glimmer of pride illuminating his features as he spoke of the sacred medical sect. As Elder Han conversed, the group rode their golden tiger through the outskirts of the town and into the heart of Changlu Medical Valley, where the presence of martial artists and magical beasts had become a commonplace sight. Originally an ordinary valley, Changlu Medical Valley was transformed into a haven for medicinal herb cultivation when the founding ancestor of the sacred medical sect discovered its unique suitability for such endeavors. After over 500 years of inheritance, it has emerged as one of the foremost medical sanctuaries, nurturing numerous highly skilled healers. Upon reaching the entrance of Changlu Medical Valley, a grand mountain gate constructed from sturdy stone pillars, predominantly green with minimalist totemic decorations, stood impressively. The gate spanned 50 meters wide and 20 meters high. Upon seeing Elder Han returning with 3 companions upon the golden tiger, they exchanged curious glances before quickly donning smiles, bowing slightly, and greeting Elder Han, Ye Feng discerned that their fighting aura was comparable to that of the guards stationed at the city lord's mansion, fostering a friendly rapport with others in the sect. "Thank you for your hard work," Elder Han replied graciously, patting the gold. "Who are those two behind him? That little sister is so adorable," one of the young men remarked, gazing at Wen Xinlan. "How would I know?" Though Elder Han's martial prowess was not particularly high, his profound medical skills earned him respect, and many students had benefited from his guidance, fostering a friendly rapport with others in the sect. "Thank you for your hard work," Elder Han replied graciously, patting the golden tiger before continuing deeper into the valley. "Hey!" With numerous students enrolled. Inside Chonglu Medical Valley, lush trees flourished across an area of approximately 15 square miles. The outer valley primarily housed the academy's buildings and student accommodations. Once inside the valley, Elder Han and Ye Feng dismounted from the gold, walking along the path where many students clad in yellow uniforms greeted Elder Han with enthusiastic waves. With numerous students enrolled. Inside Chonglu Medical Valley, lush trees flourished across an area of approximately 15 square miles, divided into the outer and inner valleys. Fixated on Wen Xinlan. "Indeed. I wonder what her name is. If she is a student here, I'd love to know which teacher she is studying under," mused a 15-year-old boy, enchanted by Wen Xinlan's charming appearance. Senior Wen Xinyan's golden tiger. For only those in the same class with the same instructor refer to one another as brothers and sisters. Others call each other senior or junior. Fixated on Wen Xinlan. "Indeed. I wonder what her name is. If she is a student here, I'd love to know which teacher she is studying under," mused a 15-year-old boy, enchanted by Wen Xinlan's charming appearance. Senior Wen Xinyan's golden tiger. A female student called out quietly. Jean, who turned around and let out a few loud shouts towards Wen Xianyang and Wen Xianlan. Wen Xianlan's face turned pale. Wen Xianyang couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, finding it utterly amusing. Jean, who informed them that someone was discussing Wen Xianlan, calling her a little sister. "Laugh again, and I shall place a snake in your bed." Wen Xianlan, filled with indignation, twisted. "Oh dear, I won't laugh anymore, I promise." Wen Xianyang cried out in pain, hastening her steps to distance herself from this fierce girl. After putting some distance between herself and Wen Xianlan, she began to murmur sarcastically, "Still so fierce, who would dare to want you? Wen Xian, you better go die?" Wen Xianlan screamed, chasing after her without a care for her image. Pulling out her beast pouch and hurling snakes and spiders at Wen Xianyang. Amidst their playful banter, Elder Han led them to a large courtyard. After putting some distance between herself and Wen Xianlan, she began to murmur sarcastically, "Still so fierce, who would dare to want you? Wen Xianyang, you better go die?" Wen Xianlan screamed, chasing after her without a care for her image. Pulling out her beast pouch and hurling snakes and spiders at Wen Xianyang. Amidst their playful banter, Elder Han led them to a large courtyard, which was exquisitely elegant, covering more than 100 square meters and standing 3 stories tall. The main building was constructed from fine white rock, and it was furnished with all sorts of furniture. "You shall reside in this courtyard from now on," Elder Han said with a smile to Wen Xianlan and Ye Feng. "Seriously, master, you can't be telling me you're allowing Yi Chun and Xianlan to live together here? Aren't you afraid?" Wen Xianyang, unable to believe it, exclaimed. Such courtyards are rare in the valley. Only about 20 exist, generally reserved for esteemed guests. Allowing them to stay together? The first being that he and Wen Xianlan share a residence, as befits their names. Yi Chun understands nothing at the moment. He requires care. In truth, when encountering a promising talent like Ye Feng, one must treat him well. It was no easy task to persuade Wen Xianchangtian to let Ye Feng join the sacred medical sect for martial training. The conditions must be met. The first being that he and Wen Xianlan share a residence, as befits their names. Yi Chun understands nothing at the moment. He requires care. In truth, with such a peculiar physique and those wondrous eyes. Never mind, he holds many mysteries. Pondering them yields no clarity. I too shall find a woman to entice him, establishing a connection with our sacred medical sect, Elder Han mused. Judging from Ye Feng's situation, become his mentor and teach him the ways of martial arts. That would be delightful. At this thought, Elder Han chuckled to himself. Master, With such a peculiar physique and those wondrous eyes. Never mind. He holds many mysteries. Pondering them yields no clarity. Even my medical skills cannot ascertain why Ye Feng has lost his memory, as there is no damage to his brain. Perhaps I should take advantage of his amnesia, become his mentor, and teach him the ways of martial arts. That would be delightful. At this thought, Elder Han chuckled to himself. Master. It seemed he had grown too comfortable of late. I must find an opportunity to discipline him thoroughly. This will be your residence from now on. The first time was when he had received an unexpected windfall. Enough chatter. Go. Do not disturb their rest, Elder Han retorted. Elder Han instructed before kicking Wen Xian Yang out. Jin Hu turned to Wen Xian Lan and shouted a few more times before following suit. It seemed he had grown too comfortable of late. I must find an opportunity to discipline him thoroughly. This will be your residence from now on. Place your belongings and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Shortly, I will arrange for someone to assist you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon her. Wen Xian Lan pointed to a room on the east side of the second floor. After inspecting, as Ye Feng and Wen Xian Lan entered the courtyard, Wen Xian Lan surveyed the house. The building contained 6 beautifully decorated rooms. Ye Feng examined the rooms, ultimately settling on a spacious one on the 3rd floor, just to his taste. Before long, Wen Xian Lan pointed to a room on the east side of the 2nd floor. After inspecting, she noted that the windows of these rooms faced the flower garden in the courtyard, with a verdant bamboo grove in the distance, much to her liking. Ye Feng examined the rooms, ultimately settling on a spacious one on the 3rd floor, just to his taste. Before long, a middle-aged woman dressed in gray, around 40 years old. She certainly wouldn't lift a finger to do chores. All right, the environment here is quite pleasant. We shall stay here for now. After all, always wearing a smile, she informed Wen Xian Lan that residents here could request a servant to help manage the courtyard, and meals could be delivered directly to their residence. Anything they needed could be delegated to the servant. For Wen Xian Lan, having someone to assist her was the best scenario. Accustomed to a life of privilege, she certainly wouldn't lift a finger to do chores. All right, the environment here is quite pleasant. We shall stay here for now. After all, my parents are preparing to transfer their business in Sun City and will be relocating here. When they arrive, we can move into our new home. The elegant courtyard would be maintained even when unoccupied, so Ye Feng and his companions could settle in immediately without much preparation. On their first day at Chong Green Medical Valley, Aunt Feng would take care of their daily needs, as she was experienced and could discern their preferences. After observing their needs for a couple of days, she would arrange for a suitable worker to assist them further, which would be ideal. Ye Feng was well taken care of, enjoying good food and comfortable rest. Yet, he felt an anxious yearning to train in martial arts and grow stronger. On the surface of this jade crystal brick was a large circular pattern with inscriptions. The circle was divided into 3 segments, large, medium, and small, encased in a manner that the smallest circle occupied the very center. From this central point, 5 straight lines divided the small circle into 5 equal parts, each inscribed with a word: yellow for metal, green for wood, blue for water, red for fire, and gray for earth. The middle one was situated between the small and large circles, divided into 3 segments representing purple for thunder, colorless for wind. The outermost large circle was split in half, black and white, without any inscriptions. Ye Feng gazed at this enigmatic stone brick, and a wealth of information began to surface in his mind, though he could not yet comprehend it fully. Extend your finger, Elder Han instructed. Ye Feng obediently complied. Extending his index finger, Elder Han grasped Ye Feng's finger while swiftly slicing it with a small knife hidden in his other hand, causing Ye Feng to feel a sharp pain as his finger was injured. Ye Feng attempted to retract his finger, but Elder Han's grip was as tight as a vice, and a wealth of information began to surface in his mind, though he could not yet comprehend it fully. Extend your finger, Elder Han instructed. Ye Feng obediently complied. Extending his index finger, Elder Han grasped Ye Feng's finger while swiftly slicing it with a small knife hidden in his other hand. The previously motionless patterns began to glow. Gray earth, blue water, and green wood merely flickered slightly, while red fire and preventing him from pulling away. Do not worry. Soon, Uncle Han will bring you something delicious and then teach you to cultivate martial energy. Upon hearing Elder Han's words, Elder Han pondered, examining the radiance manifested on the jade crystal tile. In Elder Han's understanding, the human body is distinct The previously motionless patterns began to glow. Gray earth, blue water, and green wood merely flickered slightly, while red fire and purple lightning shone the brightest, followed by yellow gold. Water, fire, and earth are the most common, while attributes like lightning, wind, and ice belong to the realm of anomalies. To his astonishment, Ye Feng possessed a dual. Elder Han pondered, examining the radiance manifested on the jade crystal tile. In Elder Han's understanding, the human body is distinct from other creatures. It is only upon reaching the true martial realm that one may awaken a secondary attribute, wherein the primary attribute holds precedence over the secondary. Despite his body having achieved a near-perfect state of refinement, Elder Han was perplexed as to why Ye Feng possessed this dual attribute constitution. Individuals who have yet to undergo cultivation exhibit a singular attribute, leaning towards one of the 5 elements. It is only upon reaching the true martial realm that one may awaken a secondary attribute, wherein the primary attribute holds precedence over the secondary. When Xian Lan playfully struck Ye Feng on the back of his head. "Hey, why did you hit me again?" Ye Feng rubbed his head, looking at Wen Xian Lan in confusion. If it were anyone else, he would have retaliated, yet he found her antics endearing, a rather peculiar sentiment. "It means you are foolish and know nothing," Wen Xian Lan retorted, exasperated. Ye Feng glanced again at Elder Han, eager to comprehend her words. Now. It's nothing to fret about. If you don't understand, Elder Han can teach you. Just wait here. I will find a suitable martial technique, and I will explain further in a moment," Elder Han reassured, concealing his astonishment before retreating from the courtyard. Upon his arrival, Elder Han had, but now his expression was devoid of emotion, not from displeasure, but rather from an unsettling realization that the more he discovered about Ye Feng, the more anxious he became. The reasons for his discomfort eluded him, yet he felt an inexplicable unease. As he pondered, Elder Han made his way toward the inner valley, intending to procure a martial technique for Ye Feng. The sect possessed no techniques for lightning attributes, but had plenty for fire attributes. But now his expression was devoid of emotion, not from displeasure, but rather from an unsettling realization that the more he discovered about Ye Feng, the more anxious he became. The reasons for his discomfort eluded him, yet he felt an inexplicable unease. As he pondered, Elder Han made his way toward the inner valley. Where could they be? Changtian, I washed that set last night, and they aren't dry yet. The others are too old. I don't wish to wear them. Have you seen my newly tailored pajamas? When Xian Changtian inquired of Yin Rongchang. Yin Rongchang set down her book and approached to assist in the search. I made a mistake. The set for Ye Feng is here. Isn't it too loose for him? Yin Rongchang exclaimed, realizing she had inadvertently taken the pajamas intended for Ye Feng. It's worn, but I'll order a new one tomorrow, when Xian Changtian replied as she picked up an older set of pajamas in the tranquil gardens of the long green medical valley. As Ye Feng slumbered, he found himself once again within the Isn't it too loose for him? Yin Rongchang exclaimed, realizing she had inadvertently taken the pajamas intended for Ye Feng. Never mind, I shall wear an old set. As if it awaited him. What could it be? Why does it absorb my memories? How can I acquire such knowledge from it? Ye Feng was filled with curiosity and trepidation, fully aware that should he be absorbed by the cocoon, he would surely cease to exist. A fate he adamantly rejected. Instinctively, his will to survive, honed by the harsh realities of existence, urged him to resist vanishing. The interconnection between Ye Feng and the cocoon was palpable. He felt the cocoon inch closer. An urge to flee surged within him. However, just as he attempted to distance himself, the cocoon emerged through the mist, standing before him. What are you? How did you come to be here? Ye Feng questioned the cocoon, instinctively trying to maintain his distance. Upon hearing his inquiry, the cocoon trembled slightly. An emotion ripple emanated from within as if it wished to convey something, though Ye Feng could not comprehend it. At this moment, even if a person's body twitched, just as he attempted to distance himself, the cocoon emerged through the mist, standing before him. What are you? How did you come to be here? Ye Feng questioned the cocoon, instinctively trying to maintain his distance. Upon hearing his inquiry, the cocoon trembled slightly. An emotion ripple emanated from within as if it wished to convey something, though Ye Feng could not comprehend it. At this moment, even if a person's body twitched, One could hardly discern its meaning, often mistaking it for a mere cramp. The cocoon trembled twice before ceasing its movements and approached Ye Feng. Ye Feng was taken aback, attempting to retreat from the cocoon, yet found his limbs unresponsive, moving with an agonizing slowness that threatened to drive him mad. "Ah!" Ye Feng involuntarily exclaimed. It was too late. He realized he could not escape and could only push against the entity. Upon contact with the cocoon, he understood that the rate of absorption favored the cocoon. In this misty dreamscape, the consequence of their interaction would lead to his complete, while he could draw certain insights from it, albeit at a significantly slower and lesser rate. The initial contact was uninvited. Ye Feng merely sought to push the cocoon away. Yet the force of his push sent it flying. He was determined not to let his consciousness dissipate, nor to be consumed by the cocoon. From the very first touch, he understood that the rate of absorption favored the cocoon. In this misty dreamscape, the consequence of their interaction would lead to his complete obliteration. Thus, filled with fear, recognizing it was Ye Feng's voice, laced with fear. Remembering her parents' insistence on caring for Ye Feng, she hurried to check on him. As illuminated by the soft glow of the fluorescent light that was neither too bright nor too dim, when Xinlan discovered Ye Feng sprawled on his bed in a crooked manner, peacefully sleeping in her room, was abruptly awakened by a voice. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Startled, when Xinlan sprang from her bed. Recognizing it was Ye Feng's voice, laced with fear. Remembering her parents' insistence on caring for Ye Feng, she hurried to check on him. As she approached Ye Feng's room, pulling the blanket over her head and burying herself within its folds. Oh no, oh no. Having witnessed such an unpleasant sight, she feared her eyes would be cursed. Seemingly oblivious to how he managed to sleep like that, his blanket had been kicked under the bed, and his pajamas were in disarray, likely due to his restless movements. To her astonishment, one side of his loose sleeping pants had slipped down, exposing his lower body. Blushing profusely, when Xinlan hurried back to her own room. The room was fitted with fluorescent lights made from a mineral that absorbed light, and although their quality was subpar, the illumination had diminished considerably by dawn. As dawn approached around 5 o'clock, the outside world remained shrouded in darkness, even more so than in the dead of night, with the stars completely obscured. This was the darkest hour before the dawn, and it was precisely during this moment that Ye Feng awoke. The room was fitted with fluorescent lights made from a mineral that absorbed light, and although their quality was subpar, the illumination had diminished considerably by dawn. Yet it still allowed him to see clearly within the confines of his space. Upon awakening, Ye Feng felt an urgent need to find pen and paper, for he wished to sketch something. He hastily tugged at his nearly fallen sleeping pants and made his way downstairs to the study. A vivid image began to take shape. As he drew, he wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, even though the tears blurred his vision. He dared not cease his work, fearing that if he paused, the precious memories he had so painstakingly retrieved would vanish. Ye Feng sketched with remarkable speed, akin to a seasoned artist, his hand gliding over the paper as if it were a flowing stream. With each stroke, had its own parents. Time and again, he had questioned himself about his own parents, his origins, and his identity. Yet, he received no answer. After his experience with the dreamlike flesh cocoon, he had sacrificed a significant portion of his memories and knowledge, gaining only since his rebirth from the flesh cocoon in the forest and his encounter with Xinlan's family. Ye Feng had observed that every creature, be it animal or human, had its own parents. Time and again, he had questioned himself about his own parents, his origins, and his identity. Yet, he received no answers. Memories of being cradled lovingly by his parents. One sheet after another fell away, each drawing coming to life, as the sky began to brighten. The eastern horizon already tinged with white. Ye Feng had completed 10 pieces and continued to draw. For Ye Feng had gained a precious fragment of memory, albeit disjointed and chaotic. Yet, he was unbothered, as he recalled moments from his childhood. Eager to share his newfound knowledge that he indeed had a father and mother. In his fervor, he pushed open the door with considerable force, creating quite a commotion. Upon entering, he lunged toward Xinlan's bed. Having only managed to sleep for 2 hours due to the events of the previous night, after creating more than 30 drawings, Ye Feng finally paused. Filled with excitement, he picked up his drawings and rushed to Xinlan's door. She beheld a handsome young man clad in pajamas, his loose pants slipping down to expose part of his backside, hurtling toward her. In the morning, Aunt Feng routinely brought breakfast. With Xinlan's permission, she had acquired the key to the courtyard, granting her free access. She set the meal on the small dining table in the first-floor hall. When she ascended to the second floor to rouse them for breakfast, lest it grow cold and unpalatable. She was taken aback to find the older-looking youth not only dressed neatly, but sitting upright in a chair like a child caught in wrongdoing, with a distinct palm print on his face. Meanwhile, the charming little girl, appearing to be around 14, was meticulous. Ye Feng mused. "Miss, young master." She was taken aback to find the older-looking youth not only dressed neatly, but sitting upright in a chair like a child caught in wrongdoing, with a distinct palm print on his face. Meanwhile, the charming little girl, appearing to be around 14, was meticulously examining dozens of drawings nearby. Quite the curious pair. Ye Feng mused. "Miss, young master, breakfast is served. Please enjoy. Is there anything else you require? If not, I shall return at noon," she offered, a perceptive woman who, despite her observations, feigned ignorance of what she had seen. "Nothing else. You may leave," when Xinlan replied without turning her head. "Understood," Ye Feng acknowledged quietly before departing. Feeling a pang of hunger, Ye Feng decided to head downstairs for breakfast. However, as soon as he stood, when Xinlan commanded, "Stop. Stay put and sit down right there," her tone was authoritative, leaving no room for defiance. Upon hearing when Xinlan's firm command, Ye Feng obediently resumed his seat, perhaps still chastened by his earlier misstep that had led to her reprimand. "Is this what you claim to be your parents?" when Xinlan inquired, presenting several drawings for Ye Feng to see. Each illustration was rendered from a first-person perspective, and while they were monochromatic, they appeared strikingly lifelike under Ye Feng's skilled hand. When Xinlan scrutinized the drawings, puzzled, as she noted a multitude of figures depicted, with two couples appearing most frequently. But how could one possibly have two sets of parents? Bore a resemblance to the man who might be Ye Feng's father, likely his grandfather. The remaining figure appeared younger than Ye Feng's father, possibly his uncle. "Are these people truly your family?" when Xinlan asked incredulously. "This seems rather far-fetched. Your parents and grandparents appear quite ordinary." As the perspective evoked memories of being cradled by one's own parents. Below them, an elderly couple, possibly in their 40s or 50s. When Xinlan probed further, "This is my mother, this is my father, this is my grandfather, my grandmother, and this is my uncle," Ye Feng replied, pointing. If he had fully regained his memories, he would remember that these were his family from his previous life on Earth. "What did you say? I don't understand," when Xinlan uttered, perplexed, as the words he spoke were foreign to her. This was not her fault. When Xinlan probed further, "This is my mother, this is my father, this is my grandfather, my grandmother, and this is my uncle," Ye Feng replied, pointing to each figure. When Xinlan sought clarification from Ye Feng once again. "Yes," Ye Feng nodded, aware that he understood the meanings of those familial terms in this. When Xinlan uttered, perplexed, as the words he spoke were foreign to her. This was not her fault. Alongside a middle-aged man and a small child of about 5 or 6 years old. From the perspective, it was evident that Ye Feng himself was being held by the woman, judging by the appearance. "Then what does this drawing signify? Who are these people?" when Xinlan inquired, producing another illustration, similarly from an upward perspective. This piece depicted a gentle woman, not particularly beautiful, alongside a middle-aged man and a small child of about 5 or 6 years old. From the perspective, these refer to father, mother, and brother. The percentage. Although when Xinlan understood the general meaning, the terms were different, leaving her somewhat perplexed. When Xinlan was more inclined to believe that the figures in the second drawing were indeed Ye Feng's family, due to Ye Feng's current appearance. He bears some resemblance to the figure depicted in the painting. Ye Feng pointed out one by one. "This is sand, gravel, silt," in the language of the Naruto world. As when Xinlan ate breakfast, her thoughts lingered on one particular painting among many. It depicted a man in his 20s, whose appearance bore a slight resemblance to Ye Feng. "Why don't we finish breakfast first? I'm hungry." Ye Feng gazed at when Xinlan with a pitiful look. Perhaps his body was different, while his were triangular and faceted. After finishing breakfast, when Xinlan held up the painting and asked Ye Feng, "Do you know who this person is?" Ye Feng stared at the young man in the black, cloud-patterned outfit, pondered for a moment, then shook his head. This was merely a fragmented memory. He wore a black garment adorned with red swirling clouds. The young man had eyes similar to Ye Feng's, though the shapes differed, Ye Feng's eyes bore 3 tomo, while his were triangular and faceted. After finishing breakfast, when Xinlan held up the painting and asked Ye Feng, "Do you know who this person is?" Ye Feng stared at the young man in the black, cloud-patterned outfit, pondered for a moment, then shook his head. This was merely a fragmented memory, devoid of significance or identification. What about this? When Xinlan pulled another painting closer, pointing at the objects Ye Feng had illustrated. "This is a television." Ye Feng replied without hesitation, recognizing the shape in the drawing immediately. "What is a television?" When Xinlan inquired, bewildered. "I don't know," Ye Feng replied bluntly. "And this?" She pointed at another peculiar object. "That's a car," he answered without contemplation. "What is a car? What is its purpose?" When Xinlan pressed, "I don't know," he responded succinctly. When Xinlan was exceedingly curious about the 30-odd diverse paintings Ye Feng had created, she categorized them broadly into 2 groups. One category consisted of bizarre items, such as televisions. If Ye Feng were to regain his memories, he would surely recall this painting as the only one he had created for Kisame Hashigaki, albeit with different colors. The same attire appeared on both individuals, capturing when Xinlan's attention. The black cloud-patterned attire appeared twice, once on the young man with Ye Feng's semblance, and again on an older man carrying an unusual weapon on his back, suggesting it was their family crest. "What is this?" When Xinlan asked, pointing at the Uchiha clan symbol. "This is the emblem of our Uchiha family," Ye Feng replied. At that moment, he possessed a fragment of memories from his infancy on Earth and before his first year in the Naruto world. Another detail that piqued her interest was a circular emblem resembling a fan that recurred in 10 of the paintings, appearing on walls and clothing. When Xinlan misheard, the pronunciation of Uchiha and Nichuan being similar. Was he truly a scion of an esteemed family? In Tiannan Empire, every ancient family with a legacy exceeding a millennium bore a unique totem as a symbol. Yet, he responded in a mix of Tian, Nandigua, and Naruto language, uncertain how to express Uchiha in the former, defaulting to the latter. The Nichuan family emblem? When Xinlan misheard, the pronunciation of Uchiha and Nichuan being similar. Was he truly a scion of an esteemed family? In Tiannan Empire, every ancient family with a legacy exceeding a millennium bore a unique totem as a symbol. Yet, such architectural styles and primitive construction techniques were not found in any known nation. Could he be from a far distant and undiscovered land? When Xinlan pondered, aware that the world was vast, far beyond her comprehension, with no one having traversed its entirety. "How much of your memory have you regained?" When Xinlan asked. "I remember only a little, not much," Ye Feng replied, his expression reminiscent of a child, increasingly humanized, with a sulky pout. Hearing this, when Xinlan felt a pang of disappointment, how wonderful it would be if he could fully restore his memories, regaining his original charisma. "This matter must be reported to my father. He values Ye Feng highly and should be informed that Ye Feng has regained a fragment of his memory." She chided herself for being overly enamored. What girl does not harbor romantic dreams? Each young woman yearns to find a partner who is handsome, capable, devoted, and loving. Unaware of when Xian Changtian's true intentions or that his actions were motivated by his late wife, Kai Mei Su La. After posing her questions, "This matter must be reported to my father. He values Ye Feng highly and should be informed that Ye Feng has regained a fragment of his memory." Before any recollection of his past surfaced, Ye Feng had longed to ascertain his identity, unaware of when Xian Changtian's true intentions or that his actions were motivated by his late wife, Kai Mei Su La. After posing her questions, but which pair was his true lineage? When Xinlan had remarked that every individual has but one biological set of parents, suggesting that the pair resembling him most closely were likely his real parents. Yet Ye Feng felt that the pair who bore no resemblance to him must be his true progenitors. Why did he feel this way? The more he pondered. But which pair was his true lineage? When Xinlan had remarked that every individual has but one biological set of parents, suggesting that the pair resembling him most closely were likely his real parents. Yet Ye Feng felt that the pair who bore no resemblance to him must be his true progenitors. Why did he feel this way? The more he pondered. His subconscious instincts warned him that should he engage with the cocoon once more, he might be wholly consumed, akin to a creature succumbing to its predator, leading to his demise. Am I to die? Am I to be devoured? No, I must find a way to conquer it instead. The principle of survival of the fittest in the forest had fortified Ye Feng's resolve. He refused to be the weakling. He aspired to be the predator. But how could he become more formidable than it? Capable of absorbing the memories from the dream cocoon, Ye Feng had conceived a notion, leading to his demise. Am I to die? Am I to be devoured? No, I must find a way to conquer it instead. The principle of survival of the fittest in the forest had fortified Ye Feng's resolve. He refused to be the weakling. He aspired to be the strong, to be the predator. But how could he become more formidable than it? Capable of absorbing the memories from the dream cocoon, Ye Feng had conceived a notion. Yet his current knowledge was insufficient to discern how to transform into a powerful entity capable of reversing the roles and absorbing the memories from the dream cocoon. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Elder Han arrived with a companion. This individual bore a resemblance to Elder Han. He revealed a small paper bag from behind him and handed it to Ye Feng. Thank you, Uncle Han. Ye Feng snatched the bag and, disregarding immediately extracted the flour cake to indulge in. Brother, look. The disciple I retrieved is quite remarkable, Ayasentihi, Elder Han proudly remarked to his companion. Come, this is a local delicacy of our medical valley, the flour cake. Give it a try. Aware of Ye Feng's insatiable appetite, Elder Han had come prepared. He was the most erudite in martial arts. Brother Han Yinhua, this is my younger brother, Han Yinshin, orphaned at a young age. Immediately extracted the flour cake to indulge in. Brother, look. The disciple I retrieved is quite remarkable, Ayasentihi, Elder Han proudly remarked to his companion. His physical strength is nearing the minor perfection stage of body refinement. The body forms the foundation of everything. Practicing martial arts begins with body refinement. This process is divided into 4 parts, refining flesh, tendons, bones, and meridians. Achieving minor, he was taken in by the Holy Physician sect and has been there for over 50 years. Both have achieved commendable accomplishments in medicine and martial arts. Not bad. His physical strength is nearing the minor perfection stage of body refinement. The body forms the foundation of everything. Practicing martial arts begins with body refinement. This process is divided into 4 parts, refining flesh, tendons, bones, and meridians. Achieving minor success in all 4 signifies the minor perfection stage. Han Yinhua briefly explained. The bond between master and disciple transcends that of teacher and student. While students typically pay tuition, the master provides guidance. To witness 2 prominent figures of the Holy Physician sect accepting a disciple with such casualness was bewildering. All right, from now on, we shall be your master. This is your grand master, and I am your second master. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell your master, and we shall stand up for you. The bond between master and disciple transcends that of teacher and student. While students typically pay tuition, the master provides guidance, establishing a fatherly bond as well. To witness 2 prominent figures of the Holy Physician sect accepting a disciple with such casualness was bewildering. All right, from now on, we shall be your masters. They were to keep the acceptance of Ye Feng as uncomplicated as possible, understanding it was sufficient to keep the matter discreet. Today, Han Yinshin cheerfully stated. Han Yinhua nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. The simplicity of this initiation ceremony was partly due to Ye Feng's innocence and ignorance. A more elaborate affair would have entailed numerous details that Ye Feng could not manage. Additionally, Han Yinshin had indicated that under Wenexion's request, Ye Feng accepted the pouch and opened it to find a modest collection of copper and silver coins, with the majority being gold. He recalled that money was a wonderful thing, capable of purchasing clothes, shoes, and delicious food. His eyes brightened with joy. He had only intended to visit briefly, but his fondness for the naive Ye Feng grew within that short time frame, prompting him to offer a small token. Ye Feng accepted the pouch and opened it to find a modest collection of copper and silver coins, with the majority being gold. You should address him as master. He is your grand master, and I am your second master. Have you remembered? Han Yinshin corrected him. Oh, thank you, Grandmaster. But it will not be given today. Rest assured, you will like it, Han Yinshin said mysteriously. Yi-chun, aren't you going to thank Uncle Han? Having initially planned to stay for only half an hour. However, having developed an affection for Ye Feng, he decided to accept him as a disciple. After an hour, it was time to return to his other responsibilities. Safe travels, Grandmaster, Ye Feng replied, demonstrating a grasp of the necessary etiquette. Good boy, Han Yinhua remarked as he headed for the door. Turning back to Han Yinshin, be sure to train him well, encouraging him to cultivate his fighting spirit. Do not resort to any drugs to hasten his progress. I do not wish for a promising seedling to be ruined. Of course not. How could I do that to him? Rest assured, brother, I won tea, Han Yinshan chuckled, fully aware that his brother remembered his past actions all too well. After Han Yinhua departed, when Xinlan tugged at Han Yinshan's sleeve, leading him to another room. Compared to the often stern Han Yinhua, Han Yinshan was more, Uncle Han, have you found a treatment for my condition? When Xinlan inquired. Her condition referred to her stunted physical development. How could I do that to him? Rest assured, brother, I won tea, Han Yinshan chuckled, fully aware that his brother remembered his past actions all too well. After Han Yinhua departed, when Xinlan tugged at Han Yinshan's sleeve, leading him to another room. Compared to the often stern Han Yinhua, Han Yinshan was more approachable. The medical texts contain no records on this matter, Han Yinshan replied, shaking his head. When she turned 18, they initially, but now at 20, the Wen family was beginning to grow concerned. Each time when Xinlan saw him, she would ask this question. When he arrived at the Wen residence 4 days prior, she had The medical texts contain no records on this matter, Han Yinshan replied, shaking his head. When she turned 18, they initially thought her late development was nothing to worry about. But now at 20, the Wen family was beginning to grow concerned. He had previously examined her, but the diagnosis revealed everything to be normal, with no discernible cause. Each time when Xinlan saw him, she would ask this question. When he arrived at the Wen residence 4 days prior, she had inquired again. Your brother and I are working diligently. Although my medical skills have improved, I am also learning and researching. One day, I shall discover a remedy for you. And I believe that day is not far off, Han Yinshan reassured her, gently patting her frail shoulder. Please give it a try. Han Yinhua handed her a vial of pills. Since when Xinlan resided within the Holy Physician sect, he could conveniently monitor, so he prepared pills using a previously untried stimulating formula. The stimulating herbs, combined with catalyst herbs, yielded pills with effects akin to which might produce some side effects. However, Han Yinhua minimized the dosage and planned to monitor her condition daily to avoid any issues. Please give it a try. Han Yinhua handed her a vial of pills. Since when Xinlan resided within the Holy Physician sect, he could conveniently monitor her condition. So he prepared pills using a previously untried stimulating formula. The stimulating herbs, combined with catalyst herbs, yielded pills with effects akin to modern hormones. He possessed an intense yearning for strength, understanding that only the powerful would not be devoured by other creatures. All right, from this moment, I shall diligently train you and impart to you the methods of cultivating your combat energy. It will be arduous. Are you afraid? Han Yinshan said solemnly, I am not afraid. Ye Feng replied resolutely. Before we begin, the master will first take you for a bowl of sweet soup. He possessed an intense yearning for strength, understanding that only the powerful would not be devoured by other creatures. All right, from this moment onward. It is still a rare fire-type combat technique in the contemporary world. Combat techniques are generally categorized into several chapters: body forging, chi refining, and mysterious martial. While legends speak of higher tiers such as sacred martial and divine martial, most techniques only those who have attained the corresponding level of mastery can incorporate their insights into the techniques. It is still a rare fire-type combat technique in the contemporary world. Combat techniques are generally categorized into several chapters: body forging, chi refining, combat arts, true martial. The sacred medical sect treasures two such rare techniques: the fire type, Yin Yang Qi Ju, and the wood type, Chongqing medical canon. Now, Ye Feng is to practice according to the body forging chapter of the Yin Yang Qi Ju, progressing steadily. The Yin Yang Qi Ju is esteemed for its ability to reach the mysterious martial level, thus making it a rare technique just short of the divine skill level. Whether one can continue their cultivation to become a combat energy warrior depends on their ability to cultivate combat energy during this phase. If one cannot generate combat energy in the body forging stage, all else is mere talk. That afternoon, Han Yinshan took the body forging stage is a crucial foundation. Generating combat energy should not pose a challenge. Once a trace of combat energy manifests within him, he could commence practicing the chi. If one cannot generate combat energy in the body forging stage, all else is mere talk. That afternoon, Han Yinshan took Ye Feng to prepare sweet soup. Despite appearing unhurried, he intended to thoroughly explain the essentials of the body forging chapter to Ye Feng. Given Ye Feng's body, which was approaching the minor perfection of the body forging stage, frail and vulnerable to ailments. Good and very good denote a robust constitution, resistant to illness. Strong implies exceptional health and vitality. Combat energy is the essence generated from the tendons, bones, muscles, and veins when the body is honed to a certain degree, a manifestation of the vitality within the flesh. Generally, individuals begin to have the opportunity to generate combat energy once they reach a very strong level, though the probability varies. Frail and vulnerable to ailments. Good and very good denote a robust constitution, resistant to illness. Strong implies exceptional health and vitality, and extremely strong indicates a seemingly boundless strength. Combat energy is the essence generated from the tendons, bones, muscles, and veins when the body is honed to a certain degree, a manifestation of the vitality within the flesh. Generally, individuals begin to have the opportunity to generate combat energy once they reach a very strong level, though the probability varies. Most do so in the minor perfection phase of their physical development, while a minority may achieve it earlier. Minor perfection in body forging necessitates refining the tendons, bones, muscles. It was indeed a wise choice to prepare sweet soup while explaining. In the Changlu Medical Valley of the Sacred Medical Sect. The curriculum consists of two primary categories, medical arts and martial combat. Wood and water-type combat energies serve as vital auxiliary means in medical practice. Han Yinchen spoke until his throat was parched, and Ye Feng grasped only the conceptual essence. At that moment, Han Yinchen couldn't help but admire his foresight. There are dedicated training facilities in the eastern part of the Changlu Medical Valley. Early in the morning, Han Yinchen brought Ye Feng. The curriculum consists of two primary categories, medical arts and martial combat. Wood and water-type combat energies serve as vital auxiliary means in medical practice. Although they cannot compare to the long-lost wood and water healing magic, they possess unique functions. As essential auxiliary means, they warrant diligent practice, and thus, there are dedicated training facilities in the eastern part of the Changlu Medical Valley. Early in the morning, Han Yinchen brought Ye Feng to this place. Han Yinchen was astonished by Ye Feng's astonishing speed and strength. It was clearly indicative of the minor perfection stage in body forging. How could this be? Had he mistakenly included the wrong herbs in the nourishing soup? Logically, with Han Yinchen's medical expertise and years of experience, it would be impossible to misidentify herbs. Since the previous evening's hearty soup, Ye Feng had felt a bit overheated during the night, and now he brimmed with energy. Han Yinchen was astonished by Ye Feng's astonishing speed and strength. It was clearly indicative of the minor perfection stage in body forging. How could this be? Had he mistakenly included the wrong herbs in the nourishing soup? Logically, with Han Yinchen's medical expertise and years of experience, it would be impossible to misidentify herbs. However, Ye Feng's body contained numerous impurities deeply embedded within the tendons, bones, muscles, and veins. Only by refining and expelling these impurities could he achieve a pristine body capable of reaching the minor perfection stage. Of course, he possesses two hearts, so his bodily functions are inherently superior. Although his body is still at the very strong level, his strength is already approaching that of a typical individual in the minor perfection stage of body forging. Han Yinchen pondered this and realized it was not a mistake in the herbs, but rather the extraordinary nature of Ye Feng's physique, which granted him several times greater strength than the average person. Yi Chun, come here, Han Yinchen called to Ye Feng, who was diligently training in the distance. While those who enter before development, from ages 10 to 14, are deemed geniuses, Ye Feng appears to be around 17 or 18 years old, but one cannot measure him by ordinary standards. With superior bodily functions and meridians, Han Yinchen firmly believes that even if Ye Feng were to enter the Qi refining stage at age 20, he would undoubtedly compete on par with those of genius aptitude. During this period, Han Yinchen discovered that Ye Feng could not read, necessitating constant explanations, which proved quite troublesome. Thus, but one cannot measure him by ordinary standards. With superior bodily functions and meridians, Ye Feng could imprint characters deeply into his mind, akin to drawing, and subsequently project these characters onto paper, replicating them as if through. When Xinlan thought teaching Ye Feng to read would be cumbersome, but to her surprise, he learned each character she taught him perfectly, mimicking the script precisely. His remarkable ability to imitate explained his artistic talent. Teaching such a bright student was far from tedious for Wen Xinlan. However, soon a challenge arose. Although Ye Feng could imitate and write characters, he did not comprehend their meanings, which proved to be a significant hurdle. Half a month passed, and with the assistance of numerous spiritual herbs, Ye Feng's body not only strengthened through cultivation, but also eliminated many impurities within his tendons. His remarkable ability to imitate explained his artistic talent. Teaching such a bright student was far from tedious for Wen Xinlan. However, thereby bringing him one step closer to minor perfection in body forging. With Ye Feng's body nearing the minor perfection stage in body forging, and with the assistance of numerous spiritual herbs, Ye Feng's body not only strengthened through cultivation, but also eliminated many impurities within his tendons, bones, muscles, and veins. In order to help Ye Feng grasp the art of reading, Wen Xinlan devised a clever strategy. She narrated stories from a story, and when he became sufficiently intrigued, she abruptly ceased her storytelling, encouraging him to delve into the book himself, prompting him to inquire when he encountered. This tactic proved remarkably effective. Driven by curiosity about the unfolding narrative, Ye Feng diligently began to recognize characters, seeking clarification whenever necessary. In order to help Ye Feng grasp the art of reading, Wen Xinlan devised a clever strategy. She narrated stories from a storybook to him, and tales of love from the South. Once he developed a fondness for reading, Ye Feng was seldom seen without a book in hand, even during his physical training sessions. Remarkably, while engaging in strenuous exercises, he often managed to run while simultaneously carrying a weight that was tenfold his own. Such feats could likely be accomplished by no one but Ye Feng himself. A week later, Ye Feng began to sense a faint presence of fighting energy within him. Barely perceptible without careful attention. Upon discovering this, he promptly informed Han Yinshan, as he had been instructed to report such occurrences immediately. Han Yinshan initially considered having Ye Feng commence the cultivation of the qi refinement technique. Typically, individuals in a robust physical state would cultivate fighting energy while purging toxins and impurities from their bodies, without the aid of barely perceptible without careful attention. Upon discovering this, he promptly informed Han Yinshan, as he had been instructed to report such occurrences immediately. Upon learning of the nascent fighting energy, Han Yinshan initially considered having Ye Feng commence the cultivation of the qi refinement technique. Typically, individuals in a robust physical state would cultivate fighting energy while purging toxins and impurities from their bodies, without the aid of extraordinary resources. Achieving a purified physique could take several years. As Ye Feng entered a critical developmental phase, time became increasingly precious. Without clearing internal impurities, his bodily functions would be constrained, preventing him from advancing to the minor perfection of body refinement during this crucial period. Thus, commencing the qi refinement phase to cultivate fighting energy was deemed more advantageous. Conversely, Han Yinhua opposed this notion, advocating for Ye Feng to attain minor perfection in body refinement before embarking on the qi refinement journey. He argued that once Ye Feng reached this stage, his body would be stronger, and the vitality generated by a purified physique would facilitate the cultivation of fighting energy. Given Ye Feng's unique constitution, it was believed he could swiftly break through to minor perfection in body refinement. While Han Yinshan was more knowledgeable in medicine, Han Yinhua excelled in martial cultivation. Consequently, Han Yinshan acquiesced to his brother's counsel. Eager to return to his books, Ye Feng exerted himself vigorously. Han Yinshan tailored the intensity of Ye Feng's training to suit his use. Noticing Ye Feng's recent fervor for story novels had overshadowed his dedication to training, Han Yinshan devised a plan. If Ye Feng completed his training tasks promptly, he would be rewarded with more time to indulge in reading. The allure of captivating stories would undoubtedly entice him to uncover the next chapter, and then studied medical knowledge and herbalism in the afternoon. To avoid disturbing other students, Han Yinshan usually visited in the afternoons to oversee Ye Feng, incrementally increasing the daily training intensity by 5%. Ye Feng's previous efforts transformed into a fervent determination, bringing Han Yinshan great satisfaction, prompting him to exclaim, "Ah, how much easier it is to teach a disciple with such a pure heart." At the Holy Physician sect, students typically engaged in morning exercises, rested after lunch, and then studied medical knowledge and herbalism in the afternoon. To avoid disturbing other students, Han Yinshan usually visited in the afternoons to oversee Ye Feng's training progress, while others were guided by the martial arts practitioners within the sect. Each morning, Ye Feng arrived at the training grounds. On the training ground, Ye Feng began with some stretching exercises to warm up and loosen his muscles before embarking on a morning run around the valley. Although attaining minor perfection in body refinement would enhance his strength and endurance significantly, Ye Feng's capacity to bear tenfold his weight was already impressive. Numerous students ran, most encumbered by weighted armor amounting to 35 times their body weight. On the training ground, Ye Feng began with some stretching exercises to warm up and loosen his muscles before embarking on a morning run around the valley. The expansive Changled Medical Valley spans approximately 15 miles, yet a complete circuit around it measures no less than 80 miles, designed to build their endurance. Along the route, numerous students ran, most encumbered by weighted armor amounting to 35 times their body weight. While only those who had achieved minor perfection in body refinement could carry armor exceeding 10 times their weight, Ye Feng typically trained in solitude, having never uttered a word to his fellow students, remaining anonymous and unrecognized. After completing his morning run, he practiced the Yin-Yang Qi-Ju body-refining fist techniques, engaging every major muscle group, tendons, bones, flesh, and meridians, in comprehensive training. While most individuals would experience fatigue during morning sessions and require rest to recuperate by midday, Ye Feng perceived distinct changes within his body. After rigorous training, he gained enhanced control over his physical form. Previously, he might have experienced brief moments of stagnation, enabling him to continue training in the afternoon. His evenings were devoted to an hour of study and 2 hours of reading stories before retiring for the night. This routine, though monotonous, imbued Ye Feng's days with a sense of fulfillment, contrasting sharply with his previous aimless existence in the forest. During this period, Ye Feng perceived distinct changes within his body. After rigorous training, he gained enhanced control over his physical form. Previously, he might have experienced brief moments of stagnation, utilizing rare treasures to assist in nurturing Ye Feng's body and promoting a breakthrough. Once everything was prepared, a week later, Han Yinhua, Han Yinshan, Ye Feng, and an elder from the Holy Physician sect's martial hall gathered in Ye Feng's courtyard. The elder, appearing to be around 90 years old with a long, thick beard, was significantly older than both Han Yinhua and Han Yinshan. However, in the realm of martial cultivation, appearance was not a definitive indicator of age. When Xinlan, utilizing rare treasures to assist in nurturing Ye Feng's body and promoting a breakthrough. Once everything was prepared, a week later, Han Yinhua, Han Yinshan, Ye Feng, and an elder from the Holy Physician sect's martial hall gathered in Ye Feng's courtyard. The elder, appearing to be around 90 years old with a long, thick beard, was significantly older than both Han Yinhua and Han Yinshan. However, in the realm of martial cultivation, appearance was not a definitive indicator of age. When Xinlan had excused herself, he would undoubtedly be favored by his elders. Miss, this is Elder Han's grandson, Han Feng. He urgently seeks his grandfather. May I ask if Elder Han is present? She encountered a somewhat plump middle-aged woman, Aunt Feng, who was escorting a boy around 14 years of age, approximately 1 meter 56 tall. The lad possessed delicate features. Since both were currently present, and given that she was merely a guest in the courtyard, when Xinlan refrained from scrutinizing her phrasing, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. If not for Aunt Feng's remark, he might have remained oblivious to the situation. In that instant, his heart raced. Aunt Feng's words were somewhat ambiguous, as both Han Yinhua and Han Yinshan were referred to as Elder Han. It was unclear which elder she meant. However, Elder Han is inside. Please wait a moment while I fetch him, when Xinlan said, instinctively stepping inside to call for him. Little did she know. As soon as Han Feng and Aunt Feng saw her enter, they were startled by her sudden, piercing scream. Fearing something was amiss, they rushed in. With Han Feng particularly concerned for the adorable girl he had just met, thinking, could something be wrong? Elder Han is inside. Please wait a moment while I fetch him, when Xinlan said, instinctively stepping inside to call for him. Little did she know. While Han Yinhua and Han Yinshan emerged from Ye Feng's room, Xiao Feng, what transpired? Han Yinhua inquired, glancing at the boy who seemed entranced by Wen Xinlan. Furrowing his brow, grandfather, People from the Sword Sect Academy have arrived, Han Feng replied promptly, as he was always wary of his grandfather's stern demeanor. Ah, I did not expect them to return so swiftly. Those Sword Sect rascals, while Han Yinhua and Han Yinshan emerged from Ye Feng's room. Xiao Feng, what transpired? Han Yinhua inquired, glancing at the boy who seemed entranced by Wen Xinlan. Furrowing his brow. Grandfather, people from the Sword Sect Academy have arrived, Han Feng replied promptly, redirecting his gaze at the question. They have suppressed us non-imperial sections. It seems their ambitions are rather grand, remarked the older elder in the room, frowning as he recalled their previous conversation outside. Are becoming increasingly audacious. Han Yinshan expressed his dissatisfaction. Let us go investigate. Xiao Feng, you and Aunt Feng wait downstairs for me. I will be down shortly. Han Yinhua instructed, ushering Han Feng and Aunt Feng downstairs before re-entering Ye Feng's room with Han Yinshan. Humph, the Sword Sect Academy has come again? For years. They have suppressed us non-imperial sections. It seems their ambitions are rather grand, remarked the older elder in the room, frowning as he recalled their previous conversation outside. Let us go see what the Sword Sect Academy is up to this time, if they dare to challenge us old fellows. The Empire has been stifling our development, and now they are making their presence known again. I suspect they intend to conduct a significant purge of our factions. Han Yinshan speculated. While he typically immersed himself in medicine, paying little heed to worldly affairs, he was not ignorant and could discern certain matters. Let us go see what the Sword Sect Academy is up to this time, if they dare to challenge us old fellows. Upon hearing this, Brother Pao paused, reflecting for a moment before returning to Ye Feng's side. Remember, if they truly allow me to accompany Yinshan outside to observe. After all, I am responsible for these matters. We will entrust our dear disciple to you. Han Yinhua affirmed as he departed with Han Yinshan. Meanwhile, Wen Xinlan, who had initially occupied the hall, had retreated to her room, cursing under her breath. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Brother Pao paused, reflecting for a moment before returning to Ye Feng's side. Remember, if they truly dare to cross the line. Only Brother Pao and the bear Ye Feng remained. On the table lay 4 vials of medicine, meticulously crafted by Han Yinshan, the refining tendons, strengthening bones, forging flesh. Han Yinhua affirmed as he departed with Han Yinshan. Meanwhile, Wen Xinlan, who had initially occupied the hall, had retreated to her room, cursing under her breath. Damn it. I saw that naked savage again. Good heavens, that thing of his keeps swaying around. It's utterly revolting. In the room, the temperamental Brother Pao first administered a refining tendons pill to Ye Feng, then sat quietly for approximately 10 minutes. Allowing the medicine to take effect and granting himself time to calm his own emotions. After 10 minutes, Brother Pao opened his eyes and approached Ye Feng, instructing him, remember, in all matters, you must endure and resist the urge to struggle. Do you understand? Ye Feng nodded, aware that this process would entail some discomfort. The temperamental Brother Pao first administered a refining tendons pill to Ye Feng, then sat quietly for approximately 10 minutes. Allowing the medicine to take effect and granting himself time to calm his own emotions. After 10 minutes, Brother Pao opened his eyes and approached Ye Feng, instructing him, remember, ultimately converging upon his tendons, fortifying and refining them. What is this? How peculiar. What could be present within his body? Brother Pao pondered, intrigued, as described in novels. Brother Pao placed his palms against Ye Feng's back, channeling a vast flow of fire-based combat energy into his body. Commencing the first step, refining tendons. Ye Feng experienced a warm current coursing through him, exponentially stronger than the faint combat energy within him. The energy roamed throughout his body, ultimately converging upon his tendons, fortifying and refining them. What is this? How peculiar. What could be present within his body? Brother Pao pondered, intrigued. Never mind, now is not the time to be distracted. If these are not tendons, they warrant no further consideration. Brother Pao, lacking expertise in medicine and disinterested in the peculiarities within Ye Feng, devoted himself entirely to the task of refining his tendons. Brother Pao began searching for the tendons, only to discover numerous fine, thread-like tissues throughout Ye Feng's body, originating from his second heart and connecting to every organ. Never mind, now is not the time to be distracted. If these are not tendons, they warrant no further consideration. Brother Pao, Ye Feng had no choice but to comply. As the tension increased, he resembled someone experiencing a cramp, with his tendons constricting and pulling at his muscles, inducing a tearing pain. Sweat poured from Ye Feng's body, yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the agony, vowing to remain silent. He recalled reading in a novel that a little pain was inconsequential. Enduring it without a sound was the mark of a true hero. In this moment, the idle hand of the formidable Pao Dalong grasped two vials, one containing the essence for refining tendons and the other for fortifying flesh. Pouring out a single grain from each into Ye Feng's mouth. With the tendons already tempered to perfection, it was now time to commence the refinement of bones and flesh. He recalled reading in a novel that a little pain was inconsequential. Enduring it without a sound was the mark of a true hero. In this moment, the idle hand of the formidable Pao Dalong grasped two vials, one containing the essence for refining tendons and the other for fortifying flesh. Pouring out a single grain from each into Ye Feng's mouth. With the tendons already tempered to perfection, it was now time to commence the refinement of bones and flesh. The processes of bone and flesh refinement unfolded simultaneously. The realm of flesh encompassed the vital organs, while bones referred to the skeletal structure. Ye Feng felt his muscles contracting. This young man's physique was at least several times stronger than that of an average person, causing Pao Dalong to feel as though he were refining the bodies of 3 or 4 individuals simultaneously. As the refinement of bones and flesh approached its midpoint, liquid seeped from his pores, some tinged with a faint red, others a dark yellow, and some blackish gray. Pao Dalong, too, was perspiring, encountering resistance from the fighting spirit already present in Ye Feng's body, causing Pao Dalong to feel as though he were refining the bodies of 3 or 4 individuals simultaneously. As the refinement of bones and flesh approached its midpoint, known as the Dantian or Qi-Si, a reservoir for storing fighting spirit. Ultimately, the tiny fighting spirit within Ye Feng was expelled to the Dantian, encountering resistance from the fighting spirit already present in Ye Feng's body. However, due to its frail nature, it was incapable of matching Pao Dalong's might. Drawing energy into the sea and consolidating it into a vortex, a feat Pao Dalong had now facilitated for him. 2 hours elapsed, and Pao Dalong exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel he had prepared earlier. Assisting Ye Feng in body refinement had consumed nearly 30% of his fighting spirit, proving to be no trivial endeavor. After Ye Feng was utterly exhausted. As Pao Dalong withdrew his fighting spirit, Ye Feng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, causing him to succumb to. Pao Dalong wiped away the grime from Ye Feng's body, observing closely. Ye Feng's physique had noticeably diminished. Assisting Ye Feng in body refinement had consumed nearly 30% of his fighting spirit, proving to be no trivial endeavor. After enduring 2 hours of torment, Ye Feng was utterly exhausted. As Pao Dalong withdrew his fighting spirit, Ye Feng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, causing him to succumb to slumber. Pao Dalong wiped away the grime from Ye Feng's body, observing closely. Ye Feng's physique had noticeably diminished, appearing 2 years younger. Achieving a minor fulfillment in body tempering symbolized beauty, longevity, health, and immunity to ailments. Once one reached this realm, enhancing his physical form and defensive capabilities, while his tendons grew increasingly supple, allowing for greater flexibility. His meridians were now exceptionally strong. Living into their hundreds was not unheard of. Pao Dalong took a thin sheet he had prepared and wrapped Ye Feng in it, placing him on the bed, allowing him to awaken and cleanse himself at his own pace. In the segmentation of physical strength, their appearance would not deteriorate with age as it does for most. A visage of 20 could be preserved well into their 60s, free from the ravages of illness. Living into their hundreds was not unheard of. Pao Dalong took a thin sheet he had prepared and wrapped Ye Feng in it, placing him on the bed, allowing him to awaken and cleanse himself at his own pace. In the segmentation of physical strength, enabling the individual to harness their maximum physical potential. Advancing to the late stage of remarkable strength, impurities and toxins are expelled, resulting in a purified physique. With the final phase of body tempering completed, one can transcend the threshold, becoming a martial artist of minor perfection in body tempering. When tendons, bones, flesh, and veins attain a certain strength and density, one becomes impervious to ailments, retaining youthfulness, health, and longevity. Ye Feng's experience of enabling the individual to harness their maximum physical potential. Advancing to the late stage of remarkable strength, impurities and toxins are expelled, resulting in a purified physique. Once their fighting spirit reached the point of circulating in a large cycle, they could then utilize it to nurture their body, achieving a minor perfection in body tempering. Body tempering focuses on the physical form, while energy refinement cultivates fighting spirit. The two complement one another. Only a select few in the very strong phase who cannot cultivate fighting spirit, yet are recognized as exceptional talents. Once their fighting spirit reached the point of circulating in a large cycle, they could then utilize it to nurture their body, achieving a minor perfection in body tempering. Body tempering focuses on the physical form, while energy refinement cultivates fighting spirit. The two complement one another. He emerged with a clarity of mind and a remarkable sense of rejuvenation. The fragmented memories he had previously struggled, allowing him to categorize and comprehend them sequentially. While some elements remained obscure, akin to disjointed episodes from a television series, they did not hinder his understanding of his memory. After 2 hours of torment from body tempering, Ye Feng fell into a deep sleep, awakening approximately half an hour later. Although his slumber was brief, "Feel like my true lineage?" Ye Feng pondered these questions, yet no answers surfaced. Resolving to seek clarity as a protagonist in a novel might do, he decided to pursue the truth. Rising from his resting place, he felt a sense of discomfort from the grime on his body, prompting him to seek a bath. As he stood, he noticed his height had diminished from 178 centimeters to approximately 165. Such a change, "Feel like my true lineage?" Ye Feng pondered these questions, yet no answers surfaced. Resolving to seek clarity as a protagonist in a novel might do, he decided to pursue the truth. Rising from his resting place, he felt a sense of discomfort from the grime on his body, prompting him to seek a bath. As he stood, he noticed his height had diminished from 178 centimeters to approximately 165. Such a change was disconcerting. Unbothered by his nudity and the freedom of movement it allowed, was momentarily taken aback by Wen Xinlan's reaction. He opened it and descended to the second floor, where he encountered Wen Xinlan, who was also exiting her room. Their paths collided, resulting in a startled scream that reverberated throughout the dwelling. Wen Xinlan, upon realizing the situation, hastily retreated and closed her door. Ye Feng, unbothered by his nudity and the freedom of movement it allowed, was momentarily taken aback by Wen Xinlan's reaction. Reminded of similar scenarios in novels where men are seen in such a state, he instinctively covered himself with his hands, only to release them moments later. Why bother covering up? They had already seen everything. There was no need for further modesty. He proceeded downstairs to take a bath. Wen Xinlan, remaining in her room, was at a loss for words, having once again witnessed something she should not have. This time, the sight seemed even more distasteful. Though the awkwardness from their earlier encounter rendered her speechless, Ye Feng paid little mind to her silence. Upon arriving at the training grounds, just as Aunt Feng's voice echoed from downstairs, "Young Master Yinrong, Elder Han has instructed me to escort you and Miss Wenxin to the training grounds." In the center of the arena, two individuals, a man clad in gray and another in a blue and white uniform, engaged in a sparring. Though the awkwardness from their earlier encounter rendered her speechless, Ye Feng paid little mind to her silence. Upon arriving at the training grounds, they discovered a vast assembly of 500 to 600 individuals, nearly all the students from the academy. Despite the crowd, the atmosphere remained orderly. In the center of the arena, two individuals, a man clad in gray and another in a blue and white uniform, engaged in a sparring match. Flanking the arena were two teams, one from the Holy Physician sect and another adorned in blue and white uniforms, with several in an additional combination of blue, red, and white. Without a doubt, they must be the individuals sent by the Sword Sect Academy that Han Yinhua previously discussed. Noticing their arrival, when Xinyang approached them, inquiring, "Oh, that girl is quite adorable," remarked a male student from the Holy Medical Sect. "Wow, that handsome guy looks quite young, perhaps just of age." The crowd remained focused on the two combatants currently engaged in the match, while Ye Feng directed his attention towards the group from the Sword Sect Academy, where he discerned two familiar figures, Luo Kefali and Qin Ruoshui. As Ye Feng and Wen Xinlan arrived, Those who had been solely focused on the arena began to notice them. "It seems that senior Wen Xinyang knows them," exclaimed a male student in surprise, having observed Wen Xinyang personally welcoming the two. "Within the holy medical sect. He fits my type perfectly. I wonder if he is a student from our holy medical sect?" A female student curiously commented. At 16, young women begin to develop, and young men start to change their voices, grow facial hair. In the Tiannan Empire, such individuals are considered adults. "Hey, look. It seems that senior Wen Xinyang knows them," exclaimed a male student in surprise, having observed Wen Xinyang personally welcoming the two. Within the holy medical sect, Wen Xinyang was a well-known figure, having inherited the good looks of his mother, Yin Rongchengsen, and possessing considerable charm. He was also a disciple of both elders Han Yinhua and Han Yinshan, excelling in both medical and martial arts. Could it be that the lovely little sister is senior Wen Xinyang's sweetheart? "Oh no," lamented a male student upon hearing this. "Do you think no one would be interested?" "But what do you mean?" the male student pressed, feeling anxious. "Only that she is not one of our students and rarely comes out, always staying in the elegant residence by the bamboo grove. Ever since she arrived at the holy medical sect a month ago, others have already taken a fancy to her. A girl as adorable as her, such a captivating lowly. Do you think no one would be interested?" "But what do you mean?" the male student pressed, feeling anxious. Over the past month, Ye Feng had developed a good rapport with Wen Xinyang. Now, upon noticing that Ye Feng's once imposing, it's challenging enough to even catch a glimpse of her, let alone get close. The male student was taken aback, realizing that even encountering her was a daunting task, let alone forming a connection. "Ah, Yeqing, how I envy you. Wow, your physique is so well developed," Wen Xinyang remarked, patting Ye Feng's shoulder as he led the group, who wondered when he might achieve such growth himself. "Why is my master so biased? Why won't he invest in me?" Wen Xinyang couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Although Ye Feng had shrunk in height and appeared less robust, Wen Xinyang would never underestimate his strength. Standing beside Han Yinhua, Wen Xinyang, along with Wen Xinlan and Ye Feng, caught the attention of Han Yinhua, who smiled at Ye Feng and discreetly offered him a piece of uniquely flavored medicinal candy. It was crafted from nutrient-rich plants designed to enhance Ye Feng's recovery post-tempering. With the rare opportunity to observe, Han Yinhua intended for Ye Feng to learn. Standing beside Han Yinhua, Wen Xinyang, along with Wen Xinlan and Ye Feng, caught the attention of Han Yinhua, who smiled at Ye Feng and discreetly offered him a piece of uniquely flavored medicinal candy. This was no ordinary candy. The disciples of the holy medical sect's martial hall were engaged in combat. Just as Ye Feng finished his candy, the match concluded. He would have sent him to rest. With the candy in hand, Ye Feng gratefully accepted and promptly consumed it. Those standing behind Han Yinhua gazed in disbelief, where he spotted a familiar blue and white uniform. Instantly, he recalled the individuals he recognized, one being Luo Kefali, who had previously defeated him, and the other, the enchanting Qin Ruoshui, who had captivated his heart. What is wrong with her? Ye Feng pondered, unable to discern clearly. Ye Feng's observational capabilities significantly enhanced. He could now see the figures across the arena, as if they were right in front of him. Noticing where he spotted a familiar blue and white uniform. Instantly, he recalled the individuals he recognized, one being Luo Kefali, who had previously defeated him, and the other, the enchanting Qin Ruoshui, who had captivated his heart. What is wrong with her? Ye Feng pondered, unable to discern clearly due to the distance. Activating his Byakugan and dark eyes, Luo Kefali merely felt a sense of familiarity but could not immediately recognize him. Yet, upon witnessing Ye Feng activate his Byakugan, Luo Kefali, her complexion slightly purplish and pallid, he could tell her vitality was diminished, indicating she may have sustained injuries. Upon noticing Ye Feng and Wen Xinlan's arrival, Luo Kefali had also taken note of Ye Feng. However, with Ye Feng's changed appearance, his height, physique, and dark eyes, Luo Kefali merely felt a sense of familiarity but could not immediately recognize him. Yet, upon witnessing Ye Feng activate his Byakugan, Luo Kefali was startled as realization struck. It's him, that peculiar individual. What is he doing at the holy medical sect? Is he here for treatment? But why has his physique transformed so drastically? Could he have reached the minor completion stage of body tempering? A torrent of questions flooded Luo Kefali's mind as he stood beside Han Yinhua. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoshui appeared particularly fragile. Ye Feng's thoughts were entirely consumed by Qin Ruoshui. Influenced by the tales he had read, he had learned to fantasize. She hadn't noticed Ye Feng, and when Xinlan's arrival, her gaze fixated on the arena. When Ye Feng finally turned to look at her, his looks reminiscent of his previous style, akin to the twin brother of Uchiha Sasuke. Had he true? Qin Ruoshui's heart raced with astonishment, for only upon reaching this stage would one's physique undergo such transformation. In the Sword Sect Academy's group, 3 individuals donned garments of blue, red, and white hues, indicating their status as teachers within the academy. His looks reminiscent of his previous style, akin to the twin brother of Uchiha Sasuke. Had he truly achieved the minor completion stage of body tempering? Qin Ruoshui's heart raced with astonishment, for only upon reaching this stage would one's physique undergo such transformation. In the Sword Sect Academy's group, 3 individuals donned garments of blue, red, and white hues, indicating their status as teachers within the academy. 2 were the instructors who had previously accompanied Luo Kefali on their expedition to the Forgotten Land, one being the taciturn and serious Kelly Shan, and the other, a seemingly carefree mage, Ares. The third was a new face, a man with flowing black hair, somewhat androgynous in appearance, reminiscent of a model from a hair product advertisement. Strangely, as a teacher of the Sword Sect, he bore no weapon, leaving onlookers perplexed. Although the Sword Sect Academy does not mandate the wearing of swords, it has become a symbol of the sect. This is evident from the students, each adorned with a straight sword at their waist. Deeply unsettled, the person she admired was present, along with Qin Ruoshui, who had stolen her affections. I would not necessarily be inferior to you. Glancing at Qin Ruoshui, when Xinlan muttered in defiance, she recalled her mother, which she had only seen in portraits at home. Her father often remarked on her resemblance to her mother, and had her health been intact. Deeply unsettled, the person she admired was present, along with Qin Ruoshui, who had stolen her affections. If it weren't for my physical condition, I would not necessarily be inferior to you. Glancing at Qin Ruoshui, when Xinlan muttered in defiance, she recalled her mother's youthful appearance, which she had only seen in portraits at home. Her father often remarked on her resemblance to her mother, and had her health been intact. When Xinlan reached out and twisted Ye Feng's side fiercely with her delicate fingers, a cry of anguish escaped his lips as he looked at her with a profoundly aggrieved expression, bewildered as to when he had offended her. Sustaining minor injuries, yet his arm and leg were fractured, indicating the severity of the Sword Sect Academy's strikes. With a sudden resolve, despite the commotion below, the duel on the stage continued as Han Yinhua announced. Han Yinhua whispered to Ye Feng, reminding him that his presence was to observe and learn, not merely to admire the beauty. And now when Xinyang and Lok Feili stepped onto the stage, I never expected you to grow so swiftly. You are already here to challenge me, when Xinyang remarked. Despite the commotion below, the duel on the stage continued as Han Yinhua announced the arrangements for the second bout. Pay close attention, you shall glean much from this. Han Yinhua whispered to Ye Feng, reminding him that his presence was to observe and learn, not merely to admire the beauty. The previously defeated disciple had been removed, and now when Xinyang and Lok Feili stepped onto the stage, I never expected you to grow so swiftly. You are already here to challenge me, when Xinyang remarked. Somewhat wistfully, Lok Feili, at 20 years old, was 6 years his junior, yet had now caught up to him in martial prowess. Brother Wen, I seek your guidance. Lok Feili replied succinctly, preparing for combat, while occasionally glancing at Ye Feng and Qin Ruoshui. Their past acquaintance had rendered him somewhat aloof. But under Wen Xinlan's fierce glare, he was compelled to redirect his focus. Furthermore, Lok Feili's thoughts were more consumed with Qin Ruoshui, as her injuries stemmed from his own arrogance during the trials in the Land of Oblivion. He felt a deep sense of responsibility and was determined to make amends through his actions. Initially, Ye Feng's gaze remained fixed on Qin Ruoshui, but under Wen Xinlan's fierce glare, he was compelled to redirect his focus. Furthermore, enriching Ye Feng's understanding of martial combat. Combatants in the body tempering stage relied solely on their physical, while those in the chi refining stage possessed the power of fighting energy, allowing their strikes to embody both corporeal might and fighting energy, akin to dual force. Thus, the arena, though small, imposed numerous restrictions, rendering him somewhat unaccustomed to the confined space after his experiences with broader battles. As he watched, Han Yinhua occasionally provided explanations, enriching Ye Feng's understanding of martial combat. Combatants in the body-tempering stage relied solely on their physical strength. Warriors at this stage could not only unleash enhanced strikes, but also manifest formidable fighting energy techniques. Although the martial realm's techniques might not appear particularly extravagant, a chi-refining warrior would easily overpower one in the body-tempering stage. The combat in the martial realm varied further. Body tempering served as the foundation, yet struggled to comprehend the nature of the powers and techniques employed therein. The conclusion of the second match unfolded unexpectedly, with Lok Fei suffering defeat. This outcome was unsurprising. Warriors at this stage could not only unleash enhanced strikes, but also manifest formidable fighting energy techniques. Although the martial realm's techniques might not appear particularly extravagant, the thunderous applause resonating from the arena intensified Ye Feng's yearning for such mastery. He grasped the fundamentals of fighting well, yet struggled to comprehend the nature of the powers and techniques employed therein. The conclusion of the second match unfolded unexpectedly, with Lok Fei suffering defeat. This outcome was unsurprising, as Wen Xinyang had been entrenched in the martial realm for over 6 months, while Lok Fei had only recently entered. On the holy physician sect's side, they sparkled with an innocence akin to that of a pure child, and his pupils, devoid of focus, seemed to pierce through the fabric of reality itself. Ares sensed an air of mystery surrounding Ye Feng. Could his eyes possess some extraordinary ability? Driven by curiosity, Ares was compelled to delve deeper. He was captivated by the unusual depth in Ye Feng's eyes, which were not typical for a 16-year-old boy. They sparkled with an innocence akin to that of a pure child, and his pupils, devoid of focus, seemed to pierce through the fabric of reality itself. Ares sensed an air of mystery surrounding Ye Feng. Could his eyes possess some extraordinary ability? Driven by curiosity, Ares was compelled to delve deeper into Ye Feng's subconscious. And in an instant, it was as if he traversed an infinite cosmos, landing upon a tranquil expanse. Where am I? Ye Feng wondered in astonishment, realizing that those around him had vanished, and he was enveloped in a misty solitude, with not a sound to be heard. This place felt oddly familiar, as if he had visited it before. Have I been here? Ye Feng questioned, sensing a strange déjà vu suddenly. And in an instant, it was as if he traversed an infinite cosmos, landing upon a tranquil expanse. Where am I? Ye Feng wondered in astonishment, realizing that those around him had vanished, and he was enveloped in a misty solitude, with not a sound to be heard. This place felt oddly familiar, as if he had visited it before. Have I been here? Ye Feng questioned, sensing a strange déjà vu suddenly, existing within the realm of Ye Feng's consciousness. As a mage, Ares possessed a formidable mental prowess. Ye Feng was certain something had passed by, prompting him to scan the surroundings in search of the elusive shadow. As he concentrated, the mist began to dissipate, especially in the sky, revealing a figure that stood before him. Wasn't this the individual from the Sword Sect Academy? Ares floated above the mist, existing within the realm of Ye Feng's consciousness. As a mage, Ares possessed a formidable mental prowess, enabling him to invade the consciousness of others. Though this particular incursion left him somewhat bewildered. In this realm of consciousness, a dense fog enveloped everything, rendering visibility non-existent, reminiscent of an infant's murky awareness. How could this be? Ares pondered with intrigue. However, an infant's consciousness is characterized by a lack of distinction between up and down, left and right. Did Ye Feng know what wind was? Indeed, he did, thus allowing the presence of wind in his consciousness. A gentle breeze arose from Ye Feng's mind, gradually dispersing the fog, revealing the true form of Ye Feng's consciousness to Ares. The area visible to Ares extended only a mile in diameter, resembling an isolated island amid a sea of fog. Ares recognized this as the epicenter of Ye Feng's consciousness, while beyond the fog lay an empty Within this confined space stood a small forest, flanked by 2 houses on the eastern and western edges, each reflecting a slightly different architectural style, gradually dispersing the fog, revealing the true form of Ye Feng's consciousness to Ares. The area visible to Ares extended only a mile in diameter, with the houses positioned at the periphery. Unbeknownst to Ares, Ye Feng had lived in the forest since his awakening. Within this confined space stood a small forest, flanked by 2 houses on the eastern and western edges, each reflecting a slightly different architectural style. It struck Aries as odd. Typically, the center of an individual's consciousness is their most familiar home. Why, then, did Ye Feng's consciousness center consist solely of a forest, with the houses positioned at the periphery? Unbeknownst to Aries, Ye Feng had lived in the forest since his awakening. This revelation deepened Aries' curiosity regarding Ye Feng's consciousness. The fact that Ye Feng had noticed him but did not react indicated a lack of ability to expel him from this realm. My intrusion into his consciousness should go unnoticed, and his awareness should not manifest here. Aries was taken aback by the sight of Ye Feng's conscious essence. Most individuals would not permit such intrusion into their mental sanctum. Aries waved at Ye Feng, unleashing a cascade of vibrant light that enveloped him in an instant. The fact that Ye Feng had noticed him but did not react indicated a lack of ability to expel him from this realm. For the realm of consciousness harbors numerous secrets. To invade another's consciousness implies breaching their privacy, revealing many personal secrets. Most individuals would not permit such intrusion into their mental sanctum. Aries waved at Ye Feng, unleashing a cascade of vibrant light that enveloped him in an instant, returning him to the fog-laden realm of his consciousness. Aries, initially intent on quenching his curiosity by traversing Ye Feng's consciousness, found himself thwarted when he noticed a peculiar symbol outside one of the houses, resembling a circular fan. Just then, the mesmerizing light he had cast to dazzle Ye Feng recoiled, ensnaring him instead. Aries had not anticipated that his own illusionary attack, returning him to the fog-laden realm of his consciousness. Aries, initially intent on quenching his curiosity by traversing Ye Feng's consciousness, found himself thwarted when he noticed a peculiar symbol outside one of the houses, resembling a circular fan. Just then, the mesmerizing light he had cast to dazzle Ye Feng recoiled, ensnaring him instead. Aries had not anticipated that his own illusionary attack, akin to a mental illusion, would trigger Ye Feng's Sharingan's ability, resulting in a rebound of the illusion. The light returned to Aries with force. It was inconceivable for Aries to be ensnared by his own technique, prompting him to instantly retract his magical energy. Simultaneously, he felt a powerful force ejecting him from the consciousness realm. When he regained awareness, he discovered he had returned to reality. This was astonishing. Han Nianhua noticed Ye Feng's unusual state and inquired, "Yi Chen, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ye Feng was thrust back into reality from his consciousness, awakening as well. As his consciousness rejoined his corporeal form, a slight dissonance occurred, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps to regain his balance. Meanwhile, Aries' physical form reacted as his consciousness returned to reality. Han Nianhua noticed Ye Feng's unusual state and inquired, "Yi Chen, are you all right?" "I'm fine." He was aware that sorcerers often possessed extraordinary abilities, rendering them enigmatic and formidable in the eyes of ordinary individuals. His initial curiosity had led to an unforeseen situation. Kleshan regarded Aries with discontent, his expression and demeanor conveying his sentiments without utterance. Aries chuckled awkwardly, diverting his gaze from Kleshan. Han Nianhua refrained from commenting on the matter, recognizing that words would not suffice. Inwardly, Aries was astonished. This seemingly innocuous young man harbored many mysteries. Despite not having practiced the Codex of Magical Energy, his mental fortitude was remarkably robust, capable of. This young man was undoubtedly exceptional. In the midst of the competition, the Sword Sect Academy exhibited remarkable prowess, securing a victory over the Sacred Medicine Sect with a score of 3-2. Each triumph elevated the Sword Sect Academy's prestige. This seemingly innocuous young man harbored many mysteries. Despite not having practiced the Codex of Magical Energy, his mental fortitude was remarkably robust, capable of withstanding a sorcerer's mental intrusion. This young man was undoubtedly exceptional. In the midst of the competition, the Sword Sect Academy exhibited remarkable prowess. All aspiring students with potential flocked to the Sword Sect Academy, for admission to the inner sanctum signified a gateway to a promising future. The outcome of this competition was, in effect, orchestrated by Han Nianhua, as several elite disciples from the Sacred Medicine Sect had yet to compete. In the preceding years, they had been bullied by the Sword Sect Academy, prompting diligent training. Yet, this year, they were denied the opportunity to participate. All aspiring students with potential flocked to the Sword Sect Academy, for admission to the inner sanctum signified a gateway to a promising future within the empire. The outcome of this competition was, in effect, orchestrated by Han Yanhua, as several elite disciples from the Sacred Medicine sect had yet to compete. In the preceding years, they had been bullied by the Sword Sect Academy, prompting diligent training. Yet, this year, they were denied the opportunity to participate. Within the elegant courtyard of the long green medicine valley, several young individuals found themselves confined. Although this location was not a treacherous lair, Paohua had devoted himself entirely to seclusion and training. 3 years had elapsed, and his strength had reached. He had anticipated that if the Sword Sect dared to show up this year, he would confront them and reclaim his lost honor. Yet, to his dismay, he was barred from participating. Pao Dalong remained silent, his expression grim. To be bullied without recourse was a frustrating ordeal, yet Paohua had devoted himself entirely to seclusion and training. 3 years had elapsed, and his strength had reached new heights. He had anticipated that if the Sword Sect dared to show up this year, he would confront them and reclaim his lost honor. Yet, to his dismay, leaving the disciples of the Holy Physician sect feeling disgruntled. Is it possible that we are to be bullied in this manner? Do you understand what we study at the Holy Physician sect? We are trained in the art of healing. How? They challenge us to martial combat. Why don't they come and test their medical skills against ours? Some disciples still support the Holy Physician sect. Recognizing the differences in strengths, most of our students focus on medicine, naturally dedicating less time to Perhaps we should consider transferring to the Sword Sect, where martial training would undoubtedly be superior. Among the new students of the Holy whispers of discontent began to circulate. If you wish to go, then go. I will remain at the Holy Physician sect. Here, I can learn medicine and stay close to home, returning frequently. If I transfer to the Sword Sect, how often would I even get to visit my family? Humph. Then stay here. It's no wonder you will remain insignificant. Amidst the murmured discussions, Ye Feng gazed at the departing figures of the Sword Sect, his fists clenched tightly. Whispers of discontent began to circulate. If you wish to go, then go. I will remain at the Holy Physician sect. Here, I will surely defeat you and reclaim Qin Ruoxue from your side. This seemingly nonsensical proclamation caused the members of the Sword Sect to pause. Then stay here. It's no wonder you will remain insignificant. Amidst the murmured discussions, Ye Feng gazed at the departing figures of the Sword Sect, his fists clenched tightly. He looked so cool just now. If only someone would treat me like that, sighed a bespectacled female disciple of the Holy Physician sect, starstruck. Isn't he the one who was acting strangely at the Sunrise Mountain City? Turning to look at Ye Feng in bewilderment. Reclaim? What does that mean? Is that boy beside Elder Han somehow connected to the beautiful woman from the Sword Sect? Wow. It seems that fool is fixated on you, remarked a rather attractive woman accompanying Qin Ruoxue, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Qin Ruoxue's stunning visage revealed no emotion in response to Ye Feng. A few within the Sword Sect recognized Ye Feng as the one who had clashed violently at Lok Fili's residence over Qin Ruoxue. Ruoxue, you're in trouble. And Lok Fili currently lacks the qualifications to respond to her in any capacity. The members of the Sword Sect drifted away. Perhaps Ye Feng dove headlong into training after their departure. Today, witnessing the duel of martial artists had greatly inspired him. Lok Fili offered no reaction either, walking silently alongside Qin Ruoxue. She is not his yet. He still has much to prove. And Lok Fili currently lacks the qualifications to respond to her in any capacity. The members of the Sword Sect drifted away, perhaps spurred by the encounter. Ye Feng dove headlong into training after their departure. Today, witnessing the duel of martial artists had greatly inspired him, enlightening him to the realization that only by attaining the martial realm could one truly be considered a formidable expert. Meanwhile, outside the Chonglu Medical Valley in South Town, only Wenxin Changtian and Yin Rongchang had made the journey. Wenxin Gua and Wenxin Jing were nowhere to be seen. There were a resounding roar echoed from within, an impressive tiger-esque roar that was deafening. This newly arrived family was none other than the Wenxin family. After over a month of negotiations, they had finally completed the transfer of their holdings in Sunrise Mountain City and relocated to South Town at Chonglu Medical Valley. However, Wenxin Changtian mused, gazing at the illustrations drawn by Ye Feng. Wenxin Lan had provided these drawings to him. Yet the Inner Wheel clan is merely the transliteration of the Uchiha clan in this world, and their family, the Inner Wheel clan and this family crest. I have scoured thousands of years of records, yet I cannot find a single match. What manner of family could this be? Desiring to harness the power of this family, he found it elusive, like a specter never before glimpsed in history. Since Ye Chun possessed such memories, this clan must indeed exist. Individuals like Ye Chun, who have gone missing, would undoubtedly prompt their family to search for them. Even if he turned the entire continent upside down, Wenxin Changtian would find no relevant information. This left him with a significant mystery weighing on his mind. Having been permitted by Han Yanhua to engage only in simple exercises that morning, he settled cross-legged and practiced the Qi refinement technique. This clan must indeed exist. Individuals like Ye Chun, who have gone missing, would undoubtedly prompt their family to search for them. There must be an opportunity to connect. Wenxin Changtian held this belief firmly. Now, in Luya City, Ye Feng sat quietly in his room. The coordination among all organs achieves an unprecedented harmony, allowing Ye Feng to distinctly sense the condition of each organ within him, as if he were mastering his own body. The essence of fighting spirit arises when the muscles, bones, and flesh reach a certain limit, manifesting as a corporeal energy that transcends the body's endurance. Channeling the energy produced by his muscles and flesh, guided by the Qi refinement technique, transforming it into fighting spirit. This energy gradually coalesced from the coordination among all organs achieves an unprecedented harmony, allowing Ye Feng to distinctly sense the condition of each organ within him, as if he were mastering his own body. The fighting spirit, previously a faint and intangible presence within him, could now be clearly felt, no longer elusive. Ye Feng controlled his body, channeling the energy produced by his muscles and flesh, guided by the Qi refinement technique, transforming it into fighting spirit. This energy gradually coalesced from every part of his body, flowing through his meridians toward the dantian. The essence of flesh and blood depends on the body's strength and the energy output of each cell, closely aligned with the minor perfection standard, enabling such rapid progress. With a sigh of relief, allowing him to generate energy at a greater rate and advance in his practice more swiftly. This ambition had now expanded to include embarking on adventures to seek out his family. All credit goes to Wenxin Lan, who had sparked Ye Feng's interest in reading by sharing the tale of the Wandering Warrior. The protagonist of the Wandering, setting out on a journey to uncover his lineage and find his parents. This shared element of uncertainty about one's heritage quickly captivated Ye Feng, igniting a desire within him to emulate the character's journey, seek his own parents, experience extraordinary adventure. The unfolding narrative within the tale ignites an insatiable yearning in Ye Feng to venture forth into the world. Unbeknownst to him, this literary work is merely the creation of an exceedingly idle individual, an author of modest talent who, having faced adversity in reality, channels his frustrations into fiction. To his astonishment, the book garners immense popularity, affording him a modest fortune and a comfortable existence. At this moment, Ye Feng's body has reached a state of minor perfection, his strength now at least 20 times his own weight, enabling him to unleash punches with a force exceeding 2,800 jin. Typically, individuals achieving such a state possess strength amplified to only 10 to 15 times their weight. However, due to Ye Feng's unique physique, he surpasses this standard. With newfound confidence, to his astonishment, the book garners immense popularity, affording him a modest fortune and a comfortable existence. At this moment, Ye Feng's body has reached a state of minor perfection, his strength now at least 20 times his own weight, enabling him to unleash punches with a force exceeding 2,800 jin. Typically, individuals achieving such a state possess strength amplified to only 10 to 15 times their weight. However, due to Ye Feng's unique physique, he surpasses this standard. With newfound confidence, he believes he can triumph over the golden-haired, saber-toothed tiger. That night, Ye Feng quietly gathers his belongings, the most crucial of which is his purse. For he has come to understand that in the realm of humanity, wealth allows one to procure most anything. After leaving a letter detailing his quest to find his parents and his intent to embark on an adventure, he slips away into the night, and evading larger predators. Now, he suppresses his presence, merging seamlessly with the night, his gray attire rendering him nearly invisible. With his keen eyesight, He is akin to a child bereft of his parents, yearning to reunite with them. As darkness envelopes the landscape, Ye Feng moves with the stealth of a predatory beast, granting him an extraordinary reconnaissance capability that enables him to elude any watchful eyes within the sacred physician sect and exit the long green and evading larger predators. Now, he suppresses his presence, merging seamlessly with the night, his gray attire rendering him nearly invisible. With his keen eyesight, yet he finds himself utterly directionless, ultimately granting him an extraordinary reconnaissance capability that enables him to elude any watchful eyes within the sacred physician sect and exit the long green medical valley undetected. The following morning, when Xinlan intends to summon Ye Feng for breakfast, noting the unusual tardiness of the sun's ascent, she is puzzled by his absence. Just as she contemplates seeking him out, visitors arrive at the courtyard. "Oh, father, mother, when did you arrive?" When Xinlan exclaims in delight. Though Yan Rongchangsen is not her biological mother, her kindness has earned Wen Xinlan's respect. "Uncle Han." When Xinlan greets Han Yinshin with a charming demeanor, as he accompanies Wen Zinshangshan on this visit. "Where is Ye Feng?" Wen Zinshangshan inquires, scanning the surroundings for any sign of him. Indeed, where could he be? Just as she contemplates seeking him out, visitors arrive at the courtyard. "Oh, father, mother, when did you arrive?" When Xinlan exclaims in delight. Upon cautiously opening the door to Ye Feng's room, when Xinlan discovers it utterly empty. Where could he have gone? She wonders aloud, drawing the attention of Wen Zins, Yan Rongchangsen, and Han Yinshin, who enter the room behind her. Where could he possibly be? She muses, recalling that since his arrival, "I brought some delicious treats for him," Yan Rongchangsen adds, raising the items in her hands. Perhaps he has yet to rise, when Xinlan suggests, leading them upstairs. Upon cautiously opening the door to Ye Feng's room, when Xinlan discovers it utterly empty. Where could he have gone? She wonders aloud, drawing the attention of Wen Zinshangshan. Wen Zinshangshan rushes over to take the letter, his face falling as he grasps the situation. Perceptive Yan Rongchangsen surveys Ye Feng's room. Ye Feng had maintained a remarkably regular routine. "There's a letter here," Han Yinshin observes, familiar with Ye Feng's quarters and discovering a note on the table. Her brow furrowing with concern, realizing the implications if he has indeed read it. When Xinlan, noticing Wen Zinshangshan rushes over to take the letter, his face falling as he grasps the situation. Perceptive Yan Rongchangsen surveys Ye Feng's room and notes the collection of storybooks, one of which, titled The Adventures of the Martial Arts Wanderer, lies open on the table. Is this a book that Ye Feng has been reading? She wonders, her brow furrowing with concern, realizing the implications if he has indeed read it. When Xinlan, noticing Yan Rongchangsen's focus on the book, responds, "Yes," her voice trailing off as she begins to comprehend the potential consequences of Ye Feng's departure, likely inspired by the plot of the book. "Please stay here. I will immediately dispatch individuals to bring him back. He cannot have gone far," Han Yinshin declares, realizing the dangers of allowing his apprentice to venture alone. "I chose this one because it features a protagonist somewhat similar to him, which I believed would capture his interest," when Xinlan replies, mirroring the route taken by Han Yinshin and others over a month prior. "Most would avoid such remote terrains, fearing wild beasts, treacherous paths. I will immediately dispatch individuals to bring him back. He cannot have gone far," Han Yinshin declares, realizing the dangers of allowing his apprentice to venture alone into the world. Carefully selecting routes devoid of significant danger while avoiding provoking any feral creatures. When hunger strikes, mirroring the route taken by Han Yinshin and others over a month prior. "Most would avoid such remote terrains, fearing wild beasts, treacherous paths, and the absence of civilization. With an expansive urban area thrice its size and grandeur, taller buildings. The city does not present a challenge for Ye Feng, as his exceptional eyesight allows him to spot the towering gates and walls from afar. Fallen Leaf City," he reads from the inscription at the entrance. The imposing walls. After several days of travel, Ye Feng finally arrives at a city. Upon entering, he finds this city to be more prosperous than Sunrise Mountain City. With an expansive urban area thrice its size and grandeur, taller buildings. The city does not present a challenge for Ye Feng. He sees a noble clad in garments indicative of lineage, and an idea sparks within him. "Of course, I can embroider my family's emblem onto my clothing. That way, those who see it will recognize my lineage, and if any relatives happen to be nearby, they will know I am one of their own." Encircling the walls and dividing the city into an inner and outer region. For days, Ye Feng has pondered how to locate his family. Upon entering the city, it does impart certain fundamental truths. Through his readings of novels, Ye Feng has come to grasp various concepts. The term nobility, when interpreted literally, refers to a class of individuals with esteemed status. Nobility can be categorized into different ranks. Books are undoubtedly the crystallization of human wisdom. Although the knowledge contained within them may not equip Ye Feng with the understanding of every worldly matter, it does impart certain fundamental truths. Through his readings of novels, Ye Feng has come to grasp various concepts. The term nobility, when interpreted literally, known as minor nobility, while others may encompass dozens or even scores of members, classified as major nobility. Typically, prominent noble families possess their own heraldic symbols, serving as emblems of their lineage. The Uchiha clan exemplifies this, as do other noble families. These symbols are often embroidered on the right breast and back of garments, which need not be elaborated upon here. The term family can refer to a collective of noble individuals or a singular lineage. Some families are merely a handful of individuals, thereby publicly displaying his affiliation with this noble lineage in this unfamiliar world. With a discerning sweep of his Byakugan, he effortlessly located a tailor in the city, serving as emblems of their lineage. The Uchiha clan exemplifies this, as do other noble families. These symbols are often embroidered on the right breast and back of garments, signifying familial honor and pride. Ye Feng resolved to visit a tailor's shop to commission several outfits, each adorned with the Uchiha family emblem. As his shop primarily catered to the common folk, rarely seeing noble patrons, the arrival of such a striking young nobleman, adorned with a luxurious hide pack, was quite unexpected, leaving the tailor somewhat flustered. Despite Ye Feng's attire being quite ordinary and devoid of any ostentatious insignia, a seemingly honest and earnest tailor, appearing to be in his 40s, approached him. Upon seeing Ye Feng's handsome visage, he felt an unusual sense of unease. As his shop primarily catered to the common folk, rarely seeing noble patrons, the arrival of such a striking young nobleman, adorned with a luxurious hide pack, was quite unexpected, leaving the tailor somewhat flustered. Despite Ye Feng's attire being quite ordinary and devoid of any ostentatious insignia, the fabric was of superior quality, easily recognized by the tailor, who was accustomed to fine materials. Moreover, the hide pack suggested a considerable expense, coupled with Ye Feng's remarkable appearance. Recalling that the last establishment he visited with Yan Rongchangsen was far more splendid. However, when he considered leaving, the tailor's Ye Feng's attire was prepared by Yan Rongchangsen and lacked any noble insignia, as he was not truly part of a noble family, and he had not spoken a word, and now, conversing with a stranger posed a challenge. His bashful demeanor, reminiscent of a young maiden, was further recalling that the last establishment he visited with Yan Rongchangsen was far more splendid. However, when he considered leaving, the tailor's polite inquiry compelled him to stay. Had it not been for his flat chest and somewhat androgynous voice, the tailor might have mistaken him for a young lady in disguise. The tailor, he had not spoken a word, and now, conversing with a stranger posed a challenge. His bashful demeanor, reminiscent of a young maiden, was further accentuated by his youthful appearance. Ushering Ye Feng into the shop while internally lamenting the pickiness often associated with noble patrons. He hoped that the limited selection of quality fabrics would suffice, and that this noble young master would not be overly demanding. Naturally, the tailor concealed his apprehensions. Increasingly convinced that the youth before him was a scion of nobility, mused that ordinary folk could not produce such delicate and refined offspring. Certainly, please step inside, he said, ushering Ye Feng into the shop while internally lamenting the pickiness often associated with noble patrons. He hoped that the limited selection of quality fabrics would suffice, and that this noble young master would not be overly demanding. Naturally, the tailor concealed his apprehensions, maintaining a courteous demeanor throughout. Young master, here is our finest fabric. Once you make your selection, I shall take your measurements, he said. The tailor inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. Yes, Ye Feng replied, feeling slightly embarrassed as he nodded, his cheeks flushed. May simply pointed to a material he deemed acceptable, which happened to be a mid-range white cloth. The tailor was taken aback, recognizing that this choice was typically favored by commoners rather than nobles, who would not choose such fabric for themselves. Are you certain you wish to select this material? After measuring Ye Feng, he produced a drawing and inquired, could you assist me in embroidering this emblem onto the garments? The tailor gazed at the circular emblem, pondering its significance. What family does this belong to? Could it be a newly established noble lineage? It is for my own use, Ye Feng clarified. Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiries, the tailor conceded, proceeding to take Ye Feng's measurements with utmost care. A myriad of questions surged in the tailor's mind, but experience taught him that it was best to remain silent and avoid prying. Typically, garments ordered today would be ready the following day, with more elaborate designs taking even longer. However, since Ye Feng was in a hurry for an evening event, the tailor felt compelled to expedite the process. Unaware of these customary timelines, Ye Feng patiently awaited his garments. The tailor, seeing him sit quietly, perspiration beading upon his brow, in a remarkable display of skill and urgency, the tailor produced the requested garments in a mere garments ordered today would be ready the following day, with more elaborate designs taking even longer. However, since Ye Feng was in a hurry for an evening event, but in his small shop, he alone bore the burden of production. He had anticipated Ye Feng might express frustration. Yet the young nobleman remained silent and composed throughout the lengthy wait, leaving the tailor astounded. Thank you. That will be 5 silver coins, the tailor said. Packaging the garments and presenting them to Ye Feng, his heart uncertain about receiving payment from such an unusual patron. Oh, Ye Feng responded, surprised at the recalling that his previous visit with Yan Rongchengsen had cost 20 silver coins. He retrieved his coin pouch, yet the young nobleman remained silent and composed throughout the lengthy wait, leaving the tailor astounded. Thank you. That will be 5 silver coins, the tailor said. Without a morsel to eat, hunger gnawed at him, compelling him to seek sustenance. The tailor, staring blankly at the 10 silver coins in his hand, found himself lost in contemplation, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could he have encountered such a generous patron? The fabrics were worth 4 silver coins, and the expedited labor cost 1 coin. Yet, this client had bestowed upon him 10 coins, leaving 5 as a seemingly extravagant gratuity. Without a morsel to eat, hunger gnawed at him, compelling him to seek sustenance. The tailor, staring blankly at the 10 silver coins in his hand. He distinctly recalled that in the novel, when the protagonist lavishly tipped, the recipients were filled with gratitude and reverence. Yet, this shopkeeper displayed no such. With an inexplicable feeling, Ye Feng set out to dine. To further confirm his suspicions, he paid double the amount upon finishing his meal. This time, the tailor had never before encountered such affluence from a customer, and it was only 5 minutes after Ye Feng departed that he regained his senses. Ye Feng was perplexed. He distinctly recalled that in the novel, when the protagonist lavishly tipped, the recipients were filled with gratitude and reverence. Yet, this shopkeeper displayed no such reaction. How curious. Upon observing Ye Feng's attire, the innkeeper assigned him a splendid room. Ye Feng, lacking a solid grasp of monetary values. The workers at the establishment reacted as one would expect from a story. Their faces lit up with joy, and their demeanor turned exceedingly respectful. Ye Feng entrusted the inn staff with his soiled garments from the past few days and donned the newly tailored outfit. The 3 sets of clothing had been fashioned according to noble standards, featuring long-sleeved shirts and straight trousers. The sleeves and collar knew he had ample funds and paid whatever was asked without hesitation. After a refreshing bath, all 3 sets were identical. The fabric, though seemingly opulent, proved somewhat uncomfortable, particularly for one unaccustomed to such attire, as it felt slightly irritating against the skin. After bathing, Ye Feng felt invigorated, and having achieved a remarkable state of physical refinement, he found his once formidable physique, akin to that of a beast, even more resilient. The fatigue from his recent travels seemed trivial. A meal and a bath had revitalized him, igniting a desire to explore the city of Liye. In Ye Feng's mind, aside from seeking his family, he yearned to experience adventures akin to those of the protagonists in the wandering martial arts hero, wishing to encounter intriguing events. He now longed to confront the injustices of the world, embodying the spirit of a chivalrous hero, striving to achieve the remarkable feats akin to those depicted in stories. The fatigue from his recent travels seemed trivial. A meal and a bath had revitalized him, igniting a desire to explore the city of Liye. In Ye Feng's mind, aside from seeking his family, he yearned to experience adventures akin to those of the protagonists in the wandering martial arts hero, wishing to encounter intriguing events. He now longed to confront the injustices of the world, embodying the spirit of a chivalrous hero, striving to achieve the remarkable feats akin to those depicted in stories. Ye Feng was now imbued with a spirit of adventure.